Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Nicholas Callis here with your fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. TJ Watt spoke yesterday while all players arrived to training camp, so we'll hear from him. Coming up a little bit later on the show, also the Pittsburgh Pirates, they've got a series coming up this weekend against the Arizona Diamondbacks. They are off today. They won yesterday, though, against the Detroit Tigers 6-1, and they completed a sweep of the Detroit Tigers. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And the Fan Only Morning Show with me, Nicholas Harry Callis. That's coming up next. You're listening to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
MLB.tv is home to baseball's biggest stars. Watch every out-of-market game, live or on demand.
He got it! This is unbelievable!
Plus, you'll get 24/7 access to MLB Network. Stream every big pitch.
He struck him out!
Every home run.
Gone!
Everything baseball. All season long on MLB.tv. Start a free trial today. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
Whoa, look what I just found on Mac.bid.
Wow, and look at that price.
I know, I'm bidding.
What did you type in the search to find it?
Oh, I never search, I just scroll.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know what I want until I see it.
So you just go to Mac.bid.
Or the app.
And you just scroll, and whoa, look at this.
See?
This is a whole new way to Mac.bid.
Scroll or search? What kind of Mac.bid shopper are you? Don't get stuck in the same old rut. If you're a searcher, you may be missing out on some amazing deals and stuff you didn't even know you needed. Start scrolling at Mac.bid and on the free app.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Room for the crew, power for the load, and tech that keeps the ride easy. Meet your 2025 Silverado 1500 Crew Cab at Washington Chevy. Get your 2025 Silverado 1500 with 0% APR for 36 months plus $1,000 in bonus cash. Or drive this 2025 Silverado 1500 Crew Cab with $10,000 off, including our Big Ones discount. Choose your truck from any of our 3 locations. Visit WashingtonChevy.com. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Take new retail delivery by 8/4/25. See dealer for complete details.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall. If you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Febreze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings, because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up, Oscar!
Let me tell you a little bit about Pittsburgh sports.
The biggest name in Pittsburgh sports media. Ladies and gentlemen, Nicholas Harry Callis.
Yay!
Oh, Harry.
We don't know how he does it. He doesn't know how he does it, but he's up at 5 every morning to get the sports talk day started in Pittsburgh. This is the Fan Early Morning Show with Nicholas Harry Callis on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
Good morning. It is me. It is Nicholas Harry Callis. And we do this every weekday morning at 5 a.m. We talk about sports. Because you're crazy enough to be up. You're working the late shift and you're going home. You just like being up this early. You like being up before the sun. Before the rooster crows. But you're here. And I appreciate it. Let's have a conversation, right? I'm up, you're up. Let's talk. 412-928-9370. 412-928-9370 is the phone number. Talk to me on X as well, at Callis_33. That's CALLAS_33. And let's have a conversation. Like I said, let's talk about Pittsburgh sports. There's plenty to talk about now. Steelers have reported to training camp. Mike Tomlin spoke yesterday. TJ Watt, among others, spoke yesterday. We're going to get to those comments because I haven't quite heard those yet. So you and I, if you haven't heard them, we'll hear them for the first time. And if not, even if you have heard them, we can still talk and react this morning. Don't forget, you can watch us on YouTube as well. YouTube.com. Search for 93.7 The Fan. There's a live chat there. It's notorious. Chris Muller likes to engage with that a lot now. I've been engaging with it for a little while whenever it's been busy and exciting. And sometimes I just drop in and say hello. So maybe we'll get to talk to us on the live chat, but we do like to be in there. Me and Chris have been doing that. But yeah, the YouTube channel's there. So if you want to watch us live in studio, just have us on in the background. If you actually just want to see our faces, hey, you got the opportunity to do that now on that video stream on YouTube.com. And as always, you can listen to us on the Odyssey app. That's AUDACY, Odyssey. Download the app, search for 93.7 The Fan Pittsburgh, and you'll be able to find our station, find all our shows, rewind up to 72 hours to any moment from those 72 hours on the station, and then you can find our podcasts on there as well, where all of our featured segments and full hours are archived. So, a lot of ways to listen. First thing I want to address is the Pirates swept the Detroit Tigers, and I'm mad about it. I think we all know why I'm mad about it at this point. I think you're probably annoyed by it as well, frustrated by it. They swept the Tigers after getting swept by the White Sox, and I don't understand why the universe does what it does. So I'll just move on. Pirates going to play the Diamondbacks coming up tomorrow in a 3-game weekend series to end their homestand. But here's the big one. Players reported yesterday to training camp. Football, it's the gateway to football, the NFL season. Training camp is beginning. Players are arriving. Work is starting for the football players. And plenty of guys spoke yesterday. Mike Tomlin had some comments. TJ Watt had some comments. I do want to play the TJ Watt comments. I'm going to play the full, it's about like 13-minute clip of TJ Watt. And I want to hear what he has to say, and then I want to react to it. Like I said, I didn't get to hear it, so why not just play the whole thing? And we'll go over some of the comments that he made. I'm curious to know. So going into this, what I want to know about is how does he feel about his new contract? Why did he decide to hold out? Or, yeah, a little bit there before during the mandatory minicamp. What was that about? And where are his intentions focused? Is money going to change him? Sometimes we see that with the athletes. They get paid, and then they have a little less motivation to perform. Happens sometimes. Or they have that subtle lack of incentive when they get the guaranteed money. It happens. Is this going to happen to TJ Watt? These are things that I want to know about. These are things that I want him to address. And so with that being said, here's TJ Watt, who spoke yesterday at Steelers training camp.
I just wanted the deal to get done, and obviously I'm happy it got done before training camp just to be able to be here. to eliminate any potential distraction, to just worry about football. I'm just excited. I'm really excited to be here. Excited to show the fans what we have to offer here this training camp and get the ball rolling.
What does that mean, Jake? What do you have to show the fans?
I'm just excited about this new team. I mean, there's so many new faces, as you guys all know, as the fans know. But the goal always remains the same. And it's a new year. It's a fresh start for everybody across the league. Everybody looks good on paper this time of year, but it's all about what we do over the next week, next couple weeks here in preparation.
What do you think I see about that?
I mean, all the new faces. I wasn't here in the summer, obviously, so there's going to be a lot of people to get to know and talk to, but a lot of playmakers, a lot of young guys that are going to be going in their second and third year as well, just being more and more familiar with the system, some coaches coming back, some new coaches also, and it's just fun. It's a fun time of year. It really is to be here back in Latrobe. We're going to go to Sharky's at some point, I'm sure, with the guys and get some wings like we always do, all the traditions. That makes this place special and hopefully leads to a successful season for us.
Hey, speaking of which, did you pick up the check at Sharky's?
Yeah, I'll be picking up the check for quite some time, I'm sure. I got no problem doing that.
Your brother, JJ, posted something and said there should never be a time when you guys are at dinner together and you don't pick up the check.
I mean, we've always had really good, fun banter. JJ's covered the check for a lot of my life, so I have no problem repaying the favor, but he's done pretty damn well for himself, too.
When did the decision to stay home during the spring in 21 would be kind of hard
Yeah, I mean, in the spring, when it was 2021, I think I only came for the 3 days. So it's kind of you fly in, you do work off to the side, and then you fly back home anyway. So it was just kind of staying in my routine. The guys here have been really understanding of how I train back home, and they understand that I'm working. I'm not just sitting on the couch the whole time, and I always come prepared. So I think you guys will see throughout the week. First week back, yeah, I've been away, but I've been training as hard as I possibly can, like I do each and every year, so I come in prepared.
Were you trying to send a message to Omar and those guys by not coming in yesterday?
I mean, there's definitely more that goes to a lot of things when it comes to a contract, but I think it was more so just being prepared as best I possibly could, as opposed to flying in, doing stuff on the side, potentially even be more of a distraction. And like I said, I'm glad the deal got done. I'm super excited to move forward. Oh, I like this. Who's going to win here?
Speaking of messages, you post on your Instagram story of Eastside during the off-season. Was that a particular message to anyone? Did you just feel like posting a picture at that point?
I mean, sometimes it's just fun to have fun with the narratives out there because, I mean, obviously I'm very in tune with what's going on in negotiations and how things are going. And it's fun to see what you guys are all writing, thinking that things are one way even though they're completely a different way. So sometimes it's fun, especially when it's early in the off season, to kind of throw something out there and see what happens. And it stirred things up a lot more than I ever thought it could.
Did it get things going faster? I mean, did it work to your advantage in negotiations, or did you stir stuff up?
I don't know. That's the great thing about negotiations. You never know what works. I'm sure both sides have things that they've done and that they used as tools and chess pieces per se throughout the process, but I'm sure you'll never know what worked and what didn't.
From a football standpoint, Alex just made mention of when we spoke with him that some training camp will be used to maybe coming up with, as he said, different looks for the pass rush this year. I know you've been in contract discussion mode, but have there been any discussions about how you might move around a little bit more this year on the field? I know you alluded to that without
Yeah.
being ready to get into it.
I mean, that's something that this time of year is perfect for, to move around, to get comfortable. It's not about winning every single rep and having to be on the left side and having to get everything mastered on the left side. It's about trying new things and moving around, and I'm sure you guys will see a good amount of that. And we just have so much depth, especially at the outside linebacker position, with Herb, too, who's a more than capable pass rusher. So I'm sure we'll have some cool packages and some new stuff for you guys to see.
Hey, what can you guys do to kind of prevent these late season letdowns kind of had over the last, say, 4 or 5 years?
Well, I mean, I think it's staying healthy is a huge thing. I think it's rotating more. I think it's staying fresh. I think it's the way we approach practice, the way we approach everything. I think everything you do is contagious in one way or another. So I'm just trying to be the best teammate I can be, day in and day out, be as consistent as possible. And as the stretch goes on, you have to find ways to stay fresh and to modify if you need to. And those are all conversations that we're going to have this time of year to make sure that we're able to make that push when we need to.
Do you sense any problems in that Baltimore game beyond scheme or execution? The team got pretty hard on the broadcast for effort and pushback and some of the intangibles.
I mean, I'm not going to continue to look back. I'm excited to be here this year and move forward.
You need to be a dominant player in your 30s. Like human body, human nature, you get to your 30s, not necessarily the same. You feel like you are the same player you were 5, 6 years ago. Does that motivate you going forward?
Absolutely. I mean, Cam Hayward's doing it going into his 40s, it seems like. So I do. In all honesty, though, I do have a great teammate in Cam to look to how you sustain your career. And that's something that's important to me. It's something that I want to give to the city of Pittsburgh. I want to give to this organization, its longevity, and doing everything I possibly can each and every day to have success on the football field.
At the end of last year, you were talking about how there's a big difference between guys who won a Super Bowl and what you haven't. What gives you confidence over the course of this new contract you got consistent necessary steps in that way?
I think that it's the endless pursuit of it and just wanting to continue to do everything possible, turn over every stone. And as to this point, we haven't been able to do that. And you see the aggressiveness that we're taking organizationally. I'm doing everything I can personally, whether that's moving around, mentoring younger guys as much as I possibly can, asking guys who have won Super Bowls before, whether here in this building or not, what we can do. And I think that's really all that we can do, and just keep putting our heads down and working. We can sit here and talk about not winning a playoff game and how much I want to do it, but at the end of the day, it's just lip service. It's all about what we do, and that's why I'm excited to be back here. That's why I'm excited to get to know each and every guy on this new team that we have and get to work, man.
There's always going to be change to the team. Was more change maybe than you expected that they would make? I mean, making trades and signings and even going in the late June.
I mean, the longer I'm in the league, the more turnover it seems to have year in and year out, honestly, just because I don't have a lot of guys in my draft class, if any, with me anymore. And like I said before, it's all about being aggressive. And you love to see the front office be aggressive and go out and acquire guys that we all truly feel like are going to help us get over the hump. And I'm excited to get to work with them.
After the draft, Mike Tomlin said that the draft and free agency physicality part of it.
Yeah, I mean, especially on the defense side of the ball, I think teams need to understand that when they come to Pittsburgh, when they play the Steelers, it's a certain brand of football. And that's why you see, especially on the D-line, drafting a D-lineman in the first round is kind of setting the tone to emulating that message, to getting that message across. And that's why we tackle so much in training camp. That's why we go full pads as much as we do. And it'll be interesting to see some guys that have been in other places that come here for the first time and see how much that we tackle. But it definitely is important.
There's turnover every single year, but is this year just a little bit different, or is there something you're like that happens with bigger offenses the way this season is maybe kind of different than it happened in the past?
I don't think it's possible for me to get more excited going into each and every season. Honestly, I think that there are a lot of narratives and a lot of things that are flashy out there in the media for you guys to cover as far as the people, the high-profile guys that we acquired. But every season I'm very confident in the guys that we have in our locker room, whether they're high-profile guys or not. I mean, just thinking of a guy like Corey Trice, a guy that isn't going to be known in the national media, but I'm excited to see what he brings to the table this fall. So I'm excited every year. I don't think it's possible to be more excited than I have been in the past. Yeah, I think it's getting back to being a really, really hard-nosed football team, especially on the defensive side of the ball, setting hard goals and sticking to them. And teams need to know what's coming when they see the Pittsburgh Steelers defense. And not to say that they haven't in the past or that we haven't taken pride in it, but I think it's something that we can definitely talk more about openly about our goals as a defensive unit and hold each other accountable. I was shocked. I was just as shocked as I'm sure everybody in this room was. Mick was a great friend, a great teammate. Unfortunate the business side of things. Wish him nothing but the best, but obviously the front office felt like they needed to go a different direction. I'm excited about the new talent that we acquired via the trade, but the business is just a business sometimes.
You know, we talked to Alex and Nick, and you just go through all the
when during the negotiations, Olin expressed a lot of confidence that this is going to work out. We're not worried about it because they were in constant contact with you. How important was that for you to have that connection with them and that they understood this was just against you?
Yeah, it's cool. I mean, when I've been doing it this long, you go through a lot of people go through their negotiations, and then obviously you go through some yourself. And everybody, ever since I've been here, has been really cool about understanding the business side and separating business and football. And those guys are all great. I mean, it was nice to have Herbig up and training with me for the last month or so, just to be able to have another NFL guy that's in the locker room here. We do the same drills and stuff to be able to measure up where we are in the offseason.
When you talk about the narratives of negotiations, can you address the one that was out there about, were you waiting to see what Crosby and Garrett got in their deals before you came to a conclusion on yours? Or, like the brother said, would you have been fine with just signing a deal day one if it had come before Max's deal?
Yeah, I mean, timing, it takes two to get a deal done. That's all I'll say about that. But I'm just glad that a deal got done when it did, and I'm glad to be here.
Hey, there are ways that people can be recognized and voted for awards and things like that. What does being the highest paid defensive player mean to you, and what do you make of that, as a way of recognizing your value?
It's hard to fathom. I'm just being as blunt as I can about it. It truly is. It's a insane life that I live. I get to do what I love for a living. I'm living the absolute dream. I don't take that for granted one bit at all. The money side of it is hard to really wrap my head around it, and I'm sure one day I will, but right now it's still all crazy to me. But more than anything, I wanted to play football. I want to play football. I want to continue to give everything that I possibly can to this city, to this organization. There's so much more, as Coach T would say, meat on the bone. There's so much more that I can give, that I want to give, and that's what's most important to me.
Hey, TJ, what's the reaction to Aaron Rodgers' signing, and what do you think the keys will be for him to fit with the Steelers culture?
I mean, he's been around the block quite some time, so I think he is going to bring a lot to the table. I'm excited to be able to get to see him. I haven't been able to shake his hand and say hello yet. Obviously, seen him after games here and there, but I'm excited, just like all the new guys we have, to be able to get to work and stop doing all these press conferences and play football.
Hey, TJ, Carl Sawyer went at his spot. He considers him a third defensive lineman drafted. He's a big guy, 265. You look like you've gained some weight this year. That's using the hour there, too. Is that becoming a defensive end position more?
I think it's just trying to get as many people on the field as we possibly can, especially when sometimes we carry 3, sometimes we carry 4 or 5 outside linebackers. And on game day, it's hard when they're trying to set the roster of how many guys are going to be up at what position. And when you have that hybrid role as a defensive tackle or an outside linebacker, it might be a little bit more on their plate as far as play calling and drops in certain coverages. But I think it's very beneficial when you have a Leal or a Sawyer who can play kind of that hybrid role and also cover kicks or cover punts. It makes those decisions a little bit easier on game day.
Have you added weight?
What was that?
Have you added weight?
Have I had it what?
Added weight.
Oh, have I added weight? No, I'm right about the same.
There he is, TJ Watt. Spoke yesterday as players arrived to training camp, and football is here. I'm frustrated by some of the things he said, though. We'll talk about that next. Talked about how he likes to play the narrative up. Talks about how he's down to business now, and he cares about the team, and he wants to win. I got some thoughts. 412-928-9370. I'll react to his comments coming up next. You can give me a call, 412-928-9370. React as well. Get a phone line. Get reserved. Tell me what you think about what TJ Watt said and what you think he could bring to this season in terms of reaching that goal that the Steelers have now, which is to win a playoff game. We'll do that next. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This is the Fan Early Morning Show. You're listening to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
A little bit of trouble to kick off the Thursday morning rush. This report brought to you by Shenderovich and Fishman. Earlier accident being cleared on the north side, the intersection of Brighton Road and Wadlow Street. Also, watch for that lane restriction in place on the outbound Parkway East. That's between the Squirrel Hill Homestead and Edgewood Swissvale interchanges. In addition, the ramp from inbound Route 28 to the Veterans Bridge is closed as part of that project. You'll be detoured off at the East Ohio Street off-ramp if you wish to access the Veterans Bridge. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm attorney Ed Shenderovich. Have you been injured at work? You may have more than one claim. To find out if you do, call us at 888-98-TWINS for a free consultation. At Shenderovich and Fishman, we've got your back, not your wallet.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
DQ presents How to Make Your Summer Take Flight. Just head into DQ for a new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat. Treat your inner hero to an epic mix of sugar cookie dough, sprinkles, and cake batter flavor. Blend it all with legendary DQ soft serve, and it's enough to tempt Superman himself. Fly into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat before it's gone. And don't miss Superman, only in theaters July 11th. DQ, happy tastes good. Only at participating locations.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. It's number one Cochran's 60th anniversary, and that means you can celebrate with spectacular offers at number one Cochran Kia. Lease the 25 Sportage LX from just $275 a month with $1,965 due at signing. Or you can lease the 25 Telluride S from only $399 a month, also with $1,965 due at signing. Plus, their Kia selection is stacked with more than 250 new models all available. And remember, their clearly better car buying experience is totally transparent with no hassles to be found. So the question is, what are you waiting for? Get your 60th anniversary savings now at number one Cochran Kia and CochranKia.com. Lease offer includes lease cash and dealer discount. Fee may apply for mileage over 30,000. Zero security deposit on approved credit. Excludes tax and fees. Ends 8/4/25.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Attention! Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-444-9919. 800-444-9919. Again, that's 800-444-9919.
Folds of Honor has been meeting Sacrifice with Hope since 2019 in Western Pennsylvania. It's their honor to empower people through education and the opportunities it creates. 41% of Folds of Honor scholarships are awarded to minorities, making recipient families as diverse as the country we call home. Folds of Honor has earned the Gold Star Platinum Seal as well as a 4 out of 4 stars ranking on Charity Navigator. You can become a Folds of Honor wingman today at westernpa.foldsofhonor.org. Please donate today. Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville is a proud supporter of Folds of Honor.
No one celebrates the red, white, and new like Shorkey Mitsubishi.
That's right, Katie. And our July 4th deals are putting on a spectacular show. Declare independence from paying retail with the industry's most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs.
It all starts with the Outlander, Jim. The crowd favorite. 7-passenger seating, lots of safety and technology features, now with incredible 0% financing for 60 months.
Or the brand new Mirage, already the lowest priced new car on the market, now take up to $2,000 off MSRP.
Shorkey Mitsubishi is all about the stars, stripes, and savings for the people. Your purchase comes with a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and $100 more for your trade.
Giving you the freedom to upgrade today. So stop by and let Shorkey Mitsubishi help make it your deal, your way. What a great day.
Locations in North Huntington and the North Hills or online at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
I just wanted the deal to get done. Obviously, I'm happy it got done before training camp, just to be able to be here, to eliminate any potential distraction, to just worry about football. I'm just excited. I'm really excited to be here, excited to show the fans what we have to offer here this training camp and get the ball rolling.
Yeah. Let's limit the distractions by getting a deal done while he was still under contract. I'm annoyed. 412-928-9370. Get a phone line, talk to me. We're reacting to TJ Watt's comments. There's a lot that he said there that annoyed me. He was very smooth when he talked, which I have respect for. I'm just mad now. He's frustrating me a good bit. I got a call on the line now that wants to talk, so let's go. Good morning. What's your name?
Hey, Kyle. This is Donovan.
Hello.
I was calling to comment on how TJ Watt was saying how now he can focus on football. He should have been focused on football from, since his contract is still there. If his contract wasn't there, I wouldn't be as mad. But he was still under contract, like you were saying. The way he said, he's not worried about the money. He's full of crap on that, you know?
I do.
He's like, oh, it's not about the money. I'll probably realize it later. I'm like, if it wasn't about the money, you would have signed the deal that they offered right away, you know?
Yep. Thanks for the call, Donovan. I'm with you. Yeah, it's just annoying because he's like, he's talking like he's framing everything, and it's great. I mean, he could have been prepared with what he said. I mean, it sounded smooth, but you could hear it like he knew how to answer the questions, and it almost seemed like he knew what was going to come up. Obviously, he's framing it like he wasn't under contract before. I wanted to get this extension done. God, yeah. Like, I was just annoyed because he was already under contract. I mean, here's him talking about putting that post up on Instagram as well. This was his response.
Sometimes it's just fun to have fun with the narratives out there because, I mean, obviously I'm very in tune with what's going on in negotiations and how things are going. It's fun to see what you guys are all writing, thinking that things are one way even though they're completely a different way.
Look, hey, we want to talk about no distractions. Why are you playing with the media then? Why is this fun for people? I can understand why Mike Tomlin does it sometimes. He's the head coach. He has to talk after every game. He has to explain why the team's performing well or not. And sometimes you want to mislead the media because you don't want other teams to get a sense of what you're doing and how you're strategizing. There's no reason for TJ Watt to do that. I mean, that's just that. I'm just frustrated by that. If we're talking about not being having distractions, it would be different if the Steelers were winning in the playoffs consistently. He doesn't have a leg to stand on in terms of trying to distract media or try to mislead media. Then he wants to talk about in the press conference, I want to avoid distraction and get down to football. I mean, it's frustrating for me to hear that. I have respect for him as a player and what he's done. But this is 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station, if you haven't heard. I'm worried about the Steelers' well-being as a whole, not this guy's well-being. And he's worried about getting his extension. He's worried about getting paid, but he was still under contract. I would be on his side tenfold if the Steelers hadn't signed him, if he wasn't under contract. We're talking about an extension here. Oh, I'm just toying with the media. I was just playing around. I like to see how the media reacts to things. That's no good. I'm not a fan of that. You play with the media when you win in the playoffs and when you're a promising Super Bowl contender. Then you can play with the media. Then you can play around. But you're going to create these distractions. You're going to create a play off of a narrative in public for funsies. No. Not a fan of that. Not a fan of that. I lose a little bit of respect there. Win in the playoffs. Help your team win. And then you can start playing around with us. There's a lot of legitimate gripes right now that people who have talk shows have and fans have. There's a lot of legitimate gripes. Let's take one more call. 412-928-9370. Good morning. What's your name?
Hey, Harry.
Hi, you're on the air. What's your name?
Hey, this is Brian.
Hello. Okay, good.
Hey, this whole thing, I agree with you. These contracts mean nothing. This is an organizational problem, and it's like that all across the league. Until these owners start holding these guys accountable and making them play through their contract, you see it everywhere across the league. They do it. If these guys decide to hold out, there's no consequences. They just cater to them.
Exactly, and thank you for the call. Exactly. That's it. That's exactly it. The Steelers, it's a bad look for them because it feels like they had no leverage in this case. And I can't fully blame TJ Watt. I mean, I'll walk it back and I'll say, like, hey, he needs to get paid for himself. He's got to do the business this way for himself. And this is just the way it is. I hate that this is the way it is. My stance on it was that if TJ Watt wants to hold out, fine. Go trade him or let him sign somewhere else. He deserves the money he's getting. There's no doubt he deserves the money that he's getting. No doubt that he deserves the money that he's getting. But the Steelers are not in a position where they need to bow to players. They got to start doing things that help the team as a whole, and this just wasn't it. For a guy to I'm going to try to shape a narrative by posting something on Instagram. The Steelers can't afford these distractions. This has been going on for too long. Having players on the teams that love toying with things outside of football. I lost a good bit of respect for him after hearing that. I'm not a big fan of how that was handled. I mean, there's no need. Again, you want to not show up and just like let the narrative kind of steer itself, that's fine. But to post stuff on social media, not a fan. Not a fan of that. Like, don't add to the distractions. Because now we're not talking about the Steelers. We're talking about how is TJ Watt going to react to anything ever. And now it's about TJ Watt, and it's less about the team as a whole at this point. No good. No good. All right. That's it. I'm Nicholas Harry Callis. This has been the Fan Early Morning Show. Fan Morning Show pre-show with Adam Crowley's next right here on The Fan.
When life deals you your worst moments, that's when we're at our best. I'm Larry Kelly, personal injury attorney for LGKG. I'm a Western Pennsylvania guy that knows our people. That's a big part of our success. At LGKG, our clients become our friends and then our family. LGKG, your home team.
I'm personal injury attorney Joe George from LGKG. Our success model is simple. Care, listen, fight and deliver. As Western Pennsylvania injury attorneys for more than 90 years, LGKG's core beliefs will never change. If you're injured in an accident, let us help. LGKG.com, LGKG, your home team.
Sun's out, bags packed, and nothing but the open road ahead. The 2025 Traverse and Tahoe are built for summers that don't sit still at Riverview Chevrolet in North Huntington. Lease this 2025 Chevy Traverse for $459 a month for 24 months, or lease this Chevy Tahoe for $849 a month for 36 months. Choose yours from any of our 3 locations. Visit RiverviewChevyGMC.com. Chevrolet, together let's drive. For Traverse, $56.99 due at signing. For Tahoe, $10,459 due at signing. Take new retail delivery by 8/4/25. See dealer for complete details.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Lowe's knows big savings make a big difference, especially when you're shopping for appliances. Hurry in to get up to 30% off select major appliances. Plus, My Lowe's Rewards members get free delivery, free haul away, free installation and parts on purchases of $2,500 or more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/30. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Price, delivery time, and vehicle availability may vary based on order size and location. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com/delivery for more details.
If Old Spice Deep Sea Super Hydration Body Wash were music, what would it sound like? Start with the deep sounds of Old Spice's ocean waves and kelp. Layer on the smooth, renewing moisture. You wouldn't hear any parabens or phthalates because Old Spice Deep Sea hasn't got any. But you would hear that vitamin B3 for healthier looking skin. So while your regular body wash sounds like this, Old Spice sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Parkway East is fairly steady but a little heavy between Edgewood Swissvale and the Squirrel Hill tunnels on the inbound side. Outbound, the right lane closure in effect between the Squirrel Hill Homestead and Edgewood Swissvale interchanges. Just as you exit the tunnels off to the side, you do have a disabled truck with flashers on. Prepare for some slowdowns there. Parkway West, that is looking good into the Fort Pitt tunnels, while Route 28, don't forget that ramp to the Veterans Bridge is closed. You'll have to take the ramp to East Ohio Street to follow the detour. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Are you passionate about youth hockey but facing financial barriers? The Assisted Goals Foundation helps to provide funds for those who need it. We believe that every player deserves a shot at their dreams, regardless of financial circumstances. Scholarship applications are now open through the Assisted Goals Foundation. Don't let costs keep your child from hitting the ice. Visit our website, assistedgoals.org, to learn more and apply today. Together, we can break down the barriers and keep the love of hockey alive. Not in need, but love the sport and want to pay it forward? You can also donate online at assistedgoals.org today.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Show pre-show brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation today at Awaken180weightloss.com. It's Crowley. No Dickerson. He'll be back with us on Monday. He's used to being at 3-a-days this time of the year, so he likes to take a vacation to treat his body kindly. Nicholas Harry Callis is behind the glass. The Steelers reported to camp yesterday. Their first practice is today. A bunch of dudes spoke yesterday. And we are going to play a game for basically 4 hours today. BS or not BS. A lot of things were said. What are we buying? What are we selling? What's a load of crap? What's legit? Pat Bostic going to join us starting at 7 o'clock. We got a humdinger of a show. Harry loves when I use words like that. How we doing, Mr. Callis? Good morning to you.
I'm okay. I refuse to say that I'm feeling spectacular anymore. I feel like it's a giant jinx. Because the last time I did that, I had a terrible start to the show.
You did, and you've owned it. We all make mistakes. We all have good moments. We all have bad moments. We're all human.
That's right.
Yesterday or the day before, now I forget, we were talking about all the jinxes that I'm responsible for. I think O'Neal Cruz is one. I said he had arrived. Now he's got a 735 OPS. A little bit better of late.
I like that. Can I tell you this actually now that because this is the pre-show?
Sure.
I love that OPS is your bar.
Well, OPS plus I think is the most important statistic as a catch-all. But yeah, OPS is important.
Yeah, because you just use that as your baseline. You know, you always just go, you know what, this guy's OPS. Here's how I feel about him. Look at his OPS. I was like, okay.
What's more important?
I think, you need to assess everything and just see who,
Sure.
how the strengths and weaknesses
Sure,
of each individual player contribute to the team. Now, the Pirates
It's a piece.
They have 42 wins, so it's not like.
They suck.
Yeah.
I think the three numbers you're looking at for an offensive player, like if you're trying to value a player's offensive value, you look at OPS, OPS plus, and wins above replacement. If you want to be quick about things. Like, I don't care if a guy's hitting 296 if he's got zero power and he's not a good shortstop IKF. I don't care about batting average. It's a part of it. It's a piece of the pie. On base percentage, important. Slugging percentage, important. They got a stat that encapsulates the whole thing. It's called OPS. And OPS plus, I think, is wonderful, Harry, because it literally measures you against players at your position and determines whether you're average or above average or below average. 100 is the baseline. If you're above 100, you're above average. If you're below 100, you're below average. Bang. Sometimes I think stats are good. I think in football it's wonky and silly because a lot of the analytics that people will go off of, it's not just you plug it into a computer. It's a bunch of different scouts looking at players subjectively, but they're going to tell you it's objectively, and they pop out numbers like pass rush win rate, which is tough for me to say at 5:46 in the morning. Whoa, how close is he getting to the quarterback? How often? Well, you've got 60 people at Pro Football Focus looking at the same plays and coming up with different results, and then bang, you pop the thing out. I don't know. It seems stupid to me.
Well,
why are we talking about this? I've got sucked in. You've sucked me in.
Yeah. Well, never mind. Keep going. What do you want to talk about? What's on your mind?
Well, yesterday was Odyssey Skip Day, where all of us were invited to the Pirates game, and those of us who work beyond 10 a.m. every day could skip work and go watch the Pirates sweep the Tigers. And I'm wondering if your senior year of high school, if you did senior skip day.
Yeah, I think I did. Yeah. It was a long time ago, though. I don't really remember what I was doing that day. That was 8 years ago for me.
Yeah,
that was probably 20 years ago for you. How about that?
Not 20. No, but how about this? This is the time of year I always throw on old games just in my downtime, just from YouTube, just on in the background if I'm doing stuff for the show or if I'm trying to take a nap. Yesterday I watched the 2005 season, but it would have been in 2006 AFC Championship game, the Steelers and Broncos. And brother, we're coming up on 20 years. We are on. This is the 20th year anniversary season of the Steelers' 2005 Super Bowl. Yeah. 20 freaking years ago, dude. Yep. I remember where I was pretty much for every playoff game. I remember where I was for the Super Bowl. I remember pretty much everything about high school, too. Like, high school feels like it was yesterday. College feels like it was yesterday. And we did do the senior skip thing.
Well, those were your golden years. That's why.
They weren't. I'd say right now I'm in my golden age, but I loved high school. I loved college. A lot of people didn't like high school. I loved high school. I had a great time in high school. Like, I don't think my wife liked high school. I know my sister didn't like high school. I loved high school. Did you like high school?
No.
Bullied?
A little bit of that. People just weren't nice. He's forced to get along with a group of people that,
That much I'll absolutely agree with.
I mean, it just, everybody, like in adulthood, you learn. You're like, hey, if you don't like people, you don't have to have them around you.
That's right.
That's just how that works. And so in high school, but they're just like, hey, deal with these people every day. And then add on the factors of waking up earlier than teenagers should and being restricted to a prison-like schedule every day, being told what you're going to do and how you're going to do it.
Do you remember waking up in like February of, I don't know, sophomore year of high school, and you just go, oh my God, it's the same thing over and over again.
When I remember this thought, when I was like,
just brutal.
When I was 3 or 4, I remember like going to preschool for the first time, and I remember telling my mom,
you remember, but not 8 years ago in high school. Anyhow, go ahead.
I just remember the thought. I told my mom, I'm like, this will be fun to do for a little bit. This is a nice activity. And she's like, honey,
this is your entire life.
Yeah, this is just the beginning. Oh my God, of like a long process. Yeah.
My daughter is 5. She's going to kindergarten in August. Oh, my God. She loves school. She loved preschool. She's going to love kindergarten. She's super smart for her age. I think she's going to thrive in school, but I think of it through her perspective, and then I apply my own sensibilities, and the whole schooling process, it just feels like forever. I got done with first grade. That's great. What do I get? You get second grade. Oh, jeez. And you know what? It's the same thing. It's just harder. That's all it is.
I think there's
over and over again.
I think there's a point of pride for younger people. I mean, there was for me, like that you feel accomplished going through elementary school, and you look forward to learning things. Like I had an older sister too, so like things that my sister would learn, I'm like, oh wow, now I'm going to learn how to spell words, and I'm going to learn how to do certain math problems.
Not only are you going to like phonics, no, you're going to get hooked on it.
Which it is. I mean, it's fun, but then you reach a certain point, like when the middle school formula of switching classrooms and having heavier books, and then you start learning some of the same things that you already did in like elementary school and early middle school, and then you get to high school and you're learning more of the same things, and you still don't get to choose what you're doing. I felt a little bit restricted.
That's what makes college great. The booze and the partying and the being surrounded by friends 24/7.
I didn't do a lot of that.
Well, you should have. You can only do it one time.
Smoking weed in the van.
That's right.
In your driveway.
Friend's driveway. The great thing about college was, hey, electives.
Yeah.
What do you want to learn about? Really? You're going to let me pick? That's great. High school, look, there's a lot of value that you can get in your education in your high school. I'm not saying that that's not the case. But what they really should teach you, in addition to the other stuff, is financial literacy, man.
Yeah.
They had to pay your bills.
I always thought that was strategic, though, by the government. They're like, they don't have to learn. If they figure it out, great. But, they're not gonna...
No, we want everybody in crippling debt.
Yeah. I mean, that's the way I always looked at it. I mean, it makes sense. We should learn more about that real-life stuff, but,
Texter writes in, we had senior skip day and would go to our rival school and prank them, like TP them and all that, then go down to our baseball field and play baseball or softball. That's wonderful.
Seton LaSalle used to do that with Keystone Oaks because private school, right?
See, I thought Seton LaSalle would go after like Central Catholic or something.
No, they're right across the street from KO.
Yeah.
They're on top of a hill and we're in the valley.
They're just looking down upon you.
Exactly.
You
so
peasants.
it's already got that kind of vibe. And on top of that, I mean, they're not publicly funded, right? They're private school, private Christian institution, and so they would get out first. They'd get out like 10 days ahead of us. And so they'd be driving their cars around every year. I remember just sitting in class. We got to have the windows open because it's hot.
You didn't have AC?
You just hear beep, beep, bleep you, beep, beep, ha-ha!
Oh, those nice Catholic kids. I could say these things. I grew up in a Catholic household and went to Catholic elementary school. I almost went to Seton LaSalle, actually. Then I didn't. I went to Lebo. The rest is history. Yeah, I have found that in adulthood, I think back on high school and the people that were jerk-offs, I don't care about it anymore because kids were kids. There's like 2 people, though, that I'll never forgive for how big a jerkwads they were. I'm not going to mention them on the air. That wouldn't be fair. Perhaps they've grown up to become nice human beings. But those are the formative years. And I do feel like by high school, yeah, you're going to change. You're going to mature. But by high school, you should probably not be that big of an ass.
Yeah.
And there might be stuff going on at home.
No, I mean,
there might be.
I still understand it. I mean, you never know. I mean, I didn't know I'll tell you what, though. There was one kid. So we were in band. And he just didn't like me. But he was in charge of stuff because he was the first chair of the band. And I remember asking him one day, we had gone through plenty of the year. And I'm like, we used to be cool and now we're not. Like, what happened? Like, why do you hate me? And he said, you know what? I can't remember.
Wow.
I just am. And then he kept doing the mean stuff. So I'm like, I mean, I did not like him because I'm like, what do we, at least.
No, why would you?
Usually people, if I would eventually have a conversation with them, like they'd reveal. And I'd be like, maybe I could do better. You know, like, okay, that's justified. I'm sure I pissed you off in a way that's reasonable.
Yeah, you know what? That one's on me. That kind of thing. Sure.
But no, this guy. So, yeah, not a big fan. There have been plenty of people, too, that just, like, did not care for me in high school and college a little bit, too, that will just reach out to me now and be like, oh, yeah, I know you. I remember you. And I'm like, hey, get away.
Yeah, you're on the radio now. You're cool. I'll talk to you. Nah, screw off. I stopped caring what people think in 8th grade. I've told that story before. I was in chess club, and I liked chess club, and people made fun of me for being in chess club, and I was like, hey, if you don't like me, for me, I don't like you, and I'm not going to try to fit in with you. And I wound up having a great time in high school. Theater friends, newspaper friends, rowing friends. You didn't need anybody else. You didn't need to fit into this clique or that clique. You kind of do your own thing. And I don't know why or what happened in my brain chemistry, but I stopped caring, and then life became a lot more fun. Because it was hard for me when I went from Catholic school to public school initially in the middle of 6th grade. But in 6th grade, my good buddy Lewis was getting made fun of by these two dudes who were just unrelenting jerks. And I was sticking up for Lewis. You know, me and all my muscle. And they said, all right, you think you're so tough, Crowley? Why don't you meet me? You bring Lewis, I'll bring what's-his-face. I'm not going to use their names. We'll meet you at the basketball courts after school, and we'll settle this. Okay, fine. So I told on them, and when they showed up, we weren't there, but the couple of teachers were there. And they got detention. That's right. I tattletaled. And it was hilarious.
Yeah, unlike you, I actually showed up to a couple fights.
I showed up to a fight.
How'd you do?
Wound up with a black eye.
That'll happen.
Yeah.
I didn't. My fights were silly, though. They were 6th grade.
They're all silly.
Because at Keystone Oaks, you have all the three surrounding boroughs merge. You know, so you're meeting new people. And these bigger kids were like, hey, you're a big kid, and you're annoying, so we're going to get you. And I'm like, okay, have fun with that. Like, I mean, my friend used to tell me, he was in 8th grade at the time when I was in 6th grade. He used to tell me when I would walk through the halls, like, he could find me because I was just, like, taller than everybody.
Yeah.
Like, there were only, like, 3 other students in my grade in 6th grade that were taller than me. So, yeah, it wasn't very good for the other people who were trying to act tough.
Yeah, I was the opposite. If people wanted to shove me into a locker, they could have. I was like 5'2" until senior year of high school, and then all of a sudden I was 5'9". But I didn't hit puberty until way late. And I was a late
bloomer
freshman. Well, clearly a late bloomer. But I was older than a lot of people freshman year. My parents had sent me to kindergarten late, and even still I was small. I wouldn't have hit damn puberty until the summer before college if they had gone the other way.
So that's interesting then, because there's somebody who was, because I played sports, I played not rowing sports, you know, so that's interesting that
the rowing's in the Olympics, Harry. All right, don't talk down on rowing.
Yeah, is rowing as profitable as like football? Or I mean,
how much money have you made in your football career?
I could have made NIL money at Waynesburg had I.
What?
Dude, I knew a guy that at Waynesburg got fined for, he was pictured with a Gatorade bottle, and the NCAA took that as a subtle endorsement.
I know, dude.
They fined him.
It wasn't that long ago where you would provide a meal, shoot, a Slim Jim after practice for, let's say, a Pitt player, and you could wind up having your bowl wins revoked. Now, it's a wild, wild west. Pat Bostic, speaking of Pitt, he's going to be with us today starting at 7 a.m. He might have to leave before the 9 o'clock hour. He might not. We'll find out. Well, it'll be a big surprise for all of us. We're going to play a little bit of a game today. There's so much Steelers audio to comb over from yesterday. We're not going to play anything in full form. We've picked out what we think are the best clips. And the game we're going to play is BS or not BS. What are we buying? What are we selling? What passes the sniff test? What doesn't? So we'll do that all show long. Pat Bostic going to be a big part of that. But I think the biggest story from yesterday isn't a Steelers story. We're not going to spend too much time on it, but we are going to lead with it in 30 seconds, bang.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Third, McKinstry has it, throws on to first, and dropped by the first baseman Torkelson. Cruz will go to third. Hayes safe at first, and now Cruz breaks for the plate, and he scores! Wow! O'Neill Cruz, head first dive into home plate to give the Pirates a 3-0 lead.
It is day one of Steelers training camp practice today. And we are going to spend 98% of the show on the Steelers. We're leading off with O'Neill Cruz and the trade speculation. The trade deadline 7 days away. 1 week from today. Will Mitch Keller remain a Pirate? Noah Hiles says probably not. Jason Mackey says probably. Who will be right? I don't know. But whomever is right will get to come to Archie's with me next year for March Madness. O'Neill Cruz, is he on the block? Well, the Pirates aren't shopping him, but Noah Hiles reports, sources told the Post-Gazette, the Pirates have received many calls on Cruz, who boasts 3 years remaining club control after 2025 and is arbitration eligible starting next season. It's worth noting the Pirates are not actively shopping Cruz, but are listening to what other teams are willing to offer. That last sentence there is the notable one. They are listening to what other teams are willing to offer. Let's put this in perspective. If the general manager of the New York Yankees called up Ben Cherington yesterday and said, hey, Ben, what will it take to get Paul Skeens? Ben Cherington's going to hang up the phone because Ben Cherington knows, even Ben Cherington knows, that Paul Skeens is untouchable. That they're not hanging up the phone when teams are calling about O'Neill Cruz means that they might be unlikely to move him, but he is not untouchable. And so the question is a simple one here, Buccos fans, at 412-928-9370. Pretend for a second you trust the general manager. Pretend for a second you believed in the course set forth by said general manager. Would you trade O'Neill Cruz? 412-928-9370. Because I think it's less than 10% of Pirates fans, and the number might even be smaller than that actually believe in Ben Cherington. And so, like me, you probably think, don't let him trade anybody who's important. Don't let him trade anybody whose contract is not expiring. Don't let him trade anybody who's not IKF or Caleb Ferguson, just to name a few. Andrew Heaney would be another one. But pretend for a second like you do trust Ben Cherington. Let's view this in a vacuum. Is O'Neill Cruz a player that you would feel comfortable parting with? 412-928-9370. My answer is hell freaking no. O'Neill Cruz has not lived up to his considerable hype. I'm not going to pretend, though, that O'Neill Cruz is a bad player. He is not. He is a good baseball player. He has positive hitting statistics. I think he's gotten better in center field, and I do think since Don Kelly sat him down, he's been generally busting his ass out there. You heard the clip right there at the top of the show. It's a heads-up, aggressive, hustle baseball play from O'Neill Cruz. He also leads Major League Baseball in steals. All of this for a team that is the worst hitting team in Major League Baseball. They shouldn't be parting from good offensive players. They should be acquiring good offensive players. And whatever team would trade for O'Neill Cruz to help bolster their lineup, they'd be a team that's probably in contention that feels like they're not hitting the ball well enough. So they're unlikely, I would think, to part from major league players that would turn the Pirates around or help turn the Pirates around. You need to trade, if you trusted the GM, for hitting. You don't need to subtract hitting. Trading O'Neill Cruz, I have a hard time figuring that you would improve your lineup this year and next year. And next year is really all that matters. Next year is year 3 of Paul Skeens. There's a looming lockout in 2027. If you are going to make good on the Skeens era, you need to get better. You need to get better fast. Next year is one of the most important in really all of Pirates history. I don't think that's hyperbole. You don't have Skeens for very much longer. Noah Hiles has said 2026 could be the last full season of Paul Skeens in a Pirates uniform because 2027 could be a shortened year, and then he could be traded in 2028. That's when big-time players often get traded from small market teams when they've got a year plus of control left. Next year, wildly important. I cannot trade O'Neill Cruz if I think I can contend next year. And at every turn, Ben Cherington has said that he thinks they can contend next year, or that that's the goal. Bob Nutting, when they announced that they had the Sheets logo on the uniform, said that last year they thought that the playoffs was 100% the goal. So yeah, next year's really important, and I don't think trading O'Neill Cruz makes your lineup better for next year. There's this too, folks. Let's just call it what it is. They either can't spend money for a 40 home run guy or won't spend money for a 40 home run guy. O'Neill Cruz, well, again, he has not lived up to his expectation. He does have 40 home run talent. Why would you move off from that when you can't acquire it elsewhere? Now, maybe Connor Griffin comes up eventually and can become that kind of guy. That's one. One good hitter ain't going to transform this Pirates lineup. If the Pirates are going to be good next year, and I realize it's probably tough to even form an argument that they can be good, but you need to try. If the Pirates are going to be good next year, they need to acquire like 3 or 4 bats from the deadline until the start of next season. They don't need to subtract bats. But in addition to adding, they also need O'Neill Cruz to start living up to his potential. They need Brian Reynolds to play a hell of a lot better. They don't need to move those guys. They need to whip them into shape. They need O'Neill Cruz to be the best version of himself. And my God, they need Brian Reynolds to be a reasonable facsimile of what he had been to get the contract that makes him the highest paid bucko in team history. If I trusted the GM, I would be fine moving off of a Mitch Keller. I would be fine with trading pitching prospects to bring back bats. I would never be okay at this point with trading O'Neill Cruz because what he could grow into, they're not going to be able to acquire via dollars. So I'd hold on to him. 412-928-9370. What say you? If you trusted the GM, just viewing O'Neill Cruz in that situation in a vacuum, would you be looking to deal him at this deadline? 412-928-9370. Harry, I'm interested in your thoughts on this. Because I know you don't trust Cherington. I don't know how anybody would trust Cherington. And actually, I feel like you've dogged Cherington before it was cool to dog Cherington because of some of the things he did as a Red Sox GM. So let's put all that to the side and just say in a vacuum, if you were the GM and you trusted yourself to get the best possible deals, would you consider trading O'Neill Cruz?
I think I actually did consider trading him on an early morning show before, and I said, why wouldn't you do that now? But then I found out why you wouldn't do that now, because you don't really have any other offense to build around.
Right.
And what's the return on Cruz going to be at this point? I mean,
I think it's going to be prospects, right? Because
yeah,
team that needs hitting help is going to trade hitting help, productive players from their lineup to acquire an O'Neal Cruz. I wouldn't think.
No, and I mean, I also proposed to trade him when he was hot, and he has since cooled down. He's still a threat, but he's not as big of a threat. And so, yeah, I would say no, I wouldn't. Not only because I don't trust Cherington, but because you're not going to get anything back that's going to be able to replace his production. You need to bring in more offense, but you can't trade away your offense to get offense,
right,
especially when you have what seems like such a surplus of pitching prospects.
That's exactly how I feel, and I wonder how you out there feel. 412-928-9370. We'll get into the Steelers coming up at the bottom of the hour, but the Pirates have, 3 players that sell tickets right now? Like, I think Jared Jones, were he healthy, would fit into that category, maybe 4 if you consider Mitch Keller. But Paul Skeens is going to bring people to the ballpark. The entertainment value of O'Neal Cruz is going to sell some jerseys. And then Andrew McCutcheon, because he's a Pirates legend, is going to get people to the ballpark and he's going to sell jerseys. You're going to trade one of those guys who's a hitter when you can't hit? It doesn't make any sense to me. I would actually, if I had to do one or the other, trade Cruz or pay Cruz, I'd try to pay him right now when he isn't playing as well as we all think that he can. I would be more inclined to do that than trade him. How about you? 412-928-9370. And then there's this. Does his name Jose Bautista do anything for you? Jose Bautista showed some pop as a bucko. Like, you could see some potential in Jose Bautista. Then he goes to Canada, probably all hopped up on maple syrup, and my man's hitting 50 homers in a season, and he had one of the most prodigious bat flips in the history of Major League Baseball. He went from being a decent little player with the Buccos to being, whoa, a dude in Toronto. O'Neal Cruz, I think, could flourish elsewhere. He probably wants to go someplace else where he can flourish, where he can get a little lineup protection. I don't care what he thinks. I'm worried about my baseball team. And the idea of a team not being able to hit the baseball and trading somebody that I think has 40 home run, 60 steal potential, that doesn't do it for me. Like, imagine O'Neal Cruz being ahead of or behind Aaron Judge in the New York Yankees lineup, what he would turn into with that short porch in right field. My God. And so you would have to live with yourself as a Pirates fan knowing that, oh, man, my team ain't that good. And then you have to see O'Neal Cruz blossom into a star? No, thank you. Not doing it. Would you? 412-928-9370. We'll take calls all morning long, and we'll start with Vinny in Springdale before we head to break. Hi, Vinny.
Good morning, Crowley. How you doing today?
Oh, I'm having a great day, pal.
Hey, I'm sorry, but I'm going to go against you on this.
That's okay.
I want Cruz out of here ASAP. Take his league-leading strikeouts. Take his bonanza plays in center field. Give him his stolen bases. I just don't want that type of a player here to rebuild. We got to build here with baseball players that want to be here.
Vinny, what do you think you'd be able to get for him?
I don't care. I don't care. I mean, just, you're probably going to get a double-A player, couple double-A players, maybe a triple-A player. You ain't going to get anything. We gotta develop them. Hope we can develop them.
And I don't have a lot of faith in their ability to develop them either, Vinny. I appreciate the call, but the Pirates need to be good next year. Unrealistic as that may be, unrealistic as that may sound, they need to be better next year. Trading O'Neal Cruz gets you further away from that than it does closer to that. Texter writes in, how could any sane person believe the Pirates will compete next year? I'm with you, Texter. I think you need to have a perfect offseason, and at the beginning of that offseason, you need to hire a new GM, and he needs to be the perfect hire. It is unlikely that a team that is 20 games under 500 right now will be able to go from worst to a playoff spot in one offseason when they don't spend a lot of money. Believe me. But the goal needs to be to win next year. And I don't think trading O'Neal Cruz gets you closer to that. Phone lines are popping. We'll talk the ins about Noah Heil's report in the Post-Gazette that says the Pirates are taking calls on O'Neal Cruz. 412-928-9370. Would you do it? The Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. The Steelers didn't practice yet. And yet something bad already happened. We'll get to that at the bottom of the hour. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates beat the Detroit Tigers yesterday, which means the Pirates have swept that 3-game series. So they got swept by the White Sox in the first 3 of the homestand, swept the Tigers in the second 3-game series of the homestand. Now there's one more 3-game series this homestand, and it'll be against the Arizona Diamondbacks coming up this weekend. Pirates are off today. They start that series tomorrow. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
This CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by AutoZone. Get the zone, AutoZone. Thank goodness for the Green Bay Packers public ownership. It gives us a window into the otherwise private and secretive world of NFL finances. The Packers reported a whopping $432.6 million in revenue sharing. That means the NFL collectively divvied up a record $13.8 billion in revenue in the last fiscal year. So how much do you really think the Green Bay Packers are worth if somebody could buy them? I'm Boomer Esiason. Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone, now through July 28th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Pro Savings Days are back at Lowe's. Right now, get a 4-piece GE kitchen suite for under $2,000. Plus, get a free DeWalt 20-volt Max XR 8-amp-hour battery when you buy a select DeWalt tool. Save big with deals that work as hard as you do. Shop Pro Savings Days in-store or online today. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 8/1. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Discount taken at time of purchase. See sales associate for details.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Weather Seal Home Services. Big news. Weather Seal is introducing their affordable roofing replacement program. This month, upgrade your old worn-out roof to the unlimited roof with gutters included. Plus, get the project started with 24 months of no payments or interest. That's 2 years of no payments or interest. Wow. This affordable roofing replacement offer will save you thousands and get you the roof your home deserves. Weather Seal, a 4.8 rating on Google and an A+ accredited rating with the BBB. Call 855-351-SEAL or go to weathersealhomeservices.com.
Ready for a new ride? South Hills Kia has the ride and the price you'll love. Brand new 2025 Kia Sorento S all-wheel drive as low as $329 for 24 months with $3,999 due at signing, or 1.9% for 60 months. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $229 for 24 months with $3,499 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires August 4, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Fuel your summer road trips with made-to-order deliciousness from GetGo, like this smokestack pulled pork sub or the Roadhog rib sandwich. Barbecue season is here at GetGo Cafe and Market. Better believe it.
Kevin Moret here for Mentality. Listen up, gentlemen. You're fighting an unfair battle. Studies show testosterone levels in men have plummeted by 25% in just 2 decades. That's why you're struggling with energy, muscle, and drive. But here's a game changer. Mentality's FDA-approved treatments boost testosterone by 30% on average. Imagine reclaiming the vitality your grandfathers had. Picture turning heads, dominating your career, and feeling unstoppable again. Don't settle for today's normal. Seize the day at mentalityhealth.com/radio. That's mentalityhealth.com/radio.
The legacy continues with a special rock celebration live. A trip to their massive hits and fan favorites. 3 decades. Over 22 million albums sold. One night only. Friday, July 25th. The Event Center at Rivers Casino. Live. Tickets on sale now at riverscasino.com. Don't miss Live.
Paul's new drone startup just lost its most genius computer scientist.
We just lost our best genius to some new genius who's got a genius new idea. I'm going to have to find a new genius, or 2 half geniuses, and fast.
He needs a computer scientist that can keep his startup from falling down.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Mostly sunny today, the high 92.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins.
Join the millions of people who are celebrating going hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins. Footwear you just step into and they're on. That's right, you don't have to bend down and you don't have to touch them, which is why people can't stop talking.
After trying Skechers Slip-ins, I want all my shoes to have this technology.
So how do hands-free Skechers Slip-ins work? It's like they have an invisible built-in shoehorn so your foot slides into place. Then our heel pillow keeps your foot comfy and secure. And slip-ins are for the whole family, men, women, and kids, in all your favorite Skechers styles.
It's crazy how something as simple as a pair of shoes have made my life better.
I went hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins, and I'm never going back.
See what everybody can't stop talking about. Go hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Parkway West inbound heavy approaching the runaway truck sand pile to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Parkway East inbound delays at Edgewood Swissvale. Outbound starting to slow as you head into the lane restrictions past the Squirrel Hill Homestead interchange. That remains through the tunnels out to Edgewood Swissvale. Also, don't forget the ramp from Beechwood Boulevard. The outbound Parkway East is closed. Both should reopen at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Route 28 on the inbound side looking pretty good, but don't forget you do have that closure of the ramp to the Veterans Bridge. Take the ramp to East Ohio Street as a detour. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by the 2025 Washington Wild Things.
Join the Wild Things Friday, July 25th through Sunday the 27th for fireworks presented by North Franklin Township, baseball fights cancer with a photo frame giveaway sponsored by St. Clair Health, and Disney Night presented by the PA Treasury with Bluey and Bingo on a Pathways Kids Eat Free Sunday.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Obviously, it's going around. It comes around every July. You definitely hear the noise, but yeah, you just gotta move past it, and there's nothing I can do about it. So it's not like I can tell them where I want to be traded or want to be, or if I do get traded, I can't say where I'm going or anything. So there's no point in worrying about it. I recognize that it's there. I mean, it happens to everybody. I mean, we kind of jokes about it a little bit, but yeah, I don't think there's anything to like stress over, because like I said, there's nothing we can do about it.
In 11 minutes, we're going to get into some bad news that came out of Steelers report day yesterday. Right now, we're talking about the deadline and what the Pirates are going to do. That was Mitch Keller. He obviously is hearing the trade speculation. Noah Hiles reported yesterday that the Pirates are taking calls on O'Neal Cruz. Now, he was clear in his story to write that the Pirates are not actively shopping Cruz, but they are listening to other offers. He could go before the deadline. If you were in charge of the Buccos, so let's take Ben Cherington out of it, Would you trade O'Neal Cruz? 412-928-9370. We'll take some calls on the fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years, in just a couple of moments. But before we take those calls, I mentioned this 2 days ago. It bears repeating. If Mitch Keller is traded, or if O'Neal Cruz is traded, you can set in stone that Ben Cherington will be back next year. If you're Bob Nutting, if you're Travis Williams, and I'm not sure Travis Williams is above Cherington in the totem pole, but if you're in the Pirates front office and you're going to allow Ben Cherington to move on from the highest paid pitcher in Pirates history and or the most talented hitter on this team, then that tells you right there you are going to have Cherington come back as GM next year. I think that is clear as day. But if you were in Cherington's shoes, if you were the Pirates GM, would you trade Cruz? 412-928-9370. I would not. He has 40 home run potential. They can't friggin' hit. You're not going to go out and pay for 40 homers on the open market. And even if he never lives up to his potential, 30-50 guy, 30 homers, 50 steals, I don't want to subtract that. I want to add more of that. John in Westmoreland County wants to chime in. Hi, John.
Hey, how's it going, bud? Love the show, man.
Hey, thanks a lot, John.
Okay, I'm with you on this. That would make no sense at all. You're trading a guy who's still young. He still only has 2 full seasons in his repertoire. It's going to take a seasoned hitter takes a while. And once he gets going, well, you know the ball is going to be going. I mean, so that's just crazy. You're right. Why trade good offense, which potentially great offense, for double-A, maybe triple-A players in a pack of bubble gum? Even Cap do that. That's dumb.
Even if you got great prospects in return, John, and thank you so much for the call and the kind words, I can't justify that to a fan base that, unrealistic as it is hoping the Bucks can win next year. Hey, we traded our most talented hitter, one of the most talented hitters that we've had in the last 20 years, for a couple of guys that ain't playing Major League Baseball yet? Yeah, no thank you. 412-928-9370. I don't know that I subscribe to this, but Jason Mackey made a really good point last week after the home run derby about Cruz. Cal Raleigh leads the world in homers right now. That dude is unbelievable. He's roughly the same age as O'Neal Cruz, and his first 2 full seasons in the majors, he was pretty good but not great. Now he's great. O'Neal Cruz. He has played the equivalent of 2 full seasons in the majors. He's good. He's not great. He could still become great. Now, you'd have to believe in the Pirates' development, and I don't, but I'm still not trading him. Because there's a chance that he could blossom into one of the game's great stars, and I'm not giving that up right now. And you're also not selling at the highest point of O'Neal Cruz's value. Like, if O'Neal were hitting 30 homers this year already, and you did want to trade him, you'd be able to get a lot more for him than what you'd be able to get for him right now. You also wouldn't want to trade him. You wouldn't even be entertaining trading him because he would clearly be part of the solution and not the problem. Rob in West Mifflin next up. Hi, Rob.
How you doing, man?
I'm great, buddy.
At this point, I don't think they know what they want to do, what direction they want to go in, man.
Well, that much I agree with for sure.
Yeah, like, how do you think you're going to get better if you always bring up trading your best players? Like, you're never going to, like you just said, you're never going to be able to pay for a guy to come in here and hit 40 homers and 50 steals. You're never going to get a guy like Mitch Keller who's going to give you quality start after quality start after quality start. So how can he sell to the fan base that we're trying to win when you're trying to trade your best players, man?
And you know what, Rob? It is even so much worse than that, the situation that they're in I'm talking about, because I think reasonable people understand that if they want to be reasonably good next year, that it kind of starts with this year's deadline. Meanwhile, walk down the street, walk down Federal Street before a Pirates game, ask any Pirates fan, do you trust Ben Cherington to get them from where they are to where they want to go in one offseason. They're all going to tell you no, yet he's the guy who's still making these deals. He's the guy who's steering the ship. It's an awful spot. And it depresses me. So let's stop talking about the Pirates for now. Perhaps we will revisit this hypothetical later on in the show. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. You can also text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Coming up next, the Steelers haven't had their first camp practice yet, but an important player starts the year on the non-football injury list. Who is it? And why is this potentially not just a big deal, but a huge deal? I'll tell you when we come back, but first it's a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates swept the Detroit Tigers after winning yesterday. They swept that 3-game series. Pirates are off today. They're going to start a 3-game series over the weekend with the Arizona Diamondbacks tomorrow. First game of that series, like I said, tomorrow. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. Looking for a full-size SUV that does it all? Then come meet the 2025 Hyundai Palisade at Bowser Hyundai today. Right now at Bowser Hyundai, get 0% APR for 60 months plus, no payments for 90 days on the 2025 Santa Fe or Palisade. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's Best Warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies. 36 months, 10,000 miles per year. $29.99 total due at signing. With credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends July 31st.
Well, that's the power of Bowser.
Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Get a better pharmacy experience right inside your Sam's Club. Friendly, knowledgeable pharmacists are here to help, and most prescriptions are ready in under 20 minutes. Can't make it in? Choose same-day prescription delivery. All the value you expect from Sam's Club is at the pharmacy too. And Plus members save even more with over 600 generic prescriptions for $10 or less. Pick up your prescriptions and all your club favorites in one easy trip when you join Sam's Club today. Terms and conditions apply. See samsclub.com/pharmacy or your local Sam's Club pharmacy for details.
As you head out to training camp in Latrobe, look for your cold Miller Lite displays at the following distributors: Barkley Beer, Route 982, Bradenville, and Beverage Warehouse, Wilson Avenue in Greensburg.
What's up, Black and Gold fans? It's time to renew your backyard with Slide Deck and Fence. Did you get a quote this summer that was just too high? Give us a call. We're the pros on defense, intercepting all the high prices. We have specials on big decks and small decks. At Slide Deck and Fence, we take the hassle out of it by keeping it simple, affordable, and reliable. Call 412-515-6575 or visit our website, slide.company.com, SHLY.company.com.
So hard to do anything nowadays, especially find a home improvement company that is credible, reliable, and takes pride in their work. One of the best decisions I've made is finding Precision Pointing to restore my all-brick home. This ad, it doesn't do their craftsmanship and professionalism justice, so all I can do is tell you to call Precision Pointing if you have a masonry restoration project and see for yourself. They're scaled to handle all projects from residential to commercial, and no down payment. A huge plus. Visit brickpointingpittsburgh.net and thank me later. Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
Chestnut Ridge Golf Resort in Blairsville has 2 18-hole golf courses, driving range, and a full pro shop with a variety of golf equipment and apparel. Chestnut Ridge also offers stay-and-play packages with on-site hotel, easy-to-book golf outings, 4 event spaces that are indoor and outdoor, and the famous Spike Bar for food and drinks. Chestnut Ridge Resort also is equipped for banquets and catering for weddings and events. To book a tee time, call 724-459-7100. 91.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-587-1274. That's 800-587-1274. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-587-1274. That's 800-587-1274 today.
Jim Shorkey Toyota in Greensburg delivers up July deals for the people. New 25 Toyota Tundras, low 1.99% financing for an incredible 72 months. Wow! Or choose a new 25 Toyota Corolla, Camry, or RAV4 and finance at 4.99% for 60 months. Plus, you'll really celebrate the freedom to upgrade by grabbing up to $500 more for your trade. Shop us in Greensburg or online at JimShorkeyToyotaGreensburg.com. Call 1-855-410-4036 for complete details on all offers and terms.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
End of commercial.
Yep, it's on.
Back to the Fan Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
You know, I don't have a specific timeline for Isaac as I sit here today because I hadn't, had intimate meetings with the medical staff just in terms of the declaration. But certainly I'm comfortable with Spence. Isaac didn't get a lot of work in the spring, and Spence did, and Spence has played a lot of ball for us here in recent years, particularly at that position. And so no real angst in regards to that discussion.
Mike Tomlin on Isaac Seumalo, Steelers left guard, who will begin the season on the non-football injury list. Now, they told us not to worry about Isaac Seumalo last year, and he missed 4 games. They told us, it's no big deal when Russell Wilson strained his calf pushing a blocking sled, and then he missed 6 games. So, forgive me if I'm not taking Tomlin at his word when he says they're not all that worried about Isaac Seumalo's soft tissue injury to begin this thing. I'm not saying he'll be out for a while, but I'm not buying that they think all is good with Isaac Seumalo, who is north of 30. Isaac Seumalo is a really good football player, guys. And I don't think he had his best season last year. And I think he was dealing with that pec injury all season long. Even still, Pro Football Focus ranked Isaac Seumalo as the 12th best guard in the NFL entering the 2025 season. I've seen other outlets put him among the top 5 best left guards in the NFL. There are 64 starting guards in the league. PFF says he's the 12th best. That's pretty damning good. But it goes beyond that. That's surface level analysis. We like to think ourselves better ball knowers than that here on the Fan Morning Show, even without Doran. What does this mean for Broderick Jones? That's the big deal here. Broderick Jones finally lays claim to the starting left tackle job. Steelers moved up for him. First-round pick. All the potential in the world. And they've screwed with him for the better part of 2 years. Last year, he also had the elbow injury that I think hampered him all year long, so being healthy would help. He's dropped 20 pounds this offseason. You would think that would help. And then just playing his natural position will help. But Spencer Anderson ain't some grizzled vet that you're going to plug in next to him and say, okay, it's all good. Mike Tomlin says that, but we're playing a game today. All show long, BS or not BS. Do comments that we heard yesterday from Steelers players, coaches, and the GM, do they pass the sniff test? That doesn't pass the sniff test for me. Oh, we're fine with Spencer Anderson. He might be okay. I think he was okay. He ain't the 12th best guard in the league. And when I've got a player who is on the short list of the most important players for the Steelers this year, Broderick Jones, now playing next to a young guy and not a great player. I think that's a pretty big deal. You're talking about picking up stunts, picking up blitzes, communication. That matters. And if you're playing a young guy like Broderick Jones, who is absolutely young in terms of experience, even at his natural position of left tackle, I want him to play next to a guy who knows what the hell they're doing. And I think Spencer Anderson's been a quick study and a smart guy. He ain't Isaac Seumalo. If I were to list the attributes that make Isaac Seumalo a really good football player, the number one attribute is his intelligence. He's got really good speed for a guard. Gets to the second level real good. He understands angles, all those things. He's a smart player. I want intelligence next to a guy who needs to learn and develop. I don't need, and I could see it happening already, in a preseason game where I would think this offensive line's going to have to play a lot to coalesce and gel. I don't need to see a stunt, a blitz, get not picked up, and then Broderick Jones and Spencer Anderson be looking at each other after the play going, oh, geez, me Scoozy, what happened here? I could see it in my mind's eye already. I could see it happening in preseason game number 1. Bang! Will Howard gets dropped, gets drilled between the numbers. Blindside hit. And then Broderick Jones and Spencer Anderson going, oh, man, whose guy was that? Oh, boy, we didn't pick that up well. I don't have those same concerns when Isaac Seumalo's there. So we better hope that Mike Tomlin isn't BSing us. We better hope that this isn't a long-term injury for Isaac Seumalo, because if it is, I think that hinders Broderick Jones' development significantly. And I said Broderick Jones is on the short list of players this year that are super important. He might be number 1. If you take quarterback out of it, Aaron Rodgers is going to determine how far this team goes. But I think protecting his blind side will help determine on how well Aaron Rodgers plays. So this was bad news on day 1. And while they say it's not going to be a long-term thing, that's what they also said about Russell Wilson. They also don't have good offensive line depth. We'll get to that later in the show. They have $25 million still to spend. They're $25 million below the salary cap. They need line depth. They had line depth last year. Last year, Broderick Jones, if all things went according to plan for them, he was going to be their swing tackle. Dan Moore was going to play out his contract at left tackle. Troy Fautanu, who played 50 games in college for what was the best offensive line in college football his final season, he was going to start at right tackle. So Broderick Jones is your swing guy. Who's your swing guy now? Spencer Anderson, I guess. He's tackle capable, but now he's a guard. What happens if somebody else gets hurt? Ruh-roh, Raggy. So this is a big deal to me, and I hope that Mike Tomlin's telling the truth. Texter writes in, 90% of the words that come out of Mike Tomlin's mouth are BS. The only true words are hello and thank you. I don't even know if thank you is sincere most of the time. Gets done with a press conference. Thank you. I don't know if he's thanking the media. Probably don't want to be there. I'll tell you who has fun with the media. It's Pat Narduzzi, who is cutting it up at ACC Media Week. We have Pat Narduzzi live in studio tomorrow, Harry Callis, at 7 a.m. And perhaps we might chat with Pitt quarterback Eli Holstein as well.
I'm terrified to meet him.
Oh, because you almost cost him his job?
No, I almost cost myself my job at his expense.
For those of you who don't know, Pat Narduzzi was doing an interview. Harry Callis, in his infancy as a producer here at 93.7 The Fan, had to run to the bathroom, so did in the middle of the Pat Narduzzi interview, and then Pat Narduzzi said a word you're not allowed to say on the radio. People were mad. I'm not sure he actually cares.
Oh, no, he still remembers me, though.
We will find out more tomorrow at 7 a.m. Pat Bostic going to join us today, starting at 7 o'clock, speaking of Pitt. We're going to go over some of Omar Khan's comments at the top of the 7 o'clock hour. But coming up next, the Browns is the Browns. Right now, a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates swept the Detroit Tigers, and now they're off. They've got one more series left in this homestand, and then that series will begin tomorrow. It's against the Arizona Diamondbacks. Then it'll be a 3-game weekend series. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Lots of congestion, and just for a chaser, we'll throw in a construction report for you. This report brought to you by Sam Adams Beer and Twisted Tea. Parkway West inbound delays near Parkway Center to the Ford Pitt Tunnels, while the Parkway East jams at Wilkinsburg to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. Outbound delays right around the Greenfield Bridge overpass, and Route 28 stacks as you approach the 31st Street Bridge down to that East Ohio Street off-ramp. And construction work in Hampton Township as of yesterday. Harts Run Road is closed between Rosanna Drive and Woodland Road. They're building a retaining wall. It's expected to reopen August 20th. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
If you're looking for something refreshing to drink, you don't always need to reach for a beer. Sometimes you need a little twist. Twisted Tea, hard iced tea. Tastes like iced tea because it's brewed with real tea. Ask for Twisted Tea wherever you buy beer.
Baseball fans, BetMGM is giving you the chance to win a prize every day during the baseball season. Step into the batter's box for a BetMGM Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. Log in every day for your chance to win. All you need to do is pick an area of the strike zone and take your best swing. If you get a single, double, triple, or home run, you'll receive a prize. Smash a home run to collect a bonus bet on them. Just log into your BetMGM Sports account to get started. Then visit your promotion section to access the Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. You'll score a prize if you hit a single, double, triple, or home run. There's nothing more exciting than going yard. So swing for the fences with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards may vary. Bonus bets expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed mold, mildew, bowing walls, or water in your basement? I hope not, but if you have, your basement is losing the war against groundwater. That's where Baker's Waterproofing comes in, a groundworks company. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Schedule your free inspection at bakerswaterproofing.com/row.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
She's got a sound like no other. Joan Jett and the Blackhearts. Friday, August 8th, the Iron City stage. Joan Jett and the Blackhearts. With special guest, Winger. Latest EP, Mindsets, is available everywhere you stream music. Tickets on sale now at etix.com. Joan Jett and the Blackhearts.
Lowe's knows big savings make a big difference, especially when you're shopping for appliances. Hurry in to get up to 30% off select major appliances. Plus, My Lowe's Rewards members get free delivery, free haul away, free installation and parts on purchases of $2,500 or more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/30. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Price, delivery time, and vehicle availability may vary based on order size and location. Exclusions apply. See Lowes.com/delivery for more details.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Texas us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Good radio, you guys. Love the banter.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
50-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. In 10 minutes, our quarterback insider, our friend, Pat Bostic, going to join the show. And we are going to react to some of the newsy stuff that came out of Omar Khan's mouth yesterday. And we're going to see if the comments pass the sniff test. BS, not BS. That's on the way. We're going to make fun of the Browns in a second here. But first, a really good question. So Isaac Seumalo starts the year on the non-football injury list. Tomlin says no big deal. I'll believe it when Seumalo jogs onto the practice field at St. Vincent College. I think this is massive for Broderick Jones, who needs to have the best year of his life, his football playing life, if he wants to be here for a while. It's huge for the Steelers because they thought he could be the franchise left tackle. If he can't be, I think that throws a wrench into their drafting plans for next year. So, as much as I do like Spencer Anderson as a depth piece, I don't love the idea of him playing next to Broderick Jones if Broderick Jones is to take that next step this year. You need a smart, grizzled vet alongside Broderick Jones. And a texter writes in, don't you think preseason is the time to see how good our depth at offensive line is and spend money for depth as we see weakness? It's a good question. I think they need to pay for offensive line depth anyway. You need more quality bodies, and a lot of teams in the NFL have that same problem. There is not a ton of great offensive line play in the league. Shoot, there's a lot of bad starters in the league. Dan Moore, not a great player, maybe not even a good player. He got $82 million this offseason. That tells you about offensive line play around the NFL. So I think they need to spend money on that either way. I also think, well, yeah, conceptually, this is the time to test that depth, to rotate guys, to see what you got. It's also a crucial developmental stretch for Broderick Jones. I think training camp's a big deal for young players. A real big deal. Understanding concepts, developing continuity. And I think the offensive line is one of the few positions where I actually think I'd like to see the full unit play in preseason games. Try to hit the ground running as fast as possible. So I get what the texter's saying. I think it's a good question. It's a good opinion. But I think it's more important for Broderick to develop than to develop depth. And I do still think they need to pay for depth. 412-928-9370. Harry, did you see the Cleveland Browns new helmet reveal that went viral yesterday?
No.
Oh, my God. It's one of the funniest things I've seen in the sports world in a while. So if you out there are like Harry and you missed it yesterday, the Browns revealed new uniforms. I think it's their Color Rush uniforms, and from head to toe, it's brown. We've asked for a long time, why do the Browns have an orange helmet when they're called the Browns? Well, now they have a brown helmet, and it looks like poo. And to make that even funnier, the entire uniform reveal was brought to you by Dude Wipes, which are flushable wipes for men. So, head to toe in brown, sponsored by Dude Wipes. But here's the kicker. They did the helmet reveal alongside Lake Erie. And it's the biggest helmet you've ever seen in your entire life, and it's under a tarp. They made a big deal about this. Hoopla, fireworks, hooray, we're revealing a new helmet. When they yank the tarp off the helmet, a photographer that was there to capture the historic moment steps backwards, falls off the dock into Lake Erie. Now, many have argued that, the Browns did this on purpose. That this was a work so that this would go viral and that the uniform would then get more play on social media. I don't buy that for a second. No, that's giving the Browns way too much benefit of the doubt. They're the Browns. It would be like saying the Pirates did the whole Bucko Brick thing so that they could get attention. No, they did it because at least in that case, they were inept. The Browns, inept. We can't give them benefit of the doubt. The jokes write themselves, though. Fully brown uniforms from head to toe, sponsored by Dude Wipes.
They call them the Alpha Dog set.
They are the ugliest uniforms I have ever seen. No chance it was a work. Pat Bostic going to join us next. We'll hear from Omar Khan. We'll react to Omar Khan's comments. First, Fan Weather is brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. We'll let KDKA take care of that. It's the Fan Morning Show.
The morning is going to be a hot one today with highs hitting the 90s in a number of places. I am Pittsburgh seeing a high of 91 today with morning temperatures in the low 70s. Noon temperatures should be in the upper 80s. Winds will be light out of the south, mostly sunny skies. Rain chances, including isolated downpours, return and hang out for the weekend, but don't change those outdoor plans. Most of your weekends looking dry no matter what the day. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smiley in the KDK Weather Center.
Need legal help without the high price tag? Turn to Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Zero Res. The month of July is National Carpet Cleaning Month, and because of that, Zero Res is offering a purchase of 3 rooms of carpet cleaned, get 1 free plus $50 off of air duct services. Hey, Yins, carpet looking like it survived a tailgate at Acrisure, mud from the Mon, fries from your salad on the ground. That's why Zero Res is here to clean up the mess without leaving any soap or residue behind. We know it's a busy time of year with cookouts and graduation parties and all kind of summer activities. Your carpets could get nasty. Here's the thing about Zero Res. They can handle it all. Carpets, tile, rugs, upholstery, air ducts, basically every surface in your home can be Zero Resified, so it's time to call My Cleaning Pros. Zero Res has a 4.9 rating on Google with over 10,000 reviews. Schedule your appointment today at ZeroResPGH.com or call 412-701-1188 and ask for the 93.7 The Fan special. Spell it backward or forward, it spells the same. Zero Res.
Here is your Game of the Week, presented by Hyundai. 2 of the hottest teams in baseball will meet when Detroit takes a trip to Toronto in a matchup that may have postseason implications. Both teams have sat at the top of their divisions throughout the year, but now the final half of the season is here. Who will be able to maintain their dominance? Will Detroit win with their pitching, or will Toronto's bats be too much? Do you think astronauts fight over elbow room? Probably, because advanced tech doesn't always mean more space. Until now. Introducing the new Hyundai Ioniq 9, a 3-row electric SUV with over 300 miles of range, ultra-fast charging capability, and lots of space. The all-new Hyundai Ioniq 9, space in an EV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details. EPA estimated range for Ioniq 9 based on fully charged battery. For comparison purposes only. Actual range will vary based on several factors. Introducing the all-electric Ioniq 9, space for up to 7, range 4 miles.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Route 28 getting heavier on that inbound side heading for East Ohio Street. You're stacking up right around the 40th Street Bridge heading toward that East Ohio Street off-ramp. That's part of the detour for the closure of the ramp to the Veterans Bridge as that project continues. Parkway West, you are jammed right around Parkway Center. Parkway East inbound delays at Wilkinsburg, outbound at the Greenfield Bridge overpass. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by BeveragesToYou.com. Thirsty? Get your favorites delivered to your door with BeveragesToYou.com. Alcohol and non-alcoholic beverages. No limits, no hassle. They bring the party to you. That's Beverages, the number 2, the letter U.com. Drinks delivered.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
No one celebrates the red, white, and new like Shorkey Mitsubishi.
That's right, Katie. And our July 4th deals are putting on a spectacular
Show. Declare independence from paying retail with the industry's most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs.
It all starts with the Outlander, Jim. The crowd favorite. 7-passenger seating, lots of safety and technology features. Now with incredible 0% financing for 60 months.
Or the brand new Mirage, already the lowest priced new car on the market. Now take up to $2,000 off MSRP.
Shorkey Mitsubishi is all about the stars, stripes, and savings for the people. Your purchase comes with a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade.
Giving you the freedom to upgrade today. So stop by and let Shorkey Mitsubishi help make it your deal, your way. What a great day.
Locations in North Huntington and the North Hills, or online at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
They seem to be having a good time.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
I mean, our goal is to win a Super Bowl, so we're building this team to win a Super Bowl this year. You know, that's our goal. At the same time, part of my job is to manage, make sure we don't sacrifice or do things that'll hurt us in the future. Because our goal is to obviously sustain success over time. But yeah, we're looking to win a Super Bowl.
Playing a game today, reacting to Steelers coaches, players, in this case, executive Omar Khan. And we're asking, BS or not BS? Omar Khan says their goal is to win the Super Bowl this year. And so here is the Fan Morning Show Twitter poll brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement, trustpj.com. Do you think that Omar Khan actually believes the Steelers can win the Super Bowl? Do you think that Omar Khan has enough faith in what he has built here that they can go all the way to that stairway to 7, baby? 412-928-9370. If he does believe that, he's going against history. Matt Williamson's a good follow on Twitter. Former Brown scout. I used to work with him. He's a very nice man, a funny guy. He tweets, the 2025 Steelers will begin the season without their leading passer, their leading rusher, their leading receiver from the year before, which makes them only the 14th team in the Super Bowl era to do so. So I said, whoa, how'd the others fare, Matt? And he replied, the previous 13 had a combined winning percentage of .364. Only 2 had winning records, and just one, the 2006 Saints, won 10 games, thanks to their new quarterback, Drew Brees. But 2025 Steelers are only one of 2 teams that had a winning record the year before. So more often than not, when you get rid of your leading passer, your leading rusher, your leading wide receiver, you're going to stink the next year. I don't think the Steelers will stink. I think they will buck that historical trend. I think they will be the 3rd now out of these 14 teams that has a winning record. And what they have in common with the 2006 Saints is they are adding a Hall of Fame quarterback. Now, the Saints got Brees in his prime. The Steelers get Rodgers most definitely not in his prime. I do think they'll have a winning record. I do think they'll make the playoffs. I do, despite my best judgment, actually think the Steelers are built to win a playoff game this year. Prediction subject to change. It is July 24th. I do not, though, think that the Steelers can win the Super Bowl. And neither does Omar Khan. And he's trying to have his cake and eat it too. I'm actually not against that approach this year. I'm not. They got 12 draft picks next year. They're going to have a ton of cap space next year. They have tried to improve the roster as much as possible this offseason, all while not sacrificing the future. I'm okay with the process. However, there's no way he believes they can actually win the Super Bowl, and I don't think they can win the Super Bowl. And here's why. Patrick Mahomes exists. And you know what he's doing? He's keeping some historically great quarterbacks away from the Lombardi Trophy. We thought it was bad with Tom Brady for 20 damn years. Patrick Mahomes has kept Lamar Jackson from playing in a Super Bowl. Josh Allen from playing in a Super Bowl. Joe Burrow, he got to a Super Bowl. He's yet to win one. All these great quarterbacks in the AFC, they ain't sniffing a Lombardi because Patrick Mahomes exists. And Omar Khan expects us to believe that Aaron Rodgers, even though I'm a believer in Rodgers, is going to lead the Steelers to a place that Lamar Jackson has yet to go and to a place that Josh Allen has yet to go? What, Omar, are you going to sell us some beachfront property in Nebraska? There ain't no way he believes they can win the Super Bowl. Now, he was tasked with building the best team possible, and I think he's done a pretty darn good job of that. But to think that the best team assembled by Omar Khan this offseason can compete with the Chiefs for AFC supremacy, I think it's nonsense. And as good as I do actually think the Steelers roster is, I'm not telling you it's better than the Ravens. At last we saw the Steelers compared to the Ravens whooped up on Pittsburgh, doubling them up on the scoreboard and rushing for 299 yards. The Steelers may well have closed the gap a little bit. They ain't closed the gap that much. They're not better than the Ravens in their own division. They're not close to the Bills. They're not close to the Chiefs. They ain't going to win the Super Bowl. So the question is, do you think that even Omar Khan believes what's coming out of his mouth? Now, I should be clear. I don't mind him saying it. We kill them when they project that their goal is to merely keep Mike Tomlin's winning streak alive and to merely win a playoff game. When Art Rooney II's brother, who was trying to sell his book this offseason, said, oh yeah, we're better than the mean. Only the Patriots have a better winning percentage the last 25 years. And sure, we haven't won a playoff game, but we're winning more than a lot of other teams. We crushed that guy. So when Omar Khan comes out and says our goal is to win the Super Bowl, that's what he should say. I'm not slapping the guy upside the head for saying that the Pittsburgh Steelers think they can win the Super Bowl or that their goal is to win the Super Bowl. He should say that. But what I'm wondering is, does he believe it? He can't. Do you think they could win the Super Bowl? 412-928-9370. Like, in 2008, the Steelers did win the Super Bowl, but Tom Brady's knee had to come off of his body for them to do it. If Tom Brady doesn't get hurt, folks, one of the great defenses in the last 25 years, the 08 Steelers, they probably don't win the Super Bowl because their kryptonite was pretty boy Tom Brady. If the Steelers are going to win the Super Bowl this year, not only would this version of Tom Brady, this era's version of Tom Brady need to get hurt, Patrick Mahomes, so would Josh Allen, so would Lamar Jackson, maybe Justin Herbert. There are a lot of good teams in the AFC. And while I think the Steelers are improved, they ain't improved enough to leapfrog those squads unless their quarterbacks fall into a vat of acid all at once. Pat Bostic joins us now. He's a great man. He's our quarterback insider. He's tan. He's got a nice shirt on today. How's it going, Pathu?
You just called a pit shirt a nice shirt.
I do like the apparel line.
Thank you. I'm doing good. A little tired. I played 110 holes of golf on Tuesday.
Oh, that was this week?
For Children's Hospital, yeah.
A great cause, a great event. 110 holes is, well, it's absurd, Pat.
5:45 to about 8:30 p.m.
You don't recover from that for a couple of weeks, I don't think. You sore.
I better. Yeah, I'm not really sore, just like fatigued.
Yeah.
Just tired. But I'm good. The football season's here, man.
Yes, it is.
It's like the official start of football season.
Do you know who's coming in tomorrow?
Yeah, Dews and Eli Holstein.
That's right.
You're gonna have 2 days of just Panthers surrounding you.
I'm excited about it.
Yeah, it'll be good, man.
I've never talked to Eli Holstein before, and I'm looking forward to getting to know him a little bit. And I'm going to bring this up to Narduzzi tomorrow. So Pat at ACC Media Day said he didn't bring Eli Holstein, not because he wasn't worthy of coming, but because the last 2 years he's brought a quarterback, and he feels like it jinxed the team. Well, the last time Pitt won the ACC, Kenny Pickett had a radio show on this year's station. And Kenny Pickett wound up finishing third in the Heisman Trophy voting. So if he believes in jinxes, he probably believes in some good juju too. Maybe a little Eli Holstein show on the Fan Morning Show. What do you think?
I think you are playing right into your audience there with Deuce. I think he'll bless it immediately.
You think so?
I do. I mean, he might think about it for a second, but playing off the good mojo, and he's superstitious big time. So I think you're playing your cards right there.
If you're a college football coach and you are not superstitious, I don't trust you. I think you need to be a little bit wonky. I love that Narduzzi last year, and we'll get to Omar Khan and the Steelers in a second here. I love that he had the team practicing indoors before the backyard brawl, and that he was quipping about West Virginia fans in the hills.
Oh, yeah.
Spies. I love that kind of stuff, man. The more absurd a college football coach could be, the better.
I agree. I think all football coaches, I think really in sports, it's if you're doing those types of things, it means you care about the outcome. And I think that obviously some people take it to another extent. He's one of them at times, but it's all about winning, man. It's all about winning, and ultimately that's what you're evaluated on. So whatever you think you have to do to give yourself an edge or not give the opponent an edge, man, hey, listen, it's your call.
He's on one right now at Media Days.
Oh, yeah.
Narduzzi. He said, and this is factual, he said, only 3 teams have won the ACC championship the last 10 years. We're one of them.
Yep.
I think he should beat that into the ground as much as possible. I think that's an important thing to get out there a ton. And then he said, and we plan on being there, and we should be playing North Carolina because they've got Bill Belichick. It's awesome.
Yeah,
I love it.
He says what a lot of people think, and I think that is refreshing about him. Sometimes it rubs people the wrong way. But, I mean, I think at Pitt you have to have that edge to you. You have to have, I mean, it's Rich
a hard edge?
Yeah, Rich Rod down at WVU. You've got to have a pit bull kind of underdog chip on your shoulder mentality. You got to cut through. You got to make news when you can, and I think that that's what he's trying to do, and he's right. He's factual. I mean, listen, people will say, "Oh, you beat Wake Forest in the ACC championship with a down year." You beat Clemson that year too, right? And that team, really, in my opinion, fell short of where it could have gone had it not lost to Miami and Western Michigan that year. But obviously it was a special year, and
that team was playoff quality.
Yeah, it was. I mean, it had everything.
They'd have been in the expanded playoff.
It had everything, and both sides of the ball. And this year's team, I think, will be interesting to watch. They got a lot back. They got a lot of team speed. They have a lot of talent on the perimeter on both sides. I think what'll be ultimately the proof will be in the trenches and how they play on both sides of the ball, offensively and defensively. And we really won't find out, I don't think, what that group, that core looks like until week 3 in Morgantown.
Yeah, this is guessing season when the ACC media poll comes out, and I didn't see it. Did it come out already?
Well, it's in a very elongated process when you have 18 teams coming from every coast.
And you've got many changes on every team.
Yeah, Penn State's in Vegas right now for their media day. I mean, it's chaotic. And so I think that the one interesting thing that I think I didn't hear the dudes comment on it. Maybe he did, and I'm still recovering. Are the mandatory injury reports that are in college football, because the dudes is notoriously close to the vest with those things, as you should be if you don't have to report it.
Oh yeah.
But now 2 days out you've got to provide an update, and then a day out, and then pregame. So that I think it's a breath of fresh air from a broadcaster's perspective. It's really helpful.
Yes.
You don't have to sit there pregame with binoculars on to see if a guy's doing calisthenics.
I think it's good for fans too.
I mean, obviously it's good for gambling, which is that's the elephant in the room when it comes to all this stuff. But I mean, when it comes to it too, it's just less energy you have to spend on something, right? Less energy you have to spend on wondering if a guy's ready to play, hiding it, all the sorts of things. I mean, these kids are on college campuses too. So for their own well-being and sanity too, I think it's the right thing to do.
You mentioned Pitt's season coming down to the trenches. I think that's what ultimately the Steelers season will come down to. You've got an aged Cam Hayward who played really well last year, but at some point, father time, mother time, whatever, undefeated. You've got a rookie who's starting for you on your defensive line, and you've got a third-year player in Keanu Benton that didn't take the step I think most of us wanted to see him take last year. On the Steelers' offensive line, you've got basically two rookies at the tackle positions because Broderick Jones barely played in college, and now he's playing his natural position for the first time, something you've worried about a bunch, and I think that's fair to do. And you've got Faltanu, who was injured all of last year, playing at right tackle. Omar Khan, though, said yesterday that the goal is to win the Super Bowl. The question for the fans and for you when we come back, Pat, can they actually win the Super Bowl? And does Omar Khan believe the words that came out of his mouth? 412-928-9370. We will get to that coming up next. It is 7:15. Time to make that call to the Buell Insurance Agency. Get help with those premiums, 724-443-5610. The Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Right now, it's the Nicholas Harry Callis Fan Headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates, they won yesterday over the Detroit Tigers, and they swept the Tigers in Pittsburgh. Pirates now 3-3 in the homestand. They've got one more three-game series left in this homestand, and that will begin tomorrow. They have a three-game series coming up that'll last over the weekend against the Arizona Diamondbacks. More Fan Headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
The CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of the Fan.
This is Bummer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Sponsored by AutoZone. Get the zone, AutoZone. NASCAR keeps finding ways to spice up its calendar. There were dirt track races, stadium races, historic venue races, and of course street races. Chicago's pioneering road course will be replaced next year by a street race at San Diego's Naval Base in Coronado. It's being packaged as part of the U.S. Navy's 250th anniversary celebration. Great idea. I'm Bummer Esiason.
DQ presents How to Make Your Summer Take Flight. Just head into DQ for a new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat. Treat your inner hero to an epic mix of sugar cookie dough, sprinkles, and cake batter flavor. Blend it all with legendary DQ soft serve, and it's enough to tempt Superman himself. Fly into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat before it's gone. And don't miss Superman, only in theaters July 11th. DQ, happy tastes good. Only at participating locations.
Lowe's knows big savings make a big difference, especially when you're shopping for appliances. Hurry in to get up to 30% off select major appliances. Plus, My Lowe's Rewards members get free delivery, free haul away, free installation and parts on purchases of $2,500 or more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/30. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Price, delivery time, and vehicle availability may vary based on order size and location. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com/delivery for more details.
Can you even believe how deep into the summer we're getting? It's incredible. But listen, it is a perfect time right now. And I mean perfect time to get to Schultz Ford. All the great locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South and West Mifflin, Schultz Ford in Wheeling, and I tell you all the time, it's Colin Dunlap here from KDKA. I tell you all the time, SchultzFord.com, 24/7, 365. Go ahead and shop anytime you'd like. The inventory is incredible. There is so much there. So check all that out, see what you like. You see a Mustang, you see an Explorer, you see that F-150. Man, those F-150s are sharp, and for all seasons. They're fantastic. That inventory's great, but how about mobile service? You got something that needs to be fixed real quick, they'll get right in your driveway, fix it, and do it right there. Pick up and delivery. They'll grab your car, take it in, and bring it right back. So get the Schultz Ford or check it out online at SchultzFord.com.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall. If you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Pro Savings Days are back at Lowe's. Right now, get a 4-piece GE kitchen suite for under $2,000. Plus, get a free DeWalt 20-volt Max XR 8-amp-hour battery when you buy a select DeWalt tool. Save big with deals that work as hard as you do. Shop Pro Savings Days in-store or online today. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 8/1. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Discount taken at time of purchase. See sales associate for details.
Have you tried hands-free Skechers slip-ins yet? Because if you haven't, you're missing out on technology that changes how you think about shoes. First, these are not just regular slip-on shoes. They're not just a pair of loafers without laces. But what makes them different is the technology inside that lets you just step into them. There's a built-in hidden shoehorn that slides your foot in, so they look, feel, and wear just like a pair of shoes you're used to. Except you don't have to bend down, struggle to put them on, or touch them. Try them at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Jake from State Farm. I'm winning. I finally cleaned my house, so I'm breaking out my new tropical room spray.
Keep winning and create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. It's like your own personal paradise.
Ooh, hey, grab me a coconut water.
Bundling, just another way to save with a personal price plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Parkway West inbound delays near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Head now toward Pittsburgh International Airport. You have pretty well steady travel from the tunnels to the airport off-ramp. Parkway East, you are jammed inbound in Wilkinsburg. Outbound delays starting right around the bend at Bates. And Route 28 jammed from Middlevale down to the East Ohio Street off-ramp. For the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Pat's much more social than I am. He told me about two things going on in my neighborhood, our neighborhood, that had me very excited. My wife just got back from a 5-day bachelorette party.
5 days?
5 days. And
that's awesome.
It's great for her because she needed to get out. She hasn't been away from the girls, and God love the girls, but she hasn't been away from them since they were born. She hasn't had any time to herself in going on 6 years now. And so when she came back, she's like, we got to do more stuff. Yeah. We can't just keep falling into this rut of Mondays are the same every week and yada, yada, yada. And Pat, you have helped us with that. You might be saving our marriage. Who knows?
I don't think you need help with that.
Now,
but it's important to keep yourself abreast of the cuisine in Mount Lebanon in our community.
You just dropped 2 nuggets of information on me that have me incredibly excited.
You have to have something to look forward to, man. You know, keep things different. Variety is the spice of life, right?
I agree with that.
We've got a lot of options in our little community, so I'm excited about it.
Perhaps a double date.
That would be great.
I think that'd be outstanding.
I think it'd be great.
Harry, maybe you bring Jada. We make this thing a triple date.
Yeah, when Doran gets back.
Doran and Rochelle, we do a quadruple date.
That would be fun.
We should find time to go to the Green Tree Pool as well.
What does that have to do with anything?
It didn't. That was just a clear insert of my own interests.
Clear insert of my own interests.
Meanwhile, this story pops up on KDKA's Twitter feed today. In a new survey, 31% of teens said their conversations with AI companions were as satisfying or more satisfying than talking with real friends. And so I click on the comments, and people are saying, this AI thing's scary. No, this is much more a commentary on humans than it is AI. Kids are nasty to each other.
Yep.
We've all been bullied. Maybe some of you out there listening were the bullies. That's not about AI. That's about 31% of teens getting bullied by humans and computers being nicer to them. So, shape up, kids. All right.
That is scary. I mean,
it is scary, though.
I mean, it is. The AI thing in general scares me tremendously. Just it's the opportunity for it to take over the world at some point and have a life of its own.
I hope we're long gone by then.
Me too.
Hope our kids are long gone by then.
Me too.
I lost part of my job, though, at the other job to AI. My boss started using AI voiceovers to replace me, and I'm sad about it.
Just think about if Channel 11 did that. If NBC did that for the U.S. Open, we wouldn't have had that scandal. If instead of Harry Callis's voice, it was just a robot voice bringing in the final round of the U.S. Open, Pony, and you wouldn't have almost come to blows.
I'm taking a job from AI. You want to know what it is?
Yeah.
So there's this AI app for player intros for my son's travel baseball team. And the AI PA announcer does my father-in-law was at the game last week and goes, "Where's the announcer at?" It's on the app, Dad. I mean, it's an AI. They don't say last names because they don't want to mispronounce. I'm recording. I'm doing the voiceover for this weekend's tournament.
Let's go, Pat.
You know?
Yes.
I'm doing the voiceover. Enough with this AI. You know? I'm doing it. AI can get the hell out.
A texter writes in, and I have no idea what they're talking about here. Could be anything. I say a lot of dumb things on the reg. The amount of galaxy gas needed to make you dumb enough to believe that is unfathomable, Crowley.
Believe what? The bullying thing?
I think he's talking about Omar Khan saying that the Steelers could win the Super Bowl. And I don't believe that the Steelers could win the Super Bowl. I don't even think Omar Khan believes the Steelers can win the Super Bowl. But that's been the subject of our Fan Morning Show Twitter poll today, brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Trust, PJ.com. Omar says the Steelers' goal is to win the Super Bowl. Do you think he thinks they can win the ultimate prize? Do you think they can win it?
It would take a lot. It would take a lot in their control, and it would take a lot out of their control to win the Super Bowl.
Yes.
Something like them being the number one overall seed in the AFC, winning the AFC North, and basically Kansas City and Buffalo having, by their standards, historically bad seasons with their current roster construction and quarterbacks. That would be what it would take for them to get to and then win a Super Bowl. And then you've got to deal with whoever is on the other side, which, again, Philadelphia is the Super Bowl champions, defending Super Bowl champions. I think we have every reason to believe they're going to be in the mix again.
Detroit, pretty good.
Detroit's really good. I mean, Minnesota's got a lot. They're going to see them in London. Ireland. It would take a lot, and it would take Aaron Rodgers, discovering the fountain of youth again, and
which if anybody could legitimately find the real fountain of youth, it might be him.
Yeah, and
going through like the Himalayas or something.
Yeah, well, and I think that he can still play at a high level. It's a matter of how consistently can he do that, and who around him is either allowing or preventing that to happen. And that goes back to the original conversation, or what you closed the last segment with, was both sides of the ball on the offensive and defensive lines.
They're off to a bad start on the offensive line, too. Isaac Seumalo is going to be out, and Tomlin says it's no big deal, but that's what they said last year, and then he missed 4 games. And you're breaking in Broderick Jones at left tackle. I would love for him to get to play next to Isaac Seumalo and not another young guy. I think that's massive, Pat.
That's a huge deal, and especially these reps in training camp with them playing together, because they've not played on the same side. If they have, it's been short-lived. If Broderick Jones has played at all during camp or practice at left tackle, which I'm sure he has at some stage, having Seumalo next to him, relaying the center's calls. I mean, it's big for Zach Frazier too. Because you have a veteran there that's done it at a high level, that understands what they're trying to do, that's smart, isn't phased, doesn't get rattled. I mean, you basically have 2 early career players on either side of him, and if he's not in there, it's a big loss. And they were much better with him than they were without him.
Yes. PFF has him as the 12th best guard in the NFL. There are 64 starting guards. They have him 12th. It's a big deal. Hopefully, it's not a long-term loss. We'll see. I'll believe that he's going to be ready for the regular season when he jogs out onto the field at St. Vincent College, because Mike Tomlin has been weird about these injuries before. In fact, Russell Wilson, calf, no big deal. He missed 6 games. Someone on the video stream on YouTube, which we love. We love our YouTube comments. They write, what do you expect the GM of any team to say going into a new season? Well, the Titans GM was asked if he thinks his team could win the Super Bowl, and he said, we got a lot of work to do on our roster. So some GMs will have different answers. Now, this is Pittsburgh, and that's Tennessee. I'm not blaming Omar Khan for saying the goal is to win the Super Bowl. That's what he should be saying. I'm just asking if you think he really believes it at 412-928-9370. We're playing a little game here with Pat Bostic. It's called BS or Not BS. Bunch of audio to comb over. We've got the highlights from yesterday's arrival day at St. Vincent College. Coming up next, Omar Khan's thoughts on the safety position and Juan Thornhill. We'll get to that after a hairy headline. But first, I just want to add this before I forget. The first step towards the Steelers winning a Super Bowl, Pat, and I'm not rooting for this. I don't want to even put it out into the universe. But the first step, I agree with you. You want to get advantageous matchups in the playoffs? First step in them winning a Super Bowl this year would be Lamar Jackson getting hurt. Because I just don't see them winning the division if he doesn't. And I think it's going to be pretty tough to string together some playoff wins without some version of home field advantage. All right. Omar Khan's comments on Juan Thornhill in the safety position next. First, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates won yesterday against the Detroit Tigers and swept the Tigers in that 3-game series. Pirates have now played 6 games on this homestand. They're 3-3. They've got 3 more games left in the homestand. They're off today. They're going to start that last series tomorrow. It'll be against the Arizona Diamondbacks. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Summer adventures start at Bowser Hyundai with the Hyundai Tucson. Get 3.49% APR for 60 months on a new 2025 Hyundai Tucson SE all-wheel drive from Bowser Hyundai. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends July 31st. Visit Bowser Hyundai today and take a test drive. Check out the Hyundai Tucson. Now that's the power of Bowser. Summer adventures start at Bowser Hyundai. BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, and it's no surprise. Same game parlay from Bet365 just keeps getting better.
Well, it's even easier to make a bet. Choose from the most popular markets like hits, run line, totals, and home runs. So many to choose from.
Download the app, start building your bet, and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Start your day off right at GetGo. Enjoy fresh, made-to-order breakfast croissants. Just 2 for $7 with your loyalty card. Customize yours with eggs, meat, cheese, and more on flaky croissants. Order at GetGo Cafe and Market or through the GetGo app for a quicker start on busy mornings. Plus, indulge in cool drinks and cooler prices. Mix and match select sizes of your favorite drink brands for just 2 for $5 or 3 for $7. GetGo Cafe and Market. Better believe it.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-587-1274. That's 800 800-587-1274. When you call, you'll get free information. Free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-587-1274. That's 800-587-1274 today.
It's Wicked Night at Highmark Stadium on Tuesday, July 29th when the Riverhounds host Miami. Wear your Wicked costume, enjoy show-themed activities and drink specials, and a post-game fireworks show. Happy hour goes from 5 to 7. Kickoff at 7. Get your tickets at riverhounds.com/tickets.
Ready for your dream Las Vegas vacation? Enter BetMGM's Your Legendary Vegas Getaway, and you'll have the chance to win a customizable Las Vegas experience. It's easy to enter. Just sign up for a BetMGM account and download the app or log in with your existing account. Then place your bets on your favorite sports to earn up to 25 entries. You could win a trip to Vegas that includes an MGM grand stay, travel accommodations, resort credit, and your choice of an exclusive sports, entertainment, or club experience. Score the Las Vegas trip of your dreams by entering BetMGM's Your Legendary Vegas Getaway, and you could be on your way to your perfect Vegas vacation. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. New and existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Please make sure to read their full terms and conditions before participating in this promotion. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. And if you're like me, you like knowing what to expect, especially when it comes to your phone bill. Well, Verizon's got some big news for your peace of mind. For the first time ever, they're locking in low prices for 3 years. That's right, 3 years guaranteed with my plan. That's future you peace of mind. So whether you're already with Verizon or thinking about making the switch, this is for you. Everyone can save on a brand new phone on my plan when you trade in any phone from one of their top brands. Because at Verizon, they've got your back, now and in the future. So go ahead, take one thing off your worry list. Visit your local Verizon store in Pittsburgh and ask about their 3-year price guarantee today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
Black and Gold fans at Schley Company, we're intercepting all the high prices. Schley.company.com.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
We signed Juan, that's not to say we won't look to see what else is out there, but part of being at training camp is for us to kind of figure out and get to know the players that we have and see how those roles are going to take, how they're going to come together. And, I'm sure you guys will ask Coach throughout training camp about how these guys are progressing and what he's seeing, but that's really what training camp is, to help us sort through all that out.
So Omar Khan asked about what they're going to do at free safety now without Minkah Fitzpatrick. And did you guys all hear that the way I heard that? That is not a ringing endorsement of one Juan Thornhill.
We signed Juan, that's not to say
we signed Juan,
We signed Juan, that's not to say we won't look to see what else is out there, but
that's not a ringing endorsement.
No.
Not by a long shot. You bring guys in, and if you believe in them, you say you believe in them, not state a fact. Well, we signed Juan. Now, this is going to come off as unnecessarily awful, really. I already can't stand Juan Thornhill. I can't do it with him. He's talked one time with Steelers gear on, and here's what he had to say.
I really didn't have any feeling because, I don't know Minkah that much just because I just got there. But I guess, that's just me having to step up and play a little bit more, which is I think I'm very capable of. I'm very good and I can make a lot of plays. Sit back and you watch the film of what I did in Cleveland. I had a lot of good plays, and then some of the Cleveland people just tried to bash my name a little bit. But like I said, if you sit there and you just really watch the film, I made a lot of plays. It was very productive in that defense.
So he didn't stink last year, Pat. The media made him out to be a guy who stinks. I've seen some Juan Thornhill tape, seen a lot of guys with the football running away from him. I've looked at the Pro Football Focus grades, which are unkind to Juan Thornhill. He was really good with the Chiefs. He says he's a great player. He likened himself to Minkah Fitzpatrick, and he says the reason he's not in Cleveland anymore is because the media ran him out of town. Come on.
Yeah, that last part I have less patience for. I mean, similar to Omar Khan saying he believes they can win a Super Bowl, I would want a guy to believe he's a good player.
Sure. Yes.
I also think a good player on a bad team can look bad, and they didn't have a bad defense per se. Each of his 2 years, they've had decent defenses in Cleveland. It's been the other side of the ball that's been more of the disaster. But he's in year 7 of his career. Kansas City chose to move on from him for whatever reason. I don't think the Steelers are going to ask him to do so much that he is going to be a liability back there. In fact, I think he's likely a 2-down player, first and second down, maybe. If it's second and long, he might not even be on the field because I think they're going to utilize 3 corners more often. I just think they will. And, whether it's Darius Slay or whomever, Jalen Ramsey, they're going to have somebody cross-trained to play a combination of nickel and safety. And, again, that transition from corner to safety has been done before. When you have a top 100 player in the league like Jalen Ramsey who can do so much as a physical player by nature, it's even easier. So that's as much insurance as you need for Juan Thornhill if he is a huge liability and vulnerability on the field. And I just don't anticipate them putting him in a position where he is that. I think that'd be foolish.
I think I said this with you a couple of weeks ago, Pat, that if I'm ranking all my starters 1 through 22, if my free safety is the worst among them, and I've got elite pass rushing ability and elite corner play, I think that's probably the way I'd want it to be. Now, there are some free safeties that are highly paid in this league, but just a handful. And then everyone else is kind of mixing and matching, and that's what the Steelers could do this year. So it's not the worst place to cut corners, and people are already annoyed enough about how much money the Steelers are spending on defense. I just would much rather Juan Thornhill be my 3 than my 2. And when you've got $25 million of cap space to spend, and they'll probably try to spend 15 or so of it because they like to go in with between 8 and 10 to fiddle around with stuff during the season, I'd like to see them go out and get a Justin Simmons.
Yeah.
Again, I'm fine with my safety, my free safety being the worst of my 22 starters. That doesn't mean he has to be the weak link, though. And there's guys out there that you could spend the money on, and the most notable is Justin Simmons. I'd like that.
Yeah, I would like that too. I think a lot of things needed to shuffle out before they would go make a move, and those chips have fallen. TJ signed, and you've moved on from Minkah, so that's clearly a need. And I don't want to cast the free safety position off as you're playing right field or you're not a guy that's a factor, because there's been free safeties that are in the Hall of Fame that can play post safety in a 3-deep coverage and read quarterback's eyes and make plays on seam balls and come out of center field and make plays on crossing routes, and guys that you give freedom to take risks. I think that they will put Juan Thornhill in a box, not in the box, in a box back there where he is playing a deep third or some sort of deep middle in a man-free situation, and he is literally the lid on the defense, which he's not the fastest guy in the world, so that's a little bit scary, but you'd like to think with the way they're paying Alex Highsmith and T.J. Watt that deep balls are going to be at a pretty penny.
I think that's what they're counting on.
If you're going to throw a deep ball against the Steelers, you better block it up, because to get back to where he's a serious problem, that would mean your pass rush and or run defense are seriously compromised.
I want to get into how the Steelers are going to use Jalen Ramsey a little bit more.
Yeah.
When we come back. Also, since you're here, I'd like to mix in a little college football talk before we dive back head first into the Steelers at 8 o'clock. the Big Ten commissioner, I want to slap him upside the head. I want to slap him upside the head. I wonder if you'll agree. We'll get to that coming up next as well. Fan text lines brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. We quiz Callis at 8:45. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates swept the Detroit Tigers after winning yesterday's game. And the Pirates are going to be off today. They're going to start a 3-game series tomorrow with the Arizona Diamondbacks. It'll be the final series of this current homestand for the Pirates. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Parkway West inbound the lanes right around the top of Green Tree Hill down to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Outbound getting heavy between Green Tree and Carnegie. Parkway East inbound is jammed at Wilkinsburg to the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Outbound is stacked back to the Bandit Bates. And Route 28, you are jammed past Shaler Waterworks. Stop and go down to East Ohio Street. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio, 93.7 The Fan.
Panda, start your engine. It's hot deals on cool wheels at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville. Go! Get the Spitzer now to shop one of the largest inventories of hybrid trucks in Western PA. Save on Tundras and Tacomas. Plus, get a no-charge lifetime powertrain warranty and an additional $1,000 for your trade. Hot deals, cool wheels, and one fast dog. Join us in the winner's circle.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you. See dealer for details and 7/31/2025.
This is certified elder law attorney Julian Gray. Did you know that if you are a caregiver for a family member at home, that you may be entitled to payment from the government for your services? You are sacrificing a lot to provide care to a loved one, and every month that goes by, you could be missing out on valuable cash benefits for your services. For a no-obligation consultation with one of our certified elder law attorneys, visit grayelderlaw.com. That's grayelderlaw.com.
Hi, welcome to IKEA. Hi, I'm in a whirlwind of college prep. Gotcha. We've got affordable solutions to create the perfect college living space. Great. And visit our website to see how verified college students with an IKEA family account can receive a one-time use 15% off coupon. Nice. You guys think of everything. Pretty much. Offer ends 9/30/25. Valid ID required. Discount applied proportionally across items purchased as shown on receipt. See IKEA-USA.com/ready-for-college for complete terms.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Crowley here. Celebrate National Carpet Cleaning Month with Zero Res and purchase 3 rooms of carpet clean, get one free, plus $50 off air duct services. Book online at ZeroResPGH.com and take advantage of the savings.
Doug. Here we have the Limu Emu in its natural habitat, helping people customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Fascinating. It's accompanied by his natural ally, Doug.
Limu? Is that guy with the binoculars watching us?
Cut the camera. They see us.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things. Like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed.
From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Now it's time to showboat.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
Wow.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. We will get to how the Steelers plan on utilizing Jalen Ramsey, Darius Slay, Joey Porter Jr., and Juan Thornhill in a little bit. Pat Bostic in today. No Doran. He'll be back with us on Monday. Ball season is here, not just the NFL. Yes, the Steelers reported yesterday, and we'll spend the vast majority of the show talking about them. But the the Big Ten's commissioner came out at Big Ten Media Day in Las friggin' Vegas and said, I don't see any reason why an 8-4 team that goes 6-3 in the Big Ten shouldn't still merit consideration for the playoff. And this is what I was afraid of the entire time, Pat. And I've argued for the expansion of the playoff. 12 seems good. We don't need to get to 16. We already have an NFL. We don't need college football to turn into the NFL. And I'm not saying there were bad 8-4 teams. There were really good 8-4 teams. But if you're 8-4 and you go 6-3 in your league, I don't want you in the playoff. I don't care what league you're in. I think you water down the regular season so substantially at that point. You would have more teams involved, no doubt. But I want great teams in the playoff. Not middling Big Ten teams. And that drives me nuts. And it's all to serve the almighty dollar.
Yeah, well, they're in a position to say those types of things because of money. And Delaney, the former commissioner, is to be credited with the Big Ten Network and why that league is so rich and in a position of such power in college football. I mean, pound for pound, they get obliterated by the SEC when it comes to just the quality of teams, top to bottom. Absolutely obliterated. Now, I'm not saying that's the case with Penn State. I'm not saying that's the case with Ohio State, Michigan, and so forth, Oregon. But Nebraska's been nothing. Minnesota's been average. Michigan State is bad. Maryland's bad. Iowa's hard to watch. Indiana, and I know a lot of people there, and I love the Signetti family. They're dropping games to play FCS teams and G5 teams because they think the Big Ten is the ticket to the playoff. And it probably is.
Yeah.
It probably is. But you know who I feel bad for? And again, winning sells tickets. I get it. But if I'm buying a season ticket to watch Indiana football and I've got to watch 4 games against G5 or 3 games against G5 teams and FCS teams, and there's no rivalry game, there's no, out of conference crossover game that's fun, that stinks.
Yes.
But that's the world we're in. So do I think a 6-3 and 8-4 team from the Big Ten makes the playoff? In no world that exists should that be the case. However, money talks.
Yep.
And the Big Ten's got a big seat at the table, and they're arguing to defend their own, and I really can't blame them for that.
No, and it's the same thing with Omar Khan. Omar Khan should say the goal is to win the Super Bowl. Does he believe it? I don't think so. But he's saying what he should say. I think the Big Ten commissioner does believe in what he's saying, and he's doing what he should be doing for the good of his conference. It's just, for me, not for the good of college football. You mentioned Iowa. They're not fun to watch. Iowa fits the profile of perennially 8-4 and 6-3 in the Big Ten. And you're right. The Big Ten, what the hell? Penn State, Ohio State, Michigan, Oregon. Everybody else is mid. It has been mid forever. With the exception of like Wisconsin rising up and when Michigan State was in its heyday and Iowa every now and again, this isn't the SEC where you go, oh boy, they had to play the SEC schedule. 6-3 is real good. Penn State is going to play Ohio State this year and Oregon. I don't think they even play Michigan this year. And here's the dirty little secret. I heard intern Dom on the PM team yesterday saying he bought a ticket or wants to buy a ticket to the Oregon-Penn State game. And it's going to be one of the games of the year. I don't disagree with that. Hey, what are the stakes, though, if Penn State loses that game?
Nothing.
What are the stakes if Penn State loses to both Oregon and Ohio State? They did that last year, and they wound up in the Final Four. You can tell me it's one of the games of the year, and it, yes, will be aesthetically pleasing. It's a whiteout. It's 2 great brands. If Penn State loses to Oregon, it doesn't screw up the trajectory of their season at all. And I hate that for college football. I do.
Me too. I mean, Iowa was 6-3 in the league and 8-4, 8-5 after a bowl game last year.
Get them in, baby.
They're in the playoff.
Get them in.
They're in the playoff. I think not. I mean, Michigan was 5-4 in the league, 8-5 in overall, and they beat Ohio State.
Get him in.
Get him in.
No team had a better win than the team that wound up beating the ultimate champion in the whole thing. Like, more teams will be in it late if the standards slip as much as the Big Ten commissioner wants the standards to slip. And you can make an argument, hey, that's good for college football. I think a lot of teams are in it that wouldn't have been in it before, now that they've expanded it to 12.
Yeah.
And I think you're having your cake and eating it too right now. The regular season still felt real good last year. I was enjoying every game as I've always enjoyed them. But when you've got teams that are sitting there at the end of the season at 7-3, and oh my God, they're in it, or 7-4, and oh, you can win the last game and you get in, that's where you've lost me. That's when it becomes the NFL. All right, coming up next, we will talk at some point about Jalen Ramsey and how the Steelers plan on utilizing him. I want to get into the wide receiver core. Omar Khan's thoughts on that position when we come back. Fan Weather's brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Today, high of James Harrison, low of Evgeny Malkin. Going to be a hot one if you go to St. Vincent College for day one of Steelers practice. Back with more Pat Bostic next to Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Doran, you know what I love about my Guardian indoor camera?
Besides catching your dog on the couch again?
That too, but it's the visual verification. If an alarm goes off, real pros check the camera feed and help to confirm if it's legit.
No more guessing if it's a break-in or your kid launching a soccer ball indoors.
Right now, Guardian's giving you a free indoor camera plus 3 free months of visual verification. Just call 1-800-PROTECT or visit GuardianProtection.com/FAN to claim your free camera and 3 months of added protection. Terms and conditions apply.
Ready for a new ride? South Hills Kia has the ride and the price you'll love. Brand new 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive as low as $399 for 24 months with $3,999 due at signing. 2025 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $249 a month for 24 months with $3,999 due at signing, or 1.9% for 60 months. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires August 4, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Join the Wild Things Friday, July 25th through Sunday the 27th for fireworks presented by North Franklin Township, baseball fights cancer with a photo frame giveaway sponsored by St. Clair Health, and Disney Night presented by the PA Treasury with Bluey and Bingo on a Pathways Kids Eat Free Sunday.
Attention! Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-444-9919. 800-444-9919. Again, that's 800-444-9919.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
In the Oakland section of the city, crews have arrived on scene of an accident at the intersection of Baird Street and North Belfield Avenue. Expect delays. You might want to avoid that area. Parkway West, you are jammed just over the top of Green Tree Hill. Outbound delays from Parkway Center to Carnegie, and then from 79 past Campbell's Run Road. Parkway East jams at Wilkinsburg. Route 28 heavy at the Route 8 at the bypass, and then jammed from Millvale to East Ohio Street. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
No one celebrates the red, white, and new like Shorkey Mitsubishi.
That's right, Katie. And our July 4th deals are putting on a spectacular show. Declare independence from paying retail with the industry's most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs.
It all starts with the Outlander, Jim, the crowd favorite. 7-passenger seating, lots of safety and technology features, now with incredible 0% financing for 60 months.
Or the brand new Mirage, already the lowest priced new car on the market, now take up to $2,000 off MSRP.
Shorkey Mitsubishi is all about the star stripes and savings for the people. Your purchase comes with a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade.
Giving you the freedom to upgrade today. So stop by and let Shorkey Mitsubishi help make it your deal, your way. What a great day.
Locations in North Huntington and the North Hills, or online at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Odyssey app lets you jump back in time to the moments you missed on The Fan. Whether it's The Fan Morning Show, The Joe Starkey Show, or The PM Team, you can get caught up on all of it. When you're listening to The Fan, it's as simple as one click to listen on demand. Miss a great moment, great guest, we've got you covered. Download the free Odyssey app, search 93.7 The Fan, and tap earlier today to get started. It's the perfect way to catch up on what's happening from Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Good morning, everybody. Give us a ring on the Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Delighted to tell you, Pat Bostic with us for another hour. Jeff Hathorn going to join us live from St. Vincent College in Latrobe at 9:35. Everybody spoke yesterday, except for Aaron Rodgers. He didn't talk, but we didn't expect him to talk. He entered through the rear, probably came in on a magic carpet, dressed like Aladdin or something, get him in under the cover of darkness. But we did get a lot of comments from key contributors to the Steelers. And how about the guy charged with building the roster, Omar Khan? Omar Khan, I think, likes his wide receiver room, or so he says. We're going to play the game again. BS or not BS. Omar Khan on his wide receivers.
Yeah, I feel really good. You know, obviously we traded for DK. DK is going to be an impact player for us. But I saw how the growth in Calvin Austin last year, and that was cool to see. Watching Roman Wilson this offseason has been, it's been really great to see his progress and where he's at. And I think we would have seen some of it last year if he would have, towards the end of last year, if he would have had the opportunity to play. We acquired Robert Woods, a veteran leader in that room. So, I feel really good about that position.
He said that a lot last year. Mike Tomlin said that a lot last year, and it became one of the Achilles heels of the entire team. George Pickens went down with an injury, and that was that. The Steelers didn't win another game after that point. Do you think Omar believes in this wide receiver room? Do you believe in this wide receiver room, Patthew?
I believe that it's better than it was a year ago. I believe that it has upside outside of DK Metcalf. I'm not ready to say it's in the top 10 in the league.
Yeah.
Maybe not even in the top 15 overall. But I think DK Metcalf is one of the best receivers in football. Obviously one of the most physically gifted players in all of the league. I still think they could have used a real number 2. And I think that Calvin Austin is capable of being that. I just think that – so this is what I have a hard time square. I don't know how often they're going to be in 3 receiver sets with the tight ends they've acquired. And I do think that when you factor in the tight end room, they're call them eligibles, to use a Tomlin phrase, that them as a collective, in my opinion, are more highly ranked and diverse from a skill set standpoint than the receivers alone.
So you're saying with receiver, you would say maybe 15th in the league average. If you factor in pass catchers, eligibles, maybe they're closer to top 10.
Yeah, I think so, especially when you factor in Jaylen Warren in the passing game. I think that now you have, because you could almost call Calvin Austin, an A-back to some degree. He's a slot player. I don't see him lining up as a flanker or split end in 12 personnel and running a lot of one-on-one routes. He's a guy that you want matched up on safeties because he can burn. He can fly. And again, he's a smaller guy, so I don't want to typecast him because he's a smaller body, but he's not a every down player in my opinion. A guy you want to depend on a block and things of that nature with the frequency at which Arthur Smith wants to run the ball. But again, when you factor in Freiermuth, Jonnu Smith, Darnell Washington, and DK, and Calvin, and Robert Woods, and Roman Wilson getting better, that the pass catchers as a whole, in my opinion, are a more formidable group than if you just look at the receivers. So maybe in that vein, knowing that, I can see why Omar Khan feels good about the receivers, because beyond DK, Calvin, and either Roman or Robert Woods, they know that their second highest pass catcher is probably going to be either Pat Freiermuth or Jonnu Smith. I mean, if Calvin Austin's second, that means he took a step.
Yes, big step.
Which would be awesome.
Probably.
Which would be great.
Caboli thinks he's going to catch 70 balls and have 900 yards. If that's the case, we're going to be dancing in the streets.
If he does, I'm looking, too, on how they've used him. Now, if his menu can grow, which it did a little bit last year, then the opportunity for volume will be there. I also happen to think DK Metcalf is a hell of a lot more dependable than George Pickens. And I think that his ability to handle volume and to be able to handle playing multiple spots and moving around, and I just think that they'll be able to do more than him with him than they did with George.
Yes, I'm with you on that.
I believe that at 1,000%.
He's not a one-trick pony.
No, and he can throw him in at a block. I mean, again, and that's if you got a guy in there, you're running the ball on first down, and you take him out because you can't block, and then you come in on second and short run and want to play action pass where he's going to bluff a safety and then go. Well, you're telling the defense what you're doing.
Yes.
Right? Whereas with DK, it's like, okay, you're going to run the ball. He's going to knock you on your rear end. And then the next play, he's going to fake like he's going to knock you out, and he's going to run past you. With a hard play action fake, with a good run game, now you're playing with something. Now you've got some options. Now you've got some levels to what you can do. And I think they've been missing that. They've been missing that because they've been trying to play with a bunch of parts, not putting the group together. I think the group together, if they get good line play, is more than capable of scoring points.
I agree with that, and I agree that Omar Khan believes what he's saying this time around.
Me too.
I think he believes that it's a really improved group of pass catchers, and I do. I think it's an improved group of pass catchers. The Steelers posted the highlights of Jonnu Smith from last year, and he's going to be utilized differently here than he was in Miami, and because of injuries and some of the things they were dealing with, I mean, he was big-time target share guy. But that dude is a wide receiver, man. That guy runs like a gazelle. He's got great hands. He was really good in the red zone. We broke down statistically his usage last year in his career. He played as many snaps outside the numbers as he did as an inline blocker. I could see a lot of circumstances this year where you've got DK Metcalf, Jonnu Smith, and Calvin Austin on the field, and Calvin Austin's playing slot, and Jonnu Smith's on the outside. Like, they can mix and match and do a lot of fun things. Now, a texter writes in, and I think this is a very good point. The Steelers need a number 2 wide receiver. They're screwed if DK goes down.
Yes.
Now, a lot of teams in the league are going to have that problem. What I don't understand, and Mulsey keeps asking every guest they have on the PM team this question, and I think it's a really good question. Why has nobody been interested in Amari Cooper? Amari Cooper would be perfect here. I like where they are this year relative to last year. It doesn't mean they're perfect. And again, they have $25 million to spend. Amari Cooper, a great route runner. Amari Cooper is the antithesis to George Pickens. George Pickens was showing up late to games. George Pickens always causing locker room drama. Amari Cooper is as professional a wide receiver as there is. That guy has never been a headache any place he's been. He's Mr. Humble. I think he would be a perfect addition to the Steelers. I'm just wondering why nobody wants this guy. And as I play this out verbally instead of just in my mind, I'm wondering if he's holding out hope that somebody gets hurt and he winds up in a really good position. Because I think the guy can still play, Pat. 2 years ago, he had 1,200 yards. Last year, he was banged up. He played in Cleveland, where their quarterback play was the worst in the league. Then he goes to Buffalo. You got to get on a moving train. You have to pick up an entirely new offense, and he was still banged up. I just don't understand why nobody seems to be interested in Cooper. And so long as there's nothing wrong with him physically, he would be the next call I'd make if I'm Omar Khan.
Yeah, well, they may be. I mean, this may be similar to the safety thing, where they see how camp plays out. I mean, how's Roman Wilson do? I mean, Amari Cooper has had a better. Has he had a better career than Robert Woods? Probably, but they're similar. They're similar body types. They're similar. You know, I would wait and see on this. I think there's probably positions that, as camp goes on and injuries become a problem, that you may want to save $25 million for, or $15 million for, that rank ahead of receiver, given what you've done at that position this offseason.
Offensive line depth screams out to me.
Like if you're going in, if I'm Omar Khan and I'm saying, okay, I'm taking stock of what we did in the offseason and where we made the most substantive changes, the pass-catching core is a relatively big one. You added DK Metcalf and one of the most productive tight ends in football in Jonnu Smith, who's a Swiss Army knife. Okay, so I mean, and you got a draft pick that you liked a lot last year that didn't play at all, that you're hopeful is taking a step.
And there's no room for him if you keep adding bodies.
And you're absolutely loaded at tight end. So if you're looking at it from and I haven't looked at the hit charts, but if you're looking at it from what is our core going to be offensively, I have a hard time believing, given what they have at tight end, that they are going to be in 11 personnel on base downs, first and second down, very much. I think and you watch what Arthur Smith does and what he's done with tight ends over the years. If you've got Pat Freiermuth, Jonnu Smith, and Darnell Washington, who gets lost in this whole thing.
He does.
How do you do anything but come out in 12 personnel, one back, two tight ends, as much as anybody in the league? I mean, so you're playing with two receivers on base downs, 60% of the time? 55% of the time?
I mean, they were high up there last year.
How many receivers do you need? See how it goes is what I would heed to that advice if I'm Omar Khan. I think that's what he is doing, similar to the safety position at this juncture. If it becomes a problem, then you've got some capital to deal with it.
So if you were ranking, if they want to spend, let's say, 15 of the $25 million so that they can go into the season with some wiggle room, how would you rank where they should allocate that money? Like O-line
depth would be big. Somebody, a swing tackle, somebody that can play either side. I think their safety depth is bad.
I mean, I don't even.
They don't have anybody. They don't have anybody beyond Juan Thornhill and Deshaun Elliott. I mean, they've got Miles Killebrew, who's a special teams player, and the two guys I've honestly never heard of.
Okay, I was going to do the same thing. I was going to embarrass
Quindell
myself
Jackson,
here.
I think his name is.
Yeah, what's a Quindell Jackson? It's hard to say.
I mean, and then there's one more that's I don't think they played a snap in the National Football League. So that's a position where I would rank that ahead of receiver right now. If you're asking me about depth and I mean, again, if they lose Deshaun Elliott, they lose Deshaun Elliott, my goodness. And again,
I think if you are utilizing Jalen Ramsey as a safety equal to or more than how you're utilizing him as a corner, I think you've lost the Minkah trade at that point. Like, he needs to play as much corner as possible.
Well, I think if you're playing him at true safety, like if he is playing a post safety position, you're wasting his talent.
With you 100%.
I mean, maybe
he can evolve into that.
Maybe occasionally he'll spin back there and play in the deep middle.
Yeah.
But I would say that his utilization needs to be as close to, if not on the line of scrimmage, and in the action as possible. because of his ability to tackle. I mean, a couple of years ago, he had 3 or 4 forced fumbles. He's a TFL guy. He's registered multiple sacks in several seasons in his NFL career, and he's just around the football. So, yeah, it's third down, and we'll get to talking about how they utilize him, but it's third down. You got 3 corners on the field, and 2 of them probably can handle playing on the hash if you need them to.
Yep.
You can move around a lot and give Lamar Jackson some headaches in terms of what he's looking at. And I think that adds an element to this defense that it hasn't had.
Pat, this is some good ball talk right here, buddy.
I absolutely love it.
You are breaking down the chess pieces. When we come back, Mike Tomlin's first comments at training camp on Aaron Rodgers. We will react to them, put them through our BS test. Yes, Harry?
Oh, I was just excited to do the headline.
You're just getting in position?
Yeah.
First, actually, I want to respond to a text. What do you think about ESPN purchasing NFL Network and Red Zone? I think they will ruin Red Zone somehow. ESPN sucks. I might agree with you that there are a lot of elements of ESPN that suck. It's hard to ruin Red Zone. It's hard to ruin every football game at once and jumping in at the best portions of those games. I think it's almost unbleep-upable. You can text us like that person did. Brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. You can also tweet us. Brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Right now, it is a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates swept the Detroit Tigers in that 3-game series they played this week. Pirates are now 3-3 on the homestand. And they've got one more series left in the homestand. It'll take place this weekend. The Pirates are off today, but then tomorrow they start a 3-game series with the Arizona Diamondbacks at PNC Park. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sportsman ad. Sponsored by AutoZone. Get the zone, AutoZone. Baker Mayfield now claims the secret of his success in Tampa Bay is that the Buccaneers were the only team who didn't try to change him, while others told him to, quote, tone it down a little bit. The Bucs coach and GM said, hey, just be you. And all Baker's done has been himself. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
We could tell you what makes Giant Eagle special, but we think our customers say it best.
I love the fresh produce. I love the fresh meat.
I'm pretty sure the fish guy knows me by now. We're buds.
I love to grill. That alone keeps me coming back.
The people that work here are so nice and so helpful.
Everybody loves the cakes from Giant Eagle.
On every shelf, in every department, we're always going for better because being your Giant Eagle matters.
This is my Giant Eagle.
This is my Giant Eagle.
This is my Giant Eagle.
Are you handy with tools? Consider becoming a maintenance technician at Presbyterian Senior Care Network. Here's Stefan Braxton, a longtime team member, on why he loves the job.
Our residents are so appreciative. If you change their light bulbs, they adore you. That's what I love about this job. It's like having 100 grandparents, and they treat me just like I'm their grandson.
Get a hands-on career at their beautiful independent living apartments in the Pittsburgh area. Presbyterian Senior Care Network, making aging easier. Apply at srcare.org today.
Back at Jeep of Pittsburgh, Pittsburgh's one and only single location, family-owned and operated Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram store with our friend Taylor Fournier. Taylor, Why is it so important for the customer to understand family-owned and operated?
We guarantee a member of our family is always working to get the best deal for our customers. Dealerships all buy their cars for the same price from the manufacturer, no matter the number of locations. But because we're focused on just our one location, we can beat our competitors' price in less time all the time.
And during the Make This the Summer Sales event, I hear you're expanding your Three Rivers Protection Program.
We sure did, Bob. The new and improved Three Rivers Protection Program. When you buy a new vehicle at zero cost to our customers, we cover paintless dent and ding repairs, wheel and tire coverage, lost key replacement, and many more. It's all part of our 3RP Protection Program.
Get to Fournier's Three Rivers Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram at the corner of West Liberty Avenue and Brookline Boulevard, and look for that humongous yellow Jeep in the sky, or visit jeepofpittsburgh.com for all the details.
We truly are Pittsburgh's Jeep store.
It's time. Time for the pro to get everything for the entire job, all from one partner. To get access to over 3 million products, including many products you won't find in our stores. It's time to get delivery on your schedule or next day on over 50,000 products. And time to get dedicated support on the job site or in our stores. From ordering to planning, we've got you. One partner, any job, all in. Ask about all we can now do at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
Oh, no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
my debit card.
Their debit card.
Where'd I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound? That's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha.
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on your skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Greentree Borough, watch for an accident now reported at the intersection of Greentree Road and Pocono Drive. Also, a collision involving a vehicle into a structure. This is in Penn Hills, 100 block of Oak Manor Place near Twin Oak Drive. Parkway West, you are jammed at Parkway Center. Outbound delays, Roslyn Farms out past Campbell's Run Road. Parkway East jams at Wilkinsburg. Inbound, outbound delays at the Greenfield Bridge overpass. And Route 28 stop and go at the Route 8 Etna bypass down to East Ohio Street. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Gherkin Roofing now offers 3 different packages to work with any budget. They got multiple financing options, including a 0% for 18-month credit card with approved credit. Call The Pickle today, 724-515-5551, or call thepickle.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Mark Caboli tweeted out what he thought was a hot take that's not actually a hot take that I will get into at 9 o'clock when Pat departs. We are going to Quiz Callus at 8:45. It should be the easiest version of Quiz Callus yet, which means it could wind up being a disaster. So we're looking forward to that. Mike Tomlin's comments on Aaron Rodgers are coming momentarily, but first, I have avoided disaster with my wife, I think, Pat. This is a big deal. So we are trying to fill our soon-to-be 6-year-old's life with fun.
Enrichment.
Enrichment, yes. Tons of activities apart from school so that she can make friends and see what she really likes.
Of course.
And the options are, for the fall, softball, and she's a pretty good little baseball player.
Oh, yeah. I've seen it.
You've seen it live.
Live and in color.
With your son, Reese.
That's right.
They played against each other.
Yeah. They were opponents.
The Mean Streets
Rivals.
Lebo. So she's got that as an option, and I really want her to do that. Flag football is an option, and she loves running around. And then she's going to do Irish dance this fall, which I think is perfect for a little redheaded Irish girl. And then there's this painting class that my wife wants her to sign up for.
Okay.
So that's how I went to bed last night. We got to eliminate one. She can't do all of it. The schedules will conflict, and we'll drive ourselves crazy. I didn't tell my wife this. What I wanted her to drop was flag football because the games are on Saturdays in the fall. And if anybody knows one thing about me, it's that I cherish my Saturdays in the fall like a lot of us do more than just about anything else in my life, save my kids. But when it comes down to watching my daughter play flag football or watching the backyard brawl, there's only one decision I'm going to make there. Sorry, Nora, I love you to death.
I can hear it now. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to make the flag football game Saturday. I got to head down to Morgantown. I'll be back by 10. The Guardian cameras in front of the house. You ever seen those videos on Instagram or TikTok of people just like stumbling into the door?
That'll be me on 9/13.
Welcome home, honey. You missed your daughter's first touchdown today. And the Mountaineers got beat by 28. How was your day?
That is true. WVU is just going to lose.
She could have the greatest athletic achievement of her life. And if West Virginia should get demolished, as you're saying, by Pitt that day, it's still one of the worst days of my year.
Yeah.
And now I get to avoid the fights. If she wants to drop flag football, I don't have to tell her.
You know what could have been a solution?
She's not listening
You know
right
what could have been a solution for you? So I was at a sporting goods store the other day, and there's this app called Game Changer. We've spoken about this on this show. I am now a premium platinum member of Game Changer. $100 for the year, I think. All the texts that flew in that day, I said, I took it to the bank. They sell like a mount at this sporting goods store. Callis, you're aware of this, right?
Of what?
This mount that you can put behind your like home plate, that you can like put your phone there and record the game. You could do that for like kindergarten flag football.
Oh, that's not bad.
You're down in, I can see it now. You're down in like section 2 at in Morgantown. And
drinking 40 beers in the blue line.
There goes Des Reed down the sideline for a touchdown, and you're cheering because Nora just scored. And everyone in your section is like, what the hell are you cheering about?
Oh, man. That's a Curb Your Enthusiasm episode right there.
Exactly.
That's me going bonkers. Go, go, go. Desmond Reed scampering to the end zone. People throwing beers at me. Trust loggers. Trust the climb, baby. Yeah, it sounds like I'm going to avoid all that.
Yeah, you are. I think you dodged a bullet, fella.
She wants to do softball, Irish dance, and painting. And the painting is way more expensive than the flag football. Don't care.
Hey,
Worth it.
When are you going to take her out on the crew boat?
It's a good question. I don't think they'll offer it until high school.
Yeah.
If she wants to be a coxswain like her dad, she can be a coxswain like her dad. Here's Mike Tomlin on Aaron Rodgers from yesterday at training camp.
He's a workaholic. I don't have a whole lot of reservations about that. I think he's hardened himself over the course of his career with his attitude toward work. Certainly, I'm going to limit him in some instances, but when I do, it's going to be more about elevating opportunities for guys like Will Howard and less about preserving him, to be quite honest with you.
So Aaron Rodgers is a workaholic. You also had Juan Thornhill, who just says things.
You don't like Juan Thornhill.
I'm anti-Thornhill. He's only talked one time as a Steeler. I'm anti-Thornhill. We'll see. Subject to change. I want to be fair to the young man. And someone tweeted in and said, Crowley, I hated you at first. You've grown on me. Now you're one of my favorite radio hosts. Give Thornhill time. I will. I'll give you a one Thornhill update every day, whether I like Thornhill or not. Right now, I'm anti-Thornhill. But Thornhill says not only is Rodgers an all-time great, Rodgers should be compared to the Patrick Mahomes and the Josh Allens of the world right now, that he can still play at that level. Now, here's what I'll meet Thornhill, that bastard, in the middle. I think there will be a game or two, hopefully a handful of games this year, where we're going to go, that's it, right there. That's Hall of Fame Rodgers. I just don't think he can do it consistently. Where do we put Rodgers among the AFC quarterbacks right now, Pat?
Well, I mean,
let me get out a pen and paper.
He's not in that upper crust, right? He's not in Mahomes, Allen, Jackson territory.
Burrow.
He's not in Burrow territory. Everybody is so sold on Justin Herbert. I don't think this Jim Harbaugh-Justin Herbert marriage is going to work. I just don't. With the way they want to play, I think Herbert's more of a wide-open guy.
They almost made him a game manager last year.
I think the same thing's going to happen again. I mean, that's how Jim Harbaugh wants to play. Now, he had Colin Kaepernick, and they played differently in San Francisco, so perhaps they evolve. Maybe that was just a year one thing. But I didn't see much progress from Justin Herbert last year. But certainly the talent's there. Tua is a I can't figure him out. I would, if you told me right now you're going to go play a 18-game season, do you want Aaron Rodgers or Tua Tagovailoa? I'd take Aaron Rodgers. Because I don't think Tua plays more than 10 games.
Rodgers played, despite his age, 17 games last year.
I mean, so, you know, CJ Stroud, probably, I mean, he has more upside, certainly, but, you know, I thought he took a step back last year when it mattered most. I mean, but they've got a lot of young pieces around him. Put it this way. I feel, I forget who said it yesterday. Maybe it was Ray Fittipaldo, someone on these airwaves. I feel better about their quarterback situation than I have each of the last 4 years. And I think that's all that needs to be said at this point. And from a pure arm talent standpoint, from a passing perspective, he is without question the best thrower of the football they've had since Ben was under center. And he's still one of the best throwers of the football in the NFL. Unfortunately, it takes more than that to play elite quarterback in the National Football League. And nowadays, even more so, when you've got guys like Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen doing what they do with their feet. So, is he capable of playing winning football, winning a playoff game? My answer is absolutely yes. And I don't know if I could have said that the last few years. In fact, I couldn't.
I'm with you on that point, and I think we get hung up, and I did just ask you to do it, on ranking Rodgers among the AFC quarterbacks. What can you do within the system? What can you do with the cast of characters that surround you? You factor in the defense. Can Rodgers be better than what they had, and can he play complementary football? I think that's the more important question. But I'll effort to rank the quarterbacks when we come back. We'll do that.
Yes.
Texter writes in, Adam, when you have kids, you have to make sacrifices. We've all been there. My son plays travel baseball. He's 17 right now. Every weekend in the summer and the fall is usually taken up by baseball. I love it and hate it at the same time, but you will never get these days back. That's true. But now I don't have to make the decision. Sophie's choice. Don't have to make it. Now I just get to watch ball, and my daughter will bring home beautiful artwork that will hang on the fridge, and I'll dote on that. It's the best of both worlds.
I was just going to say that you can watch West Virginia lose and upset you every year. That's just what they do.
Wow.
I've decided to up the difficulty on Quiz Callus, which will take place at 8:45. Coming up next, we rank the quarterbacks in the AFC. First, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Pirates, they won against the Detroit Tigers, and in a bit of a surprise, the Pirates swept the Detroit Tigers in that series. They've been on a bit of a rough stretch, though, themselves. But the Pirates are now 3-3 in the homestand. They have one more 3-game series coming up this homestand that'll start tomorrow, and the Pirates are going to play the Arizona Diamondbacks, 3-game series that will last over the weekend. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. Looking for a full-size SUV that does it all? Then come meet the 2025 Hyundai Palisade at Bowser Hyundai today. Right now at Bowser Hyundai, get 0% APR for 60 months plus no payments for 90 days on the 2025 Santa Fe or Palisade. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's Best Warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies. 36 months, 10,000 miles per year. $29.99 total due at signing. With credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends July 31st.
Well, that's the power of Bowser.
Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
What's up, Black and Gold fans? At Schley Deck Company, we are intercepting all the high prices. Get a no-maintenance composite deck for only 10% more than a wood deck, with an additional 5% off for our military vets. Visit our website, shly-company.com.
U.S. Steel's new partnership with Nippon Steel
is generating an extra spark in our mills
and fresh energy in our minds.
As employees of U.S. Steel,
we'd like to thank the communities where we live and work for your support.
The partnership means better opportunities for our employees, more prosperity for our communities,
and more steel made right here in America.
Thank you for believing in the future of U.S. Steel.
A stronger America is made here.
Always.
Kevin Moret here from Mentality. Life's a relentless competition, and you might be losing without even knowing it. With testosterone levels plummeting 25% in just 2 decades, you're likely operating at a fraction of your potential. Your kids sense it when you're too exhausted for playtime. Your wife notices when that spark fades. Here's the harsh truth. Without addressing low T, nothing works. Diets fail, workouts fall flat, but there's hope. Mentality's FDA-approved treatment restores testosterone by an average of 30%. Don't let low T rob you of life's precious moments. Start at mentalityhealth.com/radio.
Hey, Crowley here for Sullivan Super Service. When your drain is clogged, you need help. Sullivan Super Service has the training and equipment to solve your problems fast. Over bridges and through tunnels, Sullivan Super Service has been saving homeowners in Pittsburgh from sewer and drain issues for more than 60 years. So when you need a hero, call Sullivan Super Service. And right now, they're offering a $64 drain clearing with a free camera inspection. Let their family take care of yours. Family owned since 1964, serving all of Allegheny County. Sullivan Super Service.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
My new Austin Hedges, Juan Thornhill, says that Aaron Rodgers pretty much just as good as Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, and the elites of the elite in the NFL and the AFC. So let's rank it. Let's see how close to on the mark Juan Thornhill is. Would you like to go first, Pat, or would you like me to go first?
Do you want to go one for one?
Okay.
Who's your number one? Who's your number one? You want to do that?
Let's do that. We're going to quiz Callis in about 10 minutes.
Perfect. My one is Patrick Mahomes.
Hey, me too.
My two is Josh Allen.
I have Jackson.
Okay, that's fair. My three is Joe Burrow.
My 3 is Allen.
My 4 is Jackson.
My 4 is Burrow.
My 5 is Herbert.
I have a gap.
Yeah, that's implied.
There's an implied gap there.
Yep.
My 5 is Stroud.
My 6 is Rodgers.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Spicy. My 6 is Herbert.
My 7 is Bo Nix.
My 7 is Rodgers.
Okay, so we're close.
You and I have Rodgers as the 6th best in your case, and I have him as the 7th best quarterback in the AFC.
Yep.
And you have Bo Nix.
I have Bo Nix at 7. 8, I have Stroud.
Not a Stroud believer, huh?
No. I'm not an Ohio State quarterback believer.
Are you a West Virginia quarterback believer? Because Geno Smith's next up for me after Rodgers.
Yeah, he's a little bit down on mine, but I am. He's been a player.
I have Nix after Geno. I like Bo Nix, and I think he's going to be really good with Sean Payton, who I probably owe an apology to because I used to eviscerate that guy.
So you have Nix after Stroud. That's at 8.
I don't know where we are in the counting.
Yeah, we're there. 9, I have Drake May. I have Stroud at 8. I'm sorry. I have Stroud at 8. And then 9, I have Drake May.
I'm just going to give the rest here.
Yeah, because we're lost.
Yep. Lawrence and Tua I have in the same bucket. Then I go Fields. Then I go May. And I have high hopes for May. I'm ranking on what I think they'll do this year. And then after May, I go Flacco. He's getting the 1 reps right now. And then Ward and Richardson. I think Anthony Richardson sucks and could potentially have been good, but it's probably too late in the game for him.
So I read that Kenny is getting the 1 reps. Am I reading wrong stuff here?
Maybe. Maybe I am.
We'll see.
I don't know that I'll put them in a different spot, though.
Yeah, either would I. I go Stroud, May, Geno Smith, Tua, Lawrence, Pickett and/or Flacco, Fields, Cam Ward, and whoever plays for the Colts is last.
You got Flacco, Pickett ahead of Fields.
Yeah.
I like that. That's spicy, too. The moral of the story is, though, we got Aaron Rodgers 6th in your case. I got him 7th. I don't think Russell Wilson's even close to the top 10 with the way he played down the stretch last year. And Russell Wilson, by the way, is going to be their starter day 1. And I saw the front page of the New York Daily News. It said something about Russell Wilson and his leadership. Okay.
We've heard that story before.
Good luck with that. Have fun with that. That'll be a joy.
Right. I mean, they're in a much better position. I mean, you could argue that, some of these guys, whether it's Nix or May, will eventually pass Rodgers, but you've got 1 year of sample size.
And we're talking about for this year. Obviously, I would rather have Stroud or Herbert or Nix or Lawrence maybe even moving forward. But for this year, I think he's no worse than the 7th best quarterback in the AFC. Now, that's not something to necessarily write home about. But the fact that you can, I think, make the argument that he's better than a lot of these guys is the point. And I don't think you could do that if you re-upped for Justin Fields again or if you re-upped with Russell Wilson again.
Well, and if you go and look at the league, if he's the 6th best quarterback or the 7th best quarterback in the AFC, and you go through the NFC quick, he's better than Michael Penix Jr. I'd take him over Kyler Murray. There'll be some people that disagree. I'd take him over Bryce Young. I'd probably take him over Caleb Williams right now in terms of what you're going to get. I'd take him over Dak. It'd be close.
Man.
Jared Goff, I wouldn't take him over. Jordan Love, probably not. Stafford, probably not. McCarthy, I know more about Rodgers than I do about McCarthy. I don't know who the hell is going to start for New Orleans. I'd take him over Russell Wilson. I wouldn't take him over Jalen Hurts. Brock Purdy, probably not. Darnold, yes. Baker Mayfield, probably no. And Daniels, no. So he's middle of the pack, top 15.
Mm-hmm.
When's the last time they were even in that discussion?
I probably would have made similar arguments for Russell Wilson last year, and that obviously was wrong. But I think Rodgers proved to be the better player down the stretch last year, despite the lack of team success. And I think a lot of that had to do with Rodgers not just being the quarterback, but also the OC and the head coach and the general manager. I think purely from a football standpoint, Rodgers is better than a lot of the guys that we've talked about here.
Agreed.
All right, coming up next, wildly popular segment, actually the highest rated segment that we do, Quiz Callis. But first, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates won yesterday. They swept the Detroit Tigers, and now they're going to move on to play the Arizona Diamondbacks in a 3-game series that will last over the weekend. The Pirates are off today. They start that series tomorrow. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
In Green Tree, Burlow crews on the scene of an accident at the intersection of Green Tree Road and Pocono Drive. Some very heavy delays in both directions there. Also, watch for delays on the inbound Parkway East. You are stacked all the way back before Wilkinsburg to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. Outbound delays just past Bates Street up through those lane restrictions before the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. Route 28, you are heavy at the Route 8 on-ramp and then jammed from Millvale down toward East Ohio Street. Parkway North, you are heavy past Venture Street into the crossover. Parkway West jammed inbound at the top of Green Tree Hill. Outbound delays at Roslyn Farms past 79. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Panda, start your engine. It's hot deals on cool wheels at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville. Go! Get to Spitzer now to shop one of the largest inventories of hybrid trucks in Western PA. Save on Tundras and Tacomas. Plus, get a no-charge lifetime powertrain warranty and an additional $1,000 for your trade. Hot deals, cool wheels, and one fast dog. Join us in the winner's circle.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you. See dealer for details and 7/31/2025.
Do you love hauling 20,000-pound coils? So do my friends at PGT Trucking. Pat Bostic here for PGT Trucking. They have local Pittsburgh runs for experienced flatbed truck drivers. Get home every day with PGT's Pittsburgh Local. Positions are available for company drivers, lease purchase, and owner-operators. Must have experience with steel coils. Join PGT Pittsburgh Local and become one of the proud professionals. Apply today at pgttrucking.com. That's pgttrucking.com.
Baseball fans, BetMGM is giving you the chance to win a prize every day during the baseball season. Step into the batter's box for a BetMGM Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. Log in every day for your chance to win. All you need to do is pick an area of the strike zone and take your best swing. If you get a single, double, triple, or home run, you'll receive a prize. Smash a home run to collect a bonus bet on them. Just log into your BetMGM Sports account to get started. Then visit your promotion section to access the Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. You'll score a prize if you hit a single, double, triple, or home run. There's nothing more exciting than going yard. So swing for the fences with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards may vary. Bonus bets expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Somewhere in a jail cell.
Hey, what's the name of that security company that caught us again?
Guardian Protection. It's always Guardian Protection.
Hello, we're Guardian Protection, your trusted hometown security pros, proudly protecting local homes and businesses. With proactive video surveillance, AI detection, and smart security systems, Guardian helps stop crime before it happens. Call 1-800-PROTECT today or visit GuardianProtection.com for special new customer offers. Guardian Protection. Burglars know us. You should too.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 30% and get 18-month no-interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Best thing on the radio! It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Oh, that music means it's time to quiz Callis.
Can I share a story real quick?
No. 50-minute mark on The Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township.
How about no?
No. Okay, yeah.
So on the YouTube chat, they were calling Chris Muller the mayor. And I said...
Like Sean Casey.
I was like, why can't I be the mayor? I was here first. They said, well, you just can't be the mayor. We like Chris. And I said, can I be council president then of the YouTube chat? And now I might have to be off the air tomorrow because I'm going to be running for this position.
You'll be off for a month. Are you ready for this, Terry?
Yes.
Now, I think this is the easiest quiz Callis we've ever done, but that means...
Yeah, I've shocked you before.
Well, it means there's potential for this to be the most embarrassing failure in the history of your career, and that would be saying something. Now, we love you. We embrace your failures. It's what makes you the character that you are, and people love you. You might have one of the highest Q ratings in the history of the station. Like you and Donnie Football, incredibly popular characters.
You're calling us characters like we're not people.
Well, who knows?
I still have feelings.
He's a human. You're a cartoon.
You're a machine.
Can you name every Steelers offensive starter position by position? That's the category. And we start with wide receiver number 1.
DK Metcalf?
Yes.
I think he's going to run the table. And I hope he does, because if not, it's embarrassing. Now, we'll give you some wiggle room with wide receiver number 2.
I mean, are we considering Jonnu Smith a receiver yet, or is he still a tight end? Because he's going to be one of their primary receivers. I know Calvin Austin's an option. Is he number 2?
There you go. That's 2.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Roman Wilson is on the list?
Yeah, you're good. You're fine.
Oh,
yeah, you're going. Now, there's no extra credit on this.
Okay,
no.
Pal, we're not gonna. You're not gonna have a 4.3 GPA when this is over.
All right.
I always thought that was bogus.
It is bogus.
You top out at a 4.
Yeah.
You can't be a 4.4.
Can't be better than perfect.
My wife was a 4.4 when she graduated Lebo.
Well, AP classes actually.
I understand why it happens. I think it's
weighted.
Dumb.
I know.
What did you graduate with, if you don't mind me asking? Do you remember? Ballpark it?
From college or from
high school?
It wasn't like a 3.2 or 3 or something like that.
Harry, do you know what you graduated with in high school?
High school 3.3.
I was a 2.4, folks.
Yeah, not an honor roll student.
That's why you went to West Virginia.
Yeah, but 2.4 at Lebo is at least a 3.3 at KO, which is where Harry graduated from.
Wow. At college, I had a 3.5.
Shots fired.
I'm just saying.
I had a 3.0 in college, but I had a 4.0 in my major.
A 3.0 at West Virginia is like a 2.1 at Pitt.
Perhaps, but I've always likened going to West Virginia like playing the Open Championship, where you look at the course and you go, this thing's easy. But then you factor in the wind and the rain and the toothless people yelling at you.
Yeah.
And that makes it a lot more difficult. And that's like the drinking and the partying.
Correct.
I had a higher GPA.
The difference is the Open Championship, you can't control the conditions. At West Virginia, you can control those conditions, with the exception of the toothless people.
So say you. It's harder than it looks. Peer pressure. Starting left tackle on the Steelers in 2025. Harry.
Roderick Jones.
Oh, my goodness. He is going to run
He's going to run the table, and he needs to. Left guard.
Troy Fautanu?
Oh.
No.
Left guard. He's injured. I spent all morning talking about him.
Oh, Isaac Seumalo.
Thank you for paying attention. I'm going to give it to him. Center.
Zach Frazier.
Oh, we're rocking and rolling, baby. Right guard he's never going to get.
That's not Fautanu? No. Okay, I don't know.
Mason McCormick.
Yep.
Right tackle.
I recognize that name.
Well, you should. He's the Steelers starting right guard.
That's okay. That's okay. That's an okay miss.
It's the most palatable of all the misses, but he shouldn't miss any of them. Who's your right tackle then?
Fontana?
There you go.
Hey, look at me.
He guesses. He throws a question mark at the end.
I know he's on the line.
Tight end.
Pat Freiermuth.
Quarterback.
Will Howard. Nope, Aaron Rodgers then.
Running back.
Jalen Warren.
Who'd they draft in the 3rd round out of Iowa?
What? Why? That's not a part of the quiz.
It's not a part of the quiz.
So we're going to move on. Thank you.
All right, Harry, you went 10 out of 11. And really,
oh, that's it? I win?
Really, you went 9 out of 11 because you kept guessing Troy Faltanu for every starting offensive lineman spot.
9 out of 11.
It's pretty solid. That's your best performance to date, I think.
I also have always likened the Ivy League schools as to like playing Oakmont. Like, it's just hard. There's nothing you can do.
Right. Yeah, I'm trying to get with your Open Championship analogy. It's not quite landing with me.
Easy courses, difficult circumstances. You want to guess how many of my good friends in college actually graduated in 4 years? Wrong, none of them.
Really?
Took me 5.5 years.
Are you serious?
Oh, yeah. Now, part of it was because I got a job in the industry and then finished up online. But I would have still been a semester late.
It took you 5.5 years to graduate from WVU.
Yes, but I think you're glossing over the fact that
you got a job in the industry. That's your excuse.
Bingo, bango. What
I graduated in 4 years and then got this job 3 months after graduation. So I don't know what you're doing.
Oh my goodness.
What your path was.
Hey, all that matters is you're right here, right now. You guys are working beautifully together today.
Mm-hmm.
There doesn't seem to be any animosity. I love it.
Pat, this was fun.
It's been a joy.
Thanks for coming in, buddy.
We'll see you.
Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions today. High of 92 for the first day of Steelers practice. When we come back, we make fun of Mark Caboli. It's the Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Since 1969, a quick drain service has been going down the drain so you don't have to. Proudly serving the tri-state area, they're your go-to experts for DOT certified gas, water, and sewer line installations. From plumbing to sewer and drain cleaning, they do it all. Fast, professional, and reliable. Emergency service available 24/7. Lifetime guarantee on water and sewer lines. Senior and military discounts available. Go to quickdrain.com. A quick drain service, PA number 074216.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Crews still on the scene of an earlier accident in Green Tree Borough. It ties up the intersection of Green Tree Road and Pocono Drive. Heavy delays in both directions approaching the scene. Crews clearing an earlier accident on the ramp from the Edgewood-Swissvale interchange in South Braddock Avenue to the inbound Parkway East. It's not affecting the main line, though. That is jammed before Wilkinsburg down to the Squirrel Hill tunnels with outbound delays just past Bate Street. Parkway West, you're stacked near the top of Green Tree Hill. Outbound delays from Roslyn Farms to 79, and you're jammed jammed on inbound 28 from Millvale down to East Ohio Street. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio, 93.7 The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan. No one celebrates the red, white, and new like Shorkey Mitsubishi.
That's right, Katie. And our July 4th deals are putting on a spectacular show. Declare independence from paying retail with the industry's most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs.
It all starts with the Outlander, Jim, the crowd favorite. 7-passenger seating, lots of safety and technology features, now with incredible 0% financing for 60 months.
Or the brand new Mirage, already the lowest priced new car on the market, now take up to $2,000 off MSRP.
Shorkey Mitsubishi is all about the star stripes and savings for the people. Your purchase comes with a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade.
Giving you the freedom to upgrade today. So stop by and let Shorkey Mitsubishi help make it your deal, your way. What a great day.
Locations in North Huntington and the North Hills, or online at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Odyssey app lets you jump back in time to the moments you missed on The Fan. Whether it's The Fan Morning Show, The Joe Starkey Show, or The PM Team, you can get caught up on all of it. When you're listening to The Fan, it's as simple as one click to listen on demand. Miss a great moment, great guest, we've got you covered.
Pass rusher, so I'm sure we'll have some cool packages and some new stuff for you guys to see.
Good morning, everybody. That was TJ Watt yesterday. First day for the Steelers, like the first day of school, report day to training camp. And today, in the 92-degree heat, they will practice for the first time. And color me shocked, TJ Watt's going to be a full participant. I always thought a deal would get done. I never thought he'd be there for training camp. And if he were there for training camp, I had always thought he would do the hold-in thing. Now, the last time he did that, he just so happened to set or tie the all-time single-season sack record of 22.5. Mark Kaboly, today on Twitter, with a little bit of a hot take. He says, prediction, T.J. Watt will surpass 20 sacks this year and flirt with the single-season sack record. It's a good prediction from Mark. I also think it should damn well be the expectation for T.J. Watt. Now, it's tough to put that kind of expectation on a guy. Hey, in order for you to be worth your contract, you need to make history. But I think it's a fair expectation for T.J. Watt. A, he's really damn good. B, he's the highest paid non-quarterback in the history of professional football. And C, he's done it before. If T.J. Watt had topped out, at 15 sacks and was doing that perennially and was also up there in pass rush win rate and pressure rate and all those fun, hokey analytical stats, I think the Steelers still would have given him $40 million a season. I wouldn't be sitting here saying, oh, T.J. Watt, to justify that contract, needs to do something he's never done before. No, what I'm saying is do what you have done before. He doesn't need necessarily to break it, but I think 20 sacks is a fair expectation for the guy. Kaboly started arguing with me about it on Twitter when I said, yeah, that should be his expectation. Kaboly said, well, Dak is the highest paid quarterback in the NFL. Should he break the single season touchdown record? Well, Jerry Jones likes to pay for things that he probably shouldn't pay for, or he'll like to go above and beyond when he pays guys. He's going to do it with Micah Parsons, who should be the highest paid edge rusher in the NFL. He's next up, but I bet you he makes him a $50 million player instead of a $41.5 million player. He did the same thing with Dak. And again, Dak has never made history. TJ's done it before. TJ, the last time he was healthy, had 19 sacks in a season. I'm all for making predictions. I'm not knocking Kaboly's prediction, but I think his prediction should be the expectation. He had 19 sacks 2 years ago. He had 22.5 sacks 2 years before that. They are paying this guy like a quarterback. He's not a quarterback. So go put the quarterback on the ground 20-plus times. Is that an unfair expectation? 412-928-9370. I know that it was pretty much 50-50 on whether or not, if all of you listening out there would have given T.J. Watt this deal. Bob Pompiani put out a Twitter poll. We've all put out Twitter polls. Did the Steelers do the right thing by paying T.J. Watt? And across the board, 50-50. If you're one of the people who said that T.J. Watt should get that money, that's because you think T.J. Watt is an elite Hall of Fame player. Wouldn't you then think that the expectation should be, since he's so great, a 20-sack season? Because now I'm getting all kind of blowback, pushback on social media, and I don't quite understand it. 412-928-9370. That'd be about $2 million per sack. That seems like a good going rate. What do you think? 412-928-9370. I like the prediction from Mark. Don't you think, though, his prediction is what the expectation should be? Like, T.J. Watt does have to go out there and perform and justify the contract. And beyond that, for me, he needs to go out there and play well in a playoff game, something he's never done. T.J. Watt has 1 sack in 4 playoff games, didn't register a stat against the Baltimore Ravens. In order to justify the contract, for me, he needs to be flirting with 20 sacks, and then if and when the Steelers get to the postseason, even in defeat, he needs to play his ass off. And I've used this analogy in each of the last couple of shows. I'll use it again. T.J. McConnell was outstanding in the NBA Finals. His team lost, but that guy deserves a ton of compliments for getting his team to the doorstep of greatness. Now, he is not getting paid the way T.J. Watt is, and that's probably where the analogy is bad and goes to die. But you can be noble in defeat. You go out there and you play really well and the team still loses, then it's not your fault the team lost. He's been one of the reasons why the team has lost in the 4 playoff games that he's been healthy in. And if you look at it real close, and this is sad, the best offensive performance in the last 5 playoff games from the Pittsburgh Steelers was the one where he didn't play against Buffalo. So Cabali says, prediction, T.J. Watt will surpass 20 sacks this year and flirt with single-season sack record. I say, hey, good prediction, Mark. I think that should be the expectation. What say you? Is that too lofty a goal? 412-928-9370. T.J. Watt commented yesterday on why he posted the peace sign on Instagram. Here's what he had to say.
Sometimes it's just fun to have fun with the narratives out there because, I mean, obviously I'm very in tune with what's going on in negotiations and how things are going. It's fun to see what you guys are all writing, thinking that things are one way even though they're completely a different way. So sometimes it's fun, especially when it's early in the off season, to kind of throw something out there and see what happens. And it stirred things up a lot more than I ever thought it could.
Yeah, BS. We've been running things through the BS meter today. Omar Khan's comments, do we buy what he was selling or not? Mike Tomlin's comments, do we buy what he was selling or not? T.J. Watt there, I don't believe he was just trying to stir the pot. I think that was part of it. I think he was dissatisfied with how contract negotiations were going. And I actually don't blame him for posting that on Instagram. I'm not saying that by way of criticism. And I didn't necessarily, I guess, expect him to tell the truth, but he wasn't telling the truth there. Mark Cabali says he thinks T.J. Watt could break the single-season sack record this year. I say that should be the expectation, is for him to at least flirt with it. Is that too lofty a goal? 412-928-9370. Peter in Pittsburgh wants to chime in. Hi, Peter.
Hi. Hey, I just wanted to say that T.J. has, since he's always double-teamed and then the running back chips him on the way in, that's 3 guys on him. He's become the best stripper of the ball I've ever seen in
I'm with you on that.
Football. not just quarterback strips. He'll strip the ball from the running back. And, so even if he doesn't reach 20, but he keeps stripping the ball and being the game-wrecking player that he is, I think he's earned his money.
I want it all, my friend. I want it all, Peter. And he has perfected that peanut punch. He punched a dude in the nuts one time. He does take the football away. He will have an interception every now and again, as he did against the Los Angeles Rams. It made Sean McVay want to pull his hair out. T.J. Watt is a complete player. I think that is good analysis by Peter. And if you go by PFF, and I only do whenever it benefits my argument, he was the highest graded rush defender in the NFL last year as an edge player. T.J. Watt is an elite player. He is a future Hall of Famer. But he's getting paid to be the highest paid non-quarterback in the NFL. He's getting paid mostly, I think, folks, because of the sack totals. We need a Gotti sack total this year. I would settle for 19. He's done it before. Someone tweets in, Adam does. He had more sacks than 15 sacks twice in his 8-year career, but you're expecting 20 every year? No, we're talking about this year. You're getting paid a lot of money, and he's still young enough where I think it's a fair expectation that he flirts with 20 sacks. 412-928-9370. Jim in Pleasant Hills next up. Good morning to you, Jim.
Hello.
Hey, turn your radio down, Jim. What's up, buddy?
Hello?
Hi, Jim.
Hello.
What do you got for us, bud? I think Jim's putting on. But if he's not, he can call back and turn his radio down at 412-928-9370. Harry, he's making $41 million a year. Do you think it's an unfair expectation to say that he should flirt with 20 sacks and the all-time sack record? It's not like he hasn't accomplished it before. He has.
He needs to have 30 sacks with all that money, for all I'm concerned.
Let's make it 40. Let's make it $1 million per sack. He should have broke the single season sack record a couple of years ago, but the hometown mean old Baltimore Ravens official scorer took a sack away from him, which was nonsense. And Strahan's is tainted too because Favre laid down for him. But that's beside the point. Kaboli predicting that T.J. Watt will have 20 or more sacks and flirt with the all-time single-season sack record. I think that's the expectation. Is that a fair expectation? 412-928-9370. People texting in saying I'm hating on T.J. Watt. It's quite the opposite. I believe he can do it. But I think he should. I think that's what he's being paid to do. Text us as well, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. We'll take your calls, texts, and tweets on this when we come back. Also, I think Mike Tomlin's going to screw the Jalen Ramsey thing up. First, it's a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Pirates won yesterday over the Detroit Tigers, and the Pirates were able to sweep the Tigers in that 3-game series. Pirates are off today. They're going to begin a 3-game series with the Arizona Diamondbacks. That series will last over the weekend, and it begins tomorrow. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of the Fan.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. That was quite a stunning admission from Maryland head football coach Mike Locksley. I own the fact that I lost my locker room. He said, I had to choose between paying young players who were coming in or reward the older players that have been through the fire. And I tried to do both with limited resources. As a Maryland alum, I can just imagine how frustrating it must be for him. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Get one free set of Brake Best brake pads when you buy 2 brake rotors. Visit O'Reilly Auto Parts. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Lowe's knows big savings make a big difference, especially when you're shopping for appliances. Hurry in to get up to 30% off select major appliances. Plus, My Lowe's Rewards members get free delivery, free haul away, free installation and parts on purchases of $2,500 or more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/30. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Price, delivery time, and vehicle availability may vary based on order size and location. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com/delivery for more details.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for McVay. Dripping faucets, leaking pipes, no hot water, clogged drain backing up. Whether it's a minor repair or a major emergency, call the honest plumbing experts at McVay Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. McVay's your go-to plumbing professionals for any plumbing issue you may have. McVay offers fast, reliable, and affordable plumbing services. With McVay, you get transparent, upfront pricing, so there are no surprises when you get your bill. And remember, when a plumbing problem happens to you, don't overpay. Call McVay or go to callmcvay.com to schedule an appointment online.
Donaldson's Crossroads, the Zamias Properties entity, is proud to support the Pittsburgh Public Schools Backpack Drive now in its 11th year. Drop off your backpacks now through July 31st in a bin near the Little Gym inside the Mini Mall. Then join Kids Fest Friday, August 1st from 1 to 4 p.m. Games, prizes, and 93.7 The Fan on site from 1 to 2 p.m. This all leads up to Pittsburgh for PPS, the official back-to-school event for PPS students, August 18th at the Gold Lot 1 on the North Shore. Let's give every student a strong start together with Donaldson's Crossroads and Odyssey Pittsburgh.
Viral songwriting sensation Oliver Anthony comes to the Western Pennsylvania area this August, and you don't want to miss him. Oliver Anthony, live at Timber Rock Amphitheater in Farmington on Friday, August 15th. Don't miss the raw and soulful vocals of Oliver Anthony, Friday, August 15th. Get tickets now at timberrockamp.com. Another Drusky Entertainment event.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150 in bonus bets when they bet $5, win or lose. And even better, bonus bets can be used on the spread, totals, and player props.
There you have it. Bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply. Available in app only.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Still some trouble spots in the morning rush. This report brought to you by Grookin Roofing and Contracting. Call the Pickle today. We do have an accident report now. It's in the Point Breeze section. Crews on the scene at the intersection of 5th Avenue and Beechwood Boulevard. Parkway West, you're jammed at Parkway Center. Outbound delays at Roslyn Farms past Campbell's Run Road. Parkway East stacked at Wilkinsburg inbound. Outbound delays just past Bate Street. Route 28, that is jammed past Millvale down toward East Ohio Street. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
People on the YouTube stream wondering why I'm laughing so hard during the break. Charlie, who's one of our producers here, one of my favorite people around this place, came in to tell me a story that I cannot share on the air, but it was about his GPA in high school. I can tell it this way. He aced world history, and they asked him if he wanted to be part of the AP history class. And because of a misunderstanding, he thought that was a class. Well, I can't really find a way to tell it, but I'm just going to punt. Sometimes it's good to punt. Sometimes with Matt Canada, you wish the Steelers could have punted on 3rd down, and I'm deciding to do that here. Social media's biggest loser would have been me if I didn't stop that story. Brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation at awaken180weightloss.com. Mark Caboli says that Mark Caboli says that TJ Watt, in his mind, this is a prediction, is going to set the single-season sack record this year, or at least flirt with it. I say that should be the expectation. Is that too lofty a goal? 412-928-9370. I posted that on Twitter as well, and Paul tweets, "You need happy juice every 50 minutes. So much hate. There's nothing hateful about this. How's it hate to say that Watt is good enough to break a record? He tied it once. The last time he was healthy for a full season, he had 19 sacks. I don't think Caboli's going out on a limb here. And I don't think it's ridiculous to say, you're paying a guy $41 million. Go be great. That's not hate. I have faith in him." Let's go to Jeff in Uniontown. Hi, Jeff.
Hey, Mr. Crowley. Actually, I'm in Morgantown working today, but I think he could break the record, but if he could just create enough havoc and command enough attention so the whole team could get a whole pile of sacks, it would be just as good, as long as the quarterback's on his ass.
I like that thinking, Jeff. I think I'll look at your take, and I'll kind of flip-flop it a little bit. Yeah, I'd like to see the Steelers be among the league leaders in sacks again. They weren't last year. I think it's because they didn't trust their corners. I think Mike Tomlin has a ton of faith in his corners now, the way he talked about Jalen Ramsey, Darius Slay, and Joey Porter Jr. yesterday. I think what that's going to allow them to do, if he does the sensible thing, is blitz a lot more. They blitzed a ton under Keith Butler. They didn't blitz enough last year. I think part of it was the run defense and there being some advantageous down and distance situations for the offense. But I want them to blitz more, and that actually should free Watt up. We're so focused on moving Watt from right to left and get him doing the Myles Garrett thing. I think some of that's necessary. I think it's more important to blitz a ton. TJ Watt deals with a right tackle, a tight end, and a running back just about every time it's a crucial passing situation. If you bring some heat every now and again, that's going to free him up for more one-on-ones. James Harrison was able to benefit from that a ton with Dick LeBeau. They blitzed a ton. Brian Flores blitzes a ton in Minnesota. That led to prodigious sack totals last year, makes it easier on Danielle Hunter. Bring the heat. Let TJ go one-on-one with those right tackles. If you do, I think he's going to get home more and should have about 20 sacks. It's a fair expectation. Joe in the South Side. Hi, Joe. Joey.
Yo, cuz, what's up?
What's up, man?
Not much. How you doing?
Doing good.
Listen, TJ's going to break the sack record. Tell Harry, quit being so negative about Watt. This is why he lost the Green Tree election. Negative Nancy. And one more thing. No one cares about the Green Tree poll. See you, cuz.
See you, cuz.
Well, that's not very kind. I was very positive about the pool and its opportunities. I was a great council candidate.
I want to bring that back, by the way, referring to everyone as cuz.
Cuz.
I love that.
Hey, cuz.
It's a nice term of endearment. It's also factually inaccurate, though, what he said. You didn't lose the Green Tree Council election because you're some negative Nelly. You lost the Green Tree Council election because Joe Starkey and his wife abstained from voting. Had they voted, you would have won. You would be politician Harry Callis now. I blame Starkey. I blame Starkey's wife. Wonderful people. They did you no favors.
Everyone forgets I lost by one vote.
Exactly.
That's not even a lot.
It's not because you're negative. You're actually a very positive person. You have been spewing some Watt takes. I like that out of you.
I think that's reasonable, though, isn't it?
What?
He held out while he was still under contract, and now he's doing his press conference, making it seem like this was a deal that had to get done this offseason. If he didn't show up and he wasn't under contract, I'd get it. But he's under contract still. Doesn't matter what he thinks.
I think there's a lot of people that would agree with you, but that's just business in the NFL.
And I don't like it. And Dorn and I talked about that last week, and I still don't like it.
Yeah, it's business. I think it's a fair opinion, but
I don't want distractions. I want to focus on football now. I hate the distractions. But he created one on Instagram.
I will actually agree with that. By posting the peace sign, by not showing up to minicamp, he created a distraction. If he had shown up to minicamp, there wouldn't have been a distraction.
Or let's say, even if he doesn't show up to minicamp, but he doesn't post that thing on social media, I think we're also good. But it's like, we don't like distractions. We're the Steelers. And then he just, fed into it for no reason.
Him being there at camp is a big deal to me. I think this lingering through training camp, which was actually my expectation, would have been a massive distraction for the team. But that he'll be there makes me forgive him a little bit for some of those distractions he caused at the less crucial part of the offseason. 412-928-9370. If there's one thing that all of you should take away from today's show, it's that Joe Starkey and his wife cost Harry Callis the Green Tree election. If you remember nothing else, that is it. 412-928-9370. Mark Cabali predicting TJ Watt to get 20 or more sacks this year and flirt with the single-season sack record. I say that should be the expectation. Do you think that's too lofty an expectation? 412-928-9370. I also said we would get Mike Tomlin talking about his corners, and so I hate to blow off a tease.
We're going to start him regardless. Where we move him around and things really depends on what offenses are doing. Make no mistake, those top three corners that I mentioned, Jalen Ramsey, Slay, and Joey Porter Jr., they're going to be on the field. I don't care what offenses come out in.
I love the idea of Jalen Ramsey being on the field at all times. But what I'm gathering there from Tomlin is that Jalen Ramsey is going to play some safety. And I think that's dumb. I said the Steelers, because of their corner depth, should blitz more this year. I would like to think that that's what they're going to do. But just because me and other smart football people think that the Steelers are going to do something or should do something doesn't mean that they will. I heard Malsey bring up a good statistic yesterday on the PM team that when Jalen Ramsey was playing man coverage last year and he was the closest defender to the ball, he allowed a quarterback rating of 51, third best in the NFL. Now, I have often referenced that Jalen Ramsey, according to PFF, was the 16th best corner in the NFL last year. That was primarily in man coverage. He is still, even north of 30, an elite man coverage corner. If you are, even at times, trying to replace Minkah Fitzpatrick with Jalen Ramsey, then you never should have made the trade in the first place. Minkah wasn't a juice worth the squeeze because he was making so much money to not affect the football. But Minka Fitzpatrick a better safety than Jalen Ramsey was going to be a safety, or is potentially going to be a safety. Like, Jalen Ramsey, great athlete and did play safety in college, and I'm sure he'll dabble, and I'm okay with dabbling a little bit. But primarily, Jalen Ramsey needs to play corner. He needs to lock down the Jamar Chases of the world when they're over in Ireland with me. Lock down Justin Jefferson. Like, take away the other team's number one wide receiver. That's job one for Jalen Ramsey. That should be one of the focal points of the Steelers' defense this year. That. TJ Watt, go get quarterback. Jalen Ramsey, go get the other team's best receiver. Those two things, bang, constants, every week. That's what you're doing. Jalen Ramsey should be the number one corner on this team, and that's why he should never come off the field. Don't play around with, sub package here. Put Jalen Ramsey in at safety because Juan Thornhill stinks, and have Darius Slay and Joey Porter Jr. on the outside. No. Jalen Ramsey, CB1, always. Make the other parts work around that. But Mike Tomlin hasn't always done the smart thing. I think about all kind of guys they haven't used the right way. Justin Fields last year, barely let him run. Jaylen Warren was a better running back on a yards per carry basis than Najee Harris, yet Najee Harris took the lion's share of the carries. You can argue they didn't use Minka the right way. Hey, go play center field. Dumb. Broderick Jones, hey, you're a left tackle who's played 9 games in college. You want to start it right? Kevin Dotson, one of the best guards in the NFL now. Couldn't make it work here. Kendrick Green, probably never going to be a good player, but wasn't comfortable playing center, told me that in the locker room. Yeah, I have a 3 out of 10 confidence level in center. So they played him at center day one. Have they got the most out of Pat Freiermuth? Mike Tomlin hadn't always used players the way they should be used. Jalen Ramsey should be CB1, end of opinion. Let's hope Mike Tomlin sees it that way. What did Jeff Hathorn gather from Mike Tomlin's media availability regarding Jalen Ramsey? We'll talk to him next with a training camp report. Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Right now, it's a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates, they won yesterday against the Detroit Tigers, meaning that they swept the Tigers in that 3-game series. They're now 3-3 in their homestand. They've got 3 more games left in it. They've got the Arizona Diamondbacks that they're going to play over the weekend. That series doesn't start until tomorrow. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now here is Crowley.
Are you in a pickle, not knowing who to call for a new roof? The obvious choice is to call the Pickle, 724-515-5551 with Gherkin Roofing. Gherkin Roofing has hundreds of 5-star Google reviews. They're a platinum-certified contractor with Atlas Shingles, plus all their new roof installs come with a 50-year non-prorated warranty backed by Atlas Shingles and a lifetime Scotch Guard guarantee against black streaks. Do not wait. Call the Pickle today at 724-515-5551 or online at callthepickle.com.
I'm Ryan Horvath, here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. We're just over a month away from the start of the college football season. Brian Kelly and the LSU Tigers have a favorable schedule and a healthy, hungry Garrett Nussmeier. I think that the Tigers are in prime position to take the SEC at plus 750 as a long shot. I'm Ryan Horvath. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group.
Discover uncompromising quality at a reliable price with Giant Eagle and Market District. Look for signs throughout the store highlighting lower prices. Surround yourself with savings at Giant Eagle. Experience value like never before. Visit Giant Eagle today to see how easy it is to save.
Crowley here. Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms charge. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and have a 99.7 97% success rate, so that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor-trailer crashes, 25%. Any accident, only 25%. Shenderovich and Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
Ready for a new ride? South Hills Kia has the ride and the price you'll love. Brand new 2025 Kia Sorento S all-wheel drive as low as $329 for 24 months with $3,999 due at signing, or 1.9% for 60 months. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $229 for 24 months with $3,499 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires August 4th, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Hey, Paul Alexander here. You know how much I love the golf. I love it even more now. For the last 3 years, I've been wearing all these awesome golf shirts that I have. Tuck them in and look great. Nothing hanging out, nothing hanging over. But here's the best part. I gained 10 degrees of extra hip rotation. Dropping 30 pounds with a Wacom 180 gets you those extra 10 degrees. That means a half a club more distance, about 6 to 10 yards with irons, even more with woods. Look it up. Your handicap shrinks right along with your waist. Better mobility, endurance, consistency, even mood. It's science and completely doable with a Wacom 180. Maybe you don't golf. Will those 10 degrees help with pickleball or jogging? Absolutely. How about everyday stuff like getting out of your car, mowing the lawn? You better believe it. Everything gets easier when you lose weight the easy, fast, sustainable way. Take strokes off your game by taking pounds off your frame with a Wacom 180 weight loss. Online at Wacom180weightloss.com.
Pittsburgh. Are you ready to relive the magic? Almost Queen, a tribute to Queen, is taking the stage at Rivers Casino on Friday, September 19th. Experience the look, the power, and all the legendary hits all in one place. From Bohemian Rhapsody to Another One Bites the Dust, you'll be dancing all night long. Visit riverscasino.com for tickets. And don't miss Almost Queen, a tribute to Queen live. We'll see you there.
It's Andrew Filipponi for Weather Seal Home Services. Big news. Weather Seal is introducing their affordable roofing replacement program. This month, upgrade your old worn-out roof to the unlimited roof with gutters included. Plus, get the project started with 24 months of no payments or interest. That's 2 years of no payments or interest. Wow. This affordable roofing replacement offer will save you thousands and get you the roof your home deserves. Weather Seal, a 4.8 rating on Google and an A+ accredited rating with the BBB. Call 855-351-SEAL or go to weathersealhomeservices.com.
College holds a mythic place in American culture. But there are stories you won't hear on the campus tours.
The higher-ups are concerned about one thing, and that is avoiding scandal.
I'm Margot Gray. On the new podcast, Campus Files, we cover everything from rigged admissions to the drama of Greek life and student protests. Listen to and follow Campus Files, an Odyssey original podcast. Available now on the free Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. This training camp update is presented by Smale Kia and brought to you by Schleideck and New Flow Men's Health.
That's right. Jeff Hathorn joins us en route to Steelers training camp. Day one of practice where it's going to be 875 degrees. Real quick before we do get to Jeff, breaking news out of Jets camp. This from Zach Rosenblatt, who covers the team for The Athletic. Justin Fields is being carted inside after limping off and being checked by a trainer. Not great. Man, you hate to see that. You really do. Justin Fields, a great dude. And he handled being sat down last year with such class. I'm always going to be rooting for Justin Fields. Hope he's all right. Hopefully it's just a minor thing. Jeff, good morning to you, buddy. How you doing?
Damn. You're absolutely right. I mean, I don't know if people realize how much support he also had in that locker room last year, talking about Fields.
Yeah.
Like, they loved that guy. Hey, he was not about him. He was a team-first guy, and, man, that's a shame, cuz.
Yes, cuz.
I think we ought to make cuz the old new bro.
I like cuz better than
bro.
Because bro kind of seems like a pejorative at times, like you're talking down to someone. Cuz is just friendly as hell. Cuz.
It's wild the first time, and maybe your daughter has done this. Like, daughter's like, bro. Like, bro? Like, really?
She hit me with a dude the other day, and it almost brought me to my knees. It was so funny.
Have you? Yeah, I assume you've gotten an eye roll by this point.
Oh, we get eye rolls every day at dinner time, Jeff. Every single day. But I latch on to it.
Those first ones are tough.
I know, you want to yell, but it's too damn cute. Jeff, speaking of injuries, Isaac Seumalo going to start on the non-football injury list. Now, Mike Tomlin didn't seem to think it was a big deal, but nobody seemed to think the Russell Wilson thing was a big deal last year, and he missed 6 games. If Seumalo's out, I think that is significant for Broderick Jones. This is the year for Broderick. Yeah. I would love for him to be playing alongside one of the better guards in the NFL, who's also a really smart dude.
Yeah, and they didn't get a lot of time in off-season together. I agree with you. I mean, this is a chance for him to get to know Seumalo better. Not that they haven't had drills before, because he has worked at left tackle before in practices, but you do want them to have that. You want to have the whole line have continuity, but especially there. You know, I'll say this for Spencer Anderson. This is a guy they've really liked over the years. Like, they've tried to find him a position. They've liked him so much. They've tried him at tackle. They've had him at guard. They've had him at center. They want to make him this super utility guy. But coming into camp, he's kind of focused in on guard, and I mean, he's going to be the guy. It's way too far away from the first game to even speculate on where that is, but at least for now, that's who you're going to see next to Broderick. But I get your point. You would want Seumalo and Jones to have as much time together as possible.
I also think that the depth on the offensive line is lacking. I think they were actually better off from a depth standpoint last year, and this just sort of reinforces that. I know they've got a lot of money still that they could spend. Do you think that they would look at that as priority one, even ahead of another safety or ahead of another wide receiver, Jeff?
Well, and they have done that over the years. You know, they brought in a guy like Jesse Davis, who had NFL experience at the end of, as he was released, I think, by the Dolphins, and brought him in a couple of years ago. They do like Calvin Anderson at tackle, and Calvin Anderson is a guy who has started in the league for multiple teams. So to have a guy that could be a swing, you feel okay about, but they don't have the Herbig. Herbig was the guy you felt like you could put in there, and if it's 8 games, Herbig's going to be all right. I think that's the difference now. I mean, Dylan Cook is a guy who's really athletic. McCollum's, you know, if you just need a couple of games, I think their depth is okay. What they don't have, and not a lot of teams do, what they don't have is someone you feel like, okay, they could put this person in and they could finish the year.
Jeff Hathhorn joining us here on the Fan Morning Show en route to Steelers training camp. He was there yesterday for report day. Mike Tomlin talked about Jalen Ramsey, Darius Slay, and Joey Porter Jr. being on the field a ton. I just hope that means that Jalen Ramsey gets to do what he does best, and that is delete receivers from the game plan.
And we don't know for sure that maybe Slay, even though he hasn't played a lot inside, maybe Slay's going to do some stuff inside. I think they have a great chance. And people used to hear in the LeBeau days about going into the lab, getting back to the lab. Let's get in the lab and be creative when Troy was there. This is not a Troy situation. They don't have a Hall of Famer necessarily, although Ramsey is really good, and so is Slay. But they have an opportunity to get creative because they want those 3 on the field. Tomlin couldn't say that enough, that those 3 are going to be on the field together. Well, you've got a really athletic linebacker in Peyton Wilson. I think you have some opportunities to do some things that this defense really hasn't done, because I think one of the criticisms I would say for the defense over the last couple of years is they got too vanilla. It became obvious where you could attack the Steelers from an offensive standpoint. Let's go nuts. Don't be afraid to make mistakes. Now you should have the speed and the guys on the outside where you can take some chances, and even if you miss, you should be better on the back end than you've been probably in 10 years.
Yeah, I think so too. I think the roster defensively looks really good, and this might be the best corner room that they've had. I can't think of a time where they've had bigger names.
Shea and Ike.
Yeah, you might be going into the Wayback Machine. Jeff, go ahead.
And leave Juan Thornhill alone. We love talking to him. He's honest. He says stuff that we all love. I don't know if he could play, but he's great for us.
He is honest from his own perspective. And
he is.
I do like guys who say things, and then the second that they do, I criticize them.
I would say this. I tend to like guys that come in with a chip on their shoulder. And, dude, he's got a big brown and orange chip on his shoulder from what happened, from the criticism he got in Cleveland last year. He explains it as he was playing injured, and I mean, we'll see how it plays out. But he does come in. He's like that dude. They're ready to, when they open the gate, he's going to be one of the first ones to run out because he wants to prove that he was more the guy in Kansas City than what we saw in Cleveland last year.
I like guys who talk a big game and then back it up. He certainly talked a big game. If he backs it up, he'll work himself into the good graces of one Adam Richard Crowley. Jeff, we appreciate everything you're doing at camp. We appreciate you sending all the audio back, asking all those great questions. Did you get sunburnt yesterday?
I did remember the sunscreen.
There you go.
Thankfully.
That's a win day one, cuz. We'll talk to you soon, all right?
All right, cuz.
See you, cuz. Jeff Hathorn, our sports director. Check out all his great coverage on 937thefan.com. And he'll be on all of our shows all week long. No one provides better coverage than Jeff. Yeah, we're going to monitor the Justin Fields situation. He's been carted off the field, unfortunately, at New York Jets camp on what I think is day 3 for them. Would be disastrous for him. I don't know that Justin Fields ever turns into a franchise quarterback, but this is his shot. Signs a 2-year, $40 million deal. You would hate to see him not be able to play. I mean, if he doesn't play this year, he's going to be a backup quarterback the rest of his career. And he might be that anyhow. But this is his chance. I would be gutted for him. So I do hope he's ready and able to go against the Steelers week 1, just because I like the guy. Also from an intrigue factor. Now, from a competitive factor, their backup quarterback, just to let you know, is Tyrod Taylor. I hope it's Justin Fields week 1. Would suck for him. All right. Coming up next, we'll react to some of what Jeff had to say. First, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates, they won yesterday over the Detroit Tigers. They're going to be off today, and then they're going to begin a 3-game series with the Arizona Diamondbacks, and that starts tomorrow and will last throughout the weekend. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now here's Crowd.
Oh, thank you so much, Harry. Summertime, the beach, the boat, the lake, the great outdoors. You can enjoy casino action and sports betting wherever you are all summer long with the BetParx online casino and sportsbook app. Live betting on sports is better on the BetParx app. You can bet player performances, game props, and more, but whether your team wins or not, there's always another way to win on the BetParx app, the only app I ever use and recommend to bet on all my favorite sports and to play all my favorite classic casino games in the palm of my hand. And new users, how about this deal? You can get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. And for something different, try playing with a live dealer right on your phone, tablet, or laptop. Go to betparx.com right now to download the app and enjoy all the action and excitement from the casino right at your fingertips. You must be 21 in PA, New Jersey, Maryland, or Michigan. You love to play. You play to win. You bet. BetParx. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Still some rough going at the end of the morning rush. This report brought to you by the Good Feet stores. We do have a couple of accidents, actually one, some down power lines in the city's south side slope section at the intersection of East Amanda Avenue and Mount Oliver Street. Also an earlier accident being cleared in the Point Breeze section on 5th Avenue at Beechwood Boulevard. Parkway West, you are jammed at Parkway Center. Parkway East, inbound delays at Edgewood Twistvale. Outbound, you're jammed at Bates Street. And Route 28, inbound stacking from the 31st Street Bridge toward East Ohio Street. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit us in Robinson Town Center in Cranberry Township and now open in Morgantown.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath.
High five!
You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years of gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked!
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years.
Woo!
The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm? Totally natural.
Sweet! Thank you! Thank you! High five, everybody! High five!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five!
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25. New customers only. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
I'm Larry Kelly from the injury firm LGKG. My dad taught me that a handshake is an oath. I've taken that oath seriously as an injury lawyer fighting for the people of this region. If you've been injured, I want to talk to you personally. Call me. I'll call you back. 724-658-8535.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Zero Res. The month of July is National Carpet Cleaning Month, and because of that, Zero Res is offering a purchase of 3 rooms of carpet cleaned, get 1 free plus $50 off of air duct services. Hey, Yins, carpet looking like it survived the tailgate at Acrisure, mud from the Mon, fries from your salad on the ground. That's why Zero Res is here to clean up the mess without leaving any soap or residue behind. We know it's a busy time of year with cookouts and graduation parties and all kind of summer activities. Your carpets could get nasty. Here's the thing about Zero Res. They can handle it all. Carpets, tile, rugs, upholstery, air ducts, basically every surface in your home can be Zero Resified, so it's time to call My Cleaning Pros. Zero Res has a 4.9 rating on Google with over 10,000 reviews. Schedule your appointment today at ZeroResPGH.com or call 412-701-1188 and ask for the 93.7 The Fan special. Spell it backward or forward, it spells the same. Zero Res.
Join the Wild Things Friday, July 25th through Sunday the 27th for fireworks presented by North Franklin Township, baseball fights cancer with a photo frame giveaway sponsored by St. Clair Health, and Disney Night presented by the PA Treasury with Bluey and Bingo on a Pathways Kids Eat Free Sunday.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-587-1274. That's 800-587-1274. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-587-1274. That's 800-587-1274 today.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Good radio, you guys. Love the banter.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
50-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. In case you missed it, bad news at a Jets camp. Justin Fields, lower body injury, being carted off the field. I hope that things work out for Justin Fields. This is his last best shot to be a starting quarterback in the NFL. And you would hate to see that cut down due to an injury in the first couple of days of training camp, for God's sake. And here's the irony of the NFL. So Aaron Rodgers, a couple years ago, runs out onto the field with the American flag. Expectations in New York had never been higher. Blows out his Achilles like 12 plays in. Works his way back. We know how last year went for Rodgers. Rodgers north of 40. Last season, he winds up playing 17 games. One of the reasons some Steelers fans would have preferred Justin Fields to Aaron Rodgers is because, again, Aaron Rodgers is an old man. Justin Fields in his mid-20s. You're worried about injuries for Aaron Rodgers, and here Justin Fields is going out in day 3 of Jets camp. Hopefully he didn't blow out his Achilles or something like Rodgers did, but you don't know. Right now you think the worst. You hope for the best. Wasn't pushing a blocking sled, was it? Unfair shot. Big show coming up tomorrow. Massive show. Pat Narduzzi, fresh off of ACC Media Days, going to join us live in studio at 7 o'clock. Eli Holstein at some point during the program. Chris Carter, who's going to be at Steelers camp today for their first practice, he'll join us at 8. Noah Hiles, he broke some O'Neal Cruz news. He's going to be on at 8:35. And then Brian Batko also with a training camp report at 9 o'clock. Looking forward to it. I told someone on the text line to give a birthday shout out. Crowman, my dog. Can my friend Isla Vanel get a... Nope. Dump that. They got me. They spelled the first name E-Y-L-A. And I fell for it.
Are you serious?
I fell for it again, Harry.
Are you serious?
I fell for it
You
again.
fell for it.
I fell for it again. That's the third time I've fallen for one of those. That was by far the most creative one. Fan Weather's brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. If you're headed up Steelers camp today, it's going to be a hot one. High at 92 degrees. Wear your sunscreen. Stay hydrated. Talk to you tomorrow at 5:40. Jason Mackey next. Goodbye.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Jim Shorkey Toyota in Greensburg delivers up delight deals for the people. New 25 Toyota Tundras, low 1.99% financing for an incredible 72 months. Wow! Or choose a new 25 Toyota Corolla, Camry, or RAV4 and finance at 4.99% for 60 months. Plus, you'll really celebrate the freedom to upgrade by grabbing up to $500 more for your trade. Shop us in Greensburg or online at JimShorkeyToyotaGreensburg.com. Call 1-855-410-4036 for complete details on all offers and terms.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all the Steelers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
It's Wicked Night at Highmark Stadium on Tuesday, July 29th when the Riverhounds host Miami. Wear your Wicked costume, enjoy show-themed activities and drink specials, and a post-game fireworks show. Happy hour goes from 5 to 7. Kickoff at 7. Get your tickets at riverhounds.com/tickets.
See website for details. Bills Happen is not a lender and does not make credit decisions. Not available in all states.
Hey, bills happen! So when you need extra cash fast, go to billshappen.com. Have you been turned down? Are your credit cards maxed out? Do you have bad credit? Go to billshappen.com. All you need is a job and a checking account. You could find a lender and get up to $5,000 cash as early as tomorrow. at BillsHappen.com. BillsHappen.com is the smart way to get a personal lender now. So if you need extra money for car repairs, medical bills, family emergencies, whatever you need cash for, go to BillsHappen.com and you can get the money you need as soon as the next day, up to $5,000. At BillsHappen.com, our process is safe, secure, and all online. No one to deal with in person, and Bills Happen does not charge you any fees to use our service. It's easy. When you need a lender, just remember, when bills happen, go to BillsHappen.com. BillsHappen.com for the cash you need now. BillsHappen.com.
Black and gold fans at Schleid Company, we're intercepting all the high prices. Schleid.company.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Still a little rough heading toward the end of the morning rush. This report brought to you by Cohen's Markets. We do have an accident still being cleared. Final stages on 5th Avenue at Beechwood Boulevard in the city's Point Breeze section. Parkway West remains jammed just before Parkway Center to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Outbound still stacking at 79 out past Campbell's Run Road. Parkway East jams at Edgewood Swissvale inbound. Outbound delays near the Bates Street on-ramp up into the lane restrictions before the Squirrel Hill tunnels. And Route 28 jamming for you from the 31st Street Bridge down to that ramp to East Ohio Street. Of course, that's part of the detour for the closed ramp to the Veterans Bridge. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
What chicken are you picking? Cohen's famous chicken bites now come 3 ways. The original crispy, spicy, and now sauced with your favorite flavor. Visit your local Cohen Kitchen site today to figure out your favorite. Cohen Markets, your fulfilling station.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
No one celebrates the red, white, and new like Shorkey Mitsubishi.
That's right, Katie. And our July 4th deals are putting on a spectacular show. Declare independence from paying retail with the industry's most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs.
It all starts with the Outlander, Jim. The crowd favorite. 7-passenger seating, lots of safety and technology features. Now with incredible 0% financing for 60 months.
Or the brand new Mirage, already the lowest priced new car on the market. Now take up to $2,000 off MSRP.
Shorkey Mitsubishi is all about the star stripes and savings for the people. Your purchase comes with a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade.
Giving you the freedom to upgrade today. So stop by and let Shorkey Mitsubishi help make it your deal, your way. What a great day.
Locations in North Huntington and the North Hills or online at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Live from St. Vincent College. We're not, but the Steelers are. It's the first day of official practice open to the public. 1:55 is when practice will begin from Chuck Noll Field at St. Vincent College in Latrobe, as the Steelers will begin training camp. All 32 teams have reported for training camp for the 2025 season. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Where's what we came for? Bob Papiani and Joe Starkey are talking Pittsburgh sports and beyond. Let's go, let's go! It's the Pop and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
And a good morning to you. It's the Pomp and Joe Show. Jason Mackey, Austin Bechtold in for the guys. Excited to be with you today. It's a big day for Chucks around here, Limits.
Very
Chuck Noll
big day.
Field.
Yesterday
Chuck
was
Conco
a
yesterday.
huge day for Chuck. Credit to you, Jason, for putting that together. Getting a great day for Chuck. I had the pleasure of meeting him on Saturday at Steel City Galleries at another Chuck in Uniontown-like day. And the way that the Pirates treated him yesterday, it looked awesome from what I saw on your social feeds.
Very cool, man. Very cool. Credit to Zangrilli, Brian Warecki from the Pirates, not just me, team effort. People around Chuck, some of his friends helped out. It was so cool, man. It was so cool to see a grown man. I wrote this in a column today. Like, he's 73. It's like a 6-year-old on Christmas getting to open presents. And I know you don't have kids, Limits. Maybe you will one day if you want them, whatever.
I was
you'll
6
get that
one
feeling.
day. I know
you were
the feeling.
6. But I'm telling you, dude, it's better seeing your kids open something than anything. Like, their head's going to pop off. I would rather have that a million times over than get a present myself. And to see Chuck, like, that was what this was. And I wanted to talk about that a little bit off the hop. I mean, there's so much to get into Steelers-wise. We're not going to ignore that. Limits and I are going to dive into a bunch of Steelers topics and what this season means for them. I've got a theory. I don't know if I'd call it interesting, but it's certainly debatable. There's so much on today's show. That'll take us right into Off the Top, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Just a rundown of what we're going to do today. Again, a little bit of my day with Chuck Conco yesterday at PNC Park. We'll talk about that. Take that into some Steelers topics and our general expectations and what we thought with Omar Khan talking yesterday, what Mike Tomlin said, and sort of where this ties back to, in my opinion. Hint, hint, and some of the names that I just mentioned. A special treat at 11 o'clock, Garrett Webster is the son of Mike Webster. We're going to talk to Garrett about, it's been 20 years since Dr. Bennett Amalu's paper on CTE and studying Mike Webster's brain sort of opened the door and changed the conversation on concussions in football and contact sports in general. And I wrote a column recently on Garrett Webster and Mike Webster's wife, Pam, and we're going to talk about all that. It's going to be a fun discussion. Dan Zangrilli, of course. Dan might have been the second happiest person in PNC Park yesterday, Limits, with Chuck coming into the booth and them anchoring pregame together, and then Dan came down to the suite. It was a lot of fun. So we'll talk some Pirates with Dan and what they should do at the trade deadline. Obviously, get his thoughts on Chuck. And the Pirates are in a very interesting spot, I do believe. Just to further tease that, Noah Hiles, my colleague at the Post-Gazette, had a story about them attracting interest in O'Neal Cruz. Basically, every player on the roster right now is like some form of interesting around the trade deadline other than Paul Skeens. I want to kick it around with Limits on what they should do. What we think they will do. There's just a lot of interesting ins and outs there. And Jeff Hathorn will join us at 1:30, Odyssey Sports Director from Latrobe. As Austin said, they get started at 1:55 today. Limits, what do you think about the change in practice time? I love it. I'm like low-key really excited, proud, pleased, something. Get rid of this morning practice crap. Practice in the afternoon. Endure the heat.
For the show purposes, I think it would have been nice to be able to have practice during the day so that we can immediately react to it. But for their purposes, yeah, I do think having it more so in the heat where they're just going through the ringer. And also, I think it's more beneficial, maybe, I might be wrong, from a fan perspective also to go a little bit later in the day than to go earlier.
That's tough to get, like from the South Hills and stuff, to get out there that early. I don't know.
It's difficult. I've tried it.
Yeah.
So having it later on now, I think it's better.
All right. I'm psyched about it. From the team building perspective, I'm excited to get out there as soon as I possibly can. I'm not sure when that will be. I'm in here tomorrow as well, and then heading up to Cooperstown, actually, for the weekend. Little Dave Parker trip. I'm excited for that. Bringing the family this time. That's going to be interesting. We rented a cabin in the middle of nowhere, so I don't know how that's going to work
That'll
out
be
for
fascinating.
me. Yeah, it will.
I plan on going to Cooperstown in a couple of weeks when I go up to Vermont for my big wiffle ball trip that you
that I
wrote about last year. Yes.
Have you ever been?
Our second year.
Have you ever been to Cooperstown?
I have not.
Oh.
This will be the first experience that I'll have at Cooperstown.
I can't. We're going to have to text and talk about this off air.
I have made it a point to go to Cooperstown on the way up because we can drive right through Cooperstown to Vermont. And when we drive back, we drive right past the Naismith Basketball Hall of Fame.
What a trip.
I'm just trying to make sure my friends are good with it, but I'm the one driving, so they might have to be good with it, and we're going to hit both museums.
Oh, man. Are you staying over in Cooperstown? Or are you just hitting? Okay.
We're going to hit Cooperstown for about – how long should I spend at Cooperstown? That's the main thing that I've been trying to think of. Now, Dave Parker will also be inducted by then, and I'll probably wear my Parker, Stargell, or Clemente jerseys. I'm not sure which one. Probably end up going with Clemente, but Parker right around the Hall of Fame induction weekend would make sense too.
You can't go wrong. I would allot a lot of time, though, Limits. I don't think you're going to want to be through that thing quickly.
We talking 2 hours, 2.5 hours, 3 hours?
I'd go 4 or 5.
Ooh, okay.
I'd say let's go 4.
Because you know me, I'm a baseball nerd.
Right, I know.
Nut.
I would be stunned if you got through all of that in 2 hours. Stunned.
Yeah, that's what I originally had allotted. Just so that we could get up to Vermont for the welcome event for the tournament.
And there's also cool stuff outside. Like, I'm excited for this trip to go to, like, Main Street on Cooperstown. There's all kinds of shops and restaurants and stuff. Like, you should eat there. You should stop and hang out a little bit if you can. But the museum itself, man, it's more than 2 hours.
Yeah, maybe we should. We spent like 4 hours in Canton at the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
Yeah, I could see that.
The College Football Hall of Fame, my sister and I went before we went to the Peach Bowl when Penn State played Ole Miss. We probably spent 45 minutes in there. I was like, is there more? Like, is there? That is a small museum. They built it about 15 years ago, and they continue to add to it, but it is not. It's like half the size of the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Probably smaller than that.
Yeah. It's kind of, the NHL's kind of that way. I mean, I like the NHL Hall of Fame, don't get me wrong, but I mean, that's 2 hours. You can get that done in 2 hours. I would definitely put Cooperstown in the NFL scale of time you need to get through that thing. It is hefty. And you just don't, like, it's really well done. You don't want to rush that.
No, I don't.
You're not going to want to go anywhere.
That means we're going to have to leave even earlier.
That's all right.
On Thursday morning.
That's why they have coffee limits.
That I have never drank. I've never drank coffee more than like twice.
Well, you'll get there. You'll get there one day. You'll get there.
Texter, Limits may have a statue made and put in the Wiffle Ball Hall of Fame. Now, what would the statue be of me? Nobody wants to see that.
Maybe by the time you're around statue territory.
They might not even put a statue of me up at our own field, let alone Cooperstown.
You're still in the middle of your career. Who gets a statue in the middle of their career?
Fair. 6 years into my career. And remember, you need like
statue of limitations.
Remember, you need very good. You need a 7-year peak, remember, to be able to reach the Hall of Fame?
Yeah.
Like a good 7-year window that some people say Andrew McCutchen only had 5 for, even though I think he's a borderline Hall of Famer and will end up probably getting in on a Veterans Committee. I need to find that 7-year peak.
Yeah. It's kind of a bummer about the Pirates. And well, I know that's a broad question, but I had thought, sorry, we've gone like way sideways of what I wanted to talk about, but it's good. I thought with Kutch, Limits, that if he came back to Pittsburgh and got the Pirates in the playoffs and turned things around again, for me, that was going to like solidify him as a Hall of Famer. I wasn't going to question that. That's so much done in an individual market for a team that has struggled over the years. And the fact that they stink, it's just, you don't have that.
Well, and I think it further elevates what he did the first time around and winning MVP in 2013 and how he was able to lift that team in an organization that was bad before him and was bad once he left. And at this point, I mean, at 38, there's really nothing that he can do to be able to just say, hey, I'll put this team on my back, come follow me, just get carried, where it further elevates that 3-year window that they had and the success that he ultimately had from about 2011 to 2016.
Yep. All right, let's get back on topic here, or at least get near the topic. It's been a little while. Fan Twitter is brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The fan text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. So I wanted to start off just by talking a little bit about Chuck, my day with Chuck, some insides, what happened. I wrote a column at postgazette.com, but this is a much better forum to just kind of give you a peek behind the curtain and why things went the way they did or how things went the way they did. Major shout out to M&R Transport in Uniontown, who donated a van, and Gary was our driver and took us back and forth. It was not an easy drive, or M&R Transit, excuse me, not transport, but that was really cool of them, and it was fun to ride in a van. We get to Uniontown, and so I drove to Chuck's place, and I actually drove to M&R and left my car there, but we pick up Chuck yesterday morning, and immediately when we get in, Chuck just starts going. He just starts going. He's riled up, ready to talk about the Pirates. It's awesome. The whole ride there, we're talking various Pirates things, and so Chuck had called me a couple days ago to just check in, make sure we're good to go on this, and he's like, I don't want to impinge. I don't want to ask for things like whatever happens. I'm going to be so thrilled. I'm so excited. He's like, but I'd really like to meet Jim Leyland. And so I sent a text trying to get this lined up, and we didn't know if Jim was going to be at the ballpark. And I just thought this was so cool. So when we pulled in to the cul-de-sac by the Maz statue, I did a double take at first. I'm like, there's no way there's Jim Leyland right there, like walking in the exact same time. Like that's fate, man. That was so cool. And so I immediately went up to Jim and said hello, and I'm like, hey, Chuck is here. Can you? Oh, of course, yeah. And Jim went over, and Chuck was just blown away. And it was the first of several of those such instances. Really, really cool. So we get inside, and I'm going around with Chuck, and so we take Chuck down to the batting tunnel, or outside of the Pirates clubhouse. That was kind of our plan. We're gonna hang there and see who we see, and Donnie Kelly was gonna pop out, and whatever anybody else, if they didn't have something going on, they're gonna stop and say hi to Chuck. So Paul Skeens goes out to throw, and I think he was going to throw. He was going to the field, and Paul, Paul does this, and it's not a criticism at all. He's like got his blinders on, he goes out and he's doing his thing. And Chuck was like, man, I really wish Paul would have stopped. And he was like all kind of bummed about it. And Paul finishes up his day and then comes in and says hello and stops and chats with them for a little bit. And then after that moment was just one of the coolest things ever. I mean, that is like, you've got your kid and the big crit that you bought him a PS5 or something, their head's about to pop off. Like Chuck was just so blown away that Paul stopped on the way in, and he thought he missed Paul, but chatted with him for a while. That was awesome. Donnie Kelly came by, Greg Brown came by. So we're doing all that. When we go upstairs, to see Danny Zangrilli. He hops on the pregame show, and we kind of didn't tell Chuck a lot about that intentionally, but I was joking with him. The Pirates gave him a credential. And we told him, like, Chuck, you're not loafing, man. We're putting you to work. Danny said, this is not an off day for you, Chuck. And he's cracking up the whole time. So he immediately gets on the air, and him and Dan just cutting it up. It was so good. Impromptu, like, just winging it, and Dan did a great job with him. And so we do that. Then Bob Walk stops in, Guy Junker stops in, anybody who can find Chuck or sees Chuck just wanting to say hello. And then we did the play ball thing on the field, which he was like workshopping this on the ride in. That was really funny, where I told him, like, hey, the Pirates want you to be the play ball guy. Are you okay with that? And he's like, oh, yeah, of course. Thinks about it. He goes, I'm going to quote Willie Stargell. I'm going to say play ball. Don't work ball. And he just keeps like kind of workshopping his speech. I was a little nervous because I know they just want you to say play ball.
That's it. They just want like 5 seconds and move past it.
Yep. I don't care. They didn't care. It was great. This guy has spent so much time on hold, spent so much time passionately caring for the Pirates. We're talking about a 73-year-old man with cerebral palsy that has about the greatest outlook on life ever. You can wait. I don't even know when first pitch was yesterday, and I frankly don't care. He's going to talk. He's going to get his words out.
As he should.
Yeah, it was fantastic. So we had that, and then there's a video that I tweeted. King Jamison, one of the video guys for us at the Post-Gazette. King does a lot of multimedia stuff, but he captured this, and I'm so glad he did. I tried to get my phone out. Chuck was going along the warning track up the third base line, and I didn't expect this. Maybe I should have. We're walking off the field. And, like, literally people see him and start clapping, standing, "Hey, Chuck, hey, Chuck." I've never been a part of something like that, Limits, where, like, you're in the middle of a stand. Obviously, it's not for me. I'm standing back and trying to let, Chuck have his moment while also, like, helping him steer his wheelchair. But just, like, in the middle of that was so cool and so powerful. Pirates fans voicing their love of Chuck. It was a great time.
Yeah, I saw the video, and it was cool how he was kind of just waving towards them and just kind of soaking it in and looking towards the crowd. And he means a lot to this Pirates fandom, and I'm glad that he was able to get back to the ballpark for the first time in 12 years?
Yeah,
first time since 13.
13.
And, he's somebody who has just been such a backbone of this fan base, really at the top on the Mount Rushmore of Pirates fandom.
It really is.
And he always, as you mentioned, he always has a very positive look on life. I talked to him for about 2 hours Saturday, and he didn't say anything negative. He was telling me just about all of his life experiences, and he also is just so knowledgeable about baseball.
Yes.
Man, he could tell you things about the 1925 Pirates that you never even knew existed. 100 years ago, Chuck wasn't alive, obviously, and he can tell you whatever you want to know about that team. He was telling me old high school basketball notes from the 50s.
From his high school?
From his high school,
yep,
yes.
Geibel Catholic.
Yeah,
yep.
And he was talking about their basketball team and how successful they were on multiple runs, a state championship they played against Philadelphia that they expected Geibel not even to show up for because they thought they'd get run out of the gym, and ended up winning it. So
it's funny. I got the same thing. They went 26-0.
Yep.
In 1978.
He's a wealth of knowledge.
I think it was 1970. He really is. Like, he's just such a beautiful mind. And I mean, some of the recall that he has. Oh, it was funny. And this is the last point I'll make about this, and I'll move into some Steeler stuff. But do you know he remembers phone numbers? He's like Kramer in the alarm clock. Like, he has the internal alarm clock. So he was asking, our King Jemison was with us, and Sebastian Fultz, two Post-Gazette photographers or multimedia people, and was asking for their phone numbers because they were awesome, like helping care for Chuck and all that stuff. And I was going to write their numbers down for him. He's like, no, I'll remember it. Just tell me. And he just remembers phone numbers, like remembers my number without writing it down. It's unbelievable. Chuck's recall is something else. So Chuck had a great time. There's a column, postgazette.com. Please check it out. And just an amazing day. I could talk forever about that, but we will transition over to the other Chuck Noll Field, which will be populated by Steelers players very shortly. First official practice day in Latrobe today. I'm psyched for it, Limits. I wrote a column, not to keep referencing my columns, but about this is the most exciting, intriguing Steelers training camp of my lifetime. Of yours, can you think of one?
No.
More?
Not
I'm
really.
at a loss. The only one I have is after Ben was drafted. But I think this is going to be just fascinating theater.
I think the 17 or the 16 season, when there was like a lot of realistic belief, like, sure, the defense isn't very good, but look at what we have with the Killer Bees. Look at our offensive line. Look at what's been built up with Todd Haley.
Yeah.
There were like significant Super Bowl aspirations. This is different.
But we weren't going to learn anything in camp, though.
Right. This year, obviously, more new pieces than you could have ever imagined. New quarterback. Arthur Smith with the new quarterback. There's still questions on Smith. Plus a revamped defense that no longer has Minka and has your $41 million a year pass rusher wanting to move around in the defense. So there is going to be a lot to glean from these practices. We also can't overreact to camp results.
Oh, the heck we can't, Limits. Get out of here with that nonsense.
Like we did with 5-for-5 Kenny Pickett and spring training results every year for the Pirates. Remember when Henry Davis hit like 5 home runs in spring training last year?
Oh, I remember. Jack Sawinski, too.
And we all thought he was back. So those are the types of things where you can glean some things, but proceed with caution. The caution signs are up.
No.
Put the blinkers on.
No. Look, man, if we can't overreact to training camp or spring training, I'm out.
Oh, we'll overreact to some things, but when the rubber meets the road, we got to make sure that, the flags are up and we're we're just putting right judgment on things as well.
All right, get out of here with the logical talk. I want to get out over my skis on some ridiculous stuff. All right.
Will Howard will end up having a couple of great passes, and people will say he should be the starter.
Oh, no
or
doubt.
There'll be an interception from Corey Trice in the secondary. Oh, how can Corey Trice factor in?
He can't.
Bob and I have already joked about this. You know that if there's an interception from like James Pierre or something, it's going to be, oh, Charlie, do you think James Pierre has a chance to factor into the defense this year? What about Juan Thornhill? Sebastian Castro, his backup, just made a couple of plays. Should Sebastian Castro be the starter at safety, Charlie? Stuff like that.
No.
Well, that'll be fun.
No. But all of that being said, the Steelers' busy offseason, I do think it says something fascinating about their, hierarchy. We'll call it that. I think it says something about Mike Tomlin. I think it says something about how they see themselves. I think it says something about Omar Khan. There's a bunch of stuff that Lemons was talking about that I think is relevant to the discussion with the Steelers, and we'll get to a lot of it. I want to talk today about position battles, which ones we're excited to watch. I want to talk today about where this could go wrong, some areas that concern me regarding the Steelers. I think that's completely fair. I think you probably feel the same way. Nobody's going to look at the Steelers and think that this is fail-proof. It certainly is not. But when we look at this team, what are they trying to tell us? How do they see themselves? And when Omar Khan talks, it's not always easy to pick out what he's trying to say. He's very careful with his words. And you have to kind of pick and parse. And I thought what he said yesterday about a team that can win the Super Bowl, gearing up for the Super Bowl, I don't think that's what they think. If you add all of this stuff up together, the moves, what Khan said, I think some of what they've been pursuing, they're trying to stave off calamity. They're trying to keep the head coach in his spot. And I think the head coach is doing that by pursuing some stuff that's outside the norm for them. And I guess what I'm saying, too, is it all comes back to Mike Tomlin. A lot of this is going to say a lot about Mike Tomlin's future. One of the things Omar said that Steelers general manager Omar Khan. I'm going to get somebody calling in here saying that I'm biased because I did not use his full name and title. Notice I was not referring to Bob Nutting. I was referring to Omar. So Steelers general manager Omar Khan talked about a youth movement potentially on its way next year. And that makes sense. A lot of these guys are on one-year deals. If this goes poorly, bye-bye. We'll move on, as they should. If this goes well, I'm not sure the Steelers are going to be in a position where it makes a lot of sense to retain them. By paying a pass rusher $41 million a year, the Steelers have made certain choices. Okay. But those choices don't really lead to building on this in any sustainable way. The guys with multi-year commitments, I get that. They're spending a lot on their defense. I get that. But again, staving off calamity is kind of a way I would describe what they're doing. If they go another year with this, and especially if they go another year with Tomlin taking the type of swing that he has for this season, and they miss, at that point, how do you not move on? I don't understand. I'm not saying it's all going to work, but I'm saying that I can't ignore what would happen if it doesn't. 9 years without a playoff win. You've went out and made some moves that, on paper, they don't look great. A 41-year-old quarterback, going to get another cornerback in Jalen Ramsey. There's not really a clear-cut path to use him. I don't have any problem with the move. Again, I'm just saying it's not linear. You don't have this opening, plug it with that. Bring in Jonnu Smith. Okay. You need a second wide receiver. You don't need a second tight end, but you get a second tight end. A little bit odd. I also understand taking the chance. A guy had a really good year. You can get creative with his usage, all that stuff. And then it takes us to the next level of the discussion. Is the offensive coordinator the right guy? Obviously dictated by Tomlin. It all bubbles to the top. I think people, probably you'd tell me, that have run out of patience. I would say after a lackluster year, they will have run out of patience. It all comes back to one thing. And I think the most frustrated people in the city are fans of the Steelers. You're looking at it in an extremely skeptical or frustrated way. I get that. Maybe that changes with training camp and hope springs eternal and all that stuff. It does feel like the tenor around a team changes. I don't know. I'm willing to hear them out. Probably because we have no other choice at this point. And I want to see what they can do. I want to see what this means for Tomlin, and I do think it's a natural break. If this goes poorly, you reposition with a new coach next year. I don't know if I have a lot of confidence that that's what they will do, but I couldn't reason running it back again, given the consistent failures that they will have experienced. I just can't. The Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, provided trusting plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. We also have our six-pack. It's brought to you by Bet365. Love hearing that sound. Thank you, Limits. A lot to get into underneath that umbrella. But again, it says a lot about Tomlin. I think there's more on the line with Tomlin here than we may realize. And another piece of that argument is something that Jalen Ramsey said yesterday. We're going to talk about Jalen Ramsey's usage, but something that Jalen Ramsey painted one way was not exactly the way that Tomlin described it. I want to get into that next. It's the Pop and Joe Show. Jason Mackey, Austin Bechtold in for the guys. Really appreciate you listening. Going to be a great show today. Don't go anywhere. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, not good news from Jets camp today, as Justin Fields was carted off the field this morning, and the Jets fear that Fields has a torn Achilles, and just confirmed in New York, Aaron Glenn telling reporters that it was a toe injury. So it's too early to determine its severity, so conflicting reports. But now Aaron Glenn saying it's a toe, not an Achilles. That would mean a lot more for Fields' chances to play this season. We'll continue to update with new information. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sportsman Edge, sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. 45-year-old, seven-time Grand Slam winner Venus Williams played her first official match in 709 days and beat Peyton Stearns. Now, Stearns is ranked number 35, 6'3", 6'4" on Tuesday to earn a wild card entry into next month's Cincinnati Open. Beyond that is the U.S. Open. But let's not jump ahead of ourselves just yet. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone, now through July 28th. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
All right, Takis fans. Wendy's knows you love your Takis Fuego chips. So we thought, why not make a Takis Fuego meal with a Takis Fuego chicken sandwich with spicy chicken topped with crushed Takis Fuego chips and creamy corn spread. Plus, it comes with Fuego fries inspired by Takis and a bag of Takis Fuego chips. If we had any more heat, we might start an actual... I told him this would happen. For an intense new take on Takis chips, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Includes 1-ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
Get a better pharmacy experience right inside your Sam's Club. Friendly pharmacists have most prescriptions ready in under 20 minutes or choose same-day delivery. Plus, members save even more with over 600 generic medications for $10 or less. Get everything you need when you join Sam's Club today. Terms and conditions apply. See samsclub.com/pharmacy for details.
Summer adventures start at Bowser Hyundai with the Hyundai Tucson. Get 3.49% APR for 60 months on a new 2025 Hyundai Tucson SE all-wheel drive from Bowser Hyundai. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends July 31st. Visit Bowser Hyundai today and take a test drive. Check out the Hyundai Tucson. Now that's the power of Bowser. Summer adventures start at Bowser Hyundai. BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Join the Wild Things Friday, July 25th through Sunday the 27th for fireworks presented by North Franklin Township, baseball fights cancer with a photo frame giveaway sponsored by St. Clair Health, and Disney Night presented by the PA Treasury with Bluey and Bingo on a Pathways Kids Eat Free Sunday.
Need legal help without the high price tag? Turn to Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Myers Law Group specializes in real estate legal solutions for residential and commercial clients. Considering buying or selling or a sale by owner, home or property, contact Myers Law Group first. Their experienced attorneys will make sure all documents are correct and all promises are kept before the sale. Call Myers Law Group today at 724-778-8800 or visit jpmyerslaw.com.
Ready for your dream Las Vegas vacation? Enter BetMGM's Your Legendary Vegas Getaway, and you'll have the chance to win a customizable Las Vegas experience. It's easy to enter. Just sign up for a BetMGM account and download the app or log in with your existing account. Then place your bets on your favorite sports to earn up to 25 entries. You could win a trip to Vegas that includes an MGM Grand Stay, travel accommodations, resort credit, and your choice of an exclusive sports, entertainment, or club experience. Score the Las Vegas trip of your dreams by entering BetMGM's Your Legendary Vegas Getaway, and you could be on your way to your perfect Vegas vacation. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. New and existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Please make sure to read their full terms and conditions before participating in this promotion. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
84 Lumber is building America, and they're looking for hardworking, determined individuals to join in the company's success and break ground on their lifelong career. No previous experience is required. At 84 Lumber, they provide the tools and training you need to get started. They also offer various training programs to continuously learn and follow the career path that's right for you. Climb the ladder of opportunity with a company that is founded on growth, stability, and the idea that nothing is impossible. Visit 84lumber.com/careers to apply today and build your career with 84 Lumber.
Employee Pricing Plus is back, and now's the time to save big at South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters Township. 25 Jeep Wagoneer S Limited, payment starting at $219 for 24 months or 1.9% standalone for 72 months. Visit dealer for details.
Are you handy with tools? You might make a good maintenance technician at Presbyterian Senior Care Network. That's where I work, and I love it. Our residents so appreciate the work that I do. It's like having 100 grandparents, and they treat me just like I'm their grandson. Making them smile makes it all worthwhile.
Get a hands-on career at their beautiful independent living apartments in the Pittsburgh area. Presbyterian Senior Care Network, making aging easier. Learn more at srcare.org.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall. If you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Black and gold fans at Schley Company, we're intercepting all the high prices. Schley.company.com.
With so many options, choosing the right funding solution for your small business can be confusing and complicated. LendSeek makes it easy. Our AI platform instantly matches your business with over 100 funders to find the perfect fit, up to $1 million in as fast as 24 hours. Recently, a business owner needed $100,000 that same day to beat new tariff pricing and avoid a 3-week shipping delay. Lenseek got him funded in just 2 hours. He locked in pre-tariff pricing, kept shelves stocked, and steered clear of the storm. And because Lenseek continually evaluates new funding options for your changing needs, it's easy to see why 90% of our clients come back for additional funding. If you've been in business at least 2 years with annual revenue of at least $500,000, qualifying is easy, with no collateral, no out-of-pocket costs, and no hassle. Lenseek is open for business. Apply now with no cost or obligation at lenseek.com. LENDSEEK.com. Lenseek. You seek, we lend.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
Oh, there is major controversy. Major controversy brewing in the studio right now. It's the Pomp and Joe Show. Jason Mackey, Austin Bechtold in for the guys. Having a great time on Thursday. That break was something. So there's a nickel sitting on the counter here, and that sounds like a Clark song. It is not. Charlie Borges was explaining that I guess he threw some change or something last night while he was producing on the air with Josh Roundtree, and the nickel stood straight up, and now Borges has a sign in front of it, "Don't touch the magic nickel." So, of course, I was screwing with Charlie and pounding the table and blowing on the nickel and trying to get it to fall over.
And,
because
of course,
you have to.
The magic nickel did not move.
No. And concurrent with that, we're watching FS1 in the studio, and Colin Cowherd is, well, I wouldn't exactly say he's praising the Steelers and what they're expected to do. Has them very, very low on the AFC North rank, or the AFC rankings, period. And it's grinding Limit's gears. He's fired up.
So I like Cowherd. I think he's the best national guy out there doing this thing. But he had a ranking that absolutely fumed me. He did the AFC, the top 10 offenses that are in the AFC. 2 teams ranked ahead of the Steelers who were placed at 10 were the New England Patriots, who last year had, the worst roster in the entire NFL, outside of Drake May winning them a couple of games just on the goodness of how good Drake May is. That team was horrible, and they didn't do that much to improve it. But the one that really got me was the Tennessee Titans. I didn't know that we were proclaiming Cam Ward the second coming of Jaden Daniels this year, where if there wasn't quarterback desperation out there in the NFL, where every single season you can bank on a quarterback going number 1 overall unless there is a generational player, Cam Ward, I think, would have been a mid-first round pick. I don't think Cam Ward is as great as a lot of people are trying to make him out to be. A part of it is, well, Tennessee really needs a quarterback, and he's the best guy that was available. So Cam Ward, of course, has to be the first quarterback taken. Yeah, when was the next quarterback taken? Jackson Dart, late 20s. Cam Ward, I think, probably would have been a pick more so in the teens. But you're telling me that the Tennessee Titans offense, who overpaid for Dan Moore, that on the right side of their line has old Kevin Zeitler and J.C. Latham, who's okay. I think the Steeler offensive line is better. I detract from the Tennessee offensive line because they added Dan Moore. Okoronkwo at tight end
for
is
an absurd
just fine.
Salary.
Can you name me a wide receiver on the Tennessee Titans?
Oh, I can.
So they do have Calvin Ridley. Congratulations for them. Who else do they have? Who is their wide receiver 2 this year, Jason?
Oh, buddy. The Van Man, Van Jefferson.
Van Jefferson is one of their wide receivers.
This is the team we're putting ahead of the Steelers.
So Calvin Ridley, who had a really good year last year, old Tyler Lockett, ineffective Van Jefferson, and Treylon Burks, who I keep hearing about as a trade target for the Steelers, but yet probably either A, is going to miss games because he typically has a knee injury that is always dogging him, or is just ineffective and not somebody who you can consistently bank on. Tony Pollard's their running back. You just cannot convince me that is better than the Steelers. You just can't.
So that's amazing. The guy that isn't going to any training camps or probably talking to any sources with direct knowledge of teams, and he's charged with instead trying to get a read on all 32 teams, might miss one. Who has no heightened football knowledge from playing the game or being around the game, who just is in front of a microphone, might not be completely correct.
Tony Pollard rushed for 1,000 yards last year. So did Najee Harris.
I know.
So I don't understand where the whole support of Tony Pollard. And look, if you rush for 1,000 yards now, don't you think you ultimately should, considering there's 17 games in the season?
I do.
Like, if you don't rush for 1,000 yards,
very diluted.
It should end up being a problem.
I've always thought that. Like even if you do 1,000 divided by 16, still, we're looking at 63 yards a game.
Right. Like, that's not that big of a deal.
That much, really.
Especially when you're getting 15 to 20 carries.
That's like even 3,000 passing yards anymore. Like, it's not what it once was. In the way the NFL is skewed toward offense, like, that should be kind of bare minimum at this point. I'm not going to say, he rushed for 1,000 yards. That makes Najee Harris good. No.
So the Traylon Burks,
not necessarily.
To the, wide receiver 3, had 4 catches for 34 yards last year. That was it. In 5 games. 1 catch in 4 games. And yet, we're trying to be convinced that he is better than, I guess Jonnu Smith would basically be the comp at this spot. If you're taking Okoronkwo against Pat Freiermuth, I'm taking Pat Freiermuth. If you're taking Burks against Jonnu Smith, I'm taking Jonnu Smith. Yep. If you're taking Calvin Ridley or DK Metcalf, I'm taking DK Metcalf. Tyler Lockett or Calvin Austin, I'll give you Lockett. I still think even though he's old, he's effective. I take the Steeler running back room over Tony Pollard and Tajay Spears. I would take Aaron Rodgers over Cam Ward.
Yeah, this is just a silly debate. It really is. Like, the Steelers are going to finish ahead of the Titans. What are we even talking about here? Because one person that we know their name said this. Like, it does not make it gospel.
It's ridiculous to get somebody like me fired up about it. That's why. And I'm sure that sure Malsey would be the exact same way if this gets brought up on their show later on.
That's great. I hope it is, but I don't know. Colin Cowherd, I guess, because he says things articulately and brings up points, like it doesn't make him some football-knowing savant any more than anybody else. It's just it creates a discussion point. But there's no way. There's Drew Aller, it's your buddy, on TV.
Yeah, I got to go back and watch that. Him and Franklin were on yesterday. I only saw clips.
Yeah, I saw some clips of Franklin. We're going to get to that a little bit later. I also want to pay off a tease from earlier and doing a lot of things simultaneously. It's a good time.
We need to do a Pomp and Joe on the road like we did with Pitt Volleyball, and we got to go talk to Drew Aller.
Good luck with that with Penn State's strategic communications team. Maybe you can shout questions from afar. So this got me in reading and prepping, talking about Jalen Ramsey, where he's going to fit, Mike Tomlin, how much he's liked Jalen Ramsey over the years. Obviously, there's a relationship there. It's an interesting storyline. So remember, Limits, a couple weeks ago, we had, it was around the time of the trade. And it came out about how much Mike Tomlin has loved Jalen Ramsey for years. In his draft year, they took Jalen Ramsey out to dinner, and that showed what kind of football player Jalen Ramsey was. He's dedicated. He wants to learn, just has this like unquenchable desire, all this fun stuff. Well, Jalen Ramsey yesterday in Latrobe, at the time I was broke. I was taking any meal I could have. I remember they took me to dinner, and it was a super cool meeting. I'm not saying anything against Jalen Ramsey, and I'm not saying this move's going to be screwed. It might not be. It might be really good. I like Jalen Ramsey a lot as a player. I just found it interesting that the head coach loved his acumen and all this stuff that he thought Jalen Ramsey was in it for. Jalen Ramsey's just like, man, I was hungry. I'm a college kid. I want some food. They're going to take me out to a nice meal. I'm going to take advantage of it. Just interesting how one side can see things one way and the other can see the other. Look, I think Jalen Ramsey is a really good player. It'd be foolish not to say that. I think he probably puts a lot into his craft. You don't get to where he is without doing that. But there's a lot on Tomlin here. He's basically picking his personal fantasy football team. Think about what he's waited, how the Aaron Rodgers process played out, the Jalen Ramsey trade, Jonnu Smith, how they're going to fit these guys in here. It's unique, to say the least. And if it doesn't work, I think it says a whole heck of a lot about Mike Tomlin. All right, I want to squeeze in a phone call before we get to a break. Reminder, Garrett Webster will join us at 11 o'clock to talk about his dad, Iron Mike. Of course, you know all about Mike Webster, but Garrett's got a really fascinating and fun social media presence, does a lot to honor his dad's legacy. I think it's an important one to talk about. Great to have a chance to do it on the radio as well. It's something I wrote about recently. But let's go out to the fan hotline. Find John in Wexford wants to talk about Mike Tomlin. What's up, John?
Hey, Jason. How you doing today?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Excellent. Okay. So, yeah, look, for Mike Tomlin, his tenure here in Pittsburgh will continue until he decides he no longer wants to coach. And this is going to come down to Art Rooney. Basically, it's his only hire as president of this team, right? Started his career as an attorney, picked up the family business as his father was getting older to take over as the president. It's the only hire he's ever made. Art's never going to let Mike Tomlin go or, air quote, fire him, because he would then damage the Rooney name and the fact that that Dan put together the Rooney Rule. He's never going to do it. He's never had a losing season. That's all well and good. And we know about all the 8 seasons now with no playoff wins. And, since 2010, I think it's 3 playoff wins since 2010. He's not going to let him go. This is all about Mike Tomlin and his decision on whether or not he wants to continue as head coach. I firmly believe that, and that's okay. He's earned that right. And this franchise prides itself on the fact that they've only had 3 head coaches in 56 years, right? That is a cornerstone of stability for them. And that combination will keep Mike Tomlin employed until he no longer wishes to be employed. I would like to see them win a playoff game or 2, or maybe make a Super Bowl, and I'm sure everybody else would. But I have a hard time believing that that's going to happen under the current administration and the roster that they have put together. Thanks for taking my call.
Thanks, John. Appreciate it, man. Yeah, I mean, that was a 90-second call that could have been boiled down to 2 seconds. I don't think the Rooneys are going to fire Mike Tomlin. Yeah, fair take. Mike Tomlin might not want to do it again. It might be collaborative. Maybe they talk and say, you know what, now's a good time for a split. I think Mike Tomlin will want to continue to coach. You don't get those vibes. But if there's an opportunity for a reset, if all of this fails, you've guys on 1-year deals, you've got to recalibrate quickly. It does provide that. The Steelers are not required to employ Mike Tomlin in perpetuity. No caller would say that. All I'm saying is that if it goes very bad, if we're talking 5-12, 4-13, something like that, again, I think it's very good for the future of the Steelers to fall down that far. But at that point, do you think about doing it with another coach? Same guy will have been here for 20 years. I don't think the Rooneys are thrilled with where things are. I think they give Tomlin too much leeway. I don't think he absorbs enough blame from them. But at some point, you have to admit that this is not working. And again, we're down the theoretical road. I understand that. I just think it's a very interesting discussion to have. All of what Mike Tomlin has done this offseason, what if it doesn't go well? We'll get back into that. I want to talk to Garrett Webster at 11 a.m. We're going to talk about 20 years since the transformative paper, we'll call it that, from Dr. Bennett Amalu on Garrett's dad, Mike Webster, changed the way we think about concussions in athletes, the way we're treated. I want to get into also how Garrett sort of not idolizes, but honors his dad, does it a cool way on social media, wants to tell a certain side of the story. I'll explain that. You You can listen to the Pomp and Joe Show every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. Contests run every Wednesday through Friday at 12 p.m. at the 937thefan.com contesting page. 50-minute mark on the Fans brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram on Route 19 in Peters Township. And the weather, sunny today, a high of James Harrison. Love that. 89 degrees tomorrow and a 55% chance of rain. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. It's Pomp and Joe Show. Jason Mackey, Austin Bechtold in for the guys. Garrett Webster next here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates were 6-1 winners against the Detroit Tigers yesterday at PNC Park in the day game as Bailey Falter won it. It threw 7 innings, a 4-hit ball, 1 run, no walks, and 8 strikeouts. Andrew McCutchen hit his 9th home run of the season in the bottom half of the first inning. Spencer Horwitz, a grand slam in the bottom of the second. O'Neal Cruz, a sac fly in the third. All the runs that the Pirates needed came in the first 3 innings as they sweep the best team in baseball after losing in a sweep to the Chicago White Sox. Funny how baseball can work. They're off today. We'll play the Diamondbacks tomorrow at 6:40. Mike Burrows will be on the mound for the Pirates. Ryan Nelson will go for Arizona. 5:45 North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show with Dan Zangrilli begins. Also listen on your Odyssey app. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Discover uncompromising quality at a reliable price with Giant Eagle in Market District. Look for signs throughout the store highlighting lower prices. Surround yourself with savings at Giant Eagle. Experience value like never before. Visit Giant Eagle today to see how easy it is to save.
Running a small business is tough. Protecting it shouldn't be. Right now, Guardian Protection is giving you a free indoor camera and 3 free months of visual verification. That means if an alarm goes off, trained professionals can check your camera feed to confirm the threat and speed up the emergency response. No more guessing, no more false alarms, just smarter security that works when you can't be there. Call 1-800-PROTECT, that's 1-800-776-8328, or visit GuardianProtection.com/FAN today to claim your free camera. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey, it's Chris Muller, and if you're like me, you like knowing what to expect, especially when it comes to your phone bill. Well, Verizon's got some big news for your peace of mind. For the first time ever, they're locking in low prices for 3 years. That's right, 3 years guaranteed with my plan. That's future you peace of mind. So whether you're already with Verizon or thinking about making the switch, this is for you. Everyone can save on a brand new phone on my plan when you trade in any phone from one of their top brands. Because at Verizon, they've got your back, now and in the future. So go ahead, take one thing off your worry list. Visit your local Verizon store in Pittsburgh and ask about their 3-year price guarantee today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on Unlimited Welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
A new football season in Pittsburgh brings high hopes. Men with ED, what are your expectations? At New Flow Men's Health, we expect you to get back to an all-pro level. Pills, injections, those don't work. New Flow will get you back in the game. Don't get cut this training camp. Call New Flow at 412-784-9000.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other law firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and they have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, 25%. Shenderovich and Fishman. 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Want to avoid a big home repair headache? Call PJ Fitzpatrick to fix the small problems before they become big ones. PJ will come to your home with a complete shop on their truck, and they can fix it all same day. Poorly sealed windows, overflowing gutters, rotted trim, and leaking roofs. This is the time to call the home repair experts at PJ Fitzpatrick. No job too big or too small. Visit them at trustpj.com. With over 40 years of experience, they'll fix it right the first time. Visit trustpj.com and stay off the ladders.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath.
High five.
You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years of gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked.
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years. Woo! The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm? Totally natural.
Sweet! Thank you! Thank you! High five, everybody! High five!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five!
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25. New customers only. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Have a great day.
All right, take care.
Bye.
Okay, so that was Mac.bid. Now wait till you see this place.
Whoa, what is this?
This is Yin's Bins.
Wow.
Bin after glorious bin of amazing deals.
It's like a treasure hunt.
Isn't it great?
Yin's Bins is a whole new shopping experience. The bins fill up on Saturday, and the prices drop each day after.
Where do we start?
Oh, I already did.
Get all the details and locations at yinsbins.com. Yin's Bins, the treasure hunt is on.
Jim Shorkey Toyota in the North Hills delivers up July deals for the people. New 25 Toyota Tundras, low 1.99% financing for an incredible 72 months. Wow. Or choose a new 25 Toyota Corolla, Camry, or RAV4 and finance at 4.99% for 60 months. Plus, you'll celebrate the freedom to upgrade by grabbing up to $500 more for your trade. Pittsburgh's #1 volume Toyota dealer, JimShorkeyToyota.com. Call 1-855-410-4036 for complete details on all offers and terms.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, and it's no surprise. Same game parlay from Bet365 just keeps getting better.
Well, it's even easier to make a bet. Choose from the most popular markets like hits, run line, totals, and home runs. So many to choose from.
Download the app, start building your bet, and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
No one celebrates the red, white, and new like Shorkey Mitsubishi.
That's right, Katie. And our July 4th deals are putting on a spectacular show. Declare independence from paying retail with the industry's most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs.
It all starts with the Outlander, Jim. The crowd favorite. 7-passenger seating, lots of safety and technology features. Now with incredible 0% financing for 60 months.
Or the brand new Mirage, already the lowest priced new car on the market. Now take up to $2,000 off MSRP.
Shorkey Mitsubishi is all about the star stripes and savings for the people. Your purchase comes with a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade.
Giving you the freedom to upgrade today. So stop by and let Shorkey Mitsubishi help make it your deal, your way. What a great day.
Locations in North Huntington and the North Hills, or online at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken.
Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, today's the first practice up at St. Vincent College for the Steelers. It will begin at 1:55 after yesterday was report day to Latrobe. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Empowering, innovative, and provocative. I like that word.
It's Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey. The Pop and Joe Show is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
And welcome back to the Pomp and Joe Show. Jason Mackey, Austin Bechtold with you here, usual hours, but the substitute teachers in the studio. First hour flew by. Really excited about our next guest going out to the fan hotline where we find Garrett Webster, son of Mike Webster. And this is an important time, an important anniversary. It's been 20 years, like I said, since Dr. Bennett Amalu's study of Mike Webster's brain appeared in the journal Neurosurgery. And Garrett does a fantastic job carrying on his dad's legacy, making sure people know about his dad. And it's a good time to reflect on stuff that's gone better. We're still not all the way there. I wrote a little bit about this and talking to Garrett and Pam Webster. Garrett, what's going on, man? How are you?
Good. How you doing?
I'm doing great. Thank you for hopping on with me. I appreciate it. And go ahead.
Anytime. I got my big bag of Sour Patch Kids and my dog at my feet. I'm ready to roll here.
How big of a bag we talking?
Oh, it's big. It's one of them. You go to Costco, you get the probably enough to feed a small village of children. It's good. It's just the right amount of stale. You know, not where it's too fresh so it sticks to your teeth. Just got that little bit of staleness in it, so it's kind of got some firmness. So it's about as good as it can get right there.
All right, I love it. I love it. And it's your day off. From what I understand, you said today was a lot easier, so. Got a day off eating Sour Patch Kids, hanging with your dog, talking on the radio, man. Life is good. I appreciate it.
That's right.
All right, so I'm starting kind of serious off the top, though. We'll get to some fun stuff a little later, and I know it's kind of broad, but I did want to talk about the length of time between your dad's passing and what we've learned about CTE and the time and that sort of thing. Just how would you describe the advances that have been made with diagnosing and treating head injuries over the past 20 years, and maybe what else would you like to see happen?
Well, I think, the biggest thing is, like you said, is studying the brain and getting more information on how these injuries happen and how it affects people. That's the biggest thing that has had advancements. I think that during my dad's time and really up until, those early 2000s, medical technology was at a point where it could only really examine the brain so much. And I think, we as human beings were kind of used to, if somebody's hurt, if somebody's injured, we can see the injury. Somebody's got a broken leg, somebody's missing an arm or something. I know that sounds funny, but, at the end of the day, that's, how you kind of are used to things, diagnosing it and looking at it. But because of how much, medical science has advanced, they can do certain scans and stuff like that to really kind of look in both, post-mortem after somebody's passed away and while they're still alive. To see what kind of shape guys are in. And that, to me, has been the best part, watching, the advancement and the acceptance of the risk of head injuries, not just in football, but in other areas of life and how sensitive the brain is. I always like to say, we always, for the longest time, took it as an acceptance. If somebody keeps spraining their ankle, an arthritic condition or something would happen in the ankle that we would be more cognizant of. And for whatever reason, for the longest time when it came to the brain, the most, important, part of our body anyways, we kind of didn't really think like that, mainly because we couldn't see the injuries or behaviors and stuff like that were very subtle. But that's changed, and I think that with football being so popular, especially in America, it's really kind of been that key to really kind of open that discussion up to other areas. It's kind of like, when Magic Johnson was diagnosed with AIDS, not comparing my dad to Magic Johnson or anything like that, but it was that, kind of public figure or public kind of, what do they call it, flashpoint or something like that really kind of got more people open-minded and more cognizant of talking about the issue.
Another thing that you brought up when we met, and we're talking to Garrett Webster, Mike Webster's son, about CTE issues, and it's been 20 years since Dr. Bennett Amalu's study of Mike Webster's brain. Another thing that you guys talked about was that resources for people affected by those with CTE, and specifically in the NFL, and resources have changed. Now, you guys obviously were the first one through the wall, so to speak. I know you used the term first domino to fall. But you talked about resources being different now. Can you describe a little bit about that and how it has changed?
Yeah, I mean, when, in 2002 or let's say, that the post-retirement period of my dad, there were not a lot of resources, not just in the NFL, but anywhere really when it came to head injuries. It was something that was, whether you want to call it because it was hard to verify or because it was unknown, or it was, the stereotypical, well, let's just stick our head in the sand and hope it's not a real thing. There wasn't a lot of support, resources, whatever you want to call it, for head injuries. I think we were still in that time period where if somebody had mental issues, it was, just walk it off, or just they'll eventually feel better, or, you shouldn't be sad, or you shouldn't be depressed, or, like with my dad, and we even as a family thought, well, this is the normal, post-retirement situation with anyone, not just athletes, but I think anybody who's had a long-term job, they notice a change in behavior, and we just thought he would kind of snap out of it. And, obviously over time that didn't happen. And with Dad and with a lot of other people that I've talked to, not just football players that have had head injuries, the understanding of that has changed, and it's become more accepted that, they're long-term problems. And there was that period, after the paper was published and stuff like that, where, unfortunately we are a litigious society and stuff like that, where, you get into that thing where it's more concerned about who's got the blame, or who failed, or who did wrong, and it's not focused on the people who are suffering right then. But now that we've become, like you said, 20 years since the paper was published, I even know, for a fact that I've seen or been on the receiving end or heard other people talk about, especially, in football, there's now, organizations, or I don't know what the term is exactly, departments, I guess, would be the closest thing I can think of, with, the NFL to get out there and reach out and get these guys some help. There's, the Players Care Foundation, which does a lot of really good work with helping guys, whether it be with setting them up with psychiatrists, or getting them looked at medically, or even guys that maybe weren't as successful or didn't make the money that some of the guys do now. Not that it's all about money, but at the end of the day, guys got to pay their bills and, take care of their families. And somebody with a head injury is not the best financial manager, and also has a lot of medical stuff that needs to be done and stuff, medications to take and stuff like that. There's now organizations to help guys with that. There's still more stuff that could be done when it comes to, reaching out and talking to the families of some of these guys. Because again, these guys, especially professional athletes, they've got a lot of pride, and they got a lot of, you can call it ego, or you can call it arrogance, whatever you want to say. It's tough for them to admit they have issues. And probably even more scary, when you see stories of my dad or Junior Seau or other, unfortunately, professional athletes that have suffered from CTE or brain damage or whatever you want to call it. You see these kind of stories, and I'm sure there's a part that's, terrifying to admit that you have that problem, because, there's no cure yet. So it's tough for those guys to come out and reach out for help. And, I think they've started to make strides where family members can reach out and either let someone know, or, teammates can let somebody know, whether it would be within their organization they played for, or the league, and, the league directly, to let somebody know anyways, to kind of keep an eye on them, or try to find a way to reach out to the family members that are suffering just as much, if not more so, than the players, and get them the help they need, even if it's just something as simple as somebody to talk to, or financial help, or whatever they need.
Garrett, I wanted to talk a little bit about your dad and your time with him, and it's sort of a multi-pronged question, but when did you guys first start to notice issues popping up with him? And you also lived with him for a stretch too. What was that like?
Well, I know that, during Dad's life, we all kind of say when he went to Kansas City was when my mom says she noticed changes in him. Now, a lot of that I do believe, and I think my mom believes also, is that a lot of that was the heartbreak of leaving Pittsburgh. My dad had every intention of retiring a Steeler and, being a coach here and stuff like that. And I think that, and it wasn't a situation where he thought, he was being pushed out as a player or something. No, I don't think it was that. But it was just, I think it was, I've said before, and I think you and I even talked about, is football was kind of at a crossroads there, where before it was kind of the old boys network. You put your life in for the organization. You kind of are rewarded with an ambassadorship, some kind of token job, stick around and stuff like that. And at the end of the 80s, with free agency coming in, and I think a new class of owners for a lot of the teams coming in who kind of didn't, I don't want to say viewed players as assets, but definitely, said, okay, well, we need to move on. We need to make a clean break, get these guys out, not, and you could say it was a cold-hearted way. I don't think necessarily it was always meant that way, but, they were kind of, sent, if they wanted to go somewhere else, they weren't exactly stopping them, and they weren't saying, hey, let's give this guy a job just to kind of hang around the organization and, do nothing and stuff like that, and with the chief passing away and Dan Rooney taking over, this isn't saying something negative about Dan, is, I think Dan wanted to run the organization his way. And he should have. It's you got to make changes and you got to put your own stamp on an organization and stuff like that. And I think that a lot of the changes we saw, we'll never know how much of that was the brain injuries taking hold or, his own depression about leaving Pittsburgh and stuff like that. But, that's when my mom, and again, I was 4 years old when my dad left Kansas City, and even my oldest, brothers and sisters were still, around 10 years old. So it's not like, we were mature enough to really notice things. And plus, Dad was gone 18 hours a day anyway. So, we didn't really notice that stuff. And that was, that was where we noticed things. It was more of after Dad retired that it really hit home that something was different. We hoped that, and I think every family member who's, I always kind of compared it to having a family member who has a substance abuse problem. You always hope one day they're just kind of going to wake up and be better. They're going to be their old selves and they're going to, act the way they used to, because even when things were bad, even up to that, that end when I lived with my dad, because I lived with him the last 2 years of his life, you would always see glimpses of who he used to be. And when you love someone or care about someone, you always take every positive sign of, okay, this is going to be the turning point. They're going to get better now. Yeah, and I think that was, for us family members, that was the most difficult part, was seeing that. I don't know what my dad knew. I don't, because again, he didn't know he had CT. There was no CT and stuff like that. And my dad definitely had the mentality of, if there's an issue mentally, physically, whatever, it can be fixed through hard work and identifying the problem and stuff like that. And I think that's, what he believed, because he would talk many times about, because obviously we had a different situation going on at that point in time about, retirement benefits and stuff like that. He would say to me, one of the reasons he wanted to get that finished and get it taken care of was so he could get back in shape and he could go back to the gym, or he could go back to lifting weights, or he could go back to being employed. And, he would always use the term a functioning member of society. And, I think that was the most difficult thing for him and us, is he never really got better. You'd see those glimpses and stuff like that, but it would never fully take hold. And that was the difficult part, and honestly the scariest part. Because, again, every time you see that, you hope he's going to get better, and then when he doesn't, it's just another kick in the gut.
So we're chatting on the Pomp and Joe Show, Jason Mackey, and for the guys here with Garrett Webster, Mike Webster's son. And you can follow Garrett at BigWeb52, and I would recommend you do that because it's an excellent social media account. I love what Garrett does, telling the story of his dad and the good times, and reminding people that it wasn't just the CTE stuff, that Mike Webster was a wonderful, dedicated family man, obviously a very, very good Steeler and an intense football player and all that stuff. But it's a fun social media follow. You keep it light. You post some funny pictures of yourself and Iron Mike, and but I know I appreciate getting the look into somebody like that who has had a career that has been out in the public eye well after he passed away, sometimes for unfortunate reasons. But your goals on social media, Garrett, what do you try to do? What are you trying to convey to people about your dad?
Well, I think, first off, my dad always viewed himself as a regular guy. He never, and that was, the weird thing is, and I've tried to explain this, and I try to come off the right way, is, he didn't like putting himself above other people, and he didn't like people who put themselves above, others. And I think one of the most misunderstood things about a lot of the athletes nowadays, and even back then, is they like being treated like regular people. They like being able to go pick up their kids or, go to the store and stuff like that. And obviously talk to people about, their career as Steelers and stuff like that. They don't mind that. But they like to be, to some extent, regular people. And I think with my dad, he had that Pittsburgh sense of humor of, for lack of a better term, breaking each other's balls all the time, or, kind of that playfully ripping on each other and stuff like that. I think that's one of the reasons why Dad loved being a Steeler so much and living in this area is, you could rip on Craig Wolfley for his haircut or, Ton Shilkin for, anything, and stuff like that. And I think with Dad, with the CTE and stuff like that, obviously that's, unfortunately a very sad story. But there was also a lot of good times. I always like to compare it to the movie Goodfellas. If you really break it down, Goodfellas is a movie about a bunch of sociopaths doing a bunch of terrible, terrible things. But you watch it and there's camaraderie, there's laughs, there's, as weird as that sounds, there's laughs, there's joyfulness and stuff like that, and there's good times in it. And with my dad, I kind of look at it the same way, that there is sad times, with what happened. But there was also a lot of good times through playing in Pittsburgh and interacting with regular members of the community or, ripping on his teammates, things that everybody does if you've ever played organized sports or you've just been part of a team or a group of friends, let's say, you take part in those things. And I think sometimes we think that athletes don't do that stuff, or we think that, the big serious football player like Mike Webster, doesn't play jokes on his teammates or his family members or his kids or something like that. And a lot of these guys do those things. And for me, I'm just speaking as myself here, I've always enjoyed stories of athletes, especially the ones that we think of as being the, kind of the ones that are the iconic athletes, I guess you could say. I love hearing stories of them just being regular people, being regular guys or playing jokes or doing regular things. I think that that's something that we as society really, really like and get a kick out of. And that's the part of my dad that I try to share is that, he was, Iron Mike. He did have, let's just say a bad ending to his story, but that doesn't mean there were a lot of good things along that journey. There was a lot of joy and happiness. He did a lot of things to help people. I've heard a lot of stories about Dad being involved with spina bifida research, with, going to prisons and doing church, being involved in the church, and all that stuff means a huge amount to me as a son. I love hearing stories. I get texts or messages every day about somebody who says, I was 12 years old and, met your dad at this. And, he spent all day, signing autographs for those kids, or he talked to me, even though I was a 12-year-old little kid, he talked to me like I was a grown up and took an interest in what I was doing and stuff like that. And, that makes me very proud as a son of my father. And I think that there's a lot of people that those good aspects leave a huge lasting imprint on. And I think sometimes we don't report that stuff about athletes because we'll report about, their 12 catches and 2 touchdowns and stuff like that. But we don't report, hey, this guy after that game spent, 30 minutes signing autographs for kids from, this organization, or, he brought a kid in with spina bifida into the locker room. And, even though he had a colostomy bag, he showed him around and made him feel like, he was a regular kid for 20, 30 minutes. Garrett, to me, that's what makes these athletes so good.
Garrett, one of the things I loved learning about your dad from your social media feed was that he loved dive restaurants. He was a big Eaton Park fan, would eat, waffles with strawberries and whipped cream, would crush root beer floats, would go to like King's or Denny's or something, was not a fancy man.
Oh, no, it's my favorite stuff with him, and how I guess I'll always remember when it comes to the kind of interacting with the public is now. He would not go to autograph shows too often, especially at the end there. He was having difficulties, and he was very cognizant of. Let's just say he was embarrassed by a situation. I don't like to use that term because obviously it's a little depressing, but if it was an autograph show where there was going to be fair food, so funnel cakes, nachos, that kind of corn dogs, that kind of stuff. We could usually convince him to go. And I remember he'd go and he'd have these people coming up with probably, thousands of dollars memorabilia. I remember once there was this lithograph they did when Three Rivers closed. And, it was something, everybody had signed it from those 70s teams. This was multi-$1,000, thing. And this guy was clearly his, and good Lord, good luck getting Lambert to sign something, and he had him sign it, Jack Ham, Terry Bradshaw. And he gives it to my dad, and he says, you're the last one I need. And Dad's sitting there, he's got this thing in his lap. He's balancing a funnel cake covered in powdered sugar in the other hand. And he knows the guy is nervous as hell. That what is he going to say? Please don't sign this because, you've got a funnel cake in your hand.
Right.
So my dad, he had to purposely know that this guy was nervous. So he would get it as close as possible to dripping funnel cake powdered sugar all over the damn picture. But he would sit there and he would sign autographs for hours with funnel cakes in one end, and he would have people just running over to get him funnel cakes or root beer floats or whatever while he signed stuff.
You can't beat a good funnel cake, by the way,
memorabilia
Garrett.
Collections. Huh?
You can't beat a good funnel cake either. I mean, I respect you're eating Sour Patch Kids, but funnel cake sounds a lot better right now.
You can't, but American fair food is personally, in my opinion, our greatest accomplishment as a country. You can go and get something, you can get a stick of butter, deep fried in butter, wrapped in bacon, and, filled with steak. To me, I'm sorry, what else do you want? That's it. It's all downhill from there.
Yeah. Last thing for you, man. I know that things weren't always super tight between you guys and the Steelers. Some of, the end of Mike's career and some of the way things went, I don't want to say forced an estrangement or something, but it just wasn't as sort of cozy as it is now. I understand Art Rooney II was a very big part in that and sort of pulling you and your mom closer, and now you guys are included in a lot of Steelers things and, are really treated like alumni, and you get to be around a lot of things. I know it means a lot to you. Just how would you describe that evolution and what has happened with, having your dad be a closer part of the team's legacy?
Well, I think that after, and I've said this with and I think it's a similar situation with some of Dad's former teammates, is when Dad was struggling, I think everybody, there was, if you lived in Pittsburgh during that time and you paid kind of attention to those old Steelers teams, it was kind of an open secret that my dad was having a rough time. And I think that, the Steelers organization is different from a lot of organizations that a lot of people that were there for life. They were there from 1970 to 1995 or, whatever. So there was a lot of people and a lot of them, Dad really loved the office staff guys, the equipment guys, everybody up and down the organization. And I think that it was very tough for everybody involved with what my dad was going through, from, because again, he was, I always say my dad's deadliest sin was pride. And, everybody knew, this was Iron Mike. How do you reach out and get him help? How do you talk to him? How do you do that? And also for my dad, how do I reach out to these people and let them know that I'm struggling in this way? And, you add on, like we just talked about, a head injury stuff that nobody really had scientific proof of and had a 100%, definitive, this is what's going on. And I think that it was very difficult for both sides to get the help that my dad needed and to, reach out to from either side. And I think both sides did at certain times. I know there were times the Steelers put him up, in a hotel or tried to get him a job or tried to do something. And, I think that, for lack of a better term, it was a lot of miscommunications and just, I guess both sides, the best way to put it, both sides failed to help each other out during that time. And we as family members, we didn't know what was going on. We just looked at it as my dad used to work there. He's, supposedly one of the most beloved and important. And we also knew how close Dad was with the chief. Why aren't we included in more things? Why aren't we part of stuff? And we didn't stop to think, well, maybe we are being invited, but Dad's just not accepting, or Dad's making it clear he doesn't want to go, whether it's because he's in, embarrassed about his situation, or not that he, would have been. I think that, I would be very surprised if anyone in the organization or any of his former teammates would have ever let Dad feel embarrassed in any kind of situation. But it's tough as a family because Dad didn't talk a lot about that stuff. And, he was always kind of uncomfortable with attention when he was doing well. So if you take somebody who's uncomfortable with public attention for the accolades he's receiving, he's going to be even worse when it comes to attention for the difficulties he's having. And I think that it took, as sad as this may sound, I think Dad passing away was the only way that rift was going to heal between our family and, the Steelers. And I think it took a little while. I think it took, Art kind of reaching out. And I think that's, again, I know there's criticism of certain things with Art and, how the team's been built and stuff like that. But I think the thing is, if you look at the Steelers organization, I think Art the second is much more like Art the first. You see, you even see guys, you saw TJ Watt sign his new contract the other day, and the picture Steelers social media posted was him and his wife. It wasn't just him and a visor sacking a quarterback. And I think Art has gotten back to that part of the Steelers that it was a family organization. And that's something that I think we as fans maybe don't appreciate as much because we want to see the team win. But I think it's something that does pay off in the long term, both on the field and also with the guys who used to play here, the guys who used to, represent the organization. Because, it wasn't just my dad. There was a lot of guys and former players who had bad feelings about the organization when they left. And I think that Art has done a lot of great work on healing those rifts and reaching out to guys and understanding if negative things were said. I know I've certainly said, my share of negative things about the organization, things that I'm embarrassed about today. But I think he also knows, and hopefully a lot of people in the organization knows, is that was coming from a place of ignorance and pain. And when you're in that kind of situation, you lash out at whoever and whatever's out there. And I think Art's done a great job at healing that, of reaching out to guys and making them feel welcome, at games or at, events, or even just, hey, if you got to reach out and get help, I know that they reach out now much better than they used to be. And I think that's a wonderful thing. And, I really hope the Steelers take that and really run with doing things for their former alumni and helping them out in many situations. And it doesn't always have to be with money or paying rent, getting them on their feet, getting their families comfortable with how their lives are, and making sure they're taken care of and know that they're loved and they want them to be healthy and have good lives post-retirement.
Garrett Webster, thanks so much, man. I appreciate it.
Oh, thank you for having me.
All right, take care. Garrett Webster, Mike Webster's son, just a fantastic follow. Check him out on X or Twitter at BigWeb52, reliving Mike Webster's legacy. And I think it's an appropriate topic. The Steelers reporting to training camp, something Iron Mike loved. It's been 20 years since the transformative paper from Dr. Bennett Amalu changed the way we think about concussions and CTE in athletes. And Garrett does a fantastic job, again, remembering his dad, the good, the bad, being honest with it in a way that I think Iron Mike would really approve of. And it's an unfortunate thing. And he and his mom, they did a lot for concussion research and how people think about concussions now. And it hasn't been the easiest ride for the Webster clan, that's for sure. Levis, could you imagine walking into like Eaton Park or Denny's and Mike Webster sitting there crushing waffles? That would be something.
Not at all. That would be that would probably just blow you away. Like, I just could not imagine what that would be like. Or if you saw like Ben doing that, or you saw the Chief, you saw Dan Rooney just hanging out in Eaton Park.
I love it. And
like you and
Eaton
me.
Park waffles, I mean, very good. You can't turn that down.
Yes, the Eaton Park on 51, a very frequent spot that we would go to. And
Same.
Grade school and high school.
Yep. Same here, man. Same here. Again, thanks to Garrett Webster for that. Fan Twitter, it's brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And the fan text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. All right. So when we come back, I want to talk about the Steelers moving on from a few defensive starters. They've moved on from 4 defensive starters. Who's going to be the most impactful? Whose loss are they going to feel the most? We'll sort through that and more, a few more Steelers topics. We'll get into some Pirates talk with Dan Zangrilli at noon. He will join us for about 20 minutes. We'll talk a little Chuck Conco with him, as well as Pirates trade rumors, trade deadline approaching. Easy for me to say at the end of the month. The Pomp and Joe Show, Jason Mackey, Austin Bechtold in for the guys. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
And we have some news from Noah Hiles, who reported yesterday that there is significant interest from teams on Oneil Cruz. A few updates from Noah as of a few minutes ago. Said he just learned the Yankees are one of the teams that have checked in on Cruz. Also been told that the Pirates don't expect to trade Cruz before this year's trade deadline. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
Oh, swords on his face. Oh, the
Donnie,
scowl.
make a scowl face for us. Let me hear what. Let me
Scowl
see
at me.
Let me see that scowl.
Donnie,
there.
here, just imagine you thought you'd be the starting quarterback. The other guy played when you felt you were healthy. He won the game, and now the reporters have just looked at you in the locker room. That looks more like a constipated frown.
What, you have a good scowl? That's your regular face, Halsey.
The PM team at 2 p.m., live and local, just like Mike's.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Tyreek Hill says he's all in this season. No distractions, just football. And that's after hinting he wanted out of Miami last year. Tua Tagovailoa says Hill's been more open and vulnerable, trying to rebuild trust. But after missing the playoffs, the clock's ticking. The real question, can the Dolphins repair that trust fast enough before this era of Miami football slips away? I'm Maggie Gray.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone now through July 28th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Are you ready to take a walk on the wild side and have some family fun? Get to Living Treasures Animal Park in the Laurel Highlands. Living Treasures has animals from all over the world, with over 300 animals you and the family will love. Their concession stand is now open weekends for family fun. Stay at the Log Cabin Suites with up to 6 bedrooms available. Plan your staycation today at funanddonegal.com. Living Treasures Animal Park of the Laurel Highlands, where animals are loved.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
84 Lumber is proud to partner with Anderson Windows and Doors to present an all-new interactive showroom, now open in Mount Lebanon. The showroom features an extensive selection of windows, doors, and accessories from Anderson. The space is designed for personalized consultations, so homeowners, builders, and contractors can work directly with 84 Lumber experts to find the perfect Anderson products for their projects. Visit the showroom at 1675 Washington Road, Monday through Friday from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. or Saturday from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m.
Live music is back at Shooters Golf in Wexford. Join us every Wednesday from 7 to 9 and Fridays from 7 to 10 for great local artists, cold drinks, and good vibes on our outdoor patio. Bring your crew and make it a night, or upgrade to the VIP experience with a private cabana hut for up to 15 guests. Don't miss a single beat this summer at Shooters Golf. You can also shoot a couple golf balls, of course, all the time. It's the best place around for that. Reserve your cabana now at info@shootersgolf.com.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing,
T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with AutoPay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025, Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and ST on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 and monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to port, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Oh, I love my Cohen chicken. It's my Cohen crispy chicken. It's the only chicken where my money's spent. If you like crispy chicken, get to Cohen's Markets quickly. They've got crispy chicken that's in Crinkuland.
Doran Dickerson here with an exciting announcement for my guys at Keystone Custom Apparel. A huge promotional offer this month for you to take advantage of for your organization, group, charity, or sports team. If you buy 4 dozen or more t-shirts, you can get them for just $6.95. That's an incredible deal from an incredible company that's located right here in Western Pennsylvania. Keystone Custom Apparel. Take advantage of this offer. Tell them Score and Doran sent you, and visit KeystoneCustomApparel.com today.
Black and gold fans at Schley Company, we're intercepting all the high prices. Schley.company.com.
It's Wicked Night at Highmark Stadium on Tuesday, July 29th, when the Riverhounds host Miami. Wear your Wicked costume, enjoy show-themed activities and drink specials, and a post-game fireworks show. Happy hour goes from 5 to 7. Kickoff at 7. Get your tickets at riverhounds.com/tickets.
Baseball fans, BetMGM is giving you the chance to win a prize every day during the baseball season. Step into the batter's box for BetMGM Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. Log in every day for your chance to win. All you need to do is pick an area of the strike zone and take your best swing. If you get a single, double, triple, or home run, you'll receive a prize. Smash a home run to collect a bonus bet on them. Just log into your BetMGM Sports account to get started. Then visit your promotion section to access the Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. You'll score a prize if you hit a single, double, triple, or home run. There's nothing more exciting than going yard. So swing for the fences with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards may vary. Bonus bets expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Gherkin Roofing now offers 3 different packages to work with any budget. They got multiple financing options, including a 0% for 18-month credit card with approved credit. Call The Pickle today, 724-515-5551, or call thepickle.com.
Let's go black and gold. Smale Kia's proud to sponsor the Pittsburgh training camp. Live on 93.7 The Fan. Right now, get 1.9% APR for up to 60 months. Plus Kia bonus cash available on select models. $1,000 on 2025 Carnival Hybrid, and Sereno 2.5T models. $500 on 2025 Celta Sportage Hybrid, Nero Gas, and Sereno Gas models. Go to SmaleKia.com. See Smale Kia for details.
Have a house you're ready to sell? Ryan Shalaba here with the Home Buyers of Pittsburgh, and I want to make your next home sale the easiest one yet. With over a decade in business and 175 plus 5-star reviews, we've helped people in all different situations get the most money out of their house when they need it. We'll save you time, money, and stress, and we'll even help you move. Call 412-500-9057. Get you a cash offer in as little as 24 hours. That's 412-500-9057 or visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com today.
Good morning, Doctor.
Doctor?
Hi, Doctor.
Doctor?
Dr. Jackson's practice is growing.
What do you mean we're still short-staffed?
He needs a good patient doctor.
How do we not have enough doctors to doctor all these patients?
And he doesn't have the patience to sift through hundreds of resumes.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Sunny this afternoon, the high 93.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
And it's the Pomp and Joe Show on a beautiful Thursday. Jason Mackey, Austin Bechtold in for the guys. Thanks so much for finding us, having a great time hanging out with you here today. Fan Hotlines presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. You can listen to the Pomp and Joe Show on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. All right, so before the break, I talked about some of the defensive starters that the Steelers said goodbye to and where that impact will be felt the most. I'm going to roll that question out to limits as well, and we're going to kick that around. But first, kind of set the stage. Defensive line, Larry Ogunjobi is gone. Landon Roberts, linebacker, gone. Minkah Fitzpatrick, safety, gone. Dante Jackson, cornerback, gone. I think you can cross two names off the board pretty easily. Larry Ogunjobi and Dante Jackson, I would not put near the top of that list.
No,
would you agree?
No, it's probably better for the team that both are gone, especially with Ogunjobi's salary.
Yeah, I don't see the juice justifying the squeeze there. But the other two I think are interesting. Is the loss of a Landon Roberts or the loss of Minkah Fitzpatrick going to be felt more? And it feels a couple years ago that would be an insane question to ask. Minkah Fitzpatrick taken out of the Steelers lineup, my goodness, of course they're going to be worse off. And I still think that's probably the answer to the question. But I think about a Landon Roberts and their run defense and how much they need to change. And I kind of miss them. And I want to see Peyton Wilson take an important next step this year. I want to see Cole Holcomb come back and contribute. I think Patrick Queen can be a lot better than he was last year. I do think Patrick Queen was probably better than we give him credit for after kind of a slow start. And I think the answer to it ultimately is they'll feel Minkah Fitzpatrick's loss more. But I wish they would have re-signed a Landon Roberts. I'm worried that could become a miss. And I think it's closer than maybe we would answer on first blush. What do you think, Lemons?
So I was talking about this a decent amount yesterday, especially with the Landon Roberts. He's somebody that I definitely would have brought back. Jason, overall last year as a run defender, Landon Roberts was elite. He was the fifth best linebacker according to PFF in run defense. And they brought in Malik Harrison to be able to replace him, and he hasn't really gotten a lot of run because he'll end up being a backup, and Cole Holcomb's also back healthy. But Landon Roberts also did not sign a big deal in Vegas. Like, it was only a couple of million. Why not bring him back, especially on running downs? You know the team, or at least your best guessing, is going to run the football, which the Steelers struggled a lot in doing defensively against the run, especially late in the season. I feel like Roberts would have been logistically the right guy to bring back, especially with the deal that Harrison got. 2 years and $10 million?
10 mil. Yep.
It just made too much sense to bring Landon Roberts back. I didn't like the move.
I know. I didn't like it either. I liked the Minkah Fitzpatrick trade. I'm actually totally fine with that. We'll see what happens with Jalen Ramsey. I do think it's going to be an amalgamation of roles. I don't think he's going to be in any one set spot. I'm eager to see him play outside some, play in the slot some. I don't think he'd be overmatched or out of position at safety.
I do worry a little bit about Juan Thornhill just staying healthy and having a productive year, but I sort of get what Omar Khan is doing, and that's something I learned from hearing those people talk and listening to audio and whatever yesterday, that like Juan Thornhill has played a version of what the Steelers tried to do with Minkah Fitzpatrick. Like if you look at his past couple of years, like no, he was not an elite safety. You can look up PFF numbers and all this stuff and paint a case that he was not a very good player. At the same time, if you're going to put him in a secondary with potentially a nickel situation where you have Joey Porter Jr., Darius Slay, Jalen Ramsey, and Deshaun Elliott also on the field with him, like all Juan Thornhill basically needs to do is keep plays in front of him. You're not looking at, a huge drop-off or huge responsibility. My question is whether he can stay on the field. That's been a problem for him. But I do think it's an interesting debate because what we're talking about, what Limits was saying about stopping the run and how good a Landon Roberts was, and that other position being kind of a safety valve, a safety net, somebody that, not asked to do a whole lot. In the way the Steelers could configure their secondary, that person is going to have minimal responsibility. I also think that if you kind of parse through Omar Khan's words yesterday, that they're not done at safety, nor should they be. That was one of my takeaways. Omar Khan had every opportunity to say, like, we signed Juan Thornhill. He's got a history. He's played well before. We believe in him. He's our guy, whatever. And I know you're never going to be that exact as a team builder, but Omar Khan was definitely not that. Like, he basically said, we have Juan Thornhill under contract, and, we'll see kind of where things go.
Well, I kind of took his comments, Jason, as him saying just how much he loves the team, how much he loves the roster, the moves that they've made, as kind of him saying they're not going to make at least a significant move at safety. Maybe
not a significant
maybe
move, but they should add depth.
Like, would Justin Simmons be a significant move in your mind?
It would in my mind. I don't know if it would be in Omar's mind.
Right, because it would be in my mind as well. So let's say hypothetically Omar does not think that that is a big move. Then sure, I agree, and I think that that's ultimately a move that they should make. But based on what Omar said, I kind of think they're okay standing pat unless somebody blows them away or somebody's free agent number comes down.
I hope not.
I hope not either.
Limits. I want some depth there, man. I've got some concerns. I mean, what if Juan Thornhill would succumb to injuries the way he has the past couple of years?
There's
That's
no one
a
behind
problem.
him. There's no one behind him right now. It's
That is
Sebastian
a very
Castro.
big problem.
He's never played a snap in the NFL.
You could make the case, and some have, that's a bigger hole in the Steelers roster right now than wide receiver. I almost feel better about, you've got DK Metcalf, Jonnu Smith, whatever. I think Calvin Austin is going to be in there somewhere. You're counting on maybe a little bit too much at this point from Roman Wilson, but there's at least something there. Behind Juan Thornhill,
there's upside with Wilson, too.
Sebastian Castro, I'm sorry. Training camp, off-season darling or not, I'm not feeling real good about that.
Well, now, if that's the case, they're going to end up probably with special packages where, who plays deep safety? Who knows? Maybe it's a Corey Trice type of role for him where Tomlin said Joey Porter Jr., Darius Slay, Jalen Ramsey will all be on the field together at the same time, like at all times. So those three will be out there. Plus, you'll have Deshaun Elliott. Is that ultimately going to limit Thornhill's exposure, or are they going to go with one less linebacker? How are they going to make that work with the three corners on the field?
I know. It's an interesting question, man. It's an interesting question. I'm glad training camp is here. We're going to learn more about that. We'll talk about that a little bit more throughout the show. I think it's an interesting debate. Do want to change gears, though, and get to Dan Zangrilli at noon. First, want to tell you the 50-minute mark on the Fans brought to you by Southwest Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram on Route 19 in Peters Township. Also, 93.7 The Fan, 101.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK, and WAMO 107.3 are partnering to support Pittsburgh Public School students for the school year by providing stuffed backpacks for the Pittsburgh for PPS at Pittsburgh for PPS Backpack Drive. It's presented by Target Freight Management. You can support by purchasing backpacks or dropping off at a location near you, including Piata Italian Street Food in Robinson and Northway Mall. For details, visit 937thefan.com to drop off your donation. Brought to you by GBU Life, life insurance, annuities, and member benefits since 1892. Do we want to do the Pony League World Series tickets now, Limits?
Why don't we wait until Dan Zangrilli comes on for some baseball talk? We'll go after baseball.
I like that. Well, let's do some Jason Gilden talk right now. Weather today, sunny and a high of 92, 89 degrees tomorrow, and a 55% chance of rain. Fan weather is brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Speaking of Piata, we're staring at a bunch of Piata limits. They brought some lunch in. I'm excited to indulge in some of this.
I'm excited to devour some Piata.
We got to get to a break so we can get out there before everybody beats us to it. Reminder, Dan Zangrilli in about, 10 minutes, top of the hour, something like that. Talk a little Pirates and Chuck and Uniontown. It's Pomp and Joe Show, Jason and Austin in for the guys on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of
According to Pony, a source tells him the Phillies are one of the teams that are trying to trade for O'Neal Cruz, but Ohio saying, while the Pirates are listening, doesn't think that they will ultimately trade him. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The legacy continues with a special rock celebration live. A trip to their massive hits and fan favorites. 3 decades. Over 22 million albums sold. One night only. Friday, July 25th. The Event Center at Rivers Casino. Live. Tickets on sale now at riverscasino.com. Don't miss Live.
Get a better pharmacy experience right inside your Sam's Club. Friendly, knowledgeable pharmacists are here to help, and most prescriptions are ready in under 20 minutes. Can't make it in? Choose same-day prescription delivery. All the value you expect from Sam's Club is at the pharmacy too. And Plus members save even more with over 600 generic prescriptions for $10 or less. Pick up your prescriptions and all your club favorites in one easy trip when you join Sam's Club today. Terms and conditions apply. See samsclub.com/pharmacy or your local Sam's Club pharmacy for details.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Weather Seal Home Services. Big news. Weather Seal is introducing their affordable roofing replacement program. This month, upgrade your old worn-out roof to the unlimited roof with gutters included. Plus, get the project started with 24 months of no payments or interest. That's 2 years of no payments or interest. Wow. This affordable roofing replacement offer will save you thousands and get you the roof your home deserves. Weather Seal, a 4.8 rating on Google and an A+ accredited rating with the BBB. Call 855-351-SEAL or go to weathersealhomeservices.com. Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. Looking for a full-size SUV that does it all? Then come meet the 2025 Hyundai Palisade at Bowser Hyundai today. Right now at Bowser Hyundai, get 0% APR for 60 months plus no payments for 90 days on the 2025 Santa Fe or Palisade. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's Best Warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies. 36 months, 10,000 miles per year. $29.99 total due at signing. With credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends July 31st.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Jim Shorkey Toyota in the North Hills delivers up July deals for the people. New 25 Toyota Tundras, low 1.99% financing for an incredible 72 months. Wow. Or choose a new 25 Toyota Corolla, Camry, or RAV4 and finance at 4.99% for 60 months. Plus, you'll celebrate the freedom to upgrade by grabbing up to $500 more for your trade. Pittsburgh's #1 volume Toyota dealer, JimShorkeyToyota.com. Call 1-855-410-4036 for complete details on all offers and terms.
Discover uncompromising quality at a reliable price with Giant Eagle in Market District. Look for signs throughout the store highlighting lower prices. Surround yourself with savings at Giant Eagle. Eagle. Experience value like never before. Visit Giant Eagle today to see how easy it is to save.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-587-1274. That's 800-587-1274. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-587-1274. That's 800-587-1274 today.
I'm Rhett. And I'm Link. And we're the hosts of the podcast Ear Biscuits. We're just two lifelong friends who've been talking about life for a long time.
From being dads to businessmen to all the random things we experience, nothing is off limits.
And now we're talking to you. We're answering your questions, giving advice that you may or may not want to take, and listening to your hilarious stories.
So leave us a voicemail to be part of the show at
1-888-EARPOD-1 on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Upgrade your learning experience during Dell Technologies Back to School event with AI PCs like the Dell 14 Plus featuring an Intel Core Ultra processor starting at $749.99. Supercharge your studies with features like real-time notes transcription, AI accelerated hardware to run multiple apps without slowing down, extended battery life, and more. That's the power of new AI PCs with Intel inside. Discover a smarter way to learn at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Febreze. It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now, all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Gain Super Flings are here to take your laundry to the next level.
Talking about Gain Super Flings. Super-sized laundry packs. These things are huge. Super fresh, super clean. Gain Super Flings.
Gain Super Flings laundry packs have 4 times the Oxy cleaning power and 3 times the Febreze freshness versus Gain Original Liquid.
Super fresh, super clean. Gain Super Flings.
Gain Super Flings for next level laundry.
Oh no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
My debit card.
their debit card.
Where'd I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound? That's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7, the land,
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, sad news to report. TMZ with breaking news reporting that legendary entertainer Hulk Hogan has died at the age of 71. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Dan Zangrilli joins us next.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
Now, more Bob Bombiani and Joe Starkey.
I say bring it.
It's the Pomp and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
All right.
welcome back to the Pomp and Joe Show. Jason Mackey filling in for the guys. Austin Bechtold producing. Having a great time here halfway through on a Thursday afternoon. A beautiful Thursday afternoon in Pittsburgh. Talked a lot of football in the first 2 hours. Let's transition a little bit to the baseball team. The Pirates coming off a sweep of the Detroit Tigers. Good luck trying to figure out the Pirates. They're swept by the White Sox, and they sweep the Tigers. I don't know. It's been par for the course this year. Let's go out to the fan hotline where we find fan pregame and postgame host and all-around good guy, Dan Zangrilli. What's going on, Dan? How are you?
Jason, how are you, man? I'm stunned. I'm actually floored what I just heard from Austin on the Hulk Hogan stuff. So that was my guy growing up.
That was my guy too.
Jeez, this is awful.
In threes too. We just lost Ozzy.
I know, man. I know. That's the crazy. I haven't been on Twitter much today. Have had my head down working on some other projects, and then what Austin just said, I was like, what? And then I've been kind of scrolling through here and trying to figure out what's going on, and that's crazy. I mean, well, I don't know. I don't want to. We're not talking Hulk Hogan, but I've got to figure out what's going on here. What happened? Was he sick, or I didn't hear anything? So
I didn't know either. I didn't know either. But I'm with you. That was like my childhood, my guy. Watching wrestling, that was the Hulkster when he was on. Wow.
I mean, how can you body slam Andre the Giant?
Right. I know.
TMZ saying on Twitter, we're told a slew of police cars and EMT were parked outside of Hogan's home, and the icon was carried on a stretcher and into an ambulance. TMZ also saying last month they broke the story that there were rumblings of Hogan on his deathbed, but we're told at the time that he was just dealing with symptoms of a neck procedure that he underwent in May.
Oof.
My goodness.
More to it, it sounds like.
Yep.
More details to follow. Jeez.
Yeah, that's a stunner for sure. I did not expect to hear that one today either. But well, let's press on a little bit as best we can, Dan. It was an uplifting day at the ballpark for both of us yesterday. I'm proud of us. I'm thankful to the Pirates. Everything came together very nicely for Chuck in Uniontown. You got to have him on the pregame. He called in postgame. Just what was yesterday like for you?
Well, I mean, awesome, gratifying. I'm appreciative, Jason, of what you did. I mean, logistically, for those uninitiated, it's Chuck battles every day a pretty gnarly case of cerebral palsy, and he's wheelchair bound, and the vision isn't what it used to be, so he has some hard time seeing. Getting him from Uniontown to Pittsburgh to a Pirate game is a logistical challenge, and to be able to do that, it takes a lot of careful planning, which you put a ton of work in making that all happen. So hats off to you, because I'm not sure folks really appreciate, in theory, let's just get Chuck to a game, but that's a pretty big mountain to move, and you were able to make that happen, and I was just happy to be there and be part of him on the air, watching him be as happy as Chuck can be. And he's an obviously very upbeat guy most often. And it really takes some poor play, which the Pirates have accomplished on a fairly consistent basis, to turn Chuck's mood sour. And there have been some nights this year, the past couple of years, where he's been upset. But overall, he's a very devout, highly optimistic guy, an inspiring guy, which you've laid out in your work and talking to him. But I've had an opportunity to get to know him behind the scenes and have conversations with him off the air, in addition to our nightly back and forths that we have, which I cherish so much because they're so consistent, they're so insightful. He's first, not because he's necessarily grandfathered in. Sure, he does have, as we talk about the cues in the callers when they come on the air, he's first in line. It's usually legitimate. Does he skip the line every once in a while? Absolutely, and I don't think anybody minds that, which makes it so beautiful, because of, the show is really due in large part to him. And I think if we took a Gallup poll, we would find that Chuck certainly indexes far more better and favorably than the radio hosts do, because people will tune in to hear him. They are inspired by him. They love his dedication, his passion, and that becomes infectious. And that was none more apparent than yesterday. getting to see others see him. Oh, is that Chuck? And the video that you put out there, Jason, I mean, you know, who's chopping onions here? To watch all the Pirate fans as he wheeled down the warning track after the play ball thing, that's, you know, you try not to get emotional about it. That's who he is. That's what he's about. That's what we're about, the city that is. And to see him, you know, get some flowers, which, let's be honest, long overdue, and I hope there's more to give. He deserved every bit of it, so thank you.
Absolutely, man. And I had some help. M&R Transit, I said it earlier, from Uniontown, was nice enough to donate a van and a driver to get Chuck there. That helped a lot. Getting him up there with you and all the care that you've shown him over the years is a gigantic part of this. I said this to you privately. I tweeted the same thing. There is no Chuck in Uniontown without hosts like yourself, you know, showing care and compassion, putting him on the air. A lot of markets, people wouldn't care and wouldn't do that.
I'm going to stop you short there because he was here before me. He'll be here after me. He's outlasted a lot of us. And, you know, we built the place around him in many respects. And I think and I'm curious if anybody in another market wants to go ahead and submit their case, because I think we've got a pretty good one here in Pittsburgh. I think he is the best sports talk radio caller of all time. When we talk about what is greatness is being good over a consistent period of time. He is a Cal Ripken type of caller. Nobody does it better, more consistently than he does. Sure, will some people call in, rant and rave? Could they be more entertaining? I guess so, but is there anybody like him with a clockwork type of reputation for as long as he's done it? Again, eager to hear anybody else from any other market submit theirs, but I feel like I'm pretty confident going in with our guy.
Yep, I don't think we're going to hear a better case, Dan. I really don't. We're chatting with Dan Zangrilli, Pirates pregame, postgame show host here on 93.7 The Fan. You can follow Dan on Twitter or X at Dan Zangrilli. Dan, one more question about Chuck before we move into stuff about the current baseball team. Why do you think that is? Why do you think people are so inspired by him and like him so much? Because I also don't think people would gravitate towards something like that in other places. I think it's what makes our city so unique.
Well, yeah, but you've met him.
Yeah,
I think it's pretty easy to understand
his personality.
So, yeah, once you meet him, once you hear him, and the passion, and then again the consistency, there's a purity to him, unlike many other people that you meet. So I think it's that, and we are a city, obviously, that gravitates to those kind of people. And when we see the best of our own type of people, we obviously flock to them like a moth to a light. So I don't think it's hard at all. I'm going to have to disagree with you. I think it's very easy to understand.
No, I'm not saying it's difficult. I'm just saying.
I know you're not, but I guess my thing is you can answer your own question there, right? We can all answer our own question there. But it's a good question to ask, but I think we all of us, you, me, and anybody else out there, because I think others have asked the same question that you're asking, Jason, but if we really think about it and give them all, it's an easy thing because he's Chuck, right? He's the best of us.
Yep.
And again, if anybody has the opportunity to meet him, oh my gosh, it's worth the drive to Uniontown. He's out and about. His schedule is open. He goes to daily mass, is approachable, curious, and genuine. And I couldn't really get a word in edgewise with him to talk about him because he was so interested in my background, what I was doing. He was asking me so many questions, and he's so engaging to that end because of, again, the purity, the genuine nature, one of the best people that you'll ever meet. So that's why everybody loves him.
Yep, no doubt. And let's go ask another question that is hard to answer, maybe impossible to answer. How does this team get swept by the White Sox, Dan, and then winds up sweeping the Tigers?
Yeah, that's a much harder
Make
question.
that make sense for me.
No, I have no clue. I think the adage of, and I was talking to somebody about this yesterday at the ballpark, you know, that adage of it's not who you play, it's when you play them in baseball, I think a lot of time will be true. I think that was true when the Pirates played the Mets in that 6-0 homestand. I think it was true for the White Sox with the Pirates maybe taking them a little bit lightly. in the first 3-game series. And Chicago, I think, has gone off, and they've done some good stuff against Tampa, if I'm not mistaken. I haven't exactly followed it, but I think I saw a couple of headlines. But I actually think that they're, a pretty good young team. They've made some pretty shrewd moves. They have some exciting young players. But not to say that the Pirates should not have easily won 2 out of 3 in that series. I think it was more of a timing thing, especially with the Tigers. Tigers came into Pittsburgh losing 6 of their last 7, so they were not exactly on a whole head of steam. They're struggling right now. I think it's 10 of their last 11 they've lost. So as wonderful as the series was, and look, you had Skeens and Keller going, that helps, number one. You combine the fact that Detroit's playing their worst baseball of the year. Secondly, all of those factors, Pirates being at home, you've got a pretty good set of circumstances working for you there to be able to complete that sweep.
Chatting with Dan Zangrilli, Pirates pregame, postgame show host here on 93.7 The Fan. Hey, Dan, Noah Hiles had something yesterday I thought was interesting. The Pirates are getting a lot of calls on O'Neal Cruz. He reported subsequently today the Yankees are one of those teams expressing interest. I think Andrew Filipponi said the Phillies were a team interested in obtaining O'Neal Cruz. I know I personally am not a huge fan of trading O'Neal Cruz. I would work with him. I want to see the Pirates develop him. They need bats. That would not be a lever I would pull. Where do you stand on O'Neal Cruz? What would you do? What do you think they should do?
No, I'm inclined to keep him. I think the Pirates are really throwing a lot of floaters out there just to see what the market is, to what the activity is. And they have been in their rhetoric from the general manager on his radio shows, and I think in the manager's office, they haven't exactly tamped down and played their cards close to the vest. They have really flip that open for business sign. They've illuminated it. They've put some spotlights on it. Does that mean that they want to actually pull the lever on all of these, or do they just want to try to gather as much engagement and activity to see what is truly out there? And the only way that you're able to get a deal done is to have as much real, meaningful activity as possible in the way of dialogue with as many people. And then you're able to start leveraging things. And then all of a sudden, the deals become sweeter. And while you probably, at the end of the day, are not going to pull said lever, whether it's on a Reynolds or whether it's on a Cruz, because an important caveat in that Hiles piece was that the Pirates are not actively shopping O'Neal Cruz. But there's no harm, obviously, in engaging in all of that activity. You can talk all day long from now until the 31st about potentially trading O'Neal Cruz. But, you really have to be moved to do that. And if you are, you are. And if you are, I would think that it has to be something that absolutely takes your breath away because of, well, all of the tools, the ability that O'Neal Cruz has. And even if as frustrating as this year has been for him, break it all down, step away from it objectively. It's really not a bad year. When you look at the stolen bases, when you look at the ability to hit the ball out of the ballpark, when you look at the OPS, the defensive numbers have improved pretty substantially. So he's still having a pretty good year. But we just hold him, and probably deservingly so, right, to a higher standard because he has the ability to be the face of baseball. That's the ceiling. That's the limit here, is being the best player in the game. Maybe not named Ohtani. So engage all you want. See what's out there. Maybe it leads to other conversations with some other players, and you can sort of modify that, and it doesn't involve Cruz. I mean, activity is a great thing. The Pirates need to have as much of it as any team in baseball. And then the same, I think, could be said for Keller as well. Everybody thinks that he's as good as gone. I don't, for a lot of the same reasons here that you can apply to the Cruz argument.
Yep, I'm with you on Keller. I've been saying that as well. I don't think you can make yourselves a better team in 2026 by getting rid of Mitch Keller.
And again, it's a timing. You can still trade him, but it doesn't have to be on the 31st of July. It can be on the 15th of December. That's a big difference, right? Because who's subtracted? What you need is, and I was talking to Austin about this yesterday, you need a bona fide for a bona fide. I'm not trading Mitch Keller unless I get a turnkey bona fide bat that can parachute into this lineup, and as soon as he arrives in PNC Park, he has the ability to go 3 for 4.
And that trade's not coming about in a week. Very
I would
likely
agree.
not.
Yeah, because nobody's going to detract with offense at such a premium around the league from their whatever they've got going on. They're in contention probably due in large part to a said player that the Pirates would be interested in. I'm not interested, and I'm sure there's plenty of top 100 prospects that Keller could fetch that are being blocked in another organization. Well, if somebody's being blocked in another organization, that just doesn't mean that he's as good as the guy that you actually want and probably need to get for a guy like Mitch Keller. So why would you make that trade?
Yeah, and that actually takes me perfectly to my last question, Dan. I mean, they need bats. They need a type of bat. They need a strategy to get a bat. How does that play out? How do you personally, like, what do you feel like is the most logical way of them going to obtain offensive help? It's clear what they need.
Yeah, and you can move Keller again, but you just have to get the return. You can't be onboarding the risk when you deal a guy like Keller. You can't be onboarding the risk if you deal any of your big controllable pitching options. I'm okay trading from pitching depth. They seem to have enough of it, though not as deep as I think others believe it to be. But the only way to be able to turn this offense around is through trade activity. Unfortunately, they have fallen short in development. The upper levels just don't have enough internal options to help you. They haven't been able to improve internally. Hayes, Sawinski, Davis, Horowitz is maybe starting to find it finally. But their internal guys have proven that they're not the answer more so than they are. So you've got to go to the only commodity that you have, the currency that exists in your organization is pitching. And if that's controllable pitching, you have to hold firm on what true return is. And I believe the ability to get a bona fide major league bat is not all that I don't want to say hard to do, because you look at the Horowitz-Ortiz deal, that was a pretty steep price to pay. But you're going to obviously have to trade from your pitching depth to be able to try to help this offense.
Dan Zangrilli, thanks so much, man. Great stuff. Glad we made yesterday happen, and let's do it again next year.
Yeah, man. Again, big hat tip to you, Jason, and appreciate the time. We'll catch you soon.
All right, brother. Take care. Dan Zangrilli, pregame, postgame host right here on The Fan. Does an awesome job, of course. You know Dan. Follow him if you don't, at Dan Zangrilli. Really appreciate him hopping on and kicking around some stuff Chuck and Uniontown related, and also related to the big club. There's such an important time for this team, and they have needs. There are storylines. There's stuff to debate. Should they do this? Should they do that? O'Neal Cruz is a principal part of that. We know they need to find bats. I think there's an idea of going about getting those bats. And baked into all of this, Dan and I really didn't talk about it all that much, is the future of the general manager. Should Ben Cherington be here? Me personally, I don't think he should. I think they should move on. I don't see what Ben Cherington has done to warrant remaining in place. I understand the Pirates' position of wanting to keep him here through the draft and the trade deadline. I suppose. I don't really like it, but it certainly seems like that's the reality they're telling us. So inside of that, I mean, it would be extremely surprising for them to jettison the GM a week out from the trade deadline. So what do you do? Do you let this guy trade pitching for hitting? I wouldn't. He's tried to trade pitching for hitting before. It hasn't happened. He's tried to make deals to improve the offense before. It hasn't happened. So why should he get to do that again? If you're going to allow him to oversee the trade deadline, it should be in a very minimal capacity. And that should not include Mitch Keller. It should not include David Bednar, Dennis Santana, and it should not include O'Neal Cruz. As Noah Hiles reported yesterday, they were getting a bunch of interest on O'Neal Cruz, and I understand that. And there's context contained within what Noah reported. They're not looking to move him. But I will say this, and I've said this from my time on the beat, the Pirates do not turn down the opportunity to have a conversation, nor should they. They should have a conversation about everybody on their roster. Somebody wants to call them up and overpay, let them. And maybe somebody does, but with Cruz, man, there's just too much potential there. There's too much of an opportunity to get burned. You need offense. And if you've got a better idea, I suppose I'd hear you out, but I haven't seen this general manager have any better ideas. So I'm not going to let him cut bait. You know, they cut bait on Joe Musgrove before Joe Musgrove found his best form. They cut bait on Clay Holmes before he found his best form. They may have cut bait on Quinn Priester too early. That certainly looks possible. I'm not cutting bait on O'Neal Cruz. That's not saying things have gone great or things are where they should be or there's not reason to be frustrated. Certainly, I get all that. There is just no way, no possible way that I would trade O'Neal Cruz. Fan Twitter is brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The Fan Text Line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. I want to get to a couple phone calls. If you have any thoughts, please feel free to weigh in. 412-928-9370 as we're talking baseball. A couple of these are actually about Chuck and Uniontown. I'll be interested to hear what Joe and Rich have to say. I want to throw out a hypothetical, too, that I'll tease a little bit more on the other side of these calls or anything else that rolls in. But a little bit of baseball talk as we take a break from football. We'll come back to football at 1:30. Jeff Hathorn will hop on from Latrobe. But right now, let's go out to the hotline. Joe in Butler wants to talk about Chuck and Uniontown. What's up, Joe?
Well, I'll tell you what. I thought sitting here listening, I could compose myself. But here I am breaking down again because that was the most fantastic thing you people could have done for that man.
Oh, well, yeah.
I learned several years ago, after every Pirate game, I'd always hear Chuck call in. It got to the point where I started looking forward to it. And I mean, right after the game, it's like, man, I got to sit here and listen because Chuck's going to be up there, and I got to hear his take. But he's a man that knows his game of baseball, and he's never negative. I mean, I don't care. The Pirates.
He's realistic. He's realistic.
Yeah, they go on a 15-game losing streak, and he just sit there and be real about it, but not talk them down. He doesn't like the management, I know that, but
no, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. They haven't given him much reason to like him either. It's fair.
Oh yeah, exactly. But I had my daughter-in-law's grandfather was very much a fan like Chuck was. He was a widower, and he was in a hurry. He always had to have cornflakes for breakfast. And he lived by himself, ran to the grocery store, and was trying to get home to get to the start of the Pirate game. He tripped and fell, hit his head on concrete, and ended up passing away. And I got to talk to him in the hospital. I was the last guy I got to say anything to him. And I got down, I whispered to him, I said, John, I'm going to make you this promise. I'll keep an eye on the Pirates for you because I know you love them. And I keep trying to fulfill that for him. But other than that, you guys did an awesome thing there.
Well, thank you, Joe. I'm glad you appreciate it, man. Dan had a hand in it. The Pirates had a hand in it. M&R Transit and Uniontown had a hand in it. We all pitched in. It was cool to see him honored.
Thanks to everyone that made that happen.
No doubt. It was a special day.
You don't appreciate what you got in life until you're in somebody else's situation.
Yep.
And he's a dedicated fan. He's number one.
No doubt. Thanks, Joe. Appreciate the call, man. Yeah, Chuck is number one. He really is. I mean, I liked Dan Zangrilli's premise about Chuck being the best radio caller of all time, and I'm not going to disagree with it. But it's funny because it's so much more than just a radio caller. And I found that out over the past couple of weeks writing about Chuck. And I wrote the initial story about, kind of the man behind the phone call and then taking him to a game yesterday. And it's hard to put into words. And to be totally honest with you, it's hard to put into words. I can only speak from personal experience. Like, I have two kids, 6 and 11. I've talked to them about Chuck, about his views on life. I've internalized Chuck's views on life. Chuck has helped me. This job isn't easy. We're all human. I'm flawed. If I'm complaining, if I'm feeling upset about something, think about how Chuck would handle it. And you can also criticize. This is another thing and sorry, Rich, I'll get to you in a second. You can criticize people and do it professionally and appropriately. And that strikes a chord with me. I know sometimes the rub on me is maybe I'm not nasty enough as a columnist or a radio show host or whatever, or maybe I, see both sides. That's possible. And I've been very critical of things that I disagree with the Pirates right now. And you need to be yourself. You need to be honest with people. I think you need to be fair. You need to be respectful. And Chuck does all those things. And he's a great model to people in any way. If you want to talk about reaction, post-game insights, fantastic. You want to talk about overcoming adversity, great. Chuck's there. You want to talk about being a curious mind, a compassionate person, just a good person, caring, curious, all this stuff. Chuck does all that. He's so special. Rich in Carmichael's wants to talk about Chuck. What's going on, Rich?
Are you there?
I'm here. Are you there?
Okay. One quick comment, and I'm going to make a comment about Chuck, and I'm going to give you the best caller how I look at it. First of all, with nothing insured and in charge, the Pirates are capable of doing anything, and it's not the right thing. Okay, that's all I need to say about that. And I listen to you guys daily, for many years. I love you guys. I enjoy your program. I love Bob. But here's my best call. I've known Chuck for probably 30 years. He's gone to Guyville basketball games. I've seen him at the Uniontown Red Raider basketball games, and I love him dearly. But here's my call for your best caller to the fan. I don't know the guy, but I'm telling you, my vote, and I love Chuck dearly now, but I love Anthony from Oakland. He's to the point, he is very knowledgeable, and he gets my vote. But I love Chuck dearly. That's all I have to say.
All right, Rich, thanks so much, man. I appreciate the call, appreciate the thought.
Big pop for Anthony in Oakland.
Yeah. I didn't know we were voting on best callers, but let's do it.
The PM team did a best callers bracket during March Madness.
Yeah? I mean, there's a lot of good ones. I don't want to rip on Anthony in Oakland, but, Chuck is Anthony in Oakland might say that Chuck's number one.
Probably. I'm sure Anthony will call in a matter of moments probably to say so.
All right, you can join Donnie Football at Dino's tonight from 6 to 10 to kick off the start of training camp. You can cool off with an ice-cold Miller Lite and listen to Donnie's take on the first day of camp. I've got a poll or a question, a hypothetical limit, so let's call it that. And I texted this to you before the show, and we were going around a little bit, and I find this interesting. If you have 3 doors to pick, you have 3 choices, and we're talking about the future of the Pirates and the future of Major League Baseball. You can get one of 3 things, but you can't have all 3. 1, new ownership, but no other guarantees. Number 2, you can have a revamped economic system with a cap and a floor, but the same owner. Number 3, you have the same owner and the same economic system, but you get a baseball operations department that I can promise you will be on par with the Guardians and the Rays and the best small market teams out there. So again, you have 3 choices. New owner, but no other guarantees. You can get a revamped economic system with a cap and a floor, but the owner stays. Option 3, you get the same owner, same economic system, but you get a baseball operations department on par with the Rays and Guardians. What would you take? It's an interesting question. Limits and I were debating it. We don't have concrete answers. Going to hopefully get some help from you. 412-928-9370. Let's respond to that and talk a little bit about the future of the Pirates. Future of the Pirates this season and beyond, mind you. A little bit more into the trade deadline a week out. But I thought it was an interesting hypothetical. If you could have one magical wish for the Pirates in Major League Baseball, what would it be? It's Pomp and Joe Show. Jason Mackey and Austin in for the guys. Short break and then back with more.
Let's give away these tickets as well, Jason.
Oh, we were going to do that in the Zangrilli thing.
Yeah, well, this is after Zangrilli. Caller number what, Jason? Pick a number from 1 to 8.
5.
Caller number 5 to 412-928-9370 wins 4 tickets to the Pony League World Series at Lou Hayes Pony Field from August 8th to the 13th.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
First practice for the Steelers is about an hour and a half away from Latrobe after everyone reported yesterday there was no contract disputes. TJ Watt's deal is signed. It's been all quiet and all business at work so far for the Steelers, who will hit the field for the first time today. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
This training camp player profile is presented by Smale Kia on Route 30 on the way to camp. Darius Slay, another cornerback, you say? Darius Slay joined the Steelers this offseason. Coming off 5 years in Philly as one of the best corners in the Eagles' history. With 28 career interceptions, Slay is a 6-time Pro Bowler and won the Super Bowl this past February. And at the age of 34, he'll look to prove that age is really just a number as he joins a budding Steelers secondary. This Sports Minute is brought to you by Weather Seal. Get to WeatherSealHomeServices.com today.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. TJ Watt's got the stats. Defensive Player of the Year, sack champion, all pros galore, but no playoff wins. Not one, and it haunts him. He says that failure stuck to his name until he changes it. Now the Steelers are going all in, with Watt leading the charge and a 40-year-old Aaron Rodgers under center. Legacy's on the line, and the clock's ticking. I'm Maggie Gray.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone, now through July 28th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Kohl's friends and family, listen up, because this one's for you. Right now, you can take an extra 20% off during the Friends and Family Sale. Save on summer must-haves for your home, comfy everyday outfits for your family, smart favorites for back to school, and so much more. Yep, it's your time to save. Shop Kohl's Friends and Family Sale today. Select styles. Offer ends July 27th. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohls.com for details.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. It's #1 Cochran's 60th anniversary, and that means you can celebrate with spectacular offers at #1 Cochran Kia. Lease the 25 Sportage LX from just $275 a month with $1,965 due at signing. Or you can lease the 25 Telluride S from only $399 a month, also with $1,965 due at signing. Plus, their Kia selection is stacked with more than 250 new models all available. And remember, their clearly better car buying experience is totally transparent with no hassles to be found. So the question is, what are you waiting for? Get your 60th anniversary savings now at #1 Cochran Kia and CochranKia.com. Lease offer includes lease cash and dealer discount. Fee may apply for mileage over 30,000. Zero security deposit on approved credit. Excludes tax and fees. Ends 8/4/25.
U.S. Steel's new partnership with Nippon Steel
is generating an extra spark in our mills
and fresh energy in our minds.
As employees of U.S. Steel,
we'd like to thank the communities where we live and work for your support.
The partnership means better opportunities for our employees, more prosperity for our communities,
and more steel made right here in America.
Thank you for believing in the future of U.S. Steel.
A stronger America
is made here.
Always.
Employee Pricing Plus is back, and now's the time to save big at South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters Township. Get a 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee Laredo, payments starting at $299 for 24 months. Visit www.southhillschryslerjeep.net for details.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. And if you're like me, you like knowing what to expect, especially when it comes to your phone bill. Well, Verizon's got some big news for your peace of mind. For the first time ever, they're locking in low prices for 3 years. That's right, 3 years guaranteed with my plan. That's future you peace of mind. So whether you're already with Verizon or thinking about making the switch, this is for you. Everyone can save on a brand new phone on my plan when you trade in any phone from one of their top brands. Because at Verizon, they've got your back, now and in the future. So go ahead, take one thing off your worry list. Visit your local Verizon store in Pittsburgh and ask about their 3-year price guarantee today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
Let's go black and gold. Smell Kia is proud to sponsor the Pittsburgh Training Camp. Live on 93.7 The Fan. Right now, get 1.9% APR for up to 60 months. Plus Kia bonus cash available on select models. $1,000 on 2025 Carnival Hybrid and Sereno 2.5T models. $500 on 2025 Celta Sportage Hybrid, Nero Gas, and Sereno Gas models. Go to SmellKia.com. See Smell Kia for details.
What's up, black and gold fans? At Schley Deck Company, we are intercepting all the high prices. Get a no-maintenance composite deck for only 10% more than a wood deck, with an additional 5% off for our military vets. Visit our website, shly.company.com.
Need legal help without the high price tag? Turn to Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Myers Law Group specializes in helping clients traverse the complex divorce process. Their experienced family law attorneys bring in-depth knowledge, experience, and expertise to each case, whether child custody, adoption, or prenup creation. Call Myers Law Group today at 724-778-8800 or visit jpmyerslaw.com. Call Myers Law Group for affordable legal solutions.
Today we're constantly taking photos and videos to remember our favorite moments. But what about those captured before the smartphone? What about the memories tucked away on aging VHS tapes, film reels, or in fading photos?
These cherished memories are fading away with time, vulnerable to threats like heat, moisture, and mold. But fear not, there's a solution to safeguard your legacy. Hi, I'm Adam.
And I'm Nick. Together we founded Legacy Box over a decade ago with one mission, to bring your memories into the 21st century.
It's time to bid farewell to old tapes you can't watch and faded photos. Legacy Box transforms them into digital treasures, ready to share with a click.
Just like magic, your shoebox of memories is now safely stored in the cloud or on a thumb drive.
Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box, so you can rest assured your priceless moments are in good hands.
Don't let your childhood fade away on old tapes. It's time to digitize those priceless moments.
Fast forward into the digital age. Visit legacybox.com/value and unlock 50% off your order. That's legacybox.com/value.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show. Presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
All right, Pomp and Joe Show. On a Thursday, Jason Mackey, Austin Bechtold in for the guys, having a great time. Thanks so much for finding us today and every day. Really happy with today's show. Dan Zangrilli was fantastic. Garrett Webster earlier in the show talking about his dad, Iron Mike. An appropriate topic, really, with the Steelers about to kick off their first practice of the year. 1:55 is the exact start time, and Jeff Hathorn will join us at 1:30 to talk a little bit more Steelers later in the show. Right now we're talking Pirates, though, and we're talking a little bit about the trade deadline. I put out a hypothetical, which maybe wasn't great timing. We did that in the middle of a giveaway for tickets to the Pony League World Series, which limits they are given away, correct?
They are given away, and the lines immediately lit up. People excited to go to the Pony League World Series. Hopefully they get some good crowds.
You've been there multiple times, right?
I worked it 2 years in a row, yes.
Yes? It's a good time.
Stage manager when I was in college. Very fun time.
Really
cool
good
ballpark.
baseball, too, by the way.
Yes. Very good baseball. Good fundamental baseball for the most part. I mean, what you can expect from kids that are, 12, 13, 14, right in that range. Good
I don't know. I
fundamental
played baseball at that age. I don't know if I was a good fundamental baseball player.
Well, I mean,
also wasn't in the Pony League World Series.
These players in the Pony League World Series are pretty good.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. It's if you get a chance to go down there, it's a lot of fun. I covered that when I was at the Washington Observer Reporter.
Really?
Obviously, they pull out all the stops, and you're covering that constantly. So, yeah, I had a year at the OR and was covering the Pony League World Series. I might have been covering Dale Lawley's team. I don't know.
A possibility.
I don't know. It was a good time, though. All right, and I threw out a hypothetical before the last break. I was curious how people felt on it. If you had three choices, got to pick one. You get a new owner, but there's no other guarantees. Choice number 2, you get a revamped economic system. Comes with a cap and a floor, but there's nothing else that changes. Same owner. In option 3, same owner, same economic system, but you get a baseball operations department that's every bit as good as the Guardians and the Rays. Limits, what did you pick when we were kicking this around pre-show?
So it was a difficult decision for me, but what I ultimately decided on was a cap and a floor system, and everything else remains the same. Partly because, look, you could change the owner, but there's no guarantee that whoever comes in is going to significantly change the philosophy of what is right now that relies on other things other than payroll spending. Everyone wants more payroll spending. There's no doubt about that. But I also think there are also some people that think, oh, well, if you bring in a new owner, will the team move? I don't think that is the case. Like, there are a couple of people, like, if Thomas Tall bought the Pirates, they're not going anywhere, and they're probably spending a large amount of money. But is that a realistic possibility right now?
Right. How much do you want to gamble?
Exactly. So I think a cap and a floor system would force the current owner to have to spend additional money to be able to put more resources on the field. So that is and I think it would limit the big market teams as well. Now, would it be 250? Would it be 240? A team like the Dodgers might have to shed payroll to be able to get under the salary cap. I think that is just more of a realistic option and something that I think would probably work better just because of the unknown of who would come in here to replace the owner to begin with.
Yeah, and so you make a lot of really good points, and I agree with them. Here's my thinking on that. My initial reaction was a new owner. It's easy, right? People dislike Bob Nutting. There hasn't been a lot of winning. A new owner would change all that. And I may still think that way. I'm not sure. But I have come over a little bit more to the side of Limits thinking, and that a cap and a floor would be such a game changer for baseball, and it is a crapshoot. You might say, look, we want new ownership. But look over at the Penguins. Newer isn't always better. You know, there was an expectation when FSG came in here that things would be run a certain way. Well, I would venture to say they have not met expectations.
I'll say this, Jason. Look at the Cincinnati Bengals. They are considered with an ownership group that right now will not pay Trey Hendrickson. Sure, they paid Burrow and they paid Chase. They will not pay Hendrickson, and they don't want to give certain guarantees to their first-round draft pick, and they're making a big deal out of it.
I know.
But that's a cap system. It's a cap league. You can pay and keep Joe Burrow. You can pay and keep Jamar Chase. And they're still a viable organization where small market Cincinnati was in the Super Bowl a couple years ago.
We're also scheming the system with a little bit here, Limits, and I like it. Because if you put a cap and a floor system in, and the floor isn't at a place that Nutting feels comfortable with, maybe you get both. You know, and if you are in a cap and a floor system, hopefully the parameters are set as such that, the Pirates have to spend this amount. You're going to limit the team on the top end, and it's a competitive thing.
Where the
the revamped revenue sharing gives the Pirates enough money to satiate what Nottingham is looking for in this arrangement, and everybody wins.
That is fascinating, where the owner would basically say, hey, I'm not getting enough bang for my buck with this ownership stake from a business side of it, and just ultimately decide to get out of town, you're saying.
I mean, I'm not saying it's going to happen, but I'm just saying that if he was forced to spend to a floor, would he dislike that enough to say, nah, I'm going to go do something else? I don't know. I don't know the answer to the question. But it would certainly test his desire to run a team the way they are. And I do understand some of what the Pirates are doing. Obviously, I disagree with a lot of it. I don't know how you can't. And I think a little bit about the third option, too, because it does make sense for them. If you're telling me that the Pirates can get the smartest people in the room, not the people who think they're the smartest people in the room, but who are actually the smartest people in the room, you can win. The Guardians can win because they're smart. The Rays can win because they're smart. It's not going to make me go against the cap and a floor system in Major League Baseball. I mean, that's just such a game changer. And we could talk about that all day. It's so important. But I don't know about anybody. I don't feel that happening. My optimism for that sneaking through is not high. Now, the Pirates can be steadfast in having a better baseball operations department. We got into that a little bit with Dan Zangrilli about Cherington and the moves he's made and maybe frustration that exists or whatever, and how much you're going to be willing to tolerate, how much he's allowed to do. I don't think any of us really know. We have some signs, stuff that's out there. But I just go back into that hypothetical about a cap and a floor and the owner and what that means for one or the other. And it would scare me if they do decide to sell and then you don't know who's buying you. That being said, I think Thomas Tull's a very likely competitor. Either way, if you want to weigh in on it, let me know. If you don't, we have plenty of other stuff to talk about. Trade deadline, O'Neal Cruz, the Noah Hiles report yesterday. I don't doubt that they're getting a lot of interest. If they traded O'Neal Cruz, there are so many teams out there who could believe that they're capable of fixing O'Neal Cruz, and they'd be right. They'd be right. That's the exact same reason that if I'm the Pirates, there's no way I'm letting him go. No way. And the Pirates also have to fix what they're doing offensively for 2026. This isn't a rebuild. That's why you're not seeing them make an in-season change with a general manager. And it's not right, and I don't like it, but they're viewing it as kind of a nuanced, difficult hire to make. Somebody who's not going to be allowed to rebuild, who's probably going to have to take Donnie Kelly as the manager, and they want somebody who's on board with that plan. So why then, if that's what you're doing, why does it make sense to trade Mitch Keller if you're going to orient things toward 2026? If you're going to hamstring the new GM in so many ways, at least give him that. At least give him that option. And that doesn't mean you automatically have to trade Mitch Keller. There's an argument for keeping Mitch Keller. It's their second best starter by a mile. You're going to lose Andrew Heaney. I'd like to think that we're going to see some young guys come up here. It's never a for sure thing. At minimum, though, I'm making the move in December. I'm not making the move right now. I'm not letting this general manager do anything more than is required of me. And that's Heaney, it's Kiner Falefa, it's Ferguson, Pham, absolutely not on Reynolds, absolutely not on Keller, Bednar, Santana. Ke'Bryan Hayes is probably a conversation. And it would be one that I'd probably be looking to end in trading Hayes. I just don't want to do anything stupid. I'm not taking back money. I'd maybe like some sort of return. And I think a lot of that's possible. I do. It's an interesting time for the Pirates, though. It really is. They are clearly sellers. There aren't a bunch of clear sellers. Maybe somebody comes along with a crazy offer. I don't know. All right. We'll get back into some Steelers talk for our final hour. Again, Jeff Hathorn will join us at 1:30. Looking forward to that. The Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Today, sunny with a high of Jason Gilden, 89 degrees tomorrow, 55% chance of rain. Fan weather is brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. So all over Latrobe, in a little bit more than an hour, we're going to see position battles. We're going to see storylines playing out. We're going to see stuff to monitor. I want to talk next about position battles. 2 guys, 1 ball, 2 guys, 1 spot, whatever it is, however you want to frame your training camp cliche, where are the most important places to look? We'll examine those next. It's the Pomp and Joe Show. Jason Mackey in for the guys on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates completed the sweep yesterday of the Detroit Tigers by a 6-1 final score as Bailey Falter went 7 strong innings, just gave up 1 run and 8 strikeouts. Troy Melton took the loss for Detroit as Andrew McCutchen hit his 9th home run of the season in the bottom half of the first inning to start the scoring. Spencer Horwitz a grand slam for his 3rd of the year in the bottom half of the second. O'Neill Cruz hit a sacrifice fly. That's all the runs that the Pirates needed. They're now 42 and 61. And tomorrow we'll play against the Diamondbacks, 6:40 first pitch at PNC Park. Mike Burrows will go for the Buccos. Our coverage begins at 5:45, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Moni and Muller think they know football until they talk to Aditi Kinkawala every Wednesday at 4:15. You see Aditi each week reporting on the sidelines. Tune in as she tells us what she saw and talks about everything going on across the league. Aditi is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Cedarbrook Golf Course, Hampton Beer Outlet, and Window Nation. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other law firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and they have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor-trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, 25%. Shenderovich and Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Hey, it's your pal Adam Crowley. Pittsburgh summers can be hot. Is your AC ready? Right now, my friends at Sullivan Super Service are offering $59 AC checkups to keep your system running fast, cool, and efficient. Their team is experienced, friendly, and professional. They've been serving Pittsburgh homes for over 60 years. Don't wait for your system to break. Stay cool and stay ahead this summer. Call Sullivan Super Service today or visit sullivanservice.com. They'll be your hometown heroes.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
Hi, I'm Patrick Sundis, owner of Totteridge Golf Course and Residential Community. Golf season is here at Totteridge. Play Reese Jones's finest design. Totteridge is an 18-hole link-style layout with panoramic views that will take your breath away. Totteridge has hosted countless PGA competitions, yet is accessible to anyone with 5 sets of tees. Named a top 15 residential community by Pittsburgh Business Times, Totteridge residents can enjoy golf and miles of walking trails. Visit Totteridge.com to book your tee time today.
Hungry for flavor? GetGo's got it in the bag. This summer, dive into crunchy Frito Scoops walking tacos with savory chili and cheese, or customize with your favorite toppings. GetGo Cafe and Market. Better believe it.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed mold, mildew, bowing walls, or water in your basement? I hope not, but if you have, your basement is losing the war against groundwater. That's where Groundworks comes in. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath.
High five.
You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years of gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked.
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years.
Woo!
The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm? Totally natural.
Sweet. Thank you. Thank you. High five, everybody. High five.
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five.
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25. New customers only. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Summer adventures start at Bowser Hyundai with the Hyundai Tucson. Get 3.49% APR for 60 months on a new 2025 Hyundai Tucson SE all-wheel drive from Bowser Hyundai. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends July 31st. Visit Bowser Hyundai today and take a test drive. Check out the Hyundai Tucson. Now that's the power of Bowser. Summer adventures start at Bowser Hyundai. BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Lowe's knows big savings make a big difference, especially when you're shopping for appliances. Hurry in to get up to 30% off select major appliances. Plus, My Lowe's Rewards members get free delivery, free haul away, free installation and parts on purchases of $2,500 or more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/30. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Price, delivery time, and vehicle availability may vary based on order size and location. Exclusions apply. See Lowes.com/delivery for more details.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Craving your favorite alcohol? Get it delivered to your door with beverages2u.com. No limits, no hassle. Craft beer, shots, bubbly wine, and beverages for the whole family. They bring the party to you. That's beverages, the number 2, the letter U.com. Drinks delivered.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-587-1274. That's 800-587-1274. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-587-1274. That's 800-587-1274 today.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Eat up, buddy. It's almost time for school.
You take charge of your home. You take charge of your work. Don't forget to take charge of your gut health too with Nature Made probiotics. Nature Made has clinically studied probiotics that work with your digestive tract's natural bacteria, so you won't miss a beat in your daily routine. Find us in the vitamin aisle. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, sad news in the wrestling world, in the entertainment world, as Hulk Hogan has passed away at the age of 71, according to TMZ, and now being confirmed by multiple other outlets and confirmed by the WWE as well, as Hulk Hogan is gone at the age of 71. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines, they are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Here we go. They've got Pittsburgh sports on lock. It's Bob Papiani and Joe Stuckey. It's powerful. The Papa Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
And welcome back to the Pomp and Joe Show. Jason Mackey, Austin Bechtold with you on a Thursday here in Pittsburgh. Having a great time. Thanks so much for finding us. Bouncing back and forth between Steelers and Pirates topics. Spent the last hour talking baseball. The Pirates are a hard team to figure out, Austin. Sweeping the Tigers. Looking really good. Bailey Falter, I thought, was outstanding yesterday. Spencer Horwitz, all of a sudden, I don't know. He might be turning into something. Had a really good series, 7 for 12. Hits his first career grand slam yesterday. I don't know whether it was just a good 3-game stretch or whether Mr. Horwitz has figured something out at the plate, but, man, that would sure help them if he did.
And the Pirates have just made an announcement, too, Jason, that for the remainder of the season they will wear a special jersey patch to honor the Cobra, Dave Parker.
Yep, I knew that was coming. That was a matter of announcement, and glad they're doing it.
Why not earlier? I mean, does it take that long to make a jersey patch?
I don't know. I mean,
why wasn't this announced 3 weeks ago?
I know.
Like, I'm glad they're doing it. They should be doing it.
Yeah.
I'm just surprised it's taken this long.
Yeah, plans have been in the works. They should. You know, I am very excited to go up to Cooperstown this weekend. I know that.
It's a cool patch, too.
It is a cool patch.
Good silhouette of
Did
Parker.
it right?
You've seen it already, Jason.
Yes.
Ah. How about that?
Yeah, so good stuff. The right thing by the Pirates. And this weekend in Cooperstown is going to be a lot of fun, too, by the way, honoring Dave Parker, the late Dave Parker, but an incredible part of Pirates history. Cooperstown, always a good time, and will be interesting to hear the perspective from other Hall of Famers on what Dave Parker meant to them as well. I want to wrap up our Pirates portion of the conversation with a call or two. Kevin in the North Hills has been waiting to talk about year 6. I don't want to ignore Kevin. I appreciate the phone call. You're on the Fan. Kevin, what's up?
Hey, Jason, I am with you. I've had this argument with a couple of my baseball friends. They want to sell everybody now at their peak value, like Bednar and Keller. And I mean, when does it all end? I mean, you got to keep your good players, and then the management team has to step up, spend some money, get a good corner outfielder, maybe get a good corner infielder. I like Horwitz. Maybe move Key Brian Hayes to shortstop. Get a good bat at third base because they certainly need that. But do not start getting rid of your good players. I mean, I go to games to watch the good players.
Yeah. I mean, Kevin, here's where I'm at on that. And I'm not completely – I'm against trading Mitch Keller right now. I'm not against trading Mitch Keller in December if the right deal comes along. And what they need to do is fix the offense. Like, that much is plain and simple. And if your best solution for that is to trade Mitch, then I get it. I would try to trade something else. I would try to trade from your younger pitching depth so you're not removing somebody as good and proven as Mitch Keller is. But bottom line, they have to get more offense, man, some way, shape, or form. Like if that's going to cost you Mitch Keller, I'm willing to make that sacrifice because they're not going to win anything with an offense the way it is right now.
Yeah, and they also need to maybe spend a little bit more money and take some risks.
Yep.
Take some risks. And if you put a decent team on the field, they'll put fans in the stands. I went to Monday's game. I'm going tomorrow. I mean, I'm still going to games.
Yeah, I mean that is a perpetual rallying cry, and you're not wrong. You want to see him spend on players. I mean, that was a big whiff this offseason. Spending on processes. They should have spent on players. They were wrong. They're spending on analytics and stuff behind the scenes. And it's a good gamble if it works. If you want to be the Rays and the Guardians and you can be the best small market team possible, they pour a lot of money into that stuff. The problem with the Pirates is they've done it poorly. So thanks for the call, man. Appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
Let's move on to Scott in the car. Wants to talk about the Pirates. What's up, Scott?
Hey, how are you guys today?
We're great. How are you?
Trying to stay cool. So last segment, you guys were chatting about the whether to make the decision of like changing the finances of baseball, new ownership, or a great department to scout and recruit and all that kind of jazz.
All right.
Okay, so I kind of have the definitive answer for this, which is if you look at the way baseball is now, the overarching problem is the financial structure. The financial structure allows some of these teams to basically just profit the profit sharing that they take from the revenue share and basically put crap on the field, which I think some of the other markets are kind of catching wind about and are maybe a little frustrated about. To me, if you change the financial structure of baseball, you probably change the other two along with it because nothing at this point won't automatically make his profit. He's going to have to put a good product on the team. And, to put a good product on the team, you're going to have good scouting, the development department.
You're not wrong, Scott. I think we made that point, that one may force the other. And I credit Limits for opening my eyes to a different way of thinking. My immediate answer was change the owner. But no, I think there's a different way of approaching this.
Yeah, I don't think changing the owner is a bad thing if you get a good owner who actually wants to win, like some of these other small market teams are having lucky ownerships that like, hey, I want to win. I want to put a good product on the field. I want to have, develop a great structure and a great organization, but we don't have that.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of things are lacking. I agree, along with option number 3, where you're talking about a baseball operations department that's on par with the best in the business. The Pirates should be that, and they're not.
Exactly. Hey, have a great day.
Thanks you too, Scott. Thank you, man. Good baseball discussion. I appreciate the phone call. We'll go a little overtime on that. But now let's move into some Steelers. I talked before the break about some position battles, and there's going to be so much intrigue in Latrobe. I am flat out pumped for this. There's no other way to slice it. I think you are too. I hope you are too. There's going to be a lot to see. Under center, of course, we're watching Aaron Rodgers, but there's no real uncertainty there. The only uncertainty is how much Aaron Rodgers has left. In a lot of places, the Steelers are actually pretty set. But there's a couple positions that I think are really interesting, and 3 specifically, on who winds up where, who gets more reps. And I want to go through those. And if you have any thoughts on who you want to see, if I'm missing anything, always appreciate the feedback, 412-928-9370. But the first place I'm going to look, running back, Jaylen Warren and Caleb Johnson. It's not a traditional positional battle, right? I mean, Jaylen Warren has sat behind Najee Harris. He's done a good job. He's been a productive backup. He's been an explosive player when given opportunity. All that stuff. I have absolutely nothing against Jaylen Warren, and he should get first crack at this job. And if you're looking at divvying up carries, even if we dummy out like 25 carries, I want Jaylen Warren taking about half of those. But I want to get Caleb Johnson involved. I think he's a really good fit. And I'm curious to see how this goes. Caleb Johnson is a workhorse. He's a big back. He's somebody that the Steelers could really use. I think he's a better scheme fit. Ran a lot of outside zone stuff at Iowa. He's 6 foot, 225 pounds. oddly, and I'm curious to see this up close, I did a feature on him earlier this summer. He might remind us a little of Le'Veon Bell. He's got a patient running style. He's not a hit the hole immediately kind of guy. It's one thing I really like about Jaylen Warren. He's not afraid to, he's not hesitating. Jaylen Warren's going to make up his mind and go. And I think there's a lot to be said for that. Absolutely. But what I'm curious to see is how this balance gets struck. And maybe we learn that throughout Latrobe. Maybe we learn that at the beginning of the season. Involve the young guys. Throw more on the shoulders of Caleb Johnson and see what he can take. If you want to maybe use him early on, early in downs, early in camp, okay. Caleb Johnson is not as experienced in the passing game. One of the knocks against him is not catching a ton of passes out of the backfield and also pass blocking. It works out well for the Steelers that Caleb Johnson, or Jaylen Warren rather, has some experience doing that. He's really good in pass pro. So lean on him for what he does well. When you can get Caleb Johnson going, maybe in some early downs, great. Let's see what he can do. And as long as this continues, and as long as it continues, I think the way many of us expect it to, there's going to be an interesting timeshare here. And Jaylen Warren's making a pretty good amount of money this year with the tender the Steelers gave him. You know, maybe this is the last year for Jaylen Warren in Pittsburgh. I have no idea. I don't think they know. I think you need the intel provided throughout the year. But I know Caleb Johnson's a rookie. There's a lot of meat on the bone, and I want to see what he can do. He strikes me, based on what he did in Iowa, his makeup, his build, somebody that can carry it quite a bit. So I'll be curious to see where this goes. It's obviously not the only one, as we talk about interesting position battles and areas of intrigue. Wide receiver's another one. And again, it's not a traditional position battle. Zach Azzanni, the Steelers wide receivers coach, during minicamp, basically said that Calvin Austin's their second wide receiver, at least as of now. Maybe the Steelers bring somebody in. I don't know. Maybe Robert Woods recaptures some of his early career form. I don't know. Be great if he did. I'd prefer they add somebody. Either way, I think Calvin Austin III is going to play a pretty substantial role in the offense. The more curious spot is beyond him. And what happens with Roman Wilson? Third-round pick from last year. They're very similar players. Calvin Austin III's 40 time, combine 4.32. We view him a lot as a speedster. That's his best weapon. Roman Wilson wasn't very far behind, 4.39. Roman Wilson has a little bit better size than Calvin Austin, obviously has much less experience. Injury-marred rookie season. I'm not giving up on Roman Wilson. I think pure blocking ability, Roman Wilson is far ahead of Calvin Austin III. And do they end up competing for the same sort of support role? Or did they not add anybody? Calvin Austin becomes your 2 and Roman Wilson becomes more of a slot guy. I don't know. I think it's a lot to ask of Roman Wilson at this point to expect him to become your number 2 wide receiver. But I think there's a possibility, if things go according to plan, that he gets some snaps, like a significant number of snaps. If you're telling me a third-round pick and Caleb Johnson can play right away, I don't see why Roman Wilson, with at least some portions of 1 year in, why he can't play. It'll be an interesting thing to see play out. The last one is at linebacker. We talked earlier about a Landon Roberts and the Steelers electing not to keep a Landon Roberts. I don't like the move. It worries me. I don't know if it's going to be more impactful than losing Minkah Fitzpatrick. Might be the same. I'm not sure. But there is plenty of opportunity at inside linebacker next to Patrick Queen. Peyton Wilson had a very good rookie year, was overshadowed in some ways. Finished with 78 tackles, 3 tackles for a loss, an interception, a forced fumble. Made some key plays at key times. I thought he did really well in the passing game. And Cole Holcomb is actually back healthy. It's somebody that I know in my own role, transitioning from baseball to columnist and then having my head in football way more than I did previously, I don't really have as much familiarity with Cole Holcomb because he was hurt. But he's actually been around the block, has a lot of experience. I don't think it's somebody that the Steelers have designs on sitting. I don't think they completely know how the middle of their defense is going to pan out at this point. Like, you know, Patrick Queen's going to play a lot, but beyond him, Do we see a lot of Peyton Wilson? Do we see a lot of Cole Holcomb? What becomes of Malik Harrison? There's some questions to answer. But do those two get on the field together? Does Cole Holcomb give you enough to give him a regular role? Does Peyton Wilson take the next step in his evolution? I know I spent some time this morning thinking about Peyton Wilson at NC State. Remember when the Steelers got him in the draft? That felt like the biggest steal. Their second, third-round pick. And he only fell that low because of injuries. He stayed healthy. He was productive for most of last season and was very good. You could see why he was thought so highly of. And the only thing he got dinged against coming out of college was health. So if he's healthy in his second year after a productive rookie season, why shouldn't he be able to transition to a regular role in the middle of an NFL defense? I don't know how it's going to play out. I don't know if it's going to be more Peyton Wilson or more Cole Holcomb. But I can tell you I'm very interested to see how this finishes. Limits, am I missing anything? What are you excited to see about training camp?
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited to see, obviously, Aaron Rodgers, first and foremost. Quarterback is the key to the team and how he ultimately performs. And, you know, as long as he's not throwing interceptions like Jackson Dart did on his first throw at camp yesterday. Did you see that?
Did Mr. Starkey see that? That's the question.
That's a great question. First throw, one of the first throws, at least, that Dart made was a walk-in pick six. It was bad, like a tunneled throw immediately. I mean, I could have probably read his eyes that he was going to be able to throw the ball there. That's neither here nor there. So I'm excited to be able to see what Rodgers ultimately does with Metcalf, the chemistry that he forms with Jonnu Smith and Pat Freiermuth, because I feel like those are the three biggest targets and the three biggest weapons. You're right on safety. I mean, I don't know what to make of Juan Thornhill. I don't think he's a starter. Losing Minkah, I think, is more hurtful than people realize. Like, a lot of people think that losing Minkah is addition by subtraction. Look, Minkah did not play well over the last 2 years. He's still a good tackler. The communication skills needed to be improved, no doubt. But there was a lot of big plays that just frankly did not happen because Minkah was back there. So was he an all-pro? Was he a Pro Bowler? No. He also wasn't like a horrible player.
Right. He just wasn't worth the cap hit.
He just was not worth the cap hit. So my eyes are mainly on quarterback, wide receiver, safety, but I'm not keeping it away from the offensive line either, where Broderick Jones is the most important player in all of training camp for them. This season will go.
There's a take.
This season will go as far as, obviously, Aaron Rodgers, but Aaron Rodgers and Broderick Jones really tandem paired together can help take them, because Jones is going to be the one that has to keep Rodgers upright. And if he can't do that, it is going to be a long season. If he can protect Rodgers, then there's a chance that the Steelers could surprise some people.
So let me ask you this, Limits. The question I was pondering this morning as well. Where are the potential downfalls for this team? Like, let's poke holes in it. Let's put our negative hats on. And I don't mean like everything goes back to Tomlin, Mike Tomlin stinks. I mean, like, looking at the roster, what areas legitimately concern us? That if something happens, if something doesn't happen, where could the potential downfall of this team start?
So I talked about this a little bit yesterday, and the main points that I basically came to were the offensive line.
That was my number one.
Troy Fautanu on the right side has not played a full season. He's played only a handful of snaps. Broderick Jones playing at left tackle for the first time. I like McCormick, but I still have some questions at right guard.
What about depth, man? The backups?
And there's no depth.
There's no depth.
No depth. It's Spencer Anderson, Ryan McCullough, Max Sharping. They're guys that you might, not be able to Sharpie in to the lineup if they need to be played. Where you want to talk about where you can spend some extra money and you have it on offense. I'd be fine paying somebody extra money just to be a good backup. I don't care if you're paying somebody $5 million to be a backup tackle. If that's what you need in case Broderick Jones falters or in case Fautanu gets hurt again. Their offensive line has stayed relatively healthy. Like, I know Daniels was hurt last year and Fautanu the whole year. But there's going to be injuries. It's just going to happen. And they have no depth behind the current guys that I feel comfortable with. There's no B.J. Finney. There's no Chris Hubbard on this team.
Right. I know. The offensive line depth concerns me. And my 2 and 3 are areas that we touched on a little bit. Just safety depth. Juan Thornhill, I know we can look at this one way and say everything's going to go great, but what if it doesn't?
Yeah.
I think that's a potential area of weakness, and do enough wide receivers pan out? Do they have enough pass-catching options? Because it is a little too similar to what we heard last year about, tight ends, they're going to throw to the tight ends more. It doesn't matter if it's DK Metcalf and a bunch of other guys. It doesn't matter if it's George Pickens and a bunch of other guys. We have tight ends. That didn't work out.
Thornhill yesterday blamed the media in Cleveland.
It's always the media's fault.
He said that if you actually watch the tape, he plays very well and nobody throws towards him. That it's just the media creating the narrative around.
Buddy, you signed a bargain basement deal for the Steelers where you may or may not be the starter. Like, I'm pretty sure
when he signed,
the rest of the NFL wasn't basing their evaluation of you on the media.
When he signed as a backup because Minkah was still here when he signed in March.
But it was the media's fault.
You know, the media.
The media.
That's why you never
got a media guy.
Starting job anywhere else.
That's all right. Whatever people need to sharpen their edge, man, I don't care. Media's used for a lot of things. You can make us a I don't know, whipping boy or something, if that's the right term. You can blame us.
Yeah,
I don't
blame
really
the
care.
media. Go right ahead.
Could care less. All right, Fan Twitter. It's brought to you by South Hills Kia at Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And the Fan Text Line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. So Steelers take the field in about 35 minutes. When we come back, we'll talk to Jeff Hathorn, Aussie Sports Director, who is in Latrobe, and we'll be covering that practice. And it'll be fun. I promise. The Pomp and Joe Show, Jason Mackey, Austin Bechtold filling in for the guys on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Hulk Hogan passing away today at the age of 71, the WWE Hall of Famer, and the WWE also confirming the news as well. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. And a update from the Pirates. They will celebrate the life and career of Dave Parker throughout the upcoming series against the Diamondbacks this weekend with a special Cobra jersey patch that will be worn throughout the remainder of the season.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Chris Muller every Saturday morning at 7 for Going Low. Powered by Bowser Chevrolet and poured by Sam Adams American Light and Twisted Tea. Chris will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. Going Low is brought to you by Cedarbrook Golf Course, MHI Roofing, Chestnut Ridge Golf Club, Western PA Golf Association, Mood Golf Club, Soon I Will Run Golf Outing, and Hickory Heights Golf Club. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of the Fan.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Coach Brian Daboll took all the mystery out of the Giants quarterback situation yesterday. He made it clear that it's Russell Wilson's job. That means we'll have to wait to see rookie Jackson Dart. But unfortunately for Wilson, his reward is a brutal start of the season. The Giants should be improved, but they have the hardest schedule in the league. With Daboll on the hot seat, makes sense going with a veteran, at least for now. But Daboll's team needs to show hope for the future as well, and that means playing Dart at some point soon. I'm Andrew Perloff.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Panda, start your engine. It's hot deals on cool wheels at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville. Go! Get to Spitzer now to shop one of the largest inventories of hybrid trucks in Western PA. Save on Tundras and Tacomas. Plus, get a no-charge lifetime powertrain warranty and an additional $1,000 for your trade. Hot deals, cool wheels, and one fast dog. Join us in the winner's circle.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you. See dealer for details at 7/31/2025.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Join the Wild Things Friday, July 25th through Sunday the 27th for fireworks presented by North Franklin Township, baseball fights cancer with a photo frame giveaway sponsored by St. Clair Health, and Disney Night presented by the PA Treasury with Bluey and Bingo on a Pathways Kids Eat Free Sunday.
U.S. Steel's new partnership with Nippon Steel
is generating an extra spark in our mills
and fresh energy in our minds.
As employees of U.S. Steel,
we'd like to thank the communities where we live and work for your support.
The partnership means better opportunities for our employees, more prosperity for our communities,
and more steel made right here in America.
Thank you for believing in the future of U.S. Steel.
A stronger America
is made here.
Always.
As you head out to training camp in Latrobe, look for your cold Miller Lite on displays at the following distributors: Greater Latrobe Beverage, Lloyd Avenue, Hop Shop, Beatty Road, and Rosa Distributing, Cedar Street.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with AutoPay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025, Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 and monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Get a better pharmacy experience right inside your Sam's Club. Friendly, knowledgeable pharmacists are here to help, and most prescriptions are ready in under 20 minutes. Can't make it in? Choose same-day prescription delivery. All the value you expect from Sam's Club is at the pharmacy too. And Plus members save even more with over 600 generic prescriptions for $10 or less. Pick up your prescriptions and all your club favorites in one easy trip when you join Sam's Club today. Terms and conditions apply. See samsclub.com/pharmacy or your local Sam's Club pharmacy for details.
What's up, Black and Gold fans? It's time to renew your backyard with Slide Deck and Fence. Did you get a quote this summer that was just too high? Give us a call. We're the pros on defense, intercepting all the high prices. We have specials on big decks and small decks. At Slide Deck and Fence, we take the hassle out of it by keeping it simple, affordable, and reliable. Call 412-515-6575 or visit our website, schly.company.com, SHLY.company.com.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150 in bonus bets when they bet $5, win or lose. And even better, bonus bets can be used on the spread, totals, and player props.
There you have it. Bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply. Available in app only.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with XFi Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
Got plumbing problems? Call the pros who've been going down the drain since 1969. A quick drain service. Serving the entire tri-state area, they offer expert plumbing, sewer and drain cleaning, plus DOT certified gas, water, and sewer line installation. Senior and military discounts available. And get a lifetime guarantee on all sewer and water lines. Need help now? They're available 24/7 at aquickdrain.com. PA license 074 844-216. A quick drain service. Fast, reliable, done right.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show. Presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios. North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
And welcome back to the Pomp and Joe Show. Jason Mackey, Austin Bechtold in for the guys. Our final segment together. Man, this shift, I say it every time I fill in, it just flies by. It's so much fun in the middle of the day. Thanks to Piata, by the way, Italian street food, for bringing us some Italian street food. And today they were office food, and it was absolutely fantastic. Austin and I both crushed some of that. What did you get, Limits? Oh, Limits is on the phone. I'm sorry. He might be lining up Jeff Hathorn. Jeff will be joining us momentarily.
Piata was very good, Jason.
Was excellent.
I did catch that part as I was talking to Jeff. I had this crispy chicken wrap.
I did too.
That was really good.
Crispy chicken BLT wrap.
Yes. I might have had 2 of them.
Did you?
Maybe.
You went back.
Well, no, I took 2 to begin with because I figured that they would be gone. And there was a large selection, so I didn't feel bad about it because there was a huge amount. So
yeah, and there's still a lot of food out there.
Is there?
Although it's only 1:30, so maybe we should allow people to make their way.
Pony and Muller will be chowing down a little bit later on.
That's it. Way to go, boys. Well deserved. Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. The Fan Hotline is where we find the one and only Jeff Hathorn in Latrobe, about to watch the first Steelers practice of training camp. Jeff, how are you?
I'm good, Jason. How are you?
Good. It is great to talk to you. How's Latrobe treating you?
Same. It's great. We just had our lunch as well, and apparently I'm not going to be the only one out here watching Aaron Rodgers throw for the first time. I thought maybe I get an exclusive, but
joined by a few of your friends, I see.
Yes, it's actually pretty. As you would imagine, it's a pretty good crowd, as Billy Joel might say, for a Thursday, and I mean, it's not quite full in the bleachers yet, but I think there's a lot of people that forget some of the rules and have to go back to their car. But it's a cool excitement. You know, it's like training camp, but with a heck of a lot more fans that watch the practice.
Yeah. Well, Jeff, let's start right there then. It's a great point. I'm 41. I can't remember a training camp that is more interesting than this one. How would you describe sort of the feeling, the vibe, the curiosity, or whatever among the fan base for what the Steelers are about to embark on?
I think curiosity is a great word. I think there's excitement because of the names. Then there's the curiosity of, okay, what does Aaron Rodgers have left? Where does Jalen Ramsey play? What does Slay have? what about DK Metcalf? Who's going to be the number 2 receiver? How does Jonnu Smith? I mean, so you get these names, you have all these transactions which they've never had before. Now it's, okay, how are they all going to piece together? And I think that's what makes this such a fascinating camp, probably more so than any other year, is just because there's unknowns in every camp, but not options with names that people know. You know, a few years ago, they had to throw rookies into a lot of positions because they didn't have the depth. This year, it's different.
So about one of those guys, Jeff, Jalen Ramsey. Let's talk about him for a second. I thought it was interesting what he said yesterday, kind of throwing some shade about this is how I make my money, or I've made my money in the end. He seemed to be hinting that like he's going to play some corner. At the same time, I could see the Steelers bouncing him around a little bit. Just what's your assessment of Jalen Ramsey, his fit, and what we might see out of him?
Well, I mean, of the 3, he's played the most inside by far. He also has the most experience as a safety, if you will, than anyone else. So that makes him the easy one to say early. But if it's not him, then who is it? Is it Juan Thornhill and one of those guys don't get on the field? I mean, Tomlin's been adamant that those 3 are going to be on the field. The thing is, Ramsey's probably your best man cover corner. So how do you not put him out there? But Slay hasn't played on the inside very much. So it's really that part. And people will watch one practice and think they have it figured out, but it's going to take several because they're going to run a whole bunch of different combinations.
Well, it's also going to be like that on the offensive side too, Jeff. And to ask you about Aaron Rodgers, I mean, what sort of things are you going to be looking for today? I know in minicamp we didn't see a whole lot of him in team drills. Just what do you need to see? Is there anything you can see in day one that'll make you feel any certain way about this? What are you going to be looking for with Rodgers?
I mean, for me, I just want to see him throw more than 10 yards because that's all we got to see him throw in minicamp.
That's a good start, and preferably like with the defense.
Right. Like, let's see how it looks early on with him to Metcalf, with him working to Calvin Austin or the tight ends, or does any other receiver stand out? But, yeah, for me, for Aaron, I think the knowledge of the offense isn't going to be an issue. Will there be a cadence issue here or there? I'm sure. Will there be miscommunication early on? Probably. But I don't – it's like Will Howard said about an hour ago. He's never met – now he's a rookie – but that he's never met or talked to a quarterback that understands the game like he does, of just how far advanced he is than anybody else. And again, it's a rookie that's saying this, but he has been around some names over in camps and other things that he's been to. So how does this look out here, and how quickly? I think more so can the other guys kind of rally around him, and then if there are plays that he likes or doesn't like, what's going to be his veto power? I mean, we've heard for years, that whether it was Kenny Pickett or Mitch Trubisky or Russell Wilson or Justin Fields, that they met with Arthur Smith and then they came up with a game plan. Well, how much is Aaron going to be allowed to say, listen, this is what's going to work. Just kind of let me roll with this.
Jeff, one of the best parts about training camp, Lemons and I were joking about this earlier, it's just overreacting to everything. We can't help it. It's fun. If we're going to be rational, I don't want to be here. What's your pick for the overreaction storyline of training camp?
That Will Howard is the next starting quarterback. Because he's going to show up in a game out here or in a preseason game, and people are going to lose their mind because he'll go 11 of 15 in the second half with a couple of touchdowns against many guys who won't be in the NFL by the end of August. So I think that's going to be the overreaction. It could be a running back if one of them has a hot start, but I think that, to me, the overreaction negatively will be the first time one of those defensive backs gets burned, that they don't know what they're doing. They can't have those three guys at the same time. There'll be a miscommunication with Deshaun Elliott. Oh, they should have kept Minkah, although we probably won't hear a lot of that. But, stuff like that's going to come, I think, as an overreaction.
So if they line up right now, Jeff, 11 on 11, well, it's probably not a good – what do you think the wide receiver pecking order is at this point behind DK Metcalf? Let's say it that way.
I think it's DK Metcalf, 2 tight ends, and Calvin Austin.
Okay.
If it's an obvious running situation or maybe a 3rd and short, maybe Austin gets replaced by Woods. But I think those tight ends play, if not all, nearly all the time. Obviously, Metcalf's going to be out there. Maybe there's a 3rd and tight where because Jonnu's not a great blocker that maybe he comes off the field. But I think that's going to be the pecking order. And I think the wild card here is, the Connor Hayward being able to carve a role for himself. The one that is kind of crazily forgotten about, but was talked about so much during OTAs before the Jonnu ad, is Darnell Washington. Like, how is Darnell, who is praised for being thinner, he looked faster, now all of a sudden, how does he fit? Because, well, he's a big guy. He's not a better special teamer than Connor Hayward. So what is his roster spot on this team all of a sudden? And I don't mean from a release standpoint, but on a Sunday, like, where are his snaps?
I don't see it, Jeff. I don't see it. He and Denzel might be fairly similar. I don't know.
It's the same thing people get with, Ben Skoranek is a great special teamer. So Roman Wilson better show that he can play special teams, or he might be watching games. For as great as everybody thinks he looked, and he was a 3rd-round pick, special teams is going to matter when you're dressing all those other bodies and potentially dressing 4 tight ends for a game.
It is 1:42. Time to make that call to the Buell Insurance Agency. Get help with those premiums at 724-443-5610. Jeff Hathhorn, thanks so much, man. Appreciate it. Enjoy practice. Talk to you soon.
Thanks, Jason.
All right, take care. Jeff Hathhorn, Odyssey Sports Director. He's the best, enjoying the beautiful sights and sounds of Latrobe and St. Vincent College. We are back, baby! Training camp is about to get underway. I can't wait. Limits, I'm with Jeff. The one thing you have to focus your attention on, and I don't care if it's overreaction season or not, it's Aaron Rodgers. Aaron bleeping Rodgers is the quarterback of the Pittsburgh Steelers as they head to Latrobe for training camp. I can't believe that. Imagine telling yourself 10 years ago that would be going to a training camp, would be observing training camp, and Aaron Rodgers is in Latrobe. It's just wild. I think Limits is on the phone. I lost him. He's too busy working back there.
I was actually talking to Pony about something. He called.
Where are you?
I was connecting Pony there at Studio B today.
Oh, okay. All right. See, you're actually doing work. Here I am just blabbing about Aaron Rodgers and my excitement to see him as the quarterback of the Pittsburgh Steelers.
I apologize for my ignorance not listening, Jason, as I was on the phone.
We both sound like Starkey.
What is the premise of the question?
Just that no matter what, you have to start with Aaron Rodgers, and it's absolutely crazy to me that in 10 minutes Aaron Rodgers is going to be officially the quarterback of the Pittsburgh Steelers in Latrobe. So that's mind-blowing.
I will be at camp in a couple of weeks, 2 weeks, for PAC Media Day, and we'll also be able to check out training camp. And being able to see Aaron Rodgers in a Steelers uniform for the first time live and in person is going to be so weird.
I know.
And seeing him complete a pass to DK Metcalf will be even odder. I mean, what is this, the NFC Pro Bowl competition? I mean, that's what it'll feel like with Jalen Ramsey in coverage. That's ultimately what it feels like with this team.
Ramsey is going to be fun.
The only thing is, it's like those battles that Deontay Johnson and Joey Porter would have, or remember those battles with like AB against just insert cornerback here? I feel like that's what DK Metcalf and Jalen Ramsey is going to become, where it is appointment viewing for people that go up to Latrobe and want to just check out training camp. So that'll be seeing Rodgers in a Steelers uniform. That will be very odd. It just is going to end up coming down to, Jason, can these experienced players show their experience in terms of production and not in terms of age, and show their age, especially Rodgers?
Couple more minutes. I got a fun topic for Austin to finish the show with, but first, make sure you check out our newest edition of Breaking Bread, presented by Saloni's Italian Bread. It's on the 93.7 The Fan YouTube page. Jack Hillgrove went to Gianelli's in Greensburg to chat with his grandfather. Bill talks about his long career as a broadcaster. It's a special segment found on Saloni's Instagram page. Bill reveals the former partner with whom he would like to be stranded on an island, of all things. 50-minute mark on the Fan. Couple minutes early from that. My apologies are brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram on Route 19 in Peters Township. Limit, something I saw on Twitter earlier today that I didn't know this, and I'm curious if you did. Did you see the Browns helmet and the dude?
This was hilarious.
I think it was a jersey unveiling. He fell off.
It was the helmet, so they unveiled like a new helmet.
Okay.
And
unveiling the Alpha Dog alternate helmet, yes.
Sponsored by Dude Wipes, by the way.
Did you know that the Browns were sponsored by Dude Wipes?
No, but I think it's absolutely perfect that the Browns are sponsored by Dude Wipes. It just matches perfectly.
It's so good. It is so good. I'm like ashamed that I didn't know this or see this. Why was this not publicized more? And the inevitable question, have you ever tried a Dude Wipe?
No.
I have. They're very nice.
Have you?
Very nice.
Interesting.
They make a nice product. I can't say I use them regularly, but there is absolutely a bag or box or whatever you want to call them of Dude Wipes in our house, and every so often. Yeah.
Well, the Browns are the Browns.
The Browns is the Browns.
And it seems like that fits perfectly as the guy was taking the video of the helmet of, I think, Brownie the Elf and the Dude Wipe mascot guy, and he completely fell into the lake.
Yep. Somebody, a commenter on the 93.7 The Fan YouTube page, Noah Hiles should get a Dude Wipe endorsement. And they could say they help with Noah Hiles piles.
Fascinating. My question also was, why was the helmet on a platform in the water to begin with? Why is that your big idea? Sure, let's just put it in the water. That'll be cool. Why can't it be on land? Like, why did you ultimately decide water on a raft? That just feels like trouble from the start.
And I'm sorry. Yes, I completely agree with you. Also, have you watched the video of this dude falling in?
Maybe about 20 times by now.
Is it real?
Yeah, it's real. How is it fake? I mean,
I think he went down on purpose. I think he took a dive.
No, there's no way he took a dive.
Dude, I've watched it 20 times as well. How do you not know that just land disappears?
I don't know.
It's like he kept going. He could see it in front of him, and then all of a sudden he was surprised when he took another step that there was no longer this flotilla under his feet.
It's Cleveland. Nothing surprises me that goes on up there anymore.
They should know they have ground. Did they not know how gravity works?
That's the mistake by the lake, Jason. They just want to indulge in more of the lake, apparently.
Man, there are some cities that we're conditioned to hate as Pittsburghers, like Baltimore being one of them. Right? Like, Baltimore's such a rival. We're supposed to hate the Ravens, whatever. You go to Baltimore, I don't know if you've ever gone, as a person, just as a fan. It's a great time. It is a fantastic time. I get into this discussion with people about Philadelphia. I don't like Philadelphia as a city. I don't stay anywhere near downtown when I stay by the airport. But, we're supposed to hate Philadelphia sports teams. Flyers media relations, Phillies media relations, Wells Fargo Center, Citizens Bank Park. They're great places to cover a game. Even the Eagles. From a working capacity, it's great. There are so many cities around here that we're supposed to dislike based on rivalries, and it's a fallacy. Cleveland delivers. I never look forward to going to Cleveland.
Cleveland delivers, really?
I mean, in stinking. I don't ever want to go to Cleveland. I have no desire.
I've been there a couple times.
Yeah, the best part was probably going home.
Typically, the best sign of life in Cleveland is Pittsburgh, 241 miles.
It's a great T-shirt. It's a great T-shirt. All right, let's wrap it up. What's Cooking is brought to you by your local Geico rep, Tim Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Hester. Sunny today with the high of James Harrison, 92, 89 degrees tomorrow, and a 55% chance of rain. Fan weather is brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. This has been so much fun. Always enjoy working with you, Limits. We're back together tomorrow, too.
Yes, we are. I'll see you then.
The Route 51 connection. The PM team is next. Peace.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, first training camp practice 5 minutes away at St. Vincent College for the Steelers. We'll continue to have the updates with the PM team next. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Jeff Hathorn joined us earlier from training camp. It would be nice if I could speak about it, but we could tell you this.
This training camp update is presented by Smale Kia and brought to you by Schleideck and New Flow Men's Health.
I'm Chelsea Messenger, helping you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Today's play of the day is the Guardians on the money line at -115 over the Orioles. The O's have been a fade candidate all season long and have lost 7 of their last 8 games. Charlie Morton is also pitching, who's 5-8 with a 5.58 ERA. Meanwhile, the Guardians have been greatest favorites this year, going 25-13 and have won 8 of their last 10. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app. Please gamble responsibly.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group.
The legacy continues with a special rock celebration live. A trip to their massive hits and fan favorites. 3 decades. Over 22 million albums sold. One night only. Friday, July 25th. The Event Center at Rivers Casino. Live. Tickets on sale now at riverscasino.com. Don't miss Live.
Ready for a new ride? South Hills Kia has the ride and the price you'll love. Brand new 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive as low as $399 for 24 months with $3,999 due at signing. 2025 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $249 a month for 24 months with $3,999 due at signing, or 1.9% for 60 months. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires August 4, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Everyone, it's Bob Pompiani here in the heart and the heat of summertime, which is why I want to talk to you about West Shore Home. When it is the summer season, when it gets hot, you know what it means? Well, number one, it means you can save the most money on your home improvement project. And number two, you can beat the fall rush and enjoy your new project by Labor Day. There's so many reasons why you should call West Shore Home if you need really any type of home improvement, whether it be a new bath, new windows, new door, full house flooring improvement, it doesn't matter. West Shore Home will help you save big. If you're still in the planning phase, don't worry about that either, because West Shore's free, no obligation design consultation makes it easy to get a price that's good for an entire year. You heard that right. Go to westshorehome.com right now and schedule in a matter of seconds. Again, you can save 20% on the entire project. No payments, no interest until 2027, and you can even get more savings by going to westshorehome.com/fan to save an extra $500, but you must go to westshorehome.com/fan. See the website for details, but make it West Shore Home. People ask, is PNC just a boring bank? Well, that depends. Is starting a business boring? Or being the first person in your family to go to college? For nearly 160 years, PNC has done the hard and occasionally boring work of banking to deliver brilliant results for their clients. To see what boring banking can do for you, stop in to any one of their local branches right here in the Pittsburgh community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association member, FDIC.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-587-1274. That's 800-587-1274. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-587-1274. That's 800-587-1274 today.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit us in Robinson Town Center in Cranberry Township and now open in Morgantown.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. Looking for a full-size SUV that does it all? Then come meet the 2025 Hyundai Palisade at Bowser Hyundai today. Right now at Bowser Hyundai, get 0% APR for 60 months plus no payments for 90 days on the 2025 Santa Fe or Palisade. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's Best Warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies. 36 months, 10,000 miles per year. $29.99 total due at signing. With credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends July 31st.
Well, that's the power of Bowser.
Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Lowe's knows big savings make a big difference, especially when you're shopping for appliances. Hurry in to get up to 30% off select major appliances. Plus, My Lowe's Rewards members get free delivery, free haul away, free installation and parts on purchases of $2,500 or more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/30. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Price, delivery time, and vehicle availability may vary based on order size and location. Exclusions apply. See Lowes.com/delivery for more details.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
A new football season in Pittsburgh brings high hopes. Men with ED, what are your expectations? At New Flow Men's Health, we expect you to get back to an all-pro level. Pills, injections, those don't work. New Flow will get you back in the game. Don't get cut this training camp. Call New Flow at 412-784-9000.
Chill out with unbeatable value at GetGo. Enjoy cool drinks and cooler prices this summer when you mix and match select sizes of your favorite drink brands for just 2 for $5 or 3 for $7. Featuring Gatorade, Celsius, Pure Leaf, and more. Plus, new WetGo members enjoy a sparkling deal. Buy 1 month of unlimited washes, get one free. GetGo. Before you get going.
Family owned and operated since 1975, Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling has been Southwestern PA's trusted destination for all their home improvement needs. With an A+ rating from the BBB and multiple awards in home remodeling, they stand out as one of the area's GAF Master Elite contractors. Call 724-547-5445 or visit mountpleasantwindow.com. Proudly partnered with Central Westmoreland Habitat for Humanity for their community buyback program. And for the month of July, Mount Pleasant Windows is offering 10% off of all roofing jobs.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath.
High five.
You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years of gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked.
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years.
Woo!
The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm, totally natural.
Sweet. Thank you. Thank you. High five, everybody. High five.
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five.
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25. New customers only. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide, our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, we are just a few minutes in to the Steelers' first training camp practice in Latrobe St. Vincent College, first of many, as they get ready for the 2025 season. Aaron Rodgers on the field, going through his workout routine before his first training camp practice. For more, go to 937thefan.com right now, live from Palatial, Studio B, Bowser Chevy in Monroeville. It's the PM team.
Okay, let's go, come on! Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Foley and Muller, live and local, just like Mike's.
I mean, you just see a guy that's bought in, and he's sitting around and he's taking time to sit with his teammates and talk with us, and guys like me, and he just looks happy. He's got a smile on his face, and he's just been great, man. He's been a great guy to me, and excited to continue to work with him.
Good afternoon, everybody. Football season is here. We've got practices in Latrobe. No doubt we'll have fans who double as media, who send out videos of practice, which is illegal for people like Jeff Hathorn to do, but is fine with the Steelers. Can't please everybody. And that'll make our job easier over the next 4 hours. They're on the field now. Aaron Rodgers moving around, looking spry at 41 years old, and you just heard Will Howard there. This is not a Mason Rudolph, Ben Roethlisberger situation. This is not Aaron Rodgers with Brett Favre. He's saying nice things about Aaron Rodgers, and his observation as a very young pro quarterback is that Rodgers is bought in. He is invested. He's not just there to collect a paycheck and have a going-away retirement party. Howard believes that Rodgers is ready to go. And it would be one of the coolest final chapters for a player in NFL history if he wins big here this season. I don't think it'll quite be Jerome Bettis in 2005 with the Steelers or Ray Lewis when he was spraying deer antler spray all over himself to get back on the field and win a Super Bowl with the Ravens. But you get it, Mulsey. I mean, there is the potential for him to go out on top. I think if he puts up Pro Bowl numbers and the Steelers win a playoff game, I think he'll say, yeah, thanks for the memories, Pittsburgh. This is what I set out to do. I'll see you on the flip side when I start a podcast that talks about my conspiracy theories and maybe my thoughts on the Epstein files and things like that.
Oh, wow. Throwing the old ball over to me while I'm being.
I mean, Rodgers is going to talk later today. We'll have the audio. I wouldn't be shocked if he got a question about that. You know he has an opinion on it.
Might get a question about Hulk Hogan's passing.
R.I.P. Hulkster, Hulkamania, which, by the way, 3:30 PM team power rankings. Mulsey and Donnie Football rank the top 5 pro wrestlers of all time. It would be very disrespectful to not include Hogan.
No
on
comment.
The day he died.
No comment as to what my ranking is going to be there. I'm going to wait and let people decide for themselves. Rodgers is in an interesting spot because if he doesn't play well this year, and it is the end for him because he already said it's almost certainly going to be the end, he just becomes like every other quarterback that tried to play past 40 with one exception, right? Even Hall of Famers, even really good players, Hall of very good guys that tried to stretch their careers out.
Do you think he'd sign up for Peyton Manning's final year?
Being bad but winning a Super Bowl?
Yep. I don't think so.
I think your head would explode more than anybody else's in that situation.
I think he's too vain.
Well, I'm trying to envision that scenario where their defense is so overwhelmingly great that they win the Super Bowl with
and carry
horrible
the
offense.
carcass of Aaron Rodgers there.
I don't know if you could live with that.
I wouldn't be able to. But then you know what I would say?
It would be the most
about Mike Tomlin. That would be his crowning achievement as a coach, and he solidified.
I would just pay
his legacy as a great coach.
I don't even think I would come into work that day if that happened, and I would say, Craig, I'm not even
Craig's
turning
in
on
the
my
room
microphone.
right now. Craig, do you think Aaron Rodgers would sign up for that? Horrible numbers, but he wins a Super Bowl?
Yes.
I don't think he would.
I do think he would, as long as with one caveat here. I think Manning in that run to the Super Bowl, like against the Steelers in the Fitzy Toussaint fumble game.
Yep.
He made a play. He made a throw to Demaryius Thomas on third down. Like, he briefly flashed as like, hey, I can still occasionally dial up a Peyton Manning play.
But he gets made fun of for that season. D'Angelo Williams famously went on Twitter and said,
yes,
Peyton Manning couldn't play dead in the Western, and Mike Tomlin came out of nowhere and said, yes. It's like the one time Tomlin took a shot at somebody on social media, and it was his own player.
I think that Rodgers knows football history, even though he likes to act like he's got 8 million different interests outside the sport. And he knows that being a guy with 2 Super Bowl rings, no matter how you got the second one, and at least 4 MVPs, is a class reserved for, at that point, it would be him, Peyton, and Brady. Am I right?
What do you mean?
Minimum 4 MVP awards.
Oh, yeah.
And at least 2 Super Bowl rings.
Brady doesn't
have 4 MVPs. He has 3, actually, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I think he's got 3.
Mm-hmm.
So he would put himself in a class only with Manning. At least 4 MVP awards and 2 Super Bowls. I think Rodgers would take that. He wouldn't love it, but I still think he would take that. And I'm not gonna fall into what I know you believe here, that he'd rather go out throwing for 4,400 yards. They win 1 playoff game and lose in the divisional round. I think he'd take, I'm not very good, but I'm good enough to somehow get us there and we win the Super Bowl. And it's a fluky season. I just think that the one advantage I think they'll have with him is I think his arm is a lot livelier than Russell Wilson's was. I do think he's a better quarterback. And I do think, to whatever degree this matters, he just didn't want to go out like a chump with the Jets, a joke franchise. And I think he's going to want to be a good soldier here. And I think he's good enough and has enough of a resume that Mike Tomlin, there's a much better chance that he backs off and goes, you know what? You get the wide berth, pal. I'm not going to tell you what to do.
Yeah, I can't get there yet. I mean, I've just seen Tomlin. I've seen the movie. We start every season like this, where we think, okay, this guy is going to have more privilege or more opportunity because of his resume, or in Kenny's case, where he was drafted, and then it doesn't go that way. Roethlisberger at the end had to play nice with Matt Canada and follow instructions, and was only allowed to deviate from that when they were trailing in games and he could do his own thing. So I'm to a point with, as far as that relationship goes, Tomlin with his quarterbacks, I have to see it to believe it before I predict it.
Don't you think, though, if this were like an actor-director relationship, Tomlin might think he's Francis Ford Coppola and treat these guys like that? But, like, saying that Russell, if we're making an actor comparison, Rodgers is who? Modern-day, like, De Niro, Pacino,
Dustin Hoffman?
No, why am I blanking on the all-time great act? Daniel Day-Lewis. And Russell Wilson is, what, Adam Sandler?
Yeah, but that's true of Wilson, but how about Ben? He had worked with Ben for 18 years, and in the last year, he said, hey, it's actually Matt Canada who's the boss now. Somebody who couldn't get a job here at Bowser if he wanted one.
As bad as that decision was to give Matt Canada so much leeway, I don't think the version of Ben that we saw at that point was so overwhelming that it was like, well, you just be deferential to this player.
I disagree with you on that in this respect. The penultimate season, that's a fancy word for second to last, before his last year, Ben's second to last year was better than Rodgers' second to last year.
Yeah, but
Ben went 12-4, started 11-0.
On stats, though. The eye test told a different story, and I remember this because you and I agreed that the eye test was telling a different story about that team.
What's the eye test with Rodgers? The eye test last year was, for the first half of the season, he looked like he was ready for the glue factory, and he figured it out against bad teams in the second half of last year.
The difference in the eye test here is, I think Ben, and I have tried to say this numerous times because it's always, oh, you're hating on him. For a guy that was such a...
usually is.
No, it's just an honest appraisal of the player, which no one here wants to hear, is honesty from me.
Then why do you do it?
It's a guy who was, because I'm handsomely compensated by our boss Craig for it, it's a guy who was so physically gifted. The arm was great, the legs obviously, the strength, the difficulty to bring him down. And the arm truly lost the sizzle after that surgery, and he never got it back. And there's no shame in that, dude. He had Tommy John, basically.
Right.
The one thing that separates them, the one thing truly, eye test-wise,
yes,
Rodgers' arm still has the snap and the pop.
Okay, but people are doing the same thing, and I'm not accusing you of doing this.
Accuse away.
People are doing the same thing with Rodgers coming back from injury that they did with Ben after that elbow injury. Oh, second year, the arm's going to be so much better. Remember Ryan Burr said it was a bionic arm? And they were afraid that the arm was going to be too strong.
Yes, I'm convinced Ryan Burr was actually trolling because if he wasn't, it was some of the craziest stuff ever said.
Strong?
Yes, the diet was too strict, the arm was too strong.
But now I'm hearing Rodgers removed an extra year from Achilles, that he's going to be moving around like he's Lamar Jackson out there.
Different story. That only has to do with the mobility. When we're talking about pure arm talent, okay, he's never been a guy who threw with his lower body. The arm is just a whip unto itself.
I agree with
the mobility did make him more special because he could do all this stuff on the run.
I'm not arguing that his arm strength is deteriorating.
I understand
I'm talking
the mobility
about getting out of trouble.
Yes, I know. I'm just talking about fundamentally, I think the arm pop is still there. And I think the one thing that makes him vastly different, and I guess is the analog you are trying to get me to with Ben, is that whereas Ben's strong arm ceased to be strong and took away something that fundamentally made him what he is, Rodgers was always very nimble on his feet and could escape pressure and then make insane throws. And I don't think the nimble on his feet part really exists anymore.
But, okay, so in the game against the Steelers, I've gone back and watched it. He looked like Ben in his last year. And that, can I just get rid of the ball as fast as I can so I don't get hit? And that's one of my, I've not listed, I'm working on a list right now. The things I'm most worried about with Aaron Rodgers in 2025. And I think I might reveal it tomorrow. Because it is a list. I also wanted to ask you this. How many of these stories have worked? Give me guys 30 plus who have gone to a different team like late in their career, quarterbacks, and it's had a happy ending. You've got Peyton Manning
you
in
do have
Denver.
to count Manning, even though he didn't like really bring that
Brady
on. Brady in Tampa.
How about
Favre in Minnesota, I think getting to the NFC title game is a pretty good denouement for him.
How about Kurt Warner in Arizona?
He got to a Super Bowl. You have to include that.
There's 4. Who else?
Well, see,
How about Joe Montana in Kansas City? Would you count that?
Beat the Steelers. Wasn't a very happy time for me.
Lost in the AFC Championship game.
I know. I hate it when you do these questions that you've had time to think about.
I actually haven't. I'm just doing this off the top of my head, too. Stafford in L.A.
Was he late 30s or mid? I don't think of him the way I do the other guys.
Early 30s.
I would say he's more, I mean.
Who else?
No, I'm thinking about it out loud right now.
We'd asked intern Don, but the extent of his football knowledge goes back to about 2015.
And also, he would just say Caleb Williams, even though it doesn't apply.
That's funny from both of you.
Late 30s is the it's a big problem here trying to answer that question.
Would you say Warren Moon in Minnesota?
I thought about, how about Randall Cunningham in Minnesota?
It was 1 year, though.
I know, but they were a Gowie Anderson missed field goal away from being in one of the all-time powerhouse
But then the
Super Bowl
next year he got
matchups.
replaced by Jeff George.
I understand that, but I'm
not
saying
sure you
he
do.
still got to the AFC title game, Pony.
The NFC title game. They were...
Whatever, the NFC title game.
Okay, I'll count that.
You have to count that. If
I
we're gonna
just
count,
did,
if we're
Chris.
gonna
I
count-
wrote it down. It's on the
You were very combative about doing so.
I know, because I'm trying to workshop
We put the corpse of Peyton Manning
My
up there.
God, I'm just supposed to rubber stamp everything you say on this show? What fun would that be?
Actually, a lot of fun for me. I like not being challenged. Still smarting over Judge Dom yesterday. Just a miscarriage of justice. Throw the judge out of the chambers. Anyway.
Who else? Not Bobby Lane with the Steelers, that's for sure.
How long had Rich Gannon been with the Raiders when he had his one huge
That's a
year?
good one. He was old.
Yeah, he was old and had that MVP
And he had played
season.
for Minnesota, and he had played for Kansas City. That's a good one, Mulsey.
I mean,
See, you are smarter than you give yourself credit for.
I mean, just
and our listeners and YouTube viewers, for sure.
Just the absolute king of the backhanded right there.
Yeah.
Do you count Phillip Rivers dragging the Colts into the playoffs?
I would. Okay, so that's a great one. If Aaron Rodgers has that season in Pittsburgh, as a genie, if I offered you that season, would you take it?
They lost in their playoff game, though.
Correct.
So, no, I don't think I would.
But how about his overall numbers that year with the Colts? I'm sure you have a very quick-moving laptop, and you're looking at the numbers right now.
I'm not, actually. I was looking up Doug Flutie because that one popped into my head.
He's a weird one because he was in the CFL before
No, I know.
that. They also lost to Miami in the playoffs.
Okay, just give me a guess what you think Rivers' numbers that year were.
27 touchdowns, 12 interceptions.
Pretty close. 4,100 yards, 24 and 11. Man, he had a passer rating of almost 100. I feel like his numbers there I would take.
24 and 11 is worse than Aaron Rodgers in New York last year. He threw more interceptions.
I know, but
he had more touchdowns.
to whatever extent wins and losses can at least be somewhat attributed to a quarterback. He went 11-5.
412-928-9370. Aaron Rodgers is on the practice field right now. As reports trickle in on how it's going, we'll pass them along to you. We'll have a Bucko Minute in about 20 minutes where one huge report got poo-pooed today.
Poo-pooed?
Yes, by someone on our airwaves. Plus, huge Steelers injury news next. We're live at Studio B. Quick timeout. First, an intern Dom headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Jets quarterback Justin Fields was carted off of practice earlier today after suffering a dislocated toe. However, ESPN Jets reporter and Syracuse alum Rich Cimini reports that it is not a significant injury, and the Jets are hopeful he'll be ready for Week 1 against the Steelers. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Ballsy.
Thank you, Dom. I want to tell you right now, it's ho, 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 Christmas in July at one place, choicecabinet.com. You've heard me talk about Choice Cabinet a lot because they are taking care of the wait time situation for cabinets right now. The average wait time in the industry is brutal. It's actually 8 to 12 weeks. No good, no bueno, not at all. With Choice Cabinet, though, delivery of new cabinets available in as little as 3 days. How can you do that? Well, they have 65,000, actually more than 65,000 cabinets in stock, all wood with 10 different paints and stains. And right now, during this Christmas in July at Choice, you can take 10% off their already low prices for any sale that's under $12,000. Now, if your sale is over $12,000, big project in the house, you get 15% off what is already 60% off to 70% off retail pricing. That's what Choice just gives you to start with, and then there's that 15% off. They're tripling the size of their showroom and design center. They just get it done for you. They're a family-owned company, so they know how much it means to get these cabinets to you quickly and for the best price. That's why, if you need cabinets, the choice is clear. ChoiceCabinet.com.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Myles Garrett doesn't lack confidence. The Cleveland Browns star said he expects to get to the Super Bowl, because that's the expectation every year. If you follow the Browns, Garrett was singing a tune earlier this offseason before they gave him a $40 million a year contract. We know all players say they expect to compete at the highest level. It just sounds ridiculous in Cleveland right now. The Browns were 3-14 last season. Garrett is a future Hall of Famer, but there's a chance he'll never get to a Super Bowl or even deep into the playoffs if he stays in Cleveland. I'm Andrew Perloff.
Get a $15 prepaid MasterCard after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. DQ presents How to Make Your Summer Take Flight. Just head into DQ for a new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard treat. Treat your inner hero to an epic mix of sugar cookie dough, sprinkles, and cake batter flavor. Blend it all with legendary DQ soft serve, and it's enough to tempt Superman himself. Fly into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard treat before it's gone. And don't miss Superman, only in theaters July 11th. DQ, happy tastes good. Only at participating locations.
At the U.S. Center for Safe Sport, we believe athletes are defined by their journey, not the medals they win. And creating a safer stage for all levels of competition is our priority. Join the movement to end abuse at uscenterforsafesport.org.
In a world parched for excitement, one drink will emerge. Twisted Tea, the refreshing thrill ride of flavor. Recreating its classic role as the hard iced tea that goes down smooth. Twisted Tea doesn't just taste like real iced tea, it's made with real brewed tea and a 5% kick of alcohol. Taste the adventure with Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
It's time. Time for the pro to get everything for the job delivered. Large orders of lumber, doors, windows, paint, plumbing, anything the job needs, all from one partner. Get it today with same-day delivery. Get it tomorrow with next-day delivery on 50,000 plus products. Or get it on your timeline with scheduled delivery on everything from framing to flooring. It's time to get your whole job, all your jobs delivered. Ask about all our new delivery options at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
Injured? This is attorney Ed Shenderovich of Shenderovich and Fishman. Our fee is only 25%, and we guarantee we'll win your case or you pay nothing. So call us at 888-98-TWINS. We've got your back, not your wallet.
Just don't do it. Just don't go another day climbing in and out of that unsafe, ugly bathtub. Today's the day to step into a gorgeous new shower from PJ Fitzpatrick. The jacuzzi shower system from PJ Fitzpatrick features a low entry threshold. Just walk right in. The jacuzzi shower is luxurious, affordable, and it installs in just 1 day. Plus, PJ will include a free shower seat and safety bars for all customers this month. Visit trustpj.com today for your free design consultation.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed cracks in your drywall, chimney, or exterior walls? I hope not, because if you have, they could be indications that you've got a much bigger problem with your foundation. That's where Baker's Waterproofing comes in, a groundworks company. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to stabilize your foundation. Schedule your free inspection at bakerswaterproofing.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Jim Shorkey Toyota in the North Hills delivers up July deals for the people. New 25 Toyota Tundras, low 1.99% financing for an incredible 72 months. Wow. Or choose a new 25 Toyota Corolla, Camry, or RAV4 and finance at 4.99% for 60 months. Plus, you'll celebrate the freedom to upgrade by grabbing up to $500 more for your trade. Pittsburgh's #1 volume Toyota dealer, JimShorkeyToyota.com. Call 1-855-410-4036 for complete details on all offers and terms.
Black and gold fans at Schleid Company, we're intercepting all the high prices. Schleid.company.com.
You're on the air. Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
You know, I didn't really know what to expect from him, and that was the biggest thing. Is when he came in, he said, "Give me a clean slate, get to know me for me," and I wanted to do that. You know, I didn't want to come in with any expectations of who he was, and just in getting to know him, he's such a down-to-earth, good guy. You know, he likes to joke around and have fun and mess with the younger guys, but also you can just tell that, you know, it's pure, and he loves the game, and he wants to be here because he loves football, and he wants to you know, end his career the right way, and I love it.
Just incredible. Will Howard's an awesome speaker. He's got a future in media. He'll always have a home in Columbus. We'll see if he can develop one here in Pittsburgh. And he is saying things about Aaron Rodgers that we never heard Mason Rudolph say about Ben Roethlisberger, because that relationship was non-existent. Also, different set of circumstances, though. Ben thought he had numerous years left, and he was right. Aaron Rodgers is coming here for his swan song. We will get a report on how Aaron Rodgers looked, also how Will Howard looked in his first practice with the Steelers later on today when Ray Fittipaldo joins us. Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Official word on former Steelers quarterback Justin Fields just coming down from the Jets. After medical evaluation, Fields sustained a dislocated toe in his right foot and will be day-to-day. This is from the Jets officially. Fields avoided serious injury in significant missed time.
I'm amazed at the sheer number of people. So Schefter's real account, verified blue check, put out that he had been carted off. True.
Mm-hmm.
I am amazed at the number of people who got fooled by, like, Adam Scheffler. And
Scotty's brother.
Well, it wasn't even that, though. He didn't even spell it quite like that. And people just, Scheffler says that he tore his Achilles. And I just saw it. You see no blue check.
Fell for that on the air.
I've seen multiple
It's a torn Achilles.
Yeah, I saw multiple
we need to talk about this. There's a torn Achilles with Justin Fields. Oh, my God.
Come on, Bechtold. That's producing 101. Check for the blue check mark.
Good thing the Steelers didn't bring him back. Good thing we can still hold out hopes for Drew Eller. Oh, my God.
Would have been a real whiff if they had gone any further with Justin Fields. And speaking of whiffs, have I talked to you about my wiffle ball team?
Oh, man.
Craig is in here with us, Pony, as you said, at Studio B briefly, just stopping by. Our
beautiful
boss.
Studio B, Bowser.
It is awesome. And we're through the looking glass. Like, I have the YouTube page fired up because I like to see what people are saying on there, and they can see me on the YouTube video looking at YouTube on my laptop. So it's like 3 levels of this. It's meta. And I just wanted to read this from Nate in the YouTube chat. Listening to Craig back in the day when he was producing was what got me interested in sports gambling. Maybe the highest compliment you could ever pay the man. He's fist bumping over there in the corner. Look at him over there. He looks like a proud parent. Little Benny Riley could hit 3 home runs tonight and it wouldn't matter as much to him. Anyway, Pony.
I disagree with you on that one, though.
Now, I'm just saying that in case Rachel's listening, and then she can get really mad at him.
He's like Mr. Marinovich. He's like Marv Marinovich with his son.
Well, do you let him eat
that reference?
If he lets him eat McDonald's, he's a little better than Marv.
The Fields thing. I mean, just to spend a second on that.
Sure.
Before the Jets put out this, calm down message.
Yeah.
I was thinking, maybe he could miss the Steelers game. We watched it firsthand here last year with Russell Wilson. Teams are gonna make it seem, unless it's absolutely catastrophic, and everyone can tell that a guy tore his ACL or
the
tore
one
an
dude from the
Achilles
Dolphins,
tendon,
which seems very scary, getting airlifted to a hospital yesterday. Right. Yeah, you're not going to cover that.
They're going to make it seem like it's not a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
And we've seen the Steelers, not just with Russell Wilson. How about T.J.
Watt's knee? Yeah, you were all over that when that happened.
How about Najee Harris, Liz Frank?
That's
not a big deal either.
Good one.
So
didn't Roman Wilson's originally get kind of poo-pooed? Like, it wasn't going to be a
people that I knew that
deal?
were there said it looked bad because it was one of those hip drop tackles that they're trying to outlaw.
But to your overall point, like the team, I don't remember yet last year saying like.
That's why.
Oh, yeah. Ooh, this is terrible.
That's why, even though I don't have a ton of information on it, you're not going to hear me say, everything's all good with Sayamalu on this show. I don't trust them for a second.
I mean, I'm going to admit that your takes on this over the last couple of years and then subsequently the way some of these injuries have played out have turned me from a guy who would have said, it's probably no big deal, to now
they don't get the benefit of the doubt.
Well, yeah, I turn a critical eye to them and probably every team in the NFL. I think you're right on the money with that one.
We're trying to come up with quarterbacks who had a
renaissance
late
in their
career resurgence
with a different team than the one they had played for. It can't be Brady with the Patriots just continuing to be great.
Somebody texted in Fran Tarkenton when he went back and played for the Vikings, but he had already played there. He went Vikings, Giants, Vikings. My God, we're talking about things that happened more than 45 years ago. Sorry for anybody who still is getting laid for having heard me say that.
I was going to say Vinny Testaverde with the Jets late in his career in 2001. They went 10 and 6.
That's not a bad one.
That's not
How old was he?
He was 38 that year. The previous season, he had led the NFL in interceptions, but he just kept right on ticking. I think the 2000 season when he was 37, that was the Jumbo Elliott touchdown pass, I think, on Monday Night Football.
He was great that year in 98 when they lost to the Jets. He was 12-1 as a starting quarterback. He had 29 touchdowns, and he's played only 13 games.
No. I was saying 2001 when he was 38. Yeah, the 98 season when he came back. Yeah, he was awesome.
That's the year that they lost to Denver.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, that's a great year.
He had a little bit of a run in his mid to late 30s. That wasn't just me saying. I looked up Vinny Testaverde.
Again, surprised that people shouldn't be surprised that you came up with that on your own because you're very good at this.
Is there any? I'm walking right through those comments. No. Anyway, I was trying to think of some other.
Did we say Favre?
Favre with the Vikings was an early one. I'm trying to think of some surprise, when the Panthers went to the NFC title game in their second year of existence. Was that Berline for them, or no? Was it
Kerry Collins?
That was still
how about Kerry Collins with the Giants? Let's see how old he was when he went to the Super Bowl.
He had to have been in his early 30s there.
He was 20
or late 20s.
He was late 20s. Yeah, that's a bad one.
Because he was graduating from Penn State or came out from Penn State in '94, so that wouldn't have made sense.
Still the last quarterback from Penn State to go in the first round.
That's kind of a wild footnote story.
Right? 95 draft. They haven't had one since. You've got your Michael Robinsons and Daryl Clarks and McSorleys and Cliffords and people like that.
I'm really scuffling here with the concept just because I feel like it should be easier to call to mind some of these players who have done well. Like Jake Delhomme had never been anywhere else when he got red hot with the Panthers, and I don't think he was that old.
Well, he had played with the Saints, I think, before that, but he was never
a guy.
That doesn't count because the whole point is someone who had success and then found more success with another team. You know what I mean? Like Delhomme only played 2 games with the Saints, and also, by the way, he was in his late 20s too.
Do we count at all any of the success Alex Smith managed to have in Kansas City? Or is that kind of not
How
count?
old was he?
When he was the #1 pick in the 2004 draft, and he ended up.
He was only 29.
Yeah, so he would have done that as his second act pretty early in his career. It is rare. I mean, it's rare. Did you see this Matt Williamson stat? Kind of in the same vein. It's not about one player, but they are the only team and I think the only other time a team has lost its leading passer, receiver, and rusher from the previous season and had a winning record was the Steelers in a different time. But they are replacing all three of those positions here. Here's the actual tweet. It's from like 2 weeks ago. The Steelers will begin the season without their leading passer, rusher, receiver from the year before. It makes them only the 14th team in the Super Bowl era to even do that. Crowley goes, how did the others fare? This is, again, 2 weeks ago. And I think Williamson quote tweeted him. I can't see the quote tweet right, with only the Steelers previously having done this had any success. It's usually not a recipe for being good.
Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. We're at beautiful Studio B, Bowser Chevy in Monroeville. A Bucko Minute next. The latest on O'Neal Cruz. A trade report getting poo-pooed on 93.7 The Fan today involving the Pirates. We'll tell you about that next, but first, an Intern Dom headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Some big news in the wrestling world. Wrestling legend Hulk Hogan passed away today at the age of 71. Fan Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Malsey.
Hey, thanks, Dom. I want to tell everybody right now about the BetParx Casino and Sportsbook app. It is always a good day with BetParx, and even though they're off today, you can bet Bucks baseball on the BetParx app. Live betting Bucks baseball, it's better with BetParx. You can bet game combos, you can bet Bucks player performances, you can bet all that and more on the BetParx app. You can also get BetWire now, live right inside the BetParx app. It is all new. It's a live feed right inside there. Quick videos, takes, predictions, and more. You can tail a pick with a simple tap. You can get fired up with the BetWire. Plus, there's new games on the BetParx app. You've got Mega Fireblaze. Oh, good. Dwarves and Goblins as well. New casino users with BetParx can get up to $1,000 cash back. See BetParx.com for T's and C's. You must be 21 and in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Michigan, or Maryland. You love to play. You play to win. You bet. BetParx. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
When was the last time free actually meant free? At Cohen Markets, all Club Cohen members can get a free Blue Bunny ice cream sandwich every day, all summer long. Stop by any participating Cohen Markets and get yours today. Cohen Markets, your free ice cream station.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2 plus tax, acquisition fee, title, plates, and dealer doc fee. Must finance HMF dealer's choice for rebate. Not all buyers will qualify. And stock units only. Offer ends 7/31/25.
Hurry into Mike Camlin Hyundai during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. New 2025 Hyundai Santa Fe's and Palisades, both available with 0% financing for 60 months. Or receive up to $3,500 in rebates. MikeCamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by Owner Assurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Camlin Advantage, oil changes for life.
Doug. Here we have the Limu Emu in its natural habitat, helping people customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Fascinating. It's accompanied by his natural ally, Doug.
Limu? Is that guy with the binoculars watching us?
Cut the camera. They see us.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Join the Wild Things Friday, July 25th through Sunday the 27th for fireworks presented by North Franklin Township, baseball fights cancer with a photo frame giveaway sponsored by St. Clair Health, and Disney Night presented by the PA Treasury with Bluey and Bingo on a Pathways Kids Eat Free Sunday.
Call the Pickle, Gherkin Roofing. You need a new roof on a budget? Choose the Atlas Pro Lamp Shingle Package, 130 MPH wind rating, lifetime warranty. Call the Pickle. Need more protection, more color options with the Pinnacle Pristine Shingle with 3M Scotch Guard guarantee? Call the Pickle. Want the ultimate protection? Get the Stormmaster Shake Package, 150 MPH wind rating, lifetime pipe boots, 50-year non-prorated warranty. Call the Pickle at Gherkin Roofing, 724-515-5551, or callthepickle.com.
We could tell you what makes Giant Eagle special, but we think our customers say it best.
I love the fresh produce. I love the fresh meat.
I'm pretty sure the fish guy knows me by now. We're buds.
I love to grill. That alone keeps me coming back.
The people that work here are so nice and so helpful.
Everybody loves the cakes from Giant Eagle.
On every shelf, in every department, we're always going for better because being your Giant Eagle matters.
This is my Giant giant eagle.
This is my giant eagle.
This is my giant eagle.
Hey, Crowley here for Sullivan Super Service. When your drain is clogged, you need help. Sullivan Super Service has the training and equipment to solve your problems fast. Over bridges and through tunnels, Sullivan Super Service has been saving homeowners in Pittsburgh from sewer and drain issues for more than 60 years. So when you need a hero, call Sullivan Super Service. And right now, they're offering a $64 drain clearing with a free camera inspection. Let their family take care of yours. Family owned since 1964, serving all of Allegheny County. Sullivan Super Service.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone now through July 28th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Aloha! Dreaming of sandy beaches and ocean breezes? JTV's Tropical Treasures Sweepstakes could make that dream come true. Enter for your chance to win a fabulous Hawaiian getaway for 2 with luxury accommodations, airfare, and spending cash. Plus, just for entering, get $30 off your next qualifying JTV purchase of at least $99 when you opt in for emails. Don't miss out. Visit jtv.com/sweeps and enter by August 3rd. JTV, where paradise awaits.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
That music means it's time for a Bucko Minute. We are live at Studio B, Bowser Chevy, a week away from the trade deadline. We are juggling multiple balls right now. Steelers practicing. We'll give updates on who's practicing where, who the starters are, things like that. Steve Palazzolo will break down the Steelers roster with us later in the day. Malsey will rank his top 5 wrestlers of all time, with Hulk Hogan passing away earlier this afternoon. But this is time to talk Bucks. And we have a sounder here that, do we still have that, Intern Dom? Are you on your P's and Q's today? Do you have that sound effect? Well, that means you're not ready at all. Thank you. I mean, you knew this segment was about the Pirates, so...
The like when he says, are you on your P's and Q's, the implication there is you anticipated it because you knew this segment.
Yes, I didn't know I had to spell everything out for you like you're 3 years old.
No, I'm not asking you to spell it out. I'm just asking you to give me ample time to prepare sound when I have...
Ample time is there's a nice commercial break where people are learning about the fine individuals who spend money to advertise with our station, and that's when you should have been getting this ready.
Man, I haven't seen Syracuse on Syracuse crime like this since Paul Harris was playing for that basketball team.
Paul Harris used to cheat in cards.
Yes, that's what I was referring to.
All right, do we have it?
Who's on the move? Another Major League trade presented by Globe Airport Parking.
We don't have one yet. Thank you, voice guy. 7 days out from the trade deadline, but we do have reports. We told you about O'Neal Cruz and Noah Hiles' report that O'Neal Cruz is getting trade buzz, that there are phone calls to the Pirates, and they are listening to those calls. That was poo-pooed by Jason Mackey today. I don't know if the poo-pooing meant the calls aren't happening, but there was a little bit of, you said Syracuse on Syracuse crime. How about PG on PG crime? Which I'm all for. We argue and bicker with each other all the time. You rip Crowley. I make fun of Austin. We mock Harry Kalas for not knowing where Michael Jordan went to college.
They quizzed him this morning, by the way, about Steelers starting, like, offense.
Yep, how do you do?
He knew every position that they asked him. And then they said running back last one. He goes, Jaylen Warren. Crowley goes, okay, good. You got a perfect score here. They drafted a running back in the 3rd round to go with Jaylen Warren.
Uh-huh.
Who is he? And that wasn't part of the test.
So he cheated beforehand is what that tells you.
100%. He had no idea. Anyway.
Well, he's a scoundrel. I mean, we saw what he did with the U.S. Open thing with NBC. So there seems to be a little bit of a debate there between a difference of opinion between Hiles and Mackey. I have since learned that the Phillies reached out to the Pirates. They are one of the teams Heil said numerous calls, several calls from different teams.
He did not isolate it down to one team in his initial reporting.
And I am naming one, the team on the other side of the Commonwealth. A team that has gotten horrendous center field play from Brandon Marsh, who looks like his beard and hair has never been washed. And they are all in to win. And they probably think O'Neal Cruz hitting between, I don't know, Bryce Harper and Kyle Schwarber, some legitimate lineup protection might bring out the best in him.
Also a much more hitter-friendly park. I know PNC's pretty friendly for lefties, and I'm not saying O'Neal Cruz hits many wall-scraping home runs. They're usually missiles that would have gotten out of old Tiger Stadium to dead center.
Yes.
But it's still a more hitter-friendly environment and a much better lineup.
Also,
I still got to just very quickly read into the record here. The fact that they are listening on him just does show a clear level of disenchantment internally with him. Like, they can say all they want, hey, we had to bench him, but we still believe in him or whatever. Mm-hmm. They clearly have a level of tolerance for just the risk involved with trading him and somebody else getting the most out of him, because they got to be sick of him to some degree, or frustrated with him, maybe is the better term, to some extent.
Also, I'd like to say that I believe that he's aloof enough where the Philadelphia media and fans are not going to get to him.
Here's something I've been wondering about the aloof part. How much of that is just he's frustrated here and he'd be more engaged somewhere else and therefore maybe a little bit more like, not touchy with the media at all, but like in tune with what they're saying? Like, sometimes you get the feeling here. Do you ever get the feeling with Cruz that he is doing certain things like he wants to be traded here? Like away from here?
Yes. If I were him, I would. I don't think he took the move to center field well. And I can empathize with him because they did it in the middle of a season when he had no experience, and he had made it clear to them that he wanted to be a shortstop and not an outfielder multiple times.
They did it in a very slapdash way.
So if he still holds a grudge against them for it, I get it. People said in real time when that happened, I wonder if this is going to hurt the Pirates' ability to sign O'Neal Cruz long term. And we've heard Hiles and others say, yeah, there's almost no chance of that happening. The Pirates don't want to do it, and he doesn't want to do it.
Yeah, I've heard that he never wanted to do it, really, that any time they had approached him about it.
It got shot down, swatted down like a shot from Harry Callis with Dikembe Mutombo policing the paint.
I'll tell you what's happening right now. If Craig's on the YouTube page on his phone, man, he is getting massacred in the comments.
Craig is or Callis? Yes. Craig?
Yes.
Why, for his head?
Just everything about him.
Everything about him?
One of them was pound for pound, Craig might have a bigger head than you do, Malsey, which he doesn't. He has like a tiny little, like size 6 ball cap. Craig is so damn skinny. I think his legs are the size of my fingers, says Danny. Craig working hard, says the Sloss boss. It'd be better if he was sitting in one of those shadowy corners watching the guys do their show. Craig, why don't you get some more sponsorships for the show instead of sitting there watching? God, these people are vicious.
They can see me, right?
Yes.
Yeah, he's waving now.
Oh, now he's giving he's telling all of our fans that they are number one. He loves them and what they're saying. Anyway.
Yeah, so still no Pirates trades, no trades, period.
How will you feel, just quickly, how will you feel if they trade Cruz?
Not
you said yesterday that you're going to not feel good about it, but like taking the obvious dread you would feel that they're not going to develop him, but somebody else will.
Yep. That's hard to take out of it, Chris.
What other feelings? Because there will be a failure feeling, like, wow, you couldn't do anything with this guy. But also, it feels like they're going to always be headed for a divorce there, and I'm not sure he'll ever materialize here. So, like, we can say, for example, we don't think they can develop him. If you really think that that's the case, it's probably better to try to get something for him than it is to just have him play out the string here and then just be a guy that's gone.
Right, but the big difference there, too, is with somebody like Keller or Bednar, there's more trust in their ability to replace somebody like that because they have arms waiting in the wings. There are no such bats other than Connor Griffin waiting in the wings, and he still might be 2 or 3 years away. Here's the Pirates.
Here is the problem. The thing they would be replacing, it's a loud bat when it hits.
Yep.
It's a league average bat if we're talking about what is he as an offensive
right
player. No, and just OPS plus, 100 above it. Above 100's good. Below 100's bad. He's like, what, a 104?
He's 103.
Yeah. I know that we get tantalized and everyone gets suckered in about, wow, he hits the ball 480 feet. He's a league average offensive player, which is a bummer.
I just randomly pulled up Chris Duffy Let's see if there's a year where Chris Duffy had a higher OPS plus. Yes, his first year, but he only played 39 games, so I guess that.
How
really
about Tyke Redmond?
All right, one of Donnie's favorites.
Oh, Donnie's a big Tyke guy.
Tyke Redmond, what a blast from his past.
His first real year where he played more than 40 games, he had a 120 OPS plus. And he was a 1.5 win player in 56 games.
Still not a lot of games, though.
No, I know. Who's another funny one we could use? Adam Heisdu?
Didn't play enough games.
Makoviak, I bet.
Also not a center fielder, really. Heisdu.
Oh, so we're only going center field?
I was just thinking position for position, yeah.
Makoviak played in a hilarious era. He only had an OPS plus of over 100 one time. Even though he would, he's bopping around in a mid-700s, high 700s OPS. Just a different era.
Let's see what Michael A. Taylor's OPS plus is this year with the White Sox. It is
90.
90, yeah, not good. All right, good talk.
By the way, Pony, just for the record, the sounder is technically supposed to be played when a move is made, and you're just throwing rumors at the wall. So that's why I didn't
so
have
take it up with Craig. We're not supposed to give Globe parking a pop only when an actual trade gets made.
No, I want to give them a pop. I like that sounder, but the reason it wasn't ready to go was because you were giving a rumor, not an official deal.
Gotcha. Thank you for the clarification, Dom. Not that anyone wanted it or needed it. Coming up next, Cam Hayward said something we're all thinking about the Steelers in 2025 as they practice for the first time in Latrobe. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. We are live at Studio B, Bowser Chevy in Monroeville, but first a message from Mulsey.
Thank you, Pony. It is a message from me, your pal Mulsey, about Mitsu by the Mall. My friends over at Shorkey Mitsubishi North Hills, Tim Ferraro, he's the general manager, Corey Davison, the general sales manager. Awesome, awesome people. Anytime I've had any issues with my Mitsubishi, those guys have always seen to it, and their team has always seen to it that it's taken care of lickety-split. Had a flat tire once, can't predict that. Back on the road, like, within 35 minutes. I mean, it was unbelievable, and it was a busy morning that I had. And so, you're going to get A-plus service and A-plus treatment as a customer when you go to Mitsu by the Mall. You're also going to get A-plus deals. Right now, it's the red, white, and brand spanking new vehicles at Mitsu by the Mall. Outlanders, 7-passenger Outlanders, loaded with safety and tech Outlanders. Right now available with 0% financing for 60 months. Brand new Mirages, they're already the lowest priced new car on the market. You can now take up to $2,000 off MSRP. Plus, you'll get that 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade. Do it right now. Find the Mitsu that fits you at Mitsu by the Mall and online, Jim Shorkey, NorthHillsMitsubishi.com.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Ready for your dream Las Vegas vacation? Enter BetMGM's Your Legendary Vegas Getaway, and you'll have the chance to win a customizable Las Vegas experience. It's easy to enter. Just sign up for a BetMGM account and download the app or log in with your existing account. Then place your bets on your favorite sports to earn up to 25 entries. You could win a trip to Vegas that includes an MGM Grand Stay, travel accommodations, resort credit, and your choice of an exclusive sports, entertainment, or club experience. Score the Las Vegas trip of your dreams by entering BetMGM's Your Legendary Vegas Getaway, and you could be on your way to your perfect Vegas vacation. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. New and existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Please make sure to read their full terms and conditions before participating in this promotion. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
If something happens to you, what happens to your family? Will they struggle financially? Will they be able to afford the home you built together? With Ethos, you can get life insurance coverage in minutes. Get up to $2 million in coverage for as little as $2 a day. All online with no medical exam. Just answer a few health questions. Get your free quote at ethos.com/life. That's ethos.com/life. Rates may vary. Billed monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
When it comes to back-to-school shopping at Target, you can choose not to choose. From getting what you need to expressing who you are. With prices that make every choice feel right, why not choose all of the above? From backpacks, bedazzled kicks, and picture day perfect styles as bold as they are. For bring your own lunch days to science project partner days, snack stash days, decorate your locker days, and paint outside the line days. All at prices that will definitely make your day. For all of the above, it's back to school at Target.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-587-1274. That's 800-587-1274. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-587-1274. That's 800-587-1274 today.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Introducing the new Dell AI PC, powered by the Intel Core Ultra processor. It helps do your busy work for you, so you can fast forward through editing images, designing presentations, generating code, debugging code, summarizing meeting notes, finding files, managing your schedule, responding to Jim's long emails, leaving all the time in the world for the things you actually want to do. No offense, Jim. Get a new Dell AI PC starting at $699.99 at Dell.com/AI-PC. How those ahead stay ahead.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Steelers' first practice in Latrobe is in progress. Aaron Rodgers' first pass in team drills intercepted by Patrick Queen. Let's hope that's not a harbinger of things to come. For more, go to 937thefan.com right now live. From beautiful Studio B, Bowser Chevy, it's the PM team.
Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
And they're not stupid, they're special.
Live and local, just like Mike's.
Yeah, I think the front office has done their job to, put this team together. It's up to the players to make that come to fruition. We're not trying to be paper champs. We're trying to be champs. You don't win the Super Bowl now, but you learn how to be a better team. You learn how to be better situationally. And we're going to be putting moments during camp, but we should be able to answer those.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19, Peters Township. 88 degrees right now in Latrobe as the Steelers practice. That is your fan weather, brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. You know that guy, Cam Hayward, talking as the elder statesman and spiritual leader of the Steelers on their mindset going into their first practice, which is ongoing, saying we're not trying to be paper champs because he sees it on social media. He talked to us about it last week. Cam is very aware of narratives and what's out there. And he knows that right now the Steelers are being celebrated for winning the offseason. They are hanging some form of off-season champion banner symbolically for all the moves they made, all the shakeups they made. And it's worked for certain teams. I mean, the Bucs did a massive facelift in 1 year when they brought Brady in and all the guys who wanted to ring chase with Brady, and it worked. You also have the flip side of that, which people that want to criticize the Steelers have brought up a lot, Mulsey, and that is the 2011 Eagles, the dream team. Vince Young dubbed them. In 2010, they won the NFC East with Michael Vick. They lost to Aaron Rodgers' Packers in the playoffs at home. Then they made all kinds of huge, big-name moves the following offseason. And they were one of the teams that were picked to win the Super Bowl, and they were a self-proclaimed dream team. They either went 8-8 or 7-9 here. It
was just the definition of like a mediocre letdown type of season
with a great coach in Andy Reid.
And then didn't they have like Dream Team 2.0 with Chip Kelly once he got there?
And that didn't go well either.
No, it did not.
Stats from that team better than their record: 8th in points, 10th in points against. So top 10 in both, and they went 8-8.
That's hard to do.
Couldn't find a way to pull out the close ones, I guess.
Who was their best player on that team by AV on Facebook?
Nnamdi Asomugha?
Not Facebook, on Football Reference. Jason Babin.
He was not a bad player.
No,
Edge rusher.
No, he was not. He was a good player.
Shady McCoy was also doing his thing for them back then.
All-decade team Shady McCoy.
Yeah.
I do hate like winning the off. I know winning the offseason has actually become a way to win the actual season a little bit more, as I think good teams make more moves in the NFL, but I'm still reserving any kind of real excitement about the way they've gone about this offseason, because so much of it just seems like I described it as you put a car in neutral, you hit the gas pedal pretty hard, it makes an interesting sound,
but doesn't go
anywhere.
I think that's potentially true of the offense. I think the offensive moves are more sizzle than steak. I think on defense, which football is very unique in that it's really two teams within one team, offense and defense. I think on Hayward's side of the ball, what he knows, like on paper, they are the best defense in the AFC. I think the only defense better than them in football on paper is Philly. I don't see it. Go team by team. There's not a team in the AFC for me that if you go up and down their defensive starters and roster, you say, yep, that team has 11 better players than the Steelers. They've got now.
I'm trying to think. Like most teams, you like cite a big-time edge rusher like Max Crosby or Myles Garrett, or you'd cite for Baltimore. They have Kyle Hamilton. I think they do have what you would at least consider in Watt, Hayward. Does any other team have two guys who are likely to be first-team All-Pros or are going to contend for first-team All-Pro status on that side of the ball?
Well, Roquan Smith in Hamilton and Baltimore.
Smith. Yeah.
And Matabike is a good player,
Matabike is very
Van
good.
Noy's coming off a huge year, but there's question about whether or not he can do it in back-to-back
People would
seasons.
have normally told you until they were beset by a million injuries. The Chargers always had a good-looking defense on paper, and it never seems to materialize.
They got James and Mack.
Derwin, yeah.
Well, they had the number one defense in the NFL by stats last year. And it's not like they played poorly in a playoff game. It's just that their quarterback threw more interceptions in one game than he did all season, which is still
You know who has a good you know who actually has a good defense, but it doesn't have a lot of household names? The Broncos have a very good defense.
I think that
they have a very good defensive roster.
They've got the reigning defensive player of the year.
And I think Vance Joseph knows what the hell he's doing on that side of the ball.
I mean, a lot of this comes back to Tomlin, too. How does he push buttons? I mean, there's already go over some of the things that are happening in practice right now.
How about where Jalen Ramsey lined up?
That's right. Jalen Ramsey was at safety.
According to Kabali, deep safety. Like free, sounds like, playing free.
Playing Minkah Fitzpatrick's role. Alex Kozora.
Did they put him on another practice field to simulate how far off the line he would be?
Alex Kozora, who we know from the Repo Man, says, and I like Alex, but
I like Alex a lot.
But the company he works for hates me for some weird reason. Jalen Ramsey played slot and nickel first rep, then played safety in team's first base defense package. And worked with the safeties when how about this, Alan Saunders? When they split up into groups, corners go one way, safeties go another for individual work, Ramsey went with the safeties.
I don't know, man. Unless you're going to deploy him in a wildly different manner than you deployed Minka last year, I feel like it's a recipe for disaster for two reasons. One, you wouldn't be letting him have a chance at still shutting down the other team's best receiver, which I'd still consider more valuable than pretty much any safety type of role. And two, if he doesn't play like this very active, let him freelance, let him be like an instinctive playmaker, he's going to get pissed off. We've already heard what he's said publicly about how he feels about what he's still capable of. You're going to get that would shape up on paper to be another Mike Tomlin. It looks good when you first hear the announcement that they've made the trade, and then the player realizes the grass isn't always greener.
Dom, I know that you're busy tweeting your friend or texting your friends in the producer text chat that you guys have. So I don't know if you're hearing me talk right now or if you're consumed by that.
How do you know about that group chat?
Because Callis texted me and said that's why you weren't ready when we needed the sounder in the Bucko Minute segment. He outed you.
At least I don't fall asleep during my producing shifts, but go ahead.
Jeez. Callis got bludgeoned, like I said earlier today, by the boss for doing YouTube chat while he was still producing an active segment.
Yeah, good point. So
tit for tat right there.
I guess he doesn't really have the moral high ground here.
No, he does not.
Dom, give me Joey Porter Jr. on Tomlin's coverage plan. Sometimes the young guys will give more tea than the veterans who are more savvy, even though obviously Joey's very well spoken and his dad played in the NFL.
Yeah, Joey knows the score on this kind of stuff.
So give me Porter on Tomlin's coverage plan here.
Yeah, I agree with him. You know, we had to talk about it the other day, and I agree with all the points he made up. We got elite corners on our team now, and I'm just happy about it.
So the plan is, to restate it from Tomlin, that those three will always be on the field. And that means when a team only has two wide receivers out there, that Slay and Porter Jr. will be the corners, and Ramsey will go to safety.
That just only makes sense if you are going to use Ramsey like the queen on the chessboard. You're not going to just station him back there and say, don't let anything go over your head. You're going to move him around. You're going to essentially let him play in a quasi sense the way they used to let Troy play. Like not on the extreme where LeBeau just said, kind of do what you want, make sure you're right. But that type of player.
I mean, it's just a snapshot of things, but obviously they're putting some of their intentions out there and plans with this first practice. If you're paying Jalen Ramsey all that money to just be a facsimile of what Minkah Fitzpatrick was
Why'd you make
last
the
year,
trade in the first place?
I'm opposed to it, exactly.
Why'd you make the trade? To get Jonnu Smith out here?
Give me what Cam Hayward said about Jalen Ramsey next year, Dom, whenever you have that fired off, and I'll stop talking.
You know, I know everybody likes to talk about how he can guard any position, but having a corner like that loves to tackle and is physical, that's very impressive to me. To have a stout run defense, it's not just one person, it's not just your front seven. It takes 11 guys buying in, play in and play out, and Jalen really adds to that equation.
See, that's another reason what he said there at the start of that clip, Pony.
Yep.
Why I'm confused as to why, at least in this very first practice, they aren't just sticking him at one of the outside corner spots and letting him prove that for some reason he would need to be moved. Tomlin loves corners who are willing to stick their noses in there and be physical. That was like one of the problems Porter had early in his career, where his dad had to take him. You know, we always heard these stories. His dad took him aside and was like, you gotta buckle the chin strap here. Ramsey loves to lower the boom on people.
So it sounds like the first team play, Metcalf, Austin, and Roman Wilson were out there at wide receiver per Faribaugh. And it sounds like Wilson and Metcalf were on the outside and Austin was on the inside, which means for that rep, Ramsey was on Austin. And I don't know which outside corner was on Metcalf, but
you'd think Porter Jr. wouldn't.
Okay, but again,
just
in those situations, I would want, like, if you're...
I'd want Ramsey on Metcalf.
I'd want Ramsey on Metcalf, yes.
Man, the trade looks the trade looks ridiculous. I know we're evaluating this on day one, but still, I mean, they're going to tip some of their hand. They're going to show you some of the things they want to do. The more he plays at free safety, and if it's not in a dynamic way, the more it's just a head scratcher.
Jack Hillgrove, who you hear on the station, and also did a great Breaking Bread video, which is up on our YouTube page with his grandfather, in which he asked him, "Hey, Pap, if you could stay on a desert island with one of your former broadcast partners, who would you pick?" I haven't seen it yet, but I have some thoughts.
So do I.
I don't think he's picking Bostic.
No, I don't.
I don't think Bostic brings much to the table in that situation other than a penchant for, like, filling up the air with all of his takes.
He'd be analyzing the signals they were sending to ships far away to try to get help.
Hillgrove tweets that on the third team rep, the third 11-on-11 rep, TJ Watt went from the left edge to the middle and dropped back into coverage and made a, quote, tackle because they're not in pads on Roman Wilson. I see.
Now, that is more...
I like that.
That's more what I want to see. Do stuff differently. This all comes back to Mike, because I do think Mike has had... I feel like people have told us this. I don't want to put words in his mouth, but when he used to come on our show, Arthur Moats, I always felt like he used to say the way Mike liked to coach defense was he had his scheme, and it wasn't like he's just rudimentary. He had what he thought they should do.
Yep.
But then his whole goal was, I'm going to teach you this scheme. We're pretty much going to play this way all the time. I think you guys playing faster and being good is going to surmount any kind of tactical advantage they might have.
Jimmy's and Joe's over X's and O's.
Yeah, but Jimmy's and Joe's who are geared to do one thing out there. And if you do it well enough, it doesn't matter if they try to counter move you.
By the way, on the trade, I don't see anything about where Jonnu Smith was. Maybe I missed that so far, and somebody has that and can pass it along.
By the way, the YouTube comments are kind of all over the place on this. Wouldn't Slay be the guy, because of his age, you'd move to safety? He's a good tackler. He's a physical guy. He's got good instincts. If you were going to do this with one of these two who aren't Porter, wouldn't his age and Ramsey's performance last year as a corner means Slay would be the better candidate to do this with? If you're going to use, if there's only two wide receivers and so you don't have somebody covering the slot, whatever. I would think that you'd want Darius Slay back there.
I think they've sold Ramsey on the idea that he's like the next Charles Woodson. I think that's what they're going for here.
And that means he's not going to be playing off screen.
They're trying to recreate the 2010 Packers. They've got Aaron Rodgers as the quarterback, and they've got Charles Woodson and Jalen Ramsey. Tomlin is trying to create the team 15 years later that beat him in the Super Bowl, is what it sounds like.
Corners are more valuable than safeties, but I could stomach this just as long as in week one we see Ramsey all over the field and Ramsey not just hanging back. What percentage of defensive snaps do you feel like last year you didn't really see Minka at all because of where they positioned
Tons.
him?
He wasn't even when the play started on TV, you couldn't even see him. He was so far off the line.
But I mean, there would be a lot of, my point is, you never saw him to start the play, it seemed like.
Yep.
There were times where the play happened and he was never in frame because of what he was asked to do.
Joe Shad, who covers the Dolphins in Miami, tweeted out a few minutes ago that Minka has not yet spoken with local reporters since the team brought him back. So I don't know the inner workings of how the Dolphins roll out players, but is it possible he might think, if I talk right now, I'm going to say some things that either make this team that I just got traded to look bad or my old employer look bad, or maybe even both?
Yes. I mean, just yes, all of the above.
I mean, you really don't put out the signal that you're stoked to be somewhere new if you're 3 days into practice, because they're a day ahead of the Steelers. This is, I think, their second day of practice.
Yeah, Steelers are one of the last two teams to report.
Yep.
Them and the Falcons, I want to say, maybe. I think I might have got that one right.
Man, Miami seems like a mess right now. Anyways, coming up next, I have my top 10 Steelers under the biggest microscope in Latrobe.
So you're doing your own little mini power ranking. I love these where you make the list and I
because
get to
at
react
3:30 we have official PM Team Power Rankings where you and Donnie are ranking the top 5 wrestlers of all time with Hulk Hogan passing away.
And you have already laid down the gauntlet that if I omit Hulk Hogan from this list,
then it's just going to be in poor taste because he passed away today. Do you agree with that, Dom? You can't leave Hogan off the list today.
It would be in bad taste, yes.
Hypothetically, if I did one of those bits where I had 5, but I had to get 1 or 2 more in, I had an honorable mention. He has to be in the top 5.
I think an honorable mention is an even bigger slap in the face.
You're saying, I didn't even really want to put him on this at all, but I'm putting him in the honorable mention category?
Yep.
Okay. So you'd almost, as a team in the college football polls, you wouldn't even want to be in also receiving votes. You'd just say, put me in the top 25 or don't even vote for me.
Depends what program I am. I think it's a slap in the face for Ohio State, but if you're like Syracuse, you're thrilled with receiving votes. Or even Pitt at this point. Sorry. Text is on the Edgar Steiner Associates fan text line, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. As more updates from camp trickle in, we will pass them along here. Ray Fittipaldo in the 5 o'clock hour. Aaron Rodgers, you're going to hear him on the fan talking about his first practice in a little bit. But first, an intern Dom headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Pirates are off today after sweeping the Tigers the last 3 days. Pirates are back in action starting tomorrow, hosting the Diamondbacks at PNC Park. That game will be right here on the Fan starting at 6:40. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
All right, let's talk right now about Mike's Beer Bar. Mike's is a great place to go with friends, even on days and nights when the Pirates aren't playing. It's right next to the ballpark. It is the premier spot to drink beer and have fun in Pittsburgh. They have 80 rotating taps of local craft beer. All the Pittsburgh summer beers are there. They also have hundreds of beers from around the world. You can mix and match 6-packs to go and take them home with you. You never have to complain about the games being on there. The bar staff knows that Mike's is the sports bar to be at. And so they make sure those games are always on, which is always my pet peeve with sports bars when they don't have games, and that's the whole point of being out. So meet me at Mike's today, Mike's Beer Bar. Mulsey.
Thank you, Pony. I want to tell you right now about Awaken 180 weight loss, the biggest difference that's been made in my life in the last, I'd say 3 or 4 years, is Awaken 180. That's what happens when you lose 35 pounds in 6 weeks, and that's what happens when losing the weight was easy, keeping the weight off even easier. Developing those healthy habits, man, it's gratifying. Honestly, if you're somebody who was like me, who tried to lose the weight multiple times on your own and could not get it done, it is incredibly, incredibly gratifying to have that happen and then to have the weight stay off and not feel like it's a big effort. Awaken 180 does this in a very specific way. The approach is multifaceted. It's about science in its basis. It's also about, of course, nutrition. And then it's also about the coaching and support you get. Your coach will develop a plan that is uniquely tailored to you. You execute the plan, you watch the pounds fall off. It is a gratifying, kind of exciting experience, to be honest. So if you've been looking to lose the weight, haven't been able to, find out for yourself what it's all about with the long-term solution for weight loss. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
The CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of the Fan.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Empower. Invest well so you can live a little at empower.com. So, former NBA player Jeff Teague goes on his podcast and says LeBron used PEDs during his career. Then Teague says he was just joking. A quick reminder to all these athletes now working in media, there are some rules around here. You can't joke about such serious things or make allegations without actual proof. I'm Andrew Bogish.
Empower. Jen has ordered a decadent seafood tower, king crab legs, lobster tails, and a waterfall of caviar. Pricey? You bet. But Jen worked with Empower on her savings and investment strategy and planned for splurges like these. She got good at money, so she can be a little bad. Ooh, champagne. Empower. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
Past performance is not indicative of future returns. Investing involves risk. You may lose money. Advisory services are provided for a fee by Empower Advisory Group, LLC, EAG, a registered investment advisor with the Securities and Exchange Commission. OMG, those shrimps are really jumbo.
Hi, welcome to IKEA.
This is my college campus.
Correct, but I see you're on IKEA.com ordering some college items.
My daughter's room is pretty bare. We need a lamp, some comfy pillows, her favorite stuffy.
Dad! With pickup options, we've got what you need to conveniently order IKEA. Literally anywhere.
Sweet. More time for gaming.
And studying. Wait, where are you going now?
Have to show the Ultimate Frisbee team how easy it is to order from IKEA. Get IKEA whenever, wherever, however you want. Choose from thousands of pickup locations, affordable delivery options, and more.
I'm Joe George from the local injury law firm of LGKG. I grew up here and I live here, and I fight for my clients here. If you're injured in an accident, let's fight together. The Western PA way. Call me directly at 724-658-8535. That's 724-658-8535.
What's up, black and gold fans? At Schley Deck Company, we are intercepting all the high prices. Get a no-maintenance composite deck for only 10% more than a wood deck, with an additional 5% off for our military vets. Visit our website, shly-company.com.
Cheerleaders is Pittsburgh's premier gentlemen's club and sports bar. As soon as you arrive, you can feel the energy of the Cheerleaders experience. Cheerleaders has a 5-star kitchen that stays open late. Cheerleaders has been voted Pittsburgh's #1 gentlemen's club 12 of the 13 years they've been open. Cheerleaders now is Taco and Tequila Tuesdays. $2 tacos, $2 Coors Light bottles, $2 tequila drinks till midnight, and 2-for-1 private dances. Friday, July 25th and Saturday, July 26th. Come see the unforgettable Days of Morgan, only at Cheerleaders.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Summer adventures start at Bowser Hyundai with the Hyundai Tucson. Get 3.49% APR for 60 months on a new 2025 Hyundai Tucson SE all-wheel drive from Bowser Hyundai. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends July 31st. Visit Bowser Hyundai today and take a test drive. Check out the Hyundai Tucson. Now that's the power of Bowser. Summer adventures start at Bowser Hyundai. BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
On the traffic front, no accidents to speak of on the major roadways, but you're still seeing no slowdowns inbound 28 and the Parkway East right around Wilkinsburg this afternoon. I'm Rob Taylor.
Afternoons with Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
All right. Steelers continue to practice at St. Vincent College. Donnie Football will have his training camp extravaganza show tonight, 6 to 10:35 live at Dino's in Latrobe. Donnie's going to join us in 15 minutes for PM Team Power Rankings. Hulk Hogan died today. Top 5 pro wrestlers of all time ranked by Donnie and Malsey. I ranked the 10 Steelers who are under the biggest microscope at Steelers training camp. Number 10, Juan Thornhill.
Oh, man.
Runs a big mouth, talks a big game. We'll see if he can back it up.
I think he's seen as so mediocre.
Yep.
Even the way Omar Khan talked about him. Like, yeah, we have Juan Thornhill. That doesn't mean we're not looking. I actually think that he's not under much of a microscope because the expectations are so low, even if he runs his mouth a lot.
That's why I have him 10 and not higher on the list. Number 9, here's a surprising name, Rock Taylor. He is an undrafted free agent, but he's a wide receiver, and I believe he got more money in rookie free agent cash than any Steeler in the history of the organization. I know salaries go up, but still. Is there potential for a Jalen Warren situation with Rock Taylor? I think so.
Does anybody remember the name of the other running back that they loved from Oklahoma State that they had in here with Jalen Warren? Or the Duke running back, excuse me. I got him crossed up there.
The Duke running back.
Yeah. Can you remember?
Do you have it?
No. Wasn't it like Maceo or something?
He did have a weird name.
But that guy, never heard from him
again. Rock Taylor, 9. Not going to get a lot of opportunities. Make the most of them and then climb a depth chart that's pretty thin. Number 8, Corey Trice. Corey Trice under the microscope. They brought in corners. He made that interception in Denver in week 2. And then Mike Tomlin idiotically gave him the assignment of Jamar Chase late in the season. That didn't go well. They like his measurables.
They literally like his height and weight and wingspan.
Can he put it together? Big camp for him. Number 7.
What is, briefly here, I have time to quickly offer a rejoinder, right?
Sure.
Is their perfect world one in where Corey Trice just comes on big time? It's he and Porter plays really well and has a huge bounce back, and those are your two outside corners. Slay plays the slot, and Ramsey is just your defensive weapon.
I don't think that could happen in camp. I think somebody would have to get hurt in the season.
Sure.
Trice would have to go in, play well, and Tomlin would feel like he has to keep him in the lineup.
Okay.
7, Beanie Bishop. Guy picked off Aaron Rodgers 2 years ago.
Last year.
Last year. Was the star of camp last year, where he was a starter at the nickel corner as an undrafted guy. Now he's fighting for a roster spot.
And they seemed like they couldn't wait to try to find replacements for him.
He's the most famous for right now going into the season is what he did to the Pitt logo when he was taking pictures with the Steelers before the start of minicamp, in which Doug Whaley said he should have been cut for that. I know. Number 6, Cole Holcomb. What can Cole Holcomb still do? There's probably a scenario out there in which Holcomb looks good enough where he would be the starter next to Queen and Peyton Wilson would still be the situational guy. They paid him to be a starter. Is that still in there somewhere? They kept him around. They didn't cut him. So he's 6 for me. Number 5, biggest microscopes.
I'll say one thing about Holcomb.
Yep.
I've seen a ton of great to see him back out there, moving around, etc. I don't think anybody that's saying this is trying to speak in code, but for whatever reason, when I hear people talk about the player like that, my brain goes to very low expectations. Like when you're just happy to see a guy moving around and doing football stuff, it's hard for me to have huge expectations.
Steelers under the biggest microscope in training camp. Number 5 for me, DeMarvin Leal. This is nut-cutting time for DeMarvin Leal. He's got to take a massive dump or get off the pot. There's no in between.
Lining up at OLB now.
Yep. This is it, man. And you're playing outside linebacker, edge rusher. You're probably 5th on the depth chart.
Show me something.
Behind Jack, Tom Sawyer, Herbig, and obviously the 2 starters who are studs. So he's 5. Now or never for a former 3rd-round pick. Number 4, I went Will Howard. He plays quarterback. So there's always a microscope.
Apparently, he's the darling of day one right now. I don't know if you've heard that from any of your moles. I've heard he's throwing a bunch of short passes, but everyone is just oohing and eyeing.
And
he is being gassed up more than any 6th-round pick ever.
That was my take. He's the most hyped 6th-round pick in Steelers history.
But I feel like you have contributed to that.
And I will freely admit that. Number 4, Will Howard. Number 3, Connor Hayward. You want to talk about forgotten guys? What the heck's going to happen with him? Could end up on the practice squad after spending the first 2 years on the Steelers roster.
Killebrew is their formal special teams ace. Do teams usually, in your opinion, carry 2 special teams ace-type guys who are just basically there to do that?
I guess you had Larry Izzo in New England, and I guess...
Wasn't Benny Cunningham a guy for...
I guess right? Slater and Izzo never crossed over in New England. You're right, they only had 1.
Well, that's what I mean. So, you have Miles Killebrew here already. You're not going to allocate a 2nd spot just for a guy to be great on special
teams. I feel like he's getting squeezed out, so you better have a big camp.
Even if he feels like a guy that even if he has a big camp, is there a spot? I'm not so sure.
Number 2, Steelers under the biggest microscope in Latrobe, Caleb Johnson. Caleb Johnson has a monster camp. We saw Le'Veon Bell have a monster camp and basically get the job. So I think Mike Tomlin likes Jaylen Warren. Jaylen Warren does one thing Mike Tomlin can't stand, and that's put Piggy on the ground.
Yes, he does.
If Caleb Johnson looks good
and holds on to the damn ball,
I don't think Mike Tomlin will hesitate to flip it and have Johnson take over Najee's role and keep Jaylen Warren where he is.
I don't know if I flip-flopped on this. I still think in a perfect world you have a guy who's a better lead back than Najee was, ultimately a more explosive player. And if you can bring Warren in for 12, 13 touches a game, I think you still might get the best out of him.
And number 1, the Steeler under the biggest microscope in Latrobe, Roman Wilson. Roman Wilson. It ended tragically last year with that injury.
I wouldn't call a
football tragedy. It was a football tragedy. And he was really never heard from again. That was it. It pretty much, for all intents and purposes, ended his 2024 season. We've heard that he's got the body of Adonis. We've heard that he's been chiseled out of granite or marble, and he looks like a different dude. So this is his chance to show it. He's going up against veteran corners that Tomlin loves. We know he loves Porter Jr. We know he loves Slay. We know he loves Ramsey. If he goes out there and beats those guys, that's just going to imbue Tomlin with confidence that, hey, I like what we've got. We're not going to go out there and bring in an Amari Cooper or a Gabe Davis or somebody like that.
I don't know if you were trying to name guys who are maybe not household names. It's just surprising you didn't find any space on there for Rodgers.
Because here's my thing with Rodgers and Broderick Jones. This is why I left both of those guys off. I don't think there's anything that can happen in camp that changes their status with the team.
All right.
Rodgers is the starting quarterback. Broderick Jones is the starting left tackle.
You don't have to explain it further because I grudgingly understand and accept the rubric and think it actually makes sense. I think that's fair by you.
Thank you. Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. The official PM Team Power Rankings are next. It's a sad day for wrestling fans because Hulk Hogan passed away. Did he crack Donnie Football, wrestling aficionado, a man who paid thousands of dollars to go to WrestleMania 2 years ago? Did he crack Donnie's list? Did he crack Mulsey's list, who's been known to sit in bed, and instead of hanky-panky time, he goes back and watches King of the Rings from 1994?
No, I think the only King in the Ring I would watch is the Austin King of the Ring.
Which year's that?
96.
Okay, 96.
The Jake the Snake promo.
Just got my years screwed up, but the point stands.
Get a bottle of that Thunderbird and dig back some of that courage you had in your prime.
Aaron Rodgers, we're thinking later this hour you're going to hear him on The Fan. Don't go anywhere. Intern Dom has a headline, and we're right back. Live from beautiful Studio B, Bowser Chevy.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Jets have put out a statement regarding Justin Fields, saying that after a medical evaluation, Fields sustained a dislocated toe in his right foot. He will be day-to-day, but they do not expect him to miss significant time, and he is expected to be good Week 1 against the Steelers. Fan Headlines are powered by Bowser, Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
All right, Weather Seal has absolutely gigantic news for you out there. Weather Seal is my favorite home service project company because they have done right by me twice. And you do it more than once. I know the first time wasn't an accident or them just, trying to get a customer for life. They nailed it. 2 times in a row, bailed me out. And they are doing the same thing for customers throughout the area. Right now, it is their affordable roofing replacement program. It's not just a catchy special in terms of how they named it. It really is affordable. No payments for 2 years. 24 months of no payments. They're also going to throw in gutters for free. And the reviews back up the great job they do. 4.8 rating on Google. A+ accredited rating with the BBB. So come on. Get in touch with them today. 855-351-SEAL. That's 855-351-SEAL. Or go to the website, weathersealhomeservices.com. Malsey.
Thank you, Pony. I want to tell you right now about Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Huntington. You want to go find the Mitsu that fits you. You want to take advantage of some great deals right now. You do that at Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Huntington, JimShorkeyMitsubishi.com if you want to check it out online. They got July 4th deals. I know July 4th was like 3 weeks ago. The deals are still on because they want you to save money on the industry's most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs, among other things. They've got the Outlander, of course. It is 7-passenger capable. It's got all the safety features you'd want. It's got all the bells and whistles you'd want. And at Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington, you can now get one with 0% financing for 60 months. There are brand new Mirages also available for you. They're already the lowest priced new car in the market right now. Take up to $2,000 off MSRP on those. And among the other great things you get, if you go to Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington, how about $500 more for your trade? It's time. Get your deal your way. What a great day at Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington and online, JimShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
When you get hurt, you don't want to end up on the injured list. You want to get back in the game, stronger than ever. At Morgan & Morgan, we're the home run hitters you need. Morgan & Morgan.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you. Baseball fans, BetMGM is giving you the chance to win a prize every day during the baseball season. Step into the batter's box for BetMGM Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. Log in every day for your chance to win. All you need to do is pick an area of the strike zone and take your best swing. If you get a single, double, triple, or home run, you'll receive a prize. Smash a home run to collect a bonus bet on them. Just log into your BetMGM Sports account to get started. Then visit your promotion section to access the Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. You'll score a prize if you hit a single, double, triple, or home run. There's nothing more exciting than going yard. So swing for the fences with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards may vary. Bonus bets expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. It's Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Sad news in the world of sports entertainment. Hulk Hogan, a mythical figure, passed away today. Really eerie, these things seem to happen in threes with celebrities. First, he had the guy from The Cosby Show. Then he had Ozzy Osbourne. And now we get the sad news that Hulk Hogan died.
Well, you could have it in fours, or it means it just kicked off a new one. Chuck Mangione died. The guy from Feels So Good, jazz horn player. He had a couple monster hits on Yacht Rock.
No, I don't know. But yeah.
Chalutes, you should. He's from upstate New York. He's from Rochester.
Oh. Well, anyways.
The Hulkster, man.
We're ranking the top 5 wrestlers of all time. And when I say we, I'm talking about Malsey, who's sitting across from me, and Donnie Football, who has an amazing assignment tonight. He's back to his old stomping grounds, Dino's, for Steelers camp coverage tonight at 6 to 10:35. He's got all kinds of treats planned for that. I'm sure there will be remembrance of the great Hulk Hogan when Donnie was on vacation in Tampa. A couple years ago, he dragged his fiancée, Sarah, and I believe members of her extended family to Hulk Hogan's bar and restaurant there.
Correct.
We also have this that's been making the waves on social media today. A promotional poster previewing a Hulk Hogan versus Ric Flair match in Pittsburgh at the Civic Arena, November 1st, 1991. Hogan versus Flair was the main event. On the undercard, you had the Natural Disasters versus the Legion of Doom. The Big Boss Man versus IRS.
Mike Rotunda at IRS. He was a Syracuse guy, was he not?
He was a wrestler there. The British Bulldog versus the Mountie.
Mountie with that stupid-ass cattle prop.
Jim the Anvil Neidhart versus the Bully.
Boy, the Bully tells you they weren't really trying hard for a gimmick there.
The
Big
Dragon versus Skinner.
Skinner, another guy in that 92 Rumble where you can name every entrant. When Gorilla Monsoon tries to go, and who will this be? Skinner! winner. You're not taking that seriously.
And the Matador, Tito Santana versus Hercules.
I want to see Big Boss Man IRS on that undercard more than anything else.
The best seats for that event went for $13, and you could go to your local
Kaufman's,
National
Thorns.
Record Marts, and
Farmore. Pony, none of these stores mean anything to you.
Or you could just
NRM
show up
does.
to Civic Arena Gate 1 to also get tickets.
You could also watch WWF Superstars of Wrestling Saturdays at 1 on WPXI TV.
Do you think we have people listening
John Fedko was
who were
tuning in.
there in 1991 for that?
Yes, 100% we do. There are people in your mentions who said, I was there. Hogan won by disqualification, I believe.
Donnie, does that line up with you that Hogan would beat Flair on some technicality like disqualification?
Yeah, I mean, given the way both of those guys were, they were not prone to going down for the 1, 2, 3, brothers. So I guess a DQ or some funky finish makes a lot of sense. Plus,
Well, hold on, Donnie. Can you name one time, and can you name the participants when the WWF title actually very famously changed hands at a house show?
Very famously, I mean, I know that Kevin Nash did it against Bob Backlund.
That's the one, brother. That
You guys are just nerds for this.
They walked out into the ring. Backlund charged him. He got jackknife, powerbombed, and pinned in 8 seconds.
Although I did get a text from my pot-smoking mom at 2:13 today that just said, yo, Hulk Hogan died, one of your faves.
She says yo to you?
Yo, like he's Jesse Pinkman.
Then I said, I know.
Bro, you won't believe this. Hulk Hogan dead.
I also threw in something about maybe Hulk Hogan that I don't want to share on the air, and she concurred. But anyways.
Yeah.
All right, top 5 pro wrestlers of all time. Donnie and Mulsey will rank them because I have no earthly idea on how to do this.
Okay.
So, Mulsey, you get to start with your number 5.
Well, I'm going to cheat and do 2 honorable mentions just very briefly. One is Kurt Angle, who I think burned incredibly bright and was unbelievable on the mic and in the ring, but it was just too short of a time at the very top of the heap. The other, and this is going to tick people off locally, I know he sold out the Garden. I know it was a different era and not when I have any frame of reference. Bruno Sammartino's honorable mention.
That is a disgraceful decision by you.
You're not involved in this. You already said you don't have any grounds to really participate, so I
Number
don't want to
5
hear
for
it.
you?
The Undertaker. The consummate company man for the WWF, always there, whether they gave him the stupid, satanic Ministry of Darkness thing. I don't think anybody has more majestic, ominous entrances. He reinvented himself a bunch. He has, for a guy who was getting up there in years, he would have shockingly good pay-per-view matches. He was willing to put a guy like Lesnar over to break the WrestleMania streak. He doesn't, for me, have the juice of the 4 guys I have ahead of him, but he can't not be on the list.
Donnie, number 4.
Oh, okay. I forgot we were doing it this way. My number 4 is, well, it was actually The Undertaker, so I was going to go with my number 5 here.
Okay, who's number 5 for you?
Shawn Michaels is number 5 for me. He is Mr. WrestleMania. Not that he had the undefeated streak that Undertaker had at the event, but you could pretty much bet on any match that he had at WrestleMania was going to be a banger of a match, and it almost always was. One of the greatest in-ring performers of all time. The man took, a 4-year gap of time off. He comes back, and it's like he never even missed a beat.
He had a second prime.
He immediately returns to being the best in-ring performer on the roster. And also, he was one of the integral parts of the Attitude Era, beginning with the invention of D-Generation X.
Yeah, you're right. And he also oversold for Hogan because Hogan refused to take the 1, 2, 3 and lay down for Michaels at WrestleMania or SummerSlam.
Just last
you
week
probably did.
He made Hogan look like a complete clown by overselling every move as if he was being hit by a literal giant. And I always appreciated that.
Number 3 for you, Mulsey. Top 5 wrestlers of all time with Hulk Hogan passing
Funny
away.
you should say that. Hulk Hogan. He put it on the map in the 80s. There's no doubt. He made it become a phenomenon. And I think you can never forget the people or leave them behind in this who put something on the map in the first place. But in this case, him planting the flag in the mainstream for pro wrestling was, I think, not as impressive. And certainly if you were going to look at like a balance sheet or how much of a money-making machine that this has become, not as impressive as what was to come. Hulk was the ultimate showman. I mean, if you want to go see him work a good match.
And a really good in-ring wrestler, I've heard.
If you want to go see him, I was just going to say that. If you want to go see him actually work a good match where he sells for his opponent and where he actually performs moves other than big boot, leg drop, and Hulk up, go watch him in Japan where he was doing all sorts of stuff because the Japanese crowds hated this stupid routine. His finisher over there was like a clothesline. But, man, very few, if any, ever could work a crowd like this guy, Donnie. And you and I roll our eyes at it because we know what a reputation he had behind the scenes. The fact that 20 years, or 10 years after he left the WWF, he comes back and the nostalgia act just plays to an insane degree does speak to how much he had the crowd in the palm of his hand.
Donnie, who do you have number 2?
Ric Flair is number 2 for me. I think he is one of the great in-ring guys ever. And I think, for my money, I would probably say he's the best man on the mic in the history of pro wrestling. Now, he was out of WWF, WWE, at least back in the heyday of the 90s, or he wasn't there a whole lot, but he obviously had the big win in the Royal Rumble of 1992 where he won the title. But he did a lot of his work in the NWA, did a lot of his work in WCW, but Flair, his resume kind of speaks for itself. I mean, I think really any order that you put the top 3 for me in, you could jumble it up all you want. Flair, I'm going to put it number 2.
Terrified of him as a kid, the white hair, the screaming promos.
I also just want to correct Donnie. NWA was a rap group. I think he was talking about the NWO.
No, NWA was a wrestling alliance, the National
Wrestling Alliance. Tony, you get a clue.
Unbelievable.
There was also an NWA with Ice Cube.
There was an NWA wrestling before there was the NWA. Well. And you can't say the name of what NWA the
So who stole what? The NWA?
NWA wrestling existed first.
You guys taught me something today. All right, number 1, Malsey's top wrestler of all time.
Donnie, I'm going to say this and present it in a way that's going to make you know who it is before I actually say the name. The top wrestler of all time, there's only one man that it could be, and that man is Stone Cold Steve Austin.
Wow.
You can talk about The Rock's cachet in mainstream crossovers, the fact that The Rock is probably going to be a credible presidential candidate in the next 8 to 12 years and all that stuff. He wants to run, and he probably could. I mean, just...
Wow. Okay.
I think he probably could run for president, Pony. Did anyone say when Trump was running The Apprentice that guy could be president someday? Probably not.
People are saying that about Stephen A. Smith.
I feel like we have flung the doors wide open on the group of people eligible for this. Anyway, you can talk about crossover appeal. You can talk about mainstream appeal. They still, Donnie, you probably have a better handle on this. The WWE still rakes in a boatload of money, and so does Austin, just selling Austin T-shirts. His run was brief, and I dinged Angle for that. But for 3.5 years, 4 years maybe, from basically 97 to like mid-2001, the guy was more over than anyone I've ever seen. They tried to turn him heel, and they couldn't just because people were going to cheer anything he did. For me, it's not really close either. If Hogan planted the flag for wrestling, Austin made it a phenomenon, the likes of which I truly don't think you're ever going to see
Donnie,
again.
who did you have won?
I had Austin as well because, I mean, what you could say about it, Chris, is that he was the hottest wrestler at the time that wrestling was probably at its hottest.
You're right. When Raw was pulling like an 8 rating on cable.
I don't know what that means.
Raw, like, okay.
It was outrating Monday Night Football.
Yes, Raw was like, wow. Raw was a literal phenomenon, dude.
Who did you have 4 and 2, Malsey?
I had Rock 2. I had Ric Flair 4th.
Oh, wow.
I had Ric Flair behind Hogan just because WWF became bigger than WCW, and even though I think Flair is the way better performer, I feel like Hogan has to get a little bump there.
No love for the Macho Man on your list, Malsey.
My other guys on there were Andre, Shawn Michaels, Sting, Triple H, Savage for sure. But, I mean, these guys are kind of larger than life, I think.
Donnie, who did we leave off that was on your list? Anybody?
I think we got all of them. Michaels, Undertaker, Hogan.
You could probably say Cena for the modern era, Don, but like it's just different, man.
Cena.
I mean, I even left Cena off, and I grew up with with John Cena. I mean, you extend it to like a top 10. Cena's absolutely on it, and I put The Rock on there too. It's just so tough for me to take anybody out of that top 3. Like, I think Austin, Hogan, Flair, however you want to order the 1 through 3 there, that's fine by me because you can make an argument for any of them.
You'll hear more of Donnie tonight at 6 down at Dino's. Do they call it Bar and Grill like in the
Thin Lizzy song,
or is that?
They don't, but the boys will be back in town.
Okay.
What kind of wings are on the docket for you tonight? I know you're going to have some. Sweet and hot?
Yeah, I think their sweet and hot are almost hard to beat.
There you have it. Get down there 6 to 10:35 for Donnie Football, back in his element for training camp coverage. Coming up next, we will give you the biggest story from Steelers training camp. Aaron Rodgers, what kind of start is he off to as Steelers quarterback? Who were some other players who shined? Plus, you'll hear Aaron Rodgers recap his first day with the Steelers, and Mike Tomlin on a couple of guys who missed with injury. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. It's the PM team on the Fan.
The Minnesota Vikings are a playoff team. I'm Sammy Pete, here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM network. Minnesota minus 110 to make the playoffs. I love that look. Their roster is as deep as it gets, and I am a big believer in this youngster at quarterback, J.J. McCarthy. That is a playoff team. I'm Sammy Pete from the BetMGM network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today, and please, gamble responsibly.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay, and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, and it's no surprise. Same game parlay from Bet365 just keeps getting better.
Well, it's even easier to make a bet. Choose from the most popular markets like hits, run line, totals, and home runs. So many to choose from.
Download the app, start building your bet, and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
No one celebrates the red, white, and new like Shorkey Mitsubishi.
That's right, Katie. And our July 4th deals are putting on a spectacular show. Declare independence from paying retail with the industry's most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs.
It all starts with the Outlander, Jim. The crowd favorite. 7-passenger seating, lots of safety and technology features. Now with incredible 0% financing for 60 months.
Or the brand new Mirage, already the lowest priced new car on the market. Now take up to $2,000 off MSRP.
Shorkey Mitsubishi is all about the star stripes and savings for the people. Your purchase comes with a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade.
Giving you the freedom to upgrade today. So stop by and let Shorkey Mitsubishi help make it your deal, your way. What a great day.
Locations in North Huntington and the North Hills, or online at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
For over 45 years, family-owned Globe Airport Parking has been serving the Pittsburgh Airport with friendly service and competitive rates. Forget the hassle of searching for a parking spot and dragging your luggage through the airport lot. Let Globe staff assist you with your luggage. When you return, simply call or text, and they will promptly pick you up and bring you back to your warm car, ready for your journey home. Globe Airport Parking also offers car washing, detailing, oil changes, and more. Visit globeparking.com. That's globeparking.com.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed mold, mildew, bowing walls, or water in your basement? I hope not, but if you have, your basement is losing the war against groundwater. That's where Baker's Waterproofing comes in, a groundworks company. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Schedule your free inspection at bakerswaterproofing.com/row.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
What chicken are you picking? Cohen's famous chicken bites now come 3 ways. The original crispy, spicy, and now sauced with your favorite flavor. Visit your local Cohen kitchen site today to figure out your favorite. Cohen Markets, your fulfilling station.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Get to the Garden Restaurant in the South Hills. Enjoy Blue Moon 23-ounce $6 drafts. Daily specials, beer battered fish, or a large 22-inch pizza are always a favorite at the Garden Restaurant, 4912 Gardenville Road in Pittsburgh.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath.
High five!
You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years of gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked!
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years.
Woo!
The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm? Totally natural.
Sweet! Thank you! Thank you! High five, everybody! High five!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five!
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25. New customers only. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
She's got a sound like no other. Joan Jett and the Blackhearts. Friday, August 8th, the Iron City stage. Joan Jett and the Blackhearts. With special guest, Winger. Their latest EP, Mindsets, is available everywhere you stream music. Tickets on sale now at etix.com. Joan Jett and the Blackhearts.
Employee Pricing Plus is back, and now's the time to save big at South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters Township.
25 Ram 1500 Bighorn, payments starting at $399 for 42 months or 1.9% standalone for 72 months. Visit dealer for details.
Feeling lucky? Your next big jackpot is waiting for you. Visit the casino at Nemacolin in Farmington, PA for the ultimate casino experience with 26 table games, daily promotions, big-time giveaways, and 500 slots, including over 100 of the hottest new games. After, celebrate your big win with a juicy burger at the Royale while you watch the big game. Hotel packages available. Visit CasinoNemacolin.com for more information. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Fuel your summer road trips with made-to-order deliciousness from GetGo, like the smokestack pulled pork sub or the Roadhog rib sandwich. Barbecue season is here at GetGo Cafe and Market. Better believe it.
Back at Jeep of Pittsburgh, Pittsburgh's one and only single location, family-owned and operated Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram store with our friend Taylor Fournier. Taylor, why is it so important for the customer to understand family-owned and operated?
We guarantee a member of our family is always working to get the best deal for our customers. Dealerships all buy their cars for the same price from the manufacturer, no matter the number of locations. But because we're focused on just our one location, we can beat our competitors' price in less time all the time.
And during the Make This the Summer Sales event, I hear you're expanding your Three Rivers Protection Program.
We sure did, Bob. The new and improved Three Rivers Protection Program. When you buy a new vehicle at zero cost to our customers, we cover paintless dent and ding repairs, wheel and tire coverage, lost key replacement, and many more. It's all part of our 3RP Protection Program.
Get to Fournier's Three Rivers Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram at the corner of West Liberty Avenue and Brookline Boulevard and look for that humongous yellow Jeep in the sky, or visit jeepofpittsburgh.com for all the details.
We truly are Pittsburgh's Jeep store.
When it comes to back-to-school shopping at Target, you can choose not to choose. From getting what you need to expressing who you are. With prices that make every choice feel right, why not choose all of the above? From backpacks, bedazzled kicks, and picture-day-perfect styles as bold as they are. For bring your own lunch days to Science Project Partner Days, Snack Stash Days, Decorate Your Locker Days, and Paint Outside the Line Days. All at prices that will definitely make your day. For all of the above, it's back to school at Target.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Report of an accident on the Fort Duquesne Bridge as you head towards the Fort Pitt Bridge. Parkway East on the outbound side looks pretty good. Inbound 28, a little slow. 31st Street Bridge to East Ohio Street. I'm Rob Taylor.
This report brought to you by Coit, Pittsburgh's premier home cleaning company. Save big during Coit's sizzling July sale. Save 50% off Coit's famous drapery cleaning service. And save 40% off all other Coit cleaning services. Call Coit right now at 1-800-FOR-COIT. Save big and get your drapes and home Coit clean this summer.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Steelers have completed their first training camp practice. Now, this one was without pads, but Aaron Rodgers did participate fully in the Steelers' opening workout. For more, go to 937thevan.com right now, live from beautiful Studio B, Bowser Chevy. It's the PM team.
Afternoons with Pony and Muller, Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
15-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19, Peters Township. Tomorrow, there is some rain in the forecast in Latrobe, so we'll see how that affects or impacts the Steelers' practice schedule. It will still be a hot one. Temperatures expected to be around 87 degrees. That is your fan weather, brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. While we wait for Aaron Rodgers, Mike Tomlin, too, breaking down the first practice. We do have the Steelers media horde and fans who flocked to St. Vincent to watch this first practice, critiquing and analyzing what happened. The consensus seems to be that this was a rough practice from Aaron Rodgers, that he did not get off to a great start. Now, I'll be curious to hear what Rodgers says when he meets reporters. His first play in an 11-on-11 drill was they were inside their own 20-yard line. He threw an out pattern. I can't really tell who the receiver is. I think it was actually Metcalf from the looks of things.
But Patrick Queen was a lot more wide open on the play.
Intercepted it, and it's my personal belief that Rodgers probably did that on purpose.
To make the defense feel good about themselves.
Or he like Ben used to do, would try things to see what he could get away with in practice.
What was Ben's thing? He wanted to test a receiver's catch radius, so he would throw bad balls in camp?
That's called 4D chess right there. And I wonder if Rodgers subscribes to the same philosophy on practice. I think it's entirely possible. Nick Farabaugh said first day of camp's a grain of salt. Rodgers and DK Metcalf haven't been on the same page. Something to watch that should improve as their chemistry evolves throughout camp. Brooke Pryor put a finer point on it and said that Rodgers targeted Metcalf 3 times and was 1 for 3 in those situations. Alan Saunders from Steelers Now said that very clearly one of those incompletions was because those two were not on the same page with each other. So they should be the most advanced in terms of chemistry because they've spent the most time together. Rodgers and Metcalf worked out before Rodgers signed here. Then Metcalf was one of the guys who went to Malibu and had some workouts with Rodgers before training camp started, in between mini camp and training camp. So if people were going there and expecting to see this relationship hit the ground running and flourish from day one, that was not the case. This is not me sounding alarm bells at all. This is me merely pointing out what happened and just saying that, you know, it's not a microwave situation where they showed up and it was ready to eat right from the very beginning. Chris.
This is why they lift all them weights and practice all them plays. I'm not gonna get too overly analytical about it.
Would you get more analytical over this aspect? First set of 11 on 11 plays. What they did offensively in the first team drill workout from Christopher Carter of the PG. First play was a handoff to Jaylen Warren for 4 yards. Second play. Wait, no, that's actually not it. Okay, hold on. Let me start over again. My bad. Okay, first play, yes, handoff to Jaylen Warren up the middle for 5 yards. Second play action. Rodgers dumped it off to Darnell Washington in the flat.
Okay.
Next play was a Jaylen Warren run. Play after that was a Caleb Johnson run. So first series, 3 runs and a pass to a tight end. That is the Arthur Smith offense in a nutshell right there.
Yes, it is.
He is in his bag here.
I mean,
run it 3 times and give it to a tight end.
Yards, Pony, that's a successful play on first down. Get him into 2nd and 5.
I think that Arthur Smith,
he needs to invert. I do want to see out of him this year if he's got now the quarterback to execute it a little bit more. You know, a guy who's clearly better than either of the guys last year. Like more play action on first down. I want to see a little bit more invert the. Remember how they used to always say pitch backwards with a guy like Liriano, throw your slider to get over, then throw your fastball to get guys out. Weirdly enough, invert it on defenses. I don't want to see predictability. They're going to run the same stuff. They're going to run Arthur Smith stuff. They're going to mix they're going to mix in a lot of what Aaron Rodgers wants to run, ultimately. But I still am different from you in that I think he's going to at least publicly play ball a little bit more and be okay with doing what Arthur Smith wants to do. So is that you having confidence in Arthur Smith? It's me having confidence that Rodgers actually does want to be here and kind of go out good vibes. And that also, but that's not Rodgers. I think the one thing I've tried to say consistently about Rodgers, like I think he's kind of goofy on a bunch of different non-football subjects, and I don't care to hear him bloviate about that stuff. Yep. But I do think Rodgers the teammate and Rodgers the coachable player, aside from the Jets, which was a mess. But I think he was much more coachable, like by Matt LaFleur, than I gave him credit for. And I think he'll be coachable here. And we hear all his teammates say, unbelievable dude, love having him around. Except when he was throwing guys like Mike Williams under the bus after losses and everything. I would say there was 2 guys he seemed to throw under the bus there. Garrett Wilson, which is a mark against, I think, Rodgers, but probably also to some extent, I guess, against Wilson. The Mike Williams thing almost seemed like elder abuse. Except it was the elder doing the abusing, but you know what I mean. I mean, Mike Williams, he must have just felt like had nothing left. And that's why he retired like in the last few days. Mike Williams' final act, basically, was winning a game with a touchdown. I don't know. I subscribe to the idea that you've got to break some eggs to make an omelet. If one of the issues, I think, with Russell Wilson and Arthur Smith last year is that they were passive-aggressive about things. I actually want some, especially headbutting right now. What works, what doesn't work? Yes. There was no Jonnu Smith today, which is relevant to why Darnell Washington might have caught that dump-off on a play action. Not apparently a long-term issue. I think somebody cited heat-related, maybe. What? The guy's from Miami. Jonnu Smith was coming from Miami and went to FIU. From there. Yes, I know. He's technically born in Philadelphia. He's not an Eskimo. I'm surprised to hear that he, of all people, was dealing with some kind of heat-related problem. That is a quick way to get on Mike Tomlin's bad side, by the way, because the whole reason why they're practicing he loves the heat is because, yes, he wants to separate the chaff from the wheat with the hot weather. Cordero Patterson, Rock Hill, South Carolina. It ain't chilly there. Why is Cordero Patterson there? Can someone ask Mike Tomlin that question? Just why is he still here? Hanging out? Yeah, I guess. I mean, I don't see any. I hope he's not a part of their offense this year. He looked old last year, and he wasn't even good at doing the thing that made him famous last year, which is return kicks for big returns. Remember the rule change, and they immediately signed him?
And I gave them credit for that. Like
it seemed like a smart 4D chess kind of move. We'll
kick
instantly
returns
pounce.
are back. Go get the guy that, other than Devin Hester, is like the best to do it in the last 20
And then
years.
he was running like a tight end in the open field.
Right.
When he would get the ball. Nickname Flash. What was he by the end of last year? Molasses? I mean, he was very slow.
Mason Rudolph, on the other hand, went out there and was very sharp right from the beginning. Was 4 for 4.
Now, wait a minute.
So are we going to hear...
Is Cavalli or is Cavalli's loyalty to McAfee, and McAfee puts Rodgers on every week, going to supersede that? I guess we're going to find out where Cavalli's bread's buttered.
That's a great point.
Inside you, there are two wolves. One who wants to say Mason's the best quarterback in camp. The other who works for Pat McAfee.
I think he's going to side with the guy that
signs the checks. Yeah, I agree. I think Cavalli's going to be a shrinking violet.
Now, how about this as far as the quarterbacks go? Quarterback rotation today. Rodgers with the first team. Rudolph was the next guy to cycle in. And then the third guy was Thompson. Howard got like the scrub time. He got like the absolute down-the-line time with all the guys that Pompiani's going to be gushing about in the fourth quarter of games. I mean, I understand that you don't want to give somebody just something before they earn it per se, but Howard's your guy, and Thompson is just a body. So why wouldn't you flip that? And I don't think I'm just like splitting hairs here. Like,
you drafted the guy in the 6th round.
I'd like to see him get more meaningful opportunities. Yeah. Who cares about Skylar Thompson? Get Howard out there against better competition.
I think that is a hallmark of Mike. Maybe I don't want to be narrow and say it's only Mike. I think coaches love to see, in certain settings, like if a guy got picked that far back and it's not a Shedeur Sanders situation where he's in a 4-man derby or whatever the hell it is for the quarterback spot.
Yep.
They want to see him show a little bit first.
The Steelers opening day of training camp MVP, the guy that went out there and put on the biggest and best show for the fans and media who were at St. Vincent College today. Did you see who it was?
DK.
No. Dejan Kovacevic was the...
Metcalf.
No.
You're saying this is the MVP?
Yep.
Offense or defense?
Offense.
Jaylen Warren?
No, but you're getting warmer.
Caleb Johnson?
Yep.
I feel like it's got to be the easiest for the running backs to pop on a day like this, right? They just get the ball. Like, you get the ball. Maybe a quarterback could pop, too, but...
But my thing was with him, he's a physical back, and I would think you need to put him in pads to really get a full... Appreciation for what he is, exactly. His 40 time was brutal. We know that. And yet, the people at practice, Nick Farabaugh, I'm hesitant to call anything a big run given there's no pads, but one thing I'll say about Caleb Johnson, absolutely flies when he gets into open grass. Serious build-up speed.
I don't know. I feel like it's easy to say somebody has serious build-up speed when they're running against no one, and something else altogether when guys in the NFL are chasing them in a game that counts. You think a guy like...
But he said it. He said, I'm hesitant, but I still have to observe this because it's so breathtaking.
Opinion
what he's
here.
able to do here.
All right, I need an opinion from you. When Farabaugh writes, I'm hesitant to say this because it's football in shorts.
Is he really hesitant to say it?
Well, there's two things. Is he actually saying that because deep down he is really excited about it because there's still a little bit of fan in him and he thinks the guy could be really good? Or is he like genuinely hesitant to say it because he's so cynical, but he's got to churn out tweets about stuff and he knows deep down that they don't mean that much?
No, I think if he didn't think it was worth pointing out, he would have just kept it to himself. Kozora, non-padded and no tackling practice, but you can definitely feel rookie Caleb Johnson's burst through the hole on zone runs. It's impressive. You're sitting there in the stands and you feel it. There's like a breeze that goes by. It's a refreshing breeze on an otherwise scorching hot days. You feel the like backdraft of Caleb Johnson. I'm not.
Backdraft.
You feel it as he runs by, as he dashes by.
We're all big fans of Kozora on this show. I think he's a certified ball knower. That is a little much. That's like the autumn wind is a Raider, but for like training camp stuff that means
like
nothing.
Grantland Rice.
Really, it
waxing
is.
Poetic.
Like, what are we doing here? Come on.
Warren did get the first team reps, but I think that is going to be a very intriguing situation with those two guys.
So, Fake John and Robinson chimed in on the Thompson and Howard thing, and I'll just connect this to Warren and Caleb Johnson very quickly. He said, Thompson getting those reps over Howard is Tomlin just doing his rookies aren't handed anything shtick. That's probably true in that case. I tend to agree with it. I do think with Caleb Johnson, that position, and with what you said earlier, Piggy gets put on the ground a little too much for Tomlin's liking with Warren. One guy might be a rookie, but I think Mike would be more than happy to see Caleb Johnson force his hand.
But I think it actually goes beyond that, because I think with Warren, he knows he has a good player. He knows he can trust him in pass protection. He knows on third down he can catch the ball out of the backfield. He knows he's a tough runner. Like, there is plenty to like about Warren.
Sure.
But I don't think Mike looks at Warren
like
as an alpha running back. If he did, he would have given Warren those opportunities over a pedestrian Najee last year, and he didn't.
Do you think that there's part of it the build for him? He's just a smallish guy, and even though he runs like a bowling ball, Tomlin's got a certain archetype in his head. Najee was like, what, 6'1", every bit of 6'1", 235, let's say.
So let's see. Let me look.
Lev Bell came into the league at 6'1 or 6'2", 240, got slimmed down to like 220, but Bell was a strong, like powerful guy.
And
a big guy.
So Warren is listed at 5'8", 215.
That sounds right.
Let me see what I got a guy in my head here I want to compare him
MJD?
to. No, that's not a bad one, though. I said Willie Parker. Willie Parker, 5'10", 212.
I thought of Willie Parker as weirdly enough, I think of Parker or thought of Parker as, obviously, his name was Fast Willie Parker, as a pure speed guy. I think of Warren as more of a head-down bruiser type.
I know, but I was just saying, like, both undrafted guys, so there was something about them as far as measurables go that made teams think that they weren't, good enough to be a number one running back in the NFL, or in their case, not even good enough to be drafted.
When Willie Parker played at North Carolina, I mean, the only thing I can come up with here for you is I'm looking over at his college football reference page. It doesn't look – here's the problem for him. Who would he have been graduating with in 05 from there that would have been a good running back at Carolina? He only got like more than 20 carries in a game there once in his entire career.
Yeah, I knew that about him.
He was a very underutilized guy. He had 21 for 158.
He was a diamond in the rough.
So I'm trying to think of a comp from honestly, I'm trying to think of a comp from a college team, a guy to just like slip totally through the cracks, and Warren just is like the same thing. So there's just not a body of work there.
Yeah.
I think that's probably the thing.
I can't think of an NFL guy who was there during those years that would have blocked him. I can't.
So can you name the coach on that North Carolina team in 2000, 01, all those other years? If you can name this, I will be very impressed.
So Mac Brown would have already left there.
Yes.
2000 North Carolina coach.
This is a name that, like, when I saw it, it popped back into my head. I was like, oh, that guy. He was there in 2000 only. They had a different guy in 01, in 02, in 03, 04. I'm going to tell you.
Who?
Carl Torbush.
Yeah, I wasn't going to get that.
So I'm looking at Parker's career there, and I looked at their roster. There's nobody really. There's like dudes named Ronnie McGill. Do you remember any of these names? Just kind of like random guys on that roster, and just Parker was every bit one of them. Just a random guy. You know what? You're right. Diamond in the rough, and I think it's more of you said like a thing that prevented him from being drafted. I think in his case, it's more of he had one weird attribute that made teams look twice at him in free agency. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Or otherwise, he doesn't get a sniff at all, but he can just have breakaway speed, and it clicked.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder Associates fan text. And Edgar Snyder reminds you, there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Steve Palazzolo from the 33rd team, one of our big football analysts, breaks down the Steelers roster as they wrap up practice for the first time. A little bit later on, you're going to hear Aaron Rodgers and Mike Tomlin with us. But first, an intern Dom headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Earlier today, wrestling legend Hulk Hogan passed away at the age of 71. Awkward transition. Pirates and Diamondbacks start a series tomorrow at PNC Park at 6:40 right here on The Fan. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
The CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of The Fan.
This is Jody Mack with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. As of today, we are 1 week from the MLB trade deadline. So far this year, in-season deals have been almost non-existent. What we have to hope for is the domino effect. One trade begets another and another and another and another. Question is, who pulls the trigger first? This week will tell. Start those dominoes falling, as Monty Hall used to say. Let's make a deal. I'm Jody Mack.
As you head out to training camp in Latrobe, look for your cold Miller Lite on displays at the following distributors: Greater Latrobe Beverage, Lloyd Avenue; Hop Shop, Beatty Road; and Rosa Distributing, Cedar Street.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone, now through July 28th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
All right, Takis fans. Wendy's knows you love your Takis Fuego chips. So we thought, why not make a Takis Fuego meal with a Takis Fuego chicken sandwich with spicy chicken topped with crushed Takis Fuego chips and creamy corn spread. Plus, it comes with Fuego fries inspired by Takis and a bag of Takis Fuego chips. If we had any more heat, we might start an actual... I told him this would happen. For an intense new take on Takis chips, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Includes 1 ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
Ready for a new ride? South Hills Kia has the ride and the price you'll love. Brand new 2025 Kia Sorento S all-wheel drive as low as $329 for 24 months with $3,999 due at signing. Or 1.9% for 60 months. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $229 for 24 months with $3,499 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires August 4th, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Right now, Guardian Protection is giving you even more peace of mind. Get a free indoor camera plus 3 free months of visual verification. That means when an alarm goes off, trained professionals can access your camera's video feed to help verify threats in real time. Fewer false alarms, faster emergency response, and smarter protection for your home. Don't miss out. Call 1-800-PROTECT. That's 1-800-776-8328 or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN today to claim your free camera and 3 months of added protection. Terms and conditions apply. Hey, it's your pal Adam Crowley. Pittsburgh summers can be hot. Is your AC ready? Right now, my friends at Sullivan Super Service are offering $59 AC checkups to keep your system running fast, cool, and efficient. Their team is experienced, friendly, and professional. They've been serving Pittsburgh homes for over 60 years. Don't wait for your system to break. Stay cool and stay ahead this summer. Call Sullivan Super Service today or visit sullivanservice.com. They'll be your hometown heroes.
Partly cloudy tonight, the low 77.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
A lot of backups on 28 right now, the inbound side almost to the 40th Street Bridge. Parkway East on the outbound looking okay, and of course the slowdowns downtown for the Parkway West outbound. I'm Rob Taylor.
What's up, black and gold fans? At Schlage Deck Company, we are intercepting all the high prices. Get a no-maintenance composite deck for only 10% more than a wood deck, with an additional 5% off for our military vets. Visit our website, shly-company.com.
More of Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Biggest football topic of the day with the Steelers wrapping up their first practice in Latrobe. You'll hear Aaron Rodgers and Mike Tomlin in just a little bit here with us. Biggest football topic in the Donnie Football Debrief 15 minutes away. Donnie will do his show tonight from Dino's in Latrobe with a heavy heart because of the passing of Hulk Hogan. Steve Palazzolo, 33rd team. Good enough to be consulted by NFL teams, good enough to break down NFL rosters for a living, good enough to maybe someday get interviews for GM jobs. But at his core, he is also a massive wrestling fan. So
I think he was more of a WCW guy by his own admission.
What?
During the Attitude Era.
That's like saying you're more RC Cola than Coke.
Well, until like 97, it was like saying you're more Coke than R.C. Cola, and then it all flipped because of my number one pick on this list.
So while remaining respectful, Steve, you were not the biggest Hulk Hogan guy?
No, I mean, I liked Hulk Hogan and respect what he did. I just liked WCW a little bit more. For me, it was like NFL and college football, 1 and 1A for me.
How about when Hogan went to WCW and became a bad guy? Did you like that?
I mean, that started, WCW's run. It started all of it. I mean, I respected what Hogan did, but I think by that point I was into good matches and the technical side of everything.
Then you got to go watch him when he would wrestle in Japan, Steve. It was totally different. He had like a clothesline that was his finishing move. He was doing drop toe holds.
You guys nerd out.
He was getting physical, wrestling Stan Hansen over there and everything. Yeah, I know. I got it.
Wow.
Pony's eyes are glazing over faster than when Mike Tomlin starts a press conference right now, Steve.
Fair point. Steve, how about the Steelers as they begin their 2025 journey today? When you look at their team, give me what you think on paper is their biggest strength and what you think is their biggest weakness.
Biggest strength is their pass rush, front seven, however, wherever you want to stop that. Defensive line, if you include T.J. Watt, Alex Highsmith as linemen, even though they're called linebackers in that system. It's their pass rush, though. It's their physicality up front, their depth up front, and then I think you could say the entire defense. I mean, I think Jalen Ramsey can still play, and I really think that improved their chances defensively. Again, nothing against Minkah Fitzpatrick. I just think Jalen Ramsey upgraded them defensively. So I think the entire defense has a chance to be special. And predicting defense is one of the hardest things to do in football analysis. It's rarely the same team multiple years in a row. It's not like offenses, but I think they have the pieces to be the best defense in the league. So I think that's absolutely their strength.
Steve, it's only the first day of camp. I'm not asking this in an overreacting way, but we've seen already today the reporters covering practice have said that Jalen Ramsey has lined up as a safety, that he broke off with these safeties when the defensive backs split up into corners and safeties, that he went with the safeties. What would your reaction be if that ends up being mainly what the Steelers' plan is, that he plays a lot of safety, that he's actually not playing cornerback?
So that's an interesting one because then you ask, look, I think Ramsey can do it all, but then you ask, all right, is he actually a better safety than Minkah Fitzpatrick? And then it's like, all right, did we just get a free Jonnu Smith? Is it a wash at safety and then we got a free Jonnu, and is that worth it? But, I mean, Ramsey played safety in college many years ago, but he played safety, nickel, and then outside corner 3 straight years at Florida State, excelled at all of them. He is that good. And I think safety for him probably still means he's getting into the box. He's still, probably playing a little bit of slot in and around the line of scrimmage. Maybe that late Charles Woodson career move where Woodson was like an extra linebacker in there and won Defensive Player of the Year by being versatile. If that's what Ramsey does, yeah, I think that's fine. But I'm also curious to know if they would use him week to week in more matchup type of situations between him, Darius Slay, Joey Porter Jr. If that makes sense, I like Slay better in man coverage anyway, historically. So that could be an interesting combination. I think either way, I think there's just some versatility on that side or in the secondary now with Ramsey.
Steve, how about the team's biggest weakness?
I think the biggest question is wide receiver 2 for me, and the biggest weakness could easily be Broderick Jones if he doesn't improve quickly. So Broderick Jones at tackle, even if he is moving to the left side and, hopefully a little bit better. He just looked just out of sorts the last 2 years. I know we debated it 2 years ago when the run game seemed to kick up a notch when he went in there. I don't know that it was necessarily because of Broderick Jones, but I think that's the biggest question is wide receiver opposite DK Metcalf. Let's say receiver generally. And I would say offensive line, tackle perhaps, where it's just Broderick Jones and then Fautanu. It's just an uncertain position group right now, I think, for the Steelers.
Steve, when you look at Caleb Johnson, how he profiles versus Jaylen Warren, who do you think has more tools in the tool belt to be more of the every down back, the guy who gets the greater share of the carries and touches between the two of them?
I think the edge usually goes to the bigger guy, and that's Caleb Johnson. And I think that's where he's probably at his best. I think we've seen historically guys like Jaylen Warren who are really good change of pace backs and maybe are really efficient on smaller samples, and everybody says, just give him the ball more. It doesn't always work that way as far as maintaining that efficiency. I still like Warren as a change of pace back, get him catches out of the backfield, get him into space, create some big plays. But I really love the way Caleb Johnson runs the football, finishes runs. He didn't run that well at the combine, but I didn't think he really looked slow necessarily. I thought he was tough to tackle against Ohio State. Had a big run or two there that really stood out. I love the way he runs in the zone game as far as getting downhill. And I really liked what I saw from Caleb Johnson on film, and I do think he eventually takes over that number one spot.
Steve, ESPN had the Steelers as the 19th overall roster in the NFL. Does that seem too high, too low, or just right to you?
Off the top of my head, it sounds low. I mean, I never know in those situations how much they're weighing the quarterback. And again, I hate how much the quarterback really impacts things. It is, you can't win with just a quarterback, but it changes things, right? Like you drop an elite quarterback on the roster, and it changes a lot. We've seen that with multiple teams. So that depends a lot on how they view Aaron Rodgers at this point in his career, I assume. But I think the rest of the roster, like I said, I think they have top 5 defense potential. The offensive line is young, but there's something to work with there. And there's questions, I'd say, as far as pass catchers go, but it's not like they have no talent there. It's more about just rounding out the depth. So I think they're a top half of the league roster and probably a lot closer to the top 10 than they are in the 20s.
Steve, this is one of those questions that I feel like not dumb for asking, but I just know I'm getting repetitive with Pony, and he's probably rolling his eyes internally. Speaking of pass catchers, what on earth does Amari Cooper have like a secret broken femur that nobody's been told about that's keeping him from being picked up by other teams? 30 other teams besides the Steelers don't seem to have any interest in a guy that I didn't think fell off a cliff at the end of last year with Buffalo. So why is he still sitting out there with no seeming interest in his services as of now?
It is always wild to me how quickly receivers can just look old, whether it's Julio Jones a couple of years ago, Andre Johnson, Randy Moss. I mean, Randy Moss, when he finished his career, I mean, it was like 1 week. It was all of a sudden he didn't have it. So that's the challenge, I think, with receivers. And I really thought Amari Cooper was going to be a great pickup for the Bills. And it's not like they needed to feed him 10 to 15 targets a game to make it worth it, but he just didn't fit or fill the need that I think they wanted him to. DeAndre Hopkins with the Chiefs, the same thing. I think that's just what it is. Teams don't like to go that route and trust the aging receiver because things do go south quickly. And then there's this idea that maybe he doesn't want to go through training camp, and maybe you can pick him up later, and you really want to get reps, for the younger guys. But I still think Cooper has a little bit left, but I'm still probably not going to be that excited when and if he lands somewhere. I don't know that he's going to make a massive impact this year.
All right, here's a question on what you said about how much you weight the quarterback. Who would you rather be right now, Steve? The Steelers or the Bengals, and why?
I'd rather be the Bengals because of the QB.
Yeah.
Because Burrow, Higgins, and Chase, they give you that ability, and they give you that ability to win through the air, through the pass game. And as I said earlier, like with defense, do the Steelers have a better on-paper defense? Absolutely.
Yes.
But with the Bengals, they just need to get to, creep back toward average defensively. And sometimes you can do that with Al Golden, defensive coordinator change. But Burrow, Chase, and Higgins can carry a team. And so I'd say the Bengals are in better shape for both the short and long term. Because
I'm sure Kyle Shanahan would disagree with this notion, but it just feels like your answer there could be boiled down to, Steve, too. It's easier to scheme up a defense with no-name players or younger players and have them be greater than the sum of the parts than it is to just scheme up offense for a quarterback who just isn't one of those dudes in the NFL, if that makes sense.
Yeah, but I think a great play caller is probably as rare as the great quarterback, and Kyle Shanahan's one of them, and Andy Reid's one of them, and maybe
Ben
Kevin
Johnson
O'Connell
was one with Goff because he made Goff look great again in that setting.
And now you get this testing, right? Like, will he do it with Caleb Williams? And as soon as he does, you say, well, Ben Johnson's that guy. He's a QB creator. But there's not a lot of those coordinators. And if Kyle Shanahan has worked wonders with a slew of quarterbacks over the last 15 years, but that is rare. And I think those guys are as rare as Brady, Mahomes, Peyton, and whoever you want to mention. Big Ben for my crowd.
Yep.
So that's the challenge, right?
Know your audience here.
I know. You got to go big. That's why I've defended Mike Tomlin a little bit, right? It's like you lose Big Ben, you don't have a quarterback. Did Mike Tomlin change a lot? Big Ben in the The elite.
All right, now you're losing the audience because they're mostly fed up with Tomlin. I have a question that might be a little inside baseball, but I think that our listeners care about this. And it's kind of a macro thing that applies to the Steelers, Steve. Why is it there are so many teams that have ample cap space when it's July 24th? The Steelers have about $20 million. I see teams like the Patriots with $60 million. I see teams like the Lions that are trying to win now with almost $50 million in cap space. How do you explain that?
So much of it is when you have to sign players in the future, and most teams are looking at the cash flow. So, whatever the cap was last year, like 220 or 210, whatever it was, the Eagles were spending like 280 in cash. So it's more about the cap to cash ratio that teams are trying to look at. And so they might have, higher cash flow than the cap is showing. The Colts have been that team for years. They have $50 million every single year. It's like, all right, when are they going to use it? When are they going to use it? But the other issue with the Steelers, or the good part for the Steelers, is they don't have the $50 million quarterback. Now, I know the Lions do, but the Lions have so many good young players that they need to sign very soon here. So they're gonna eat into that. But if you don't have a high-priced quarterback, the Steelers basically have a rookie contract type of quarterback situation. It's almost impossible to use all the money. It's difficult to use all the money unless you're the Saints and you've been racking up the credit card for 20 years. So I think that's all a big part of it.
All right, Steve, we'll let you get back to watching maybe some old wrestling highlights of Hulk Hogan. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
There you go, Steve Palazzolo, 33rd team. Yeah, I mean, in future years, the Steelers have for next year $31 million in cap space, and the year after that, $137 million in cap space.
I just think nothing says state of the NFL more to me than when you asked him a very good question. Who would you rather be, Bengals or Steelers? I think he gave you the answer. I don't know, like outside of Pittsburgh, how many people would actually, out of 100 people, would answer Steelers?
Well, intern Dom agrees with that.
No, but outside of Pittsburgh,
right, Dom? You'd rather be the Bengals than the Steelers. You still have high praise for the Bengals.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
I think even if you included Pittsburgh, if I just said, who would you rather be right now, like taking it all into account, Cincy or Pittsburgh, and I put that to a poll question?
Do it. I dare you.
Okay. Fine.
Speaking of poll questions, TRT Total Request Thursday. What do you want us to talk about in an hour? Steelers wide receiver rumor, O'Neal Cruz trade partner, RIP Hulkamania, or Crowley in trouble? For potential topics that you get to pick from.
When is Crowley not in trouble?
Maybe that's why it's not winning. All right, 2 minutes away from a Donnie Football Debrief, the biggest football topic of the day. You'll hear Aaron Rodgers and Mike Tomlin later this hour. But first, a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Jets have put out a statement on Justin Fields' toe injury that he suffered earlier today. They say that Fields will be day-to-day and has avoided a serious injury, and it is expected he will be good for Week 1 against the Steelers. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mosey.
Here's a little aside. You guys see this? Connor Griffin has become baseball, like MLB Pipeline's top prospect in the entire sport. He has undergone the single biggest rise inside of a year in the history of their rankings.
You know what that means? Ben Cherington, 5-year extension coming. Anyways, continue, Mulsey.
Yes, thank you. Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Huntington. Guys, gals, I think once we had a long discussion whether saying gals made people mad or not. I never thought it did anyway. Ladies and gentlemen, do you need a new ride? Do you need an all-wheel drive SUV that's going to be very affordable? Do you need a great deal on that all-wheel drive SUV? Let me direct your attention to Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington during their red, white, and new July 4 deal days, which are still going on right now. 7-passenger Outlanders can be had with an incredible 0% financing for 60 months. They've got all the tech, all the safety features, all the styling. Brand new Mirages. Those are already the lowest priced new car on the market. You can now get up to $2,000 off MSRP. You get a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty. That's peace of mind. You get 3 years of prepaid maintenance. You get $500 more for your trade at Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington. So don't wait. Find the Mitsu that fits you. Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington online. JimShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Get a better pharmacy experience right inside your Sam's Club. Friendly, knowledgeable pharmacists are here to help, and most prescriptions are ready in under 20 minutes. Can't make it in? Choose same-day prescription delivery. All the value you expect from Sam's Club is at the pharmacy, too. And Plus members save even more with over 600 generic prescriptions for $10 or less. Pick up your prescriptions and all your club favorites in one easy trip when you join Sam's Club today. Terms and conditions apply. See samsclub.com/pharmacy or your local Sam's Club pharmacy for details.
Need legal help without the high price tag? Turn to Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. Back with more Pony and Muller. Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Right now, it's the low point of the show because it's the Donnie Football Debrief brought to you by Saloni's Italian Bread Company, over 100 years of baking experience. And Donnie is currently on his way to Dino's in Latrobe to host our training camp coverage show from 6 to 10:35, which means we're stuck with intern Dom. And much to the chagrin of Dom, people just loathed his Donnie Football Debrief yesterday, where he was trying to... Sorry.
Checked in, Pony, to see how Saloni's feels about Dom performing this segment.
Well, he made it about himself. He just ended up hijacking the segment and saying, Chris, how should I get tickets for Penn State, Oregon?
No, I had a very good topic idea that you guys didn't do, so I decided to take it off to another direction.
You must have an alternate definition of didn't do, because you presented it and Chris and I talked about it for the better part of 5 minutes.
But you didn't talk, you weren't interested. It was very apparent to the audience.
You're questioning our gusto right now?
I'm questioning the gusto yesterday. I think you were sabotaging the debrief.
Who are you, our brand manager, or are you our boss, suddenly
Craig
deciding whether or not we've got enough je ne sais quoi and joie de vivre?
He made no mention of a lack of gusto. None whatsoever.
In fact, he said the show is full of gusto, might have too much gusto.
He loved the Austin Bechtold impression, especially the finishing comment from Chris when he mocked Bechtold's love affair with wiffle ball.
Listen, I have to bring the juice. You have a morning show producer that doesn't know what he's doing for 4.5 hours. You have a midday producer who's doing, reading fake tweets on the air.
We know what he's not doing, that midday producer.
Well, that's true.
And you accused Donnie of making the worst list ever created earlier in the show.
Yeah, he might be disqualified as a wrestling fan, to be honest, after that garbage that he put out on the air.
Okay.
So anyway. I really, I try to do my best here because I got to pick up the slack that everybody else refuses to.
All right, so how are you going to do that right now?
So, by the way, Pony, I just saw your text now, so apologies.
Okay.
But there's a big story in the NFL over the past couple days that ESPN is close to acquiring NFL Media, which includes NFL Network and NFL Red Zone. So the owners will be voting on it probably in the next month. Apparently, they're all in and will approve of this. It will be an enormous price that ESPN will pay for all this NFL content. And like I said, part of the deal means Red Zone will be a part of ESPN, NFL Network will be a part of ESPN, a couple regular season games. And the big concern now is that ESPN is going to do what they normally do and take over all this NFL property and make it, less than, and probably put Stephen A. Smith in charge of Red Zone.
I mean, I think they do a good job with their... that last line's pretty good, Dom. Quite frankly, we're going out to the 405 one. No, I mean, here's the thing. ESPN's got a direct-to-consumer streaming service, like just a product that is going to be like $30 a month, reportedly, Pony.
Okay.
And, they're going to launch this thing, and so they've got to have as much in there to justify charging that much money as they can. And so this all seems like it would fall under that umbrella. I will say, Dom's worried that they ruin everything they touch with debate show antics. I do think ESPN understands how important their relationship with the NFL itself is. And so I don't have concerns that they would screw up everything. The only way that they could is by giving Mike Greenberg an expanded role in any of it.
They probably will. And he'll just...
Did you see him this morning? It was a little more tongue-in-cheek than the quotes made it seem like that people were typing out. He acted like Justin Fields going down with what proved to be a dislocated toe that might keep him out a week or two. He acted like he was Walter Cronkite telling a nation that JFK had been shot.
Yeah, the Jets thing he does is just nauseating for me. And also the Mike Tomlin worship, which I know Dom loves. Yeah, I don't want more ESPN in my life. I want either the amount I'm getting now or less. So the monopolization of sports media all being consolidated into the hands of Bristol and ESPN
That's not
is
good
something I'm not into.
That's objectively
Now,
bad for other business. We need a strong Nick Wright in Fox Sports.
I understand that, the NFL, it's owned by the NFL. So Aditi brought this up, how sometimes, things would have to go through the NFL filter before they reported it or talked about it. But I honestly think they do. I mean, it's not always the most entertaining or the most interesting. I think they do a pretty good job with their programming. Like, the thing I'm going to wonder about, that I'm a nerd about, is, like, the old games and stuff that they air. Is that going to go out the window? Is it just going to be ESPN's NFL programming on it nonstop? I'm not into that. I like the old NFL film
The
stuff.
NFL YouTube channel, if you miss a game, or like obviously they have you can pay for the service where you just get NFL Plus and you can go back and watch the coaches film. But like the YouTube channel for the NFL, for example, Pony, you can go and get like those condensed extended highlights that are like a 9-minute highlight package if you want to see what happened in a game, but you don't have time to watch the whole thing.
Yep.
Even on condensed film. And I wonder about that stuff on YouTube. I wonder about, you said NFL Films Archives. I wonder about that. How about if you're one of the insiders at the NFL Network, like a Pelissero or a Rap Sheet? Like, what does your job look like?
Right, ESPN already has a bunch.
Do you get brought in under the ESPN umbrella and they just say, we are committing so much money to the rights for this and every ancillary, thing or element NFL that we're going to need all of you? Because, like, those guys compete with
I would be
Schefter.
nervous if I'm both an ESPN and
I'd be
an
going and
NFL
talking
insider.
to Fox. I'd be talking to The Athletic if I were some of those people.
Another big part of this is they're really emphasizing how ESPN is going to try and bring this to their new streaming platform.
That's what what I meant.
Again, you must have not have been paying attention to Mulsey when he brought that up, Don.
No, that was to reinforce my next point, which is I genuinely believe in the next 10 years, we are going to see regular season NFL games on Netflix and Amazon. I think that's where this is all
already
headed.
are. There's a Thursday night package on Amazon,
No.
and the Christmas games are on Netflix.
I'm saying Sunday afternoon regular season games on a weekly basis instead of it being on Fox or CBS.
I think it's possible.
So you do think
I
that
don't
one of those
disagree with him on
streaming
that.
platforms could get the actual weekday Sunday
Yes,
rights?
I think he's right.
Yes.
I'm actually going to, if this were Around the Horn, which no longer airs, I would actually award Dom a point for that take.
You do the little clicker thing?
Artie Burns placed on the injured reserve by the Dolphins. So his
torn ACL, right?
His season is over before it even starts.
He has had one of the most unbelievable, he's hanging in there and just continuing to get NFL checks careers I've
Where
ever
does
seen.
Artie Burns rank among Steelers draft pick busts in the Mike Tomlin era?
Jarvis Jones is probably number one, right?
You're going to put him ahead of Kenny, huh?
Pickett's probably 2.
Wait a minute. I disagree with both of those. I'm putting Devin Bush one. He was the 10th pick.
At least
he had a quasi good year.
At least in Bush's case, the reason I would probably put him third.
They
even though
traded up for him.
I understand that, but the reason I would give him a slight pass, even though ACL injuries are supposed to be recoverable in most cases, he looked like a good player in the making, tore his knee up and was clearly never the same.
Jarvis Jones had stenosis. I mean, should we have
But that was a
taken that into
pre-existing
account?
condition. That wasn't like he became afflicted with it. He had it. It was a medical thing. There was a red flag. Kenny had a red flag, tiny little hands.
I would go Bush 1, Jones 2, and then I would say, based on how quickly they got rid of him, Kenny 3. I'm going to go Burns 3 and Kenny 4. Because Kenny won them games. Say what you will, I know you will, about how...
Well, just quarterback is such an outsized important
He made
position.
big plays. Burns never made big plays.
I'm going Jones 1, Pickett 2, Burns 3.
Man, you're giving Devin Bush way
Bush
too much Devin
4
of the doubt.
And then we never can make a 4-man list. It's got to be 5. Evander Ziggy Hood, number 5.
I'm fine with that. Everything else about your list I don't like.
Oh, there's a shock. This was a good debrief by Dom. He redeemed himself.
Hey,
I
thank
hate
you.
saying that. I do hate praising him for anything. I guess Crowley said on the air he wished intern Dom would take over for Callis.
Well, I actually have something else to add to the debrief here quickly.
Yes.
Breaking. President Donald Trump has signed a college sports executive order that prohibits a third-party pay-for-play payment to college athletes.
Where's this from?
This is from On3 Sports, which is the best of college sports. Titled, President Donald J. Trump Saves College Sports. Yeah.
Did you also see that North Carolina is trying to get to the SEC?
Did you also see that they sold out all of their tickets for this year?
Yeah, I hate Bill Belichick. I'll just throw that out there.
So he also wants to, in this, it says he's directed the labor secretary in the NLRB to clarify that athletes are amateurs and not employees. So they're employees. We all know that. You have to be.
But then they can unionize.
Well, yeah, and that's probably a massive, or the reason why he would be doing this. But just to be very clear, his order legally, yes, makes sure that they clarifies that they're not this. They are that, though.
So what does that mean, that they'll end up getting paid?
The executive order prohibits third-party pay-for-play agreements, but, quote, does not apply to legitimate fair market value compensation that a third party provides to an athlete, such as for a brand endorsement, end quote. So that would still be NIL. That's a loophole wide enough to drive a truck through.
Exactly. All right, good talk.
A truck filled with NIL money.
Aaron Rodgers recaps his first day at school next, and what Mike Tomlin said about a couple of injured Steelers, and his thoughts on Rodgers' first day at St. Vincent College. It's all coming up. Quick time out, then a long commercial-free segment. We are live at beautiful Studio B, Bowser Chevy. It's the PM team on the Fan.
Employee Pricing Plus is back, and now's the time to save big at South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters Township. 25 Jeep Wagoneer S Limited. Payment starting at $219 for 24 months or 1.9% standalone for 72 months. Visit dealer for details.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. And if you're like me, you like knowing what to expect, especially when it comes to your phone bill. Well, Verizon's got some big news for your peace of mind. For the first time ever, they're locking in low prices for 3 years. That's right, 3 years guaranteed with my plan. That's future you peace of mind. So whether you're already with Verizon or thinking about making the switch, this is for you. Everyone can save on a brand new phone on my plan when you trade in any phone from one of their top brands. Because at Verizon, they've got your back, now and in the future. So go ahead, take one thing off your worry list. Visit your local Verizon store in Pittsburgh and ask about their 3-year price guarantee today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
U.S. Steel's new partnership with Nippon Steel
is generating an extra spark in our mills
and fresh energy in our minds.
As employees of U.S. Steel,
we'd like to thank the communities where we live and work for your support.
The partnership means better opportunities for our employees, more prosperity for our communities,
and more steel made right here in America.
Thank you for believing in the future of U.S. Steel.
A stronger America
is made here.
Always.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150 in bonus bets when they bet $5, win or lose. And even better, bonus bets can be used on the spread, totals, and player props.
There you have it. Bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply. Available in app only.
Are you handy with tools? Consider becoming a maintenance technician at Presbyterian Senior Care Network. Here's Stefan Braxton, a longtime team member, on why he loves the job.
Our residents are so appreciative. If you change their light bulbs, they adore you. That's what I love about this job. It's like having 100 grandparents, and they treat me just like I'm their grandson.
Get a hands-on career at their beautiful independent living apartments in the Pittsburgh area. Presbyterian Senior Care Network, making aging easier. Apply at srcare.org today.
I'm fixing to tell you something that the insurance industry does not want you to ever hear. Bullies often delay and deny. I see them sitting on premiums paid and making money and dragging it out for as long as they can. Many times, we're forced to take them to court. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Their high-paid lobbyists are on a mission to make sure that at trial, jurors are not allowed to learn that the at-fault party has insurance, and in some cases, lots of it. I can think of no case in all my years where there was no insurance for the at-fault party. So let's fight back. It's all these bullies understand. Tell everybody you know the truth. If you've been injured in a car crash or hurt at a store or business, visit forthepeople.com. We're here 24/7. It's that easy. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, 603 Stanwyck Street, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Cheerleaders is Pittsburgh's premier gentlemen's club and sports bar. As soon as you arrive, you can feel the energy of the Cheerleaders experience. Cheerleaders has a 5-star kitchen that stays open late. Cheerleaders has been voted Pittsburgh's #1 gentlemen's club 12 of the 13 years they've been open. Cheerleaders now is Taco and Tequila Tuesdays. $2 tacos, $2 Coors Light bottles, $2 tequila drinks till midnight, and 2-for-1 private dances. Friday, July 25th and Saturday, July 26th. Come see the unforgettable Days of Morgan, only at Cheerleaders.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall. If you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath.
High five.
You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years at gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked.
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years.
Woo!
The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm? Totally natural.
Sweet! Thank you! Thank you! High five, everybody! High five!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five!
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25. New customers only. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
Oh, no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
My debit card.
their debit card.
Where did I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound? That's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone, now through July 28th. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
The legacy continues with a special rock celebration live. A trip to their massive hits and fan favorites. 3 decades. Over 22 million albums sold. One night only. Friday, July 25th. The Event Center at Rivers Casino. Live. Tickets on sale now at riverscasino.com. Don't miss Live.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. Looking for a full-size SUV that does it all? Then come meet the 2025 Hyundai Palisade at Bowser Hyundai today. Right now at Bowser Hyundai, get 0% APR for 60 months plus, no payments for 90 days, on a 2025 Santa Fe or Palisade. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's Best Warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies. 36 months, 10,000 miles per year. $29.99 total due at signing. With credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends July 31st.
Well, that's the power of
Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Now for the Gerken Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
A lot of backups on 28 right now, the inbound side almost to the 40th Street Bridge. Parkway East on the outbound looking okay, and of course the slowdowns downtown for the Parkway West outbound. I'm Rob Taylor.
This report brought to you by Coit, Pittsburgh's premier home cleaning company. Save big during Coit's sizzling July sale. Save 50% off Coit's famous drapery cleaning service and save 40% off all other Coit cleaning services. Call Coit right now at 1-800-FOR-COIT. Save big and get your drapes and home Coit clean this summer.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Steelers have finished up their first day of practice in Latrobe. Jonnu Smith and Cordero Patterson did not participate. Mike Tomlin called them day-to-day. For more, go to 937thefan.com right now, live from Studio B, Bowser Chevy. It's the PM team.
Okay, let's go. Come on. Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Foley and Muller, live and local, just like Mike's.
50-minute mark on the fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. Chance of rain tomorrow could mess with the Steelers' practice plans, but the temperatures will be in the high 80s. That is fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Ray Fittipaldo joins us in 20 minutes to give his insights on the Steelers' first practice. Aaron Rodgers on his first pass in team drills threw an interception. We're going to hear Rodgers in a second in full, his first post-practice comments as a Steeler, to hear if that interception was on purpose, which is my guess. Ben Roethlisberger would do that all the time. And there's also news that DK Metcalf and Aaron Rodgers are suite mates. And DK Metcalf found out the hard way when he knocked on the door and realized that Aaron Rodgers, I think, was using that toilet. And I tweeted out, there's something quaint about guys who are worth $500 million sharing the same crapper. You know, like if these guys are not at St. Vincent in practices back in Pittsburgh,
they're using their own crappers.
They're either using their own crappers or they're at some nice hotel.
You got to use the room spray if it's really going to get nasty in there, though. You got to do a little like courtesy spritz.
I bet they don't have enough rooms at St. Vincent College where only a couple of guys, like the suite mate situation where two guys share one bathroom. I bet there's some situations where it's like one common bathroom for about 15 to 20 dudes.
Man, you can't put all the offensive linemen together because think of some of the
I wouldn't want to go
evil
back.
That's coming out of there.
I wouldn't want to go back to living that way. I don't like crapping in public bathrooms.
I got over it.
Yeah?
Yeah. I mean, you just gotta go with it. There are times.
Are you like a mate conversation while you're going in there?
Mate conversation? Are you a sociopath?
I've had that happen to me, where I'm in there to like go pee or wash my hands or something, and
if you are sitting in
a toilet taking a dump who's trying to make.
If you're taking a leak at a public urinal and somebody just says, "Hey man, what's up?" and they might know who you or I are or whatever. Maybe you and I are in there, and I'm just like, "Oh, just whatever." That's one thing. If I am in a stall and noises are being made by my body that no one wants to hear, and somebody goes, "How's it going over there?" I would say something. I don't know, man. How do you think it's going?
I don't want to hear somebody else crap, and I don't want to smell somebody else's crap.
Here's a move I'll